It was an unremarkable afternoon, the sky devoid of clouds and the sunlight just right. Without any prior warning, a chilling, mechanical voice resonated above the heads of the populace. Coordinates: Blue Star, the terrifying national fate battlefield has passed inspection. Randomly selecting a terrifying theme. Ding! The theme for this event is K-pop idol groups. Good evening to all humanity on Blue Star. The terrifying national fate battlefield has been approved as of April 4th, 2025 at 4:04 a.m. In 10 minutes, groups from countries with the same nationality will be randomly selected, and a global live broadcast will commence. The rules for this terrifying national fate battlefield are as follows. 111 nations on Blue Star will engage in battle, totaling 444 participants. Random selections will be made from active groups, disbanded groups, or those with confirmed plans yet to debut. Smaller nations that do not meet the participation criteria will merge resources to form a new sovereign state, from which eligible chosen ones will be randomly selected, ensuring the new battlefield's appeal and viewership. People across the globe almost simultaneously raise their heads, gazing intently at the vast sky above. Did you hear that voice just now? Of course, I'm not blind. The mechanical voice echoed in their ears, and as it concluded, it unleashed a torrent of reactions. Who on earth chose this theme? Isn't it obvious? It must be the Koreans. That's the only thing they can boast about from their tiny place. Why should that group of entertainers dictate our fate? What can those who slipped through 9 years of compulsory education possibly do? Sing and dance for ghosts? Perhaps a freestyle rap? I volunteer to represent my country in the national fate battlefield. Surely, if the first batch of chosen ones perishes, there will be a reselection, right? I hope our nation quickly forms a military group. I just finished paying my mortgage. I don't want to die. Please, please. Don't let my brother be chosen. I hope the family from the other side gets selected. For all of humanity on Blue Star. If this was a cruel jest from the heavens, it was decidedly in poor taste. As discussions surged fervently online, the highest echelons of the Chinese government convened an emergency meeting of utmost security. The topic of this assembly was the perplexing, terrifying national fate battlefield established by what appeared to be high-dimensional beings. 3 months prior, a blood-red invitation had mysteriously appeared on the desks of the world's leaders. The invitation exuberantly proclaimed the classic golden program, terrifying national fate battlefield, is about to commence a new season, with the next terror theme park located at Blue Star. This invitation also extended a heartfelt plea for the indigenous inhabitants of this blue planet to participate, offering a splendid theme selection for the impending terrifying national fate battlefield. In a poignant manner, it was stated, the units that actively participate in the voting will receive a mysterious benefit, but time waits for no one. This remark, though slightly courteous, held an air of impertinence. The authorities of Wagwa promptly reviewed all surveillance footage to confirm that this invitation had mysteriously appeared on the desk, with no one having entered the office during that time. Experts examined the paper of the invitation. No toxicity or radiation was detected, nor were any intricate surveillance devices or explosive chips embedded within the paper. Personnel from a national security agency endeavored to inscribe messages, such as "Who are you?" and "What do you intend to do?" upon the paper, only to find that no marks could be left upon its surface. After eliminating all conceivable possibilities, the senior analysts of Huagua ultimately had to concede that this was indeed beyond human capability. Perhaps it was an alien prank, or the playful mockery of higher dimensional beings. As events unfolded, the leader of Huagua personally inscribed the theme provided by the nation in the blank space of the invitation. Huagua opted for a conservative and objective approach: infrastructure. There was nothing amiss, primarily driven by a passion for construction. The head of state successfully left a mark on the paper. At the moment those strong, vigorous characters were inscribed, the invitation seemed to come alive, its pores expanding, oozing forth blood. The serpentine flow of blood, imbued with vitality, formed a line of text. "Thank you for your participation and cooperation. May you find delight in the eerie." Following that, a prolonged silence ensued, akin to a prank abruptly coming to an end. Yet, the age-old wisdom of vigilance in times of peace led Huagua to accelerate research progress in certain projects during this period, ensuring thorough preparation for any potential global upheaval. Little did they know, Today was the day of reckoning. Just moments ago, the skies were clear, but shortly after the chilling mechanical voice echoed, the heavens darkened ominously. Thick, inky clouds surged from the horizon, rapidly spreading across the urban expanse like spilled ink. 10 minutes later, the citizens of Huagua beheld the information regarding their chosen champions. Monster Recycling Station was the name of this ensemble. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Where have I heard it before? Wait, isn't this the girl group that Gali attempted to introduce to the Huagua market 3 years ago? Wasn't it already a stillbirth? A girl group? Female indeed. From Banwa? On what grounds do they represent Huagua? Upon investigation, 4 of the pre-debut members are indeed from Huagua, and one was exposed for bullying another member, leading to her departure just a month before debut, prompting company staff and agents to step forward and denounce them. I am truly astounded. How can such morally bankrupt individuals become the chosen champions of Huagua? Breaking news. The popular girl group from the land of the morning calm has been selected. It's over, it's over. I heard that the Lighthouse Nation just approved over a dozen boy band proposals, and every member is a retired elite from the Special Forces. My goodness, one of them actually got selected. What sheer luck is this? I've heard that the Huan Nation also prepared several proposals, but none were chosen. Could it truly be that their good fortune has run out? Brothers, we can start packing for immigration. It's not that the citizens of Huan Nation cannot afford it, but the nationality of the Lighthouse Nation offers greater value. I'll fight with you all for our 50,000. Under the deliberate guidance of public opinion, the domestic discourse was steeped in pessimism. The Huan Nation promptly acquired the information on this select group. The files contained their identification photos, and at the top was a girl with black hair and eyes, pale skin, and a weary expression. The individual in the photograph wore no smile. Her strikingly serene visage seemed shrouded in a layer of cold mist, reminiscent of ancient, unmelting snow atop a mountain. Just a single image conveyed that an ethereal beauty, so delicately understated, could rival even the most resplendent of faces. Shi Li, the girl's name. Her role in the debut project is that of the visual and lead dancer. In simpler terms, she possesses the most captivating face and excels in dance. The photograph revealed only her upper body. It was evident that her slender form raised doubts about her ability to lift a bag of rice. The other files also featured similarly youthful faces, all around the age of 20, hailing from working-class families. For the sake of stage harmony, the height differences among the chosen ones were not substantial, ranging between 165 to 172 centimeters. The expressions of some experts in the Huan Nation grew somber. However, that was to be expected. After all, they were serious trainees requiring strict body management, not champions of international weightlifting contests, and thus could not possess the muscular physiques akin to those in the Lighthouse Nation. They were not merely former Special Forces members seeking new employment. The head of the analysis group, Xiao, suddenly had a revelation. He lifted his head with determination in his gaze. Do not lose heart, everyone. We initially provided a supernatural theme to it, and if we receive a mysterious boon on the battlefield, it might assist our chosen ones. His words slightly lifted the spirits of those present. Suppressing their anxious feelings, they awaited the commencement of the Huan Nation's live broadcast. After each supernatural episode began, countries had but a single opportunity for hints. Colleagues from the intelligence team had already infiltrated other live streams. The perspective of one person is inherently limited. They aim to gather as many clues as possible regarding the supernatural narratives. If the chosen ones were not adept at analysis, the expert team would directly utilize their valuable communication opportunities to relay critical insights. Yet, should the chosen ones encounter malevolent spirits from the outset, the experts of the Huan Nation would be powerless to intervene. All they could do was hope that this select group could endure a little longer. In Goryeo, New Han City, Shirley lay on the floor of the practice room, beads of sweat dampening her hair, cascading down her cheeks onto the floor. The air conditioning in the practice room was broken, and despite reporting it, no one had come to repair it. The fan spun feebly, creaking with each turn. After an intense dance rehearsal, the rising sweat had fogged the mirror, leaving only the faint outlines of swaying figures discernible. With a slight twist of her body, Shirley grasped an unknown piece of clothing to cover her face, almost lulled into a hypnotic state by the incessant noise of the aging fan. She wore a tank top, revealing half of her bare back. A casual glance from Haruna elicited an unusual exclamation. "Surely, your tattoo has changed," startled. Shirley quickly opened her eyes, sitting up from the floor, desperately trying to glimpse her back, yet unable to see anything. "Ah, has it vanished?" "No," Haruna replied, swallowing hard, her eyebrows twisted in an asymmetrical knot, revealing her inner turmoil. "It has grown longer." In Haruna's gaze, a strikingly vivid scarlet tattoo traced along Shirley's delicate spine, resembling a birthmark. 3 months prior, this mark had first appeared on her back. Initially, it spanned only from her cervical to thoracic vertebrae. Unbeknownst to her, it had since extended all the way down to the fifth lumbar vertebra, peeking out from beneath her cropped tank top. Shirley and her friends had meticulously examined it, concluding that this series of symbols seemed to be a form of arcane writing, like the complete skeleton of a serpent, long decayed, exuding an ominous and forbidden aura. No one in the dormitory could decipher it. It resembled no known script from this world. After discovering the tattoo, Shirley had sought out several seasoned tattoo artists in New Han City, ensuring that it would leave no scars. Yet, life is unpredictable, and one can never foresee which will come first, tomorrow or an unexpected turn of fate. On the eve of her scheduled appointment, Shirley's tattoo artist either flirted with a beautiful client, only to be discovered by her husband, or succumbed to a drunken driving accident, drowning in the sea and retrieved as a ghostly figure. After a few such incidents, Shirley found herself blacklisted from the tattoo community. Thus, this unsightly tattoo remained with her to this day. Upon hearing this, Shirley tossed her jacket to Haruna, her expression devoid of emotion. "Use this to strangle me, immediately." Haruna hurriedly pressed the clothing against her backside. "Calm down, Shirley, stay calm." Shirley, who cherished her own appearance, truly seemed capable of leaping onto the rooftop, performing a backflip, and executing a grand splash landing. Haruna retrieved her phone, attempting to shift Shirley's attention. "The music show is about to start. Come watch the handsome guys." This tactic was particularly effective on someone enamored with beauty. A flicker of life returned to Shirley's otherwise despondent face as she leaned in closer. Just then, a sweet visage appeared on the screen, the camera favoring her immensely. Even as the focus shifted to other members of the group, it remained fixed on the girl. The cheers from the audience erupted like thunder. At this, Haruna's expression darkened. "How unfortunate. I feel tainted." The girl was named Jeong Huyen, a quintessential Korean name. She had been a member of their group prior to this. 3 years ago, Huyen's friend had suddenly posted on social media, claiming that her Sunadebit friend was being bullied by foreign members within the team. Bullying is a traditional issue in Korea, a perennial topic of discussion. The thought that local trainees were being tormented by a group of foreign workers on their own soil was simply intolerable. Upon the emergence of this incident, the sensitive and fragile people of Goryeo went into a frenzy. Without waiting for a response from the likes of Shi Li, the public relations department, known for its usual silence, unexpectedly acted swiftly to confirm the authenticity of the situation. Jeong Huyen hastily withdrew from the group. After a period of psychological healing, she rejoined other Goryeo trainees to debut as a new girl group. The bullying incident garnered national sympathy, leading them down a path of prosperity. Meanwhile, Shi Li and her companions saw their debut plans perish before birth and faced the company's confinement. The entertainment agency refused to release them, and no other company was willing to bear the exorbitant penalty fees. They could only await the expiration of their contracts. Having nearly forgotten the sensation of the stage, they were left with only this abandoned underground practice room that still welcomed them. The other two had yet to finish their part-time jobs. In the practice room remained only Shi Li and Chun Nai. Shirley inadvertently opened her Longan social media account, only to find a plethora of comments in various languages. Without needing to look closely, she knew they were all insults directed at her. With keen eyesight, she spotted fan-edited images, sharpened to the point where not a flaw or pore could be seen. Clicking her tongue in admiration, she mused, "As expected of me, stunningly beautiful." She traced a section on the mirrored wall with her finger, examining the downward extending scar on her back, a color reminiscent of blood. She rubbed at it with her finger, but it would not fade the more she scrubbed, the redder it became, as if it had seeped into her skin, branded upon her spine. It was too ugly, too grotesque. Tears streamed down from the corners of Shi Li's eyes. The flaw in her once proud beauty struck her heart like a dagger. Chun Nai, accustomed to her sporadic fits of despair, casually offered the last half-pack of tissues and sincerely reminded her, once this pack is finished, the company won't supply us anymore, so use it sparingly. Just as Shi Li was about to respond, an unexpected mechanical voice interrupted her. Beep. The theme for this session is K-pop idol groups. Please note, the chosen representatives from each country will have their popularity directly linked to their nation's fortune. High-profile members will bring abundant resources to their countries, while elimination of group members on the battlefield will result in corresponding penalties for their nations, including, but not limited to, a decline in national strength, bizarre occurrences, natural disasters, etc. To ensure the fairness and objectivity of the battlefield contestants. Only representatives of a single nationality will compete, and selection is currently underway. Shi Li's mouth fell open slightly, her eyes filled with confusion. What? Chun Nai wore an even blanker expression and earnestly replied, What idols? High popularity? It was too fast, I didn't catch that. Oh, it seemed that this had nothing to do with them. Chapter 3. The Terror of the Practice Room. The live stream commenced punctually, with viewers from various countries flooding in like a tumultuous tide. Has it begun? Has it begun? What should I do? My heart is racing. I can almost feel a pair of eyes watching me from behind. The upstairs folks are probably afraid of being caught by their bosses while slacking off at work. Fear not, my friends. I am well versed in 300 tales of the supernatural, having immersed myself in the fortunes of our nation for over a decade. Whether it be notes from parents or relatives, or tales of families large and small, I can conjure them at will. Indeed, the legends of national fortunes have been told ad nauseum. It's always the same few tropes. Can we truly be afraid of them? Bring it on. The more you say that, the less confidence I have. Concurrently, the livestream screen displayed the eerie backdrop of the supernatural tale. Instance title, The Terror of the Practice Room. Instance level, 1 star. Instance description. The practice room is where every idol pours their sweat and tears from their trainee days. Many popular idols have recounted in radio shows how they encountered ghosts before debuting, and within the K-pop industry. There exists a legend that those who encounter ghosts will achieve great fame. To lead your group to success, you have gathered at the practice room on the basement level of the company at midnight. Completion task. Collect all necessary items from the room. Complete at least one ants game, and survive until dawn. The viewers from the land of the morning calm erupted in excitement. Indeed, this is the eerie backdrop of our great universe. K-pop reigns supreme. The resurgence of our universe begins today. I can't imagine any reason for us to lose. The audience from the Hua Nation was left dumbfounded. Where are the notes from our mothers? Where's the sweet home? Wait, why isn't this following the usual script? The subtitles vanished, and 2 flickering silhouettes appeared on the black screen. Perhaps sensing the gaze upon them, one ethereal girl raised her eyes slightly, shadows brushing the corners of her gaze. Most were captivated by her beauty, while a small group noticed the suspicious items strewn about the corners of the practice room. A withering apple, a fruit knife stained with dark red residue, a pink comb missing several teeth, a signature pen with a cracked barrel, coupled with the description of this instance. The viewers from the Hua Nation felt a chill run down their spines. After all, this was not your ordinary game. A horror game. There are indeed ghosts here, playing a ants game in the presence of spirits. Wasn't that simply courting death? As they beheld the 2 seemingly delicate beauties on the electronic screen, their initial awe faded, replaced by scrutiny and skepticism. With such frail frames, could they even survive 5 minutes? From the silent speakers, an emotionless electronic voice resonated. Ding! Welcome, chosen ones, to the battlefield of national fortune. Due to the selection of a thrilling theme park by your country 3 months ago, you are entitled to a mysterious benefit, a chance to draw talent. The announcement resonates through the air. What? Talent. At the mention of this, a portion of the nation erupted in joy, particularly upon witnessing their chosen one. Filled with newfound confidence and standing tall, they were eager to discover what talent had been bestowed upon them. Meanwhile, those who had previously chosen to remain indifferent were now filled with regret, unable to fathom that the invitation had spoken the truth. Their official website was inundated with the wrath of their fellow citizens. In the live broadcast room of Huagua, a static voice crackled intermittently, seemingly disrupted by some interference. It felt as though a few blows had struck the ears. With a decisive snip, she severed the connecting wire. Silence enveloped the world. The eagerly awaiting audience in Huagua was left in a state of shock. "What you cut off? Tell me, what have you severed? I'm feeling a bit unwell. I think I'll rest now." "It's over now. There's no saving this. I'm truly distressed. Is no one thinking clearly? Everyone, don't panic. We're in the same practice room scenario. Why can others hear the broadcast clearly while we only hear distorted sounds? Doesn't that seem odd?" This comment sparked a flicker of reason among some netizens. It was quickly drowned out by the cacophony of pessimistic comments from various trolls. Suddenly, the fluorescent lights overhead flickered and extinguished. The creaking fan ceased its rotation. The practice room was plunged into darkness. She caught a glimpse of her own reflection in the mirror. Her expression transformed. Those hollow, lifeless eyes were fixated on her, the corners of her mouth curling into a sinister smile, her gaze growing increasingly obscure and profound. "Oh dear, how hideous!" She averted her gaze in horror. Chun Nai activated her fully charged phone. Upon seeing the screen, her eyes instantly turned to those of a dead fish. The eerie narrative had anticipated her anticipation. The time displayed on her phone and the built-in clock froze at 3:44, the second hand stuck, rendering it impossible to ascertain the exact time. The basement of the company lacked windows, meaning they had to ascend to the ground floor to confirm the time. In the live broadcast rooms of other nations, their chosen ones had also been transferred to similarly eerie and dilapidated underground practice rooms. Surrounding them were large mirrors covering the walls, reflecting familiar yet unfamiliar versions of themselves from various angles. The power outage had come without warning. In the Siamese live broadcast room, a slightly darker-skinned idol with delicate fingers let out a feeble scream. In the next moment, he was gripped by the tongue of his own reflection. Blood splattered across the mirror as his body convulsed and collapsed, his mouth a gruesome mess, eyes wide with terror. Within 10 minutes, the first death among the chosen ones occurred. Upon witnessing this scene, the other 3 collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their fervent instinct for survival compelling them to stifle their voices. No, they must not make a sound. Meanwhile, Shi Li and her companion remained remarkably composed. Another power outage? There was little to be done. The voltage on the lower level was unstable. Junai Zima, reaching out to locate the nearby socket to turn on a small nightlight. The feeble glow barely illuminated a small area. The battery was not fully charged and could only last for 2 or 3 hours. The practice room above the company was spacious and brightly lit, with air conditioning running around the clock, yet they had no access to it and were likely to encounter Jiang Huiyin and her friends looking for trouble. Everyone was preoccupied, too busy to entertain her sarcastic comments. As the lead singer Pei Wangxing aptly put it, if a large object is blocking the road, you are a person, not a Shiba Inu. Why not take a detour instead of confronting it head-on? Wouldn't it be more prudent to use that time to earn a convenience store wage? The calm reactions of the two left the audience and the mirror ghost utterly bewildered. Even a tall man with a hairy chest like me is starting to sweat profusely. Oh no, the broadcast was interrupted earlier. Do these two even realize the eerie tales have begun? Their Group S name is on the chosen ones list. Seriously, how can they not notice such blatant anomalies? Is this what is known as a lack of sensitivity? Being somewhat oblivious might be a blessing. At least they won't have their tongues ripped out by a mirror ghost. The mirror ghost was quite displeased that these two humans were not frightened. The pale visage in the mirror began to bleed, the gurgling sounds growing increasingly pronounced, while the temperature in the practice room plummeted. Though there were no windows, a chilling breeze swept through the room. Yet at that moment, Shirley had already turned around, the hem of her tank top slightly curling up, exposing more of her back. The mirror ghost's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 4. The Soul Summoning Game. How could such a person possess the esteemed title of? Even a mere glimpse was enough for the mirror ghost to perceive an absolute suppression emanating from their presence, as if a pair of icy, blood-red eyes were scrutinizing it. Terrified, it cowered on the ground, curling up and trembling. Shirley picked up a garment nearby and donned it. Something tumbled from her pocket, a crumpled note. Rules of the practice room. 1. The voltage on the first and basement levels is unstable. Power outages are normal. 2. During a power outage, remember not to open the door for strangers. 3. When the speakers in the practice room activate, please mimic the actions of the reflection in the mirror until the music ceases. If you hear a buzzing sound from the speakers, do not trust whatever you hear. 4. As the mirror ages and distorts, reflections may appear twisted. This is a normal occurrence, so refrain from screaming. 5. Upon the emergence of the 6th rule, immediately eliminate the person standing behind you, regardless of their identity. 6. Following the 6th rule, there was a blot of ink that had spread across the page. Indeed, that earlier announcement was a deception. Only now do we receive the rules. Who could possibly react in time? What? By sheer chance, I happened to guess correctly? Day. I almost met my demise right at the outset. This is incredibly unfortunate. Out of over 100 nations, only our chosen one encountered the 3rd rule. I can only hope for another chance to draw a talent. In the conference room of Huagua, Xiao Xiao pondered that the horror game was impartial. The reactions of other chosen ones were genuine. They felt unfamiliar with this practice room, while Shi Li and her companion seemed unperturbed. Furthermore, Xiao Xiao had noticed a small yet significant detail: the fleeting logo of CJ Company on the wall. If his memory served him right, it was indeed the agency that Shi Li and her group had signed their contracts with. This eerie selection was rooted in a real-world location. And since Shi Li and her companions were well acquainted with this place, they could swiftly detect anomalies that others overlooked. Thus, to maintain the game's balance, the 3rd rule was triggered at the outset. The broadcast was nearing its conclusion. Close call. The chosen ones from Huagua were on the verge of being eliminated in a double kill. Xiao Xiao exhaled a breath of frustration, his previously furrowed brow now resolute, and he clenched his fist, summoning his investigators. Look into what has transpired at CJ Company, especially regarding the basement practice room. Ensure that Goryo does not find out. The chosen ones from Huagua were struggling to survive in the horror tale. They could not remain idle. In the practice room, Shi Li blinked, belatedly realizing her surroundings. No wonder she suddenly felt a chill. She thought she was catching a cold, but it turned out she had been drawn into a horror game. If only they had mentioned it sooner. It startled her. Monster Recycling Station. Having barely debuted as a group, Shi Li was unaware that their name translated into such a phrase. She felt a wave of regret. She should have put on some makeup before heading out this morning. The citizens of Huagua. Hey, is this the main point? The two individuals collaborated to gather the props hidden in the corners. The practice room was modest in size, and they were well aware of the places where items could be concealed, allowing them to search swiftly. Moreover, Shi Li understood that this was merely a novice level, and the difficulty would not be exceedingly high, ensuring that the chosen ones would have some breathing room. Any further delay could lead to unpredictable outcomes. The NPCs in the escape room would soon approach players who lingered without making progress, urging them to move along. In terms of efficiency in gathering props, the Lighthouse Nation fell slightly behind. However, not every nation was as fortunate as the Lighthouse Nation. Many serious idols found themselves ensnared in this horror game. For example, the remaining 3 chosen ones from Siam, with their eyes closed, recited incantations, too terrified to gaze upon the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. They had been utterly frightened. It is well known that Siam is a Buddhist nation, replete with temples and a prolific output of horror films. Both royalty and commoners harbor fears of spirits, particularly one known as Phi Tai Hong. In the 14th century, the Thai king even enacted laws to confine murderers alongside corpses of the wrongfully deceased, allowing the spirits to exact their vengeance. Regardless of the harsh criticisms from Siamese netizens, they remained oblivious, or if they were aware, they would continue to feign ignorance. With their eyes shut, they failed to notice the pen, apple, knife, and other props quietly lying in the corner, slowly seeping blood. In another part of the world, the chosen one from the Cherry Blossom Nation had just picked up an apple when she glanced up and caught sight of a face pressed against a mirror, grotesquely disfigured and covered in burns, which instinctively made her scream in terror. Her body crashed onto another individual. The other girl turned around, her vision stained crimson. Again, there was a tearing sound. Such scenes unfolded across multiple live streams. Shi Li and Harna crouched on the ground, with 4 props they had gathered before them: an apple, a knife, a comb, and a pen. The spirit summoning games they were involved in had varying rules. Among them, the apple and knife needed to be used in conjunction. At midnight, peel the apple in front of a mirror. Find 2 mirrors facing each other and comb your hair 99 times at midnight. The pen spirit game, however, required multiple participants, while the first 2 could only be completed individually. There was also a time constraint, presumably designed for when only 1 survivor remained. The underlying reason was rather heartwarming. At present, they could not ascertain the exact time. Unless absolutely necessary, Shi Li did not wish to engage in these 2 games. The other 2 members had yet to return, and Harna messaged their dorm group to inquire about their situation, but received no reply. If they were to complete the individual games first, and if only 1 person returned in the end, it would be impossible to perform the pen spirit summoning alone. Furthermore, according to the rules of peeling the apple in front of the mirror at midnight, only peeling the apple would invite misfortune. If the summoned spirit, bound by the rules, was temporarily unable to attack the summoner, could it instead turn its wrath on other unoccupied members? Shi Li could not be certain. She did not hesitate to speculate on the worst possible intentions of it. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A series of urgent knocks echoed through the corridor, accompanied by a panicked female voice. "Open the door quickly. Something is chasing me." The words were spoken in Chinese. It was the voice of Pei Wangxing, the lead vocalist. At this hour, she would typically be finishing her part-time job, after which they would head to the company cafeteria for a meager yet unpalatable dinner, followed by a leisurely stroll back to their dormitory. All the live streaming rooms were synchronized in time. Simultaneously, doors in other countries were also being knocked upon. Rule number 2. In the event of a power outage, remember not to open the door to strangers. Thus, the entity outside may not necessarily be a teammate. It could very well be something else. Chapter 5. How to choose. In the live stream rooms of other countries, the ones knocking at the door are either agents or senior colleagues whose faces they see frequently, yet never truly meet. Without exception, they are desperately seeking assistance. The remaining 2 female idols from Sakura country appear pale, their faces drained of color as overwhelming fear engulfs them, rendering them incapable of comprehending the words spoken from outside the door. They have already resolved in their hearts. Even if their beloved Oka-san stands outside, they absolutely will not open the door. In contrast to the thoughts of other chosen ones, Shi Li contemplates that since they discovered the practice room rules in the pocket of their outer garments, it is likely that the other areas of the company building are similarly shrouded in strange tales, each corresponding to different rules. Important clues may very well lie with their teammates returning from the outside. Rejecting to open the door could mean missing vital information, while rashly opening it could lead to dire consequences. The decision rests solely upon themselves. The knocking from outside persists, and a trembling voice gradually tinged with sobs breaks through. "Please open the door. I know you're inside. I beg you, stop playing with me." There are truly malevolent entities in this building. The low weeping stirs the hearts of the audience in Hua country, evoking sympathy. Yet within the practice room, separated by merely a door, Shi Li remains motionless, her head bowed, a few strands of hair cascading down, her porcelain-like face remaining serene, her raven-black eyelashes betraying no tremor. Such cruel beauty! This thought flits through the minds of many. At that moment, a different door in the practice room also echoes with pounding. "Where are you? Where have you gone? Open the door for me." The netizens in the Hua country livestream are taken aback. It is the same voice. The practice room, devoid of windows, lacks any peephole, making it impossible to ascertain whether the person outside is indeed who they claim to be. However, Shi Li seems to have anticipated this, showing no signs of surprise. She exchanges a glance with her companion, and they each approach their respective doors, their hands simultaneously grasping the doorknobs, poised to push the doors open. The sound of breath from outside grows heavier. Nevertheless, Shi Li maintains her usual tone. "Peh, peh." The voice outside responds with impatience. "Get lost. Don't casually call me by that name. Stop wasting time and let me in." The familiarity in the tone is evident. They all share the same roof. and Shirley can easily envision the expression on the person's face outside. Can the uncanny truly masquerade to such an extent? Leaning slightly forward, Shirley presses her shoulder against the door, applying her full weight to block it, her lips moving as she speaks with an alluring tone. Sister Pei, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? The person outside falls silent for a few seconds before erupting in anger. Damn it, you little water lily. Have you lost your mind again? Indeed, it carries the stubborn tone of Pei Wangxing. Unwilling to acknowledge her own beauty, Shirley muses. She shrugs towards Chun Nai, indicating that she has not detected anything amiss, while Chun Nai's gaze falls upon her door. Sister Pei, did you bring the fried pig trotters you promised? She inquires, being the youngest in the dormitory. In her usual demeanor, Chun Nai was a mischievous sprite, darting about with unrestrained energy. Only when she sought a favor did she address her as sister. Fried pig's trotter? A voice from beyond the door trembled slightly, laced with confusion. What fried pig's trotter? Did you not ask me to bring back stir-fried rice cakes? Chun Nai felt a touch of discomfort regarding Pei Wangxing, who stood behind the door. Nevertheless, she had indeed requested that the latter procure a portion of spicy, stir-fried rice cakes from the subway entrance during her return. Can you not even recognize me? There's a woman in red haunting the company. If you doubt me, just crack the door, open a sliver, and see if you can catch a whiff of your beloved spicy rice cakes. The door was firmly locked from the inside, sealed with precision, yet Chun Nai seemingly caught the scent of spicy sauce wafting through the crack beneath the door. She nodded slightly, affirming the secret signal of the stir-fried rice cakes. Now, two figures corresponding to Pei Wangxing stood outside the doors. Which one was the genuine article, and which was merely an illusion? Choosing incorrectly would spell doom. Even abstaining from a choice would lead to the demise of the true Pei Wangxing. After a moment of contemplation, Shirley resolved to approach the situation from an unconventional angle, given that both seemed to maintain normalcy. Sister Pei, I was just answering questions online. If I answer correctly, I could win an air fryer. There's one question I simply cannot recall. Do you know the next line after awakened in the throes of a dying illness? You're being rather abrupt. The internet disconnected me from the live stream. Can someone explain why we suddenly started reciting poetry? Quiet, I'm pondering. I've got it. This is the practice room with a Korean backdrop. The specters wandering here surely aren't familiar with the poetic lines of Huagua. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Ahem, I'm also from Huagua and can't recall the next line. What if both behind the doors can't answer? That would be quite the spectacle. It's impossible for them to be stumped. The data indicates that Pei Wangxing majored in Chinese language. Such knowledge should be second nature. Sure enough, a voice from outside responded almost instantaneously. The dark wind blows the rain into the cold window. A correct answer, yet it was also incorrect. Shirley stifled a silent laugh, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Chun Nai's eyes lit up in realization, quickly following suit. A decade of life and death. Two realms vast and distant. Unbidden thoughts, yet hard to forget. The responses flowed swiftly from that side as well. Oh, what do we do if they both answer correctly? Goodness, how the ghosts of this era become so educated? Let's share a joke. That's a one-star difficulty. Perhaps we should refrain from opening the door. If we choose wrongly, Huagua is densely populated and cannot withstand even a single tale of horror. That could cost a life, not just a mere pet. Indeed, in tumultuous times, one must first slay the saintly. Generosity at the expense of others is the gravest sin. I suggest those advocating for opening the door search for videos from Siam. Their chilling live streams have already gone dark. I've seen it. Chaos reigns in Siam, the streets littered with severed limbs, rendering me unable to eat for 3 days. In the kingdom of Siam, several chosen ones failed to timely gather the soul-retrieving artifacts, resulting in a determination of negligent work by the horror game. Blood continuously oozed from these artifacts, cascading onto the lifeless body of one chosen one, who astonishingly revived on the spot and launched an attack on the remaining 3. The survival livestream abruptly transformed into a grotesque eating broadcast. Subsequently, a bizarre tale randomly descended upon one of the cities. The comment section of the live stream erupted with diverse opinions, with voices clamoring for attention. Open the door. Open the door. The pounding on the door intensified, eventually escalating to a full-blown assault. The feeble door quivered under the impact, while dust from the surrounding walls cascaded down, revealing not only dark greenish-black mold but also dark red splatters. Meanwhile, another door continued to plead desperately, its voice tinged with sobs, causing many viewers to turn away in discomfort. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain. Soon, sounds of gnawing and screams echoed through the corridor. The screams persisted for 3 minutes before finally fading into silence. The individuals outside were consumed alive. I'm definitely going to have nightmares tonight. Such cruelty, a life abandoned without a second thought. TSK, after all, they are a bullying group. Who let that foreign troll in? Get lost. Indeed, the spirit of this combination is purely for show. Ordinary colleagues cannot compare to one's own life. Chinese intelligence personnel promptly traced these sarcastic and inflammatory IDs, bringing in those who sought to manipulate internal discourse and malign the chosen ones for a discussion. The more chaotic the situation became, the more wolves and vultures sought to seize a piece of flesh from China. Chapter 6. The disturbing reality of miscommunication. Shirley found herself unable to view the live conditions within the streaming room. Even if she could, she would remain indifferent to the opinions of others. According to conventional reasoning, one of the two doors must conceal the genuine Pei Wangxing. Yet in truth, both sides harbored specters. The rules had never stipulated that there could only be one ghost. Regardless of which door was chosen, an uncanny assault awaited them. In other nations' streaming rooms, the majority of the chosen ones, unable to discern the truth, made identical decisions. Despite the myriad pleas from outside, they resolutely refrained from opening the door. However, a handful of chosen ones from religious countries, unable to withstand the desperate entreaties from outside, conducted brief tests and, failing to detect any anomalies among their teammates, opted to open the door. The corridor lay shrouded in darkness. The citizens and officials in the streaming room could not perceive what lay beyond the door, and the screen was soon stained a vivid crimson, heralding the first wave of annihilation. These nations also faced the emergence of eerie tales. Strange footsteps echoed in the corridor, and grotesque figures flickered in the mirrors. The wife, who was watching television beside her husband, suddenly received a text from a familiar number. Wife. Honey, I'm at the police station now. If you see anyone resembling me, run. Don't believe them. Honey, what's wrong? The wife inquired with a smile as she turned her head. To her husband's horror, he noticed that her neck, twisted at a 90-degree angle, lacked the skin folds that a human should possess. Such instances were numerous. Viewers in those nations' streaming rooms lamented that their chosen ones had carelessly opened the door, thus inviting the sinister tales. In Huawei, the authorities had mobilized personnel to safeguard the families of these girls, ensuring their lives remained undisturbed, denying any opportunity for radical elements both domestically and abroad. Records indicated that Shirley was an orphan. After her parents' demise, she relied on her aunt for companionship. Years prior, her aunt had become a vegetable following an accident, and the substantial compensation had all been spent on a care center. From the families of the chosen ones, Xiao Xiao learned that Shirley and the others resided in the same dormitory, often embroiled in quarrels every 3 days and fights every 5 days. Wins and losses accompanied their altercations. Their relationship seemed relatively amicable. Thus, upon witnessing the two refrain from opening the door on the electronic screen, the analysis team's initial reaction was that something was amiss. Suddenly, the rear door of the practice room was knocked upon. Open the door. It was once again Pei Wangxing's voice. Shirley and the Chinese audience nearly believed themselves trapped in a loop. Is this never-ending? This time, Chun Nai could not even be bothered to turn her face, yawning as she inquired, "Did you bring back what I asked for?" "No. Open the door quickly." The voice from behind the door revealed no discernible tone. It seeped through the door, chilling and sinister. "If you don't open the door soon, I'll make you regret it." Such a bloody and vividly threatening declaration. Before the two could react, the audience promptly warned, "Don't open the door. This is definitely a deception. It's obvious this is fake. If only I could live stream myself urinating while doing a handstand. Did the person upstairs take the opportunity to reward themselves? Goodness, I suddenly find myself hoping this is indeed true." Shirley leaned lazily against the windowsill, repeating her earlier words, and inquired, awakening from a dying illness? A voice from outside responded, with a laugh, asking where the guest has come from. 10 years of life and death. All is vague. 5 years of life and death, equally unclear. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains? Do not go to the mountains. The audience in Huagua exclaimed. Is this a chaotic response? After finishing, the voice outside let out a cold laugh. Stop indulging in such meaningless online quizzes every day. Even my 50-year-old aunt has stopped playing these games, and yet you claim to receive an air fryer. Such tricks of deception. Creak. Chun Nai stepped forward and opened the door, pulling the white figure outside into the room. Why have you only just returned? Where's my rice cake? Throughout the encounter, only her voice was heard, and now the girl finally revealed her true self. Pei Wangxing possessed a gentle and classical beauty that starkly contrasted with her personality. Standing at 175 centimeters, her long hair flowed gracefully, and her eyes sparkled like water. At that moment, her face, usually as serene as Guanyin, contorted into a fierce expression. Don't mention it. I suddenly had a stomach ache and rushed to the first floor to find a restroom. I carelessly placed your rice cake on the sink, and when I came out, it was gone. Damn thief, snatching food deliveries. Shirley understood at once. No wonder the mysterious figure outside knew that Chun Nai desired anything but deep-fried pig trotters. It had opportunistically made off with Pei Wangxing's delivery. She scrutinized Pei Wangxing from head to toe, noting she was unscathed. Did you encounter anything on your way back? Now that you mention it, I actually got lost for over 10 minutes in the office. How strange. At this moment, the audience in the Huawei live stream finally grasped the situation. What? So this is real? Help! My brain is about to malfunction. I've safely stored my brain, so I can watch without worry. Who taught you to recite poetry like this? Your high school language teacher? The language teacher won't take the blame for this. Another piece of evidence that AI cannot replace humanity. Wait, let me sort this out. So the thing that was devoured was also a fabricated illusion? If our chosen one had softened and opened the door midway, would they have met the same fate as in Siam? Damn, the cunning entity even steals food deliveries to disguise itself. This eerie tale is fraught with traps and misdirection. Is this truly only a one-star difficulty? Chun Nai understood that when Shirley wasn't unwell, she was the smartest in their dormitory, and for the sake of her own life, she followed her lead. Upon hearing Shirley's words, Pei Wangxing realized they had entered a battlefield of national fortune, and she gasped in horror. No wonder I kept seeing shadows moving around the corners earlier. Now that I think about it, their outlines bore a resemblance to yours. Fortunately, at that moment, due to her stomach discomfort and constipation, she was in such a heavy mood that she had no inclination to engage. Had she been lured into a corner, following the horror movie trope, she would have met her demise. What the predicamen? Shirley noticed that Pei Wangxing's shoe sole was stuck with a corner of white paper. Picking it up and unfolding it, she was taken aback to discover it was a set of new regulations. Company Regulations 1. The company has restricted access. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter the building freely. For deliveries, please collect them at the entrance. 2. When encountering a senior within the company, please immediately halt your steps, lean against the wall, bow your head, and gaze at your toes to yield the way. 3. There will be no sounds of weeping in the restroom stalls. Do not be alarmed. It is merely the sound of loose toilet screws. 4. The internal atmosphere of the company is harmonious, fostering mutual assistance. You may fully trust the words conveyed by others. 5. Please remember, the company consists only of 12 floors above ground and 1 below, totaling 13 floors. There is no 14th floor. 6. Should you hear music, laughter, or crying from other rooms, please refrain from knocking. There are individuals rehearsing inside. 7. The elevator has a capacity of 14 individuals, if there are already 13 inside. Kindly refrain from entering and patiently await the next ride. Chapter 7. Your delivery has arrived. 7 rules must be adhered to within the company. The rapid discovery of these new regulations has validated Shirley's conjecture. Once the summoning game commences, the practice room transforms into an exceptionally perilous environment. They must escape the confines of the practice room, navigating through the company's building in the dead of night. evading potential eerie assaults. Shirley possesses an excellent memory and is always the quickest to memorize the choreography. She also enjoys perusing supernatural and bizarre tales, swiftly recalling relevant introductions to rules and urban legends she has encountered before. Shirley remembers that one particular theory posits that most common urban legends can be interpreted as rules intertwined with tales of the uncanny. The term tale refers to the lingering obsessions or resentments of humans that manifest as sources of pollution after death, forces that cannot be countered by mere flesh and blood. In contrast, rules serve as both warnings and forms of protection. They constitute a protective umbrella crafted for humanity. Stepping beneath this umbrella grants temporary safety. Over time, sources of pollution will proliferate and intensify, gradually tainting the rules that humanity clutches in their hands, luring individuals to stray from the sanctuary of these regulations. Thus, they must discern the correct rules from the notes and adhere to them. The third and sixth rules mention the sound of weeping. If there is truly no crying, why is it reiterated in the concise notes? Shirley deduces that the third rule is likely erroneous. The fourth rule's reference to a harmonious internal atmosphere within the company nearly provokes her to laughter. In the idol industry, youth reigns supreme. The debut age for idol groups has plummeted, now even including minors, and the opportunities for debut are limited across various entertainment agencies. Missing this debut chance means it could be years before the company launches another idol group. At just under 21, Shirley finds herself among the older trainees at CJ Company. The competitive environment compels everyone to vie fiercely for debut slots, with both male and female trainees employing every means necessary against one another. The atmosphere within the company is far from harmonious. It is almost a matter of life and death against 1S rivals. It can be said that those who successfully debut and step before the audience do so upon a foundation of the tears of the vanquished. As for the remaining rules, they are unlikely to have been tainted. If they fail to identify the true teammates to unlock the door, they may achieve temporary safety, but will miss out on the rules carried by their companions. Ultimately, when completing the summoning game and searching for sources of pollution within a building, they must rely on this company rule to enhance their survival chances. Moreover, the theme of this chilling battleground is idol groups. Shirley is acutely aware of what fans value: the unity of the group, their collective spirit, even amidst inevitable conflicts among fervent fans later on, as they clash over resources and parts. The initial allure that draws in casual observers is the desire to understand the entire ensemble. Upon arriving and witnessing discord among the members, one might be so startled as to flee in the dead of night, significantly diminishing the allure for fans. Consequently, the final evaluation score would likely be dismally low. The essence of team spirit is something that fans may choose to overlook, yet it is an indispensable element. Timely concealed the rules. As another teammate had yet to return, Pei Wangxing had not received the messages that Chun Nai had sent in the group chat. The messages she had previously dispatched were equally unreceived by Shi Li, likely intercepted by it. Various intelligence operatives lurking within the Huagua Live broadcast room hastily informed their national officials, activating the sole opportunity for communication. The camera swept past the new note. Various nations scrutinized the screenshots in slow motion, unable to discern the words. They could only convey the problem-solving strategies to their own chosen ones, urging them to hastily copy the homework to grasp the crucial rules. The two female idols from Sakura country found themselves in an unspeakable predicament. Although they belonged to the same group, it comprised over 100 members. Most of them were hardly acquainted. Moreover, fierce competition for rankings existed within the team, with higher-ranking members vying for resources while lower-ranked members flattered the former and trampled upon the latter. Only they understood the dark and brutal reality of survival of the fittest. Their facade of camaraderie before the camera was merely superficial. Copying homework? That was utterly unfeasible. Fortunately, the two had not succumbed to sheer panic. Cognizant that such disheartening words must never be publicly uttered, they still bore the pressure without opening the door. Ding dong. Shi Li's phone flickered. The ringtone was more piercing than usual, capable of startling one if not heeded, as the screen emitted a faint green glow. She had received a text message. Delivery alert. Your pre-ordered debut congratulatory cake from Romantic Full House Dessert Shop is on its way. The delivery personnel is expected to arrive at the company building in 10 minutes. Please proceed downstairs within 10 minutes to collect your gift, presenting the collection code 0404. Cake. Chun Nai's head curiously leaned over, and upon reading the message, she looked bewildered. But we didn't order a cake? It seemed the horror game had designated today as their debut day and arranged for a celebratory cake. The journey from the basement to the entrance on the first floor was not particularly long under normal circumstances. However, in the event of a blackout, traversing this path would undoubtedly prove challenging. Pei Wangxing gazed at the densely packed text of the message, growing increasingly chilled, and urged, "Don't go out. It's surely the earlier anomaly attempting to trick us into opening the door." Chun Nai nodded fervently in agreement. Another delivery alert, another 404 verification code, blatantly sinister. To go or not to go? Certainly, they would go. Shi Li's index finger tapped the screen a few times. They could not disregard the goodwill of others. They had yet to engage in the soul-calling game, ostensibly waiting for the final teammate to return. While this did not constitute passive violation in the eyes of the horror game, it would undoubtedly prevent them from experiencing tranquility during this period. Collecting the cake presented itself as a new side quest. Just as many horror films incorporate moments of fright, their refusal to accept the cake indeed allows them to evade immediate terror. Who knows what other horrors await them in the shadows? Conversely, having just acquired the company regulations, they possess a certain understanding of the circumstances beyond the practice room. As long as they adhere to the rules, significant danger should be averted. Pei Wangxing promptly suggested, "Let's go together." Shi Li shook her head, asserting, "You all stay here. I shall venture forth alone." A larger group is more likely to attract its attention. In the event of danger, it would be easy to become separated amidst the chaos. The practice room is equally vital. If that strange presence lurking outside the door were to return and pound at the entrance, both doors would require defenders. Chun Nai then proposed, "Why not take the night light with you?" Shi Li replied, "No need. That would be too conspicuous." Pressing her ear against the door, she listened intently to the silence in the corridor. Outside, an eerie stillness prevailed, as if the entire world had succumbed to quietude. Drawing a deep breath, Shi Li turned the doorknob. Chapter 8. Cake? Gifts. A chilling breeze swept through the corridor, casting the crimson fire cabinet's shadow against the wall, which bent around the corner. Shi Li did not dare to look closely. The more she stared, the more she felt the urge to retreat. The biting cold wind struck her face, and even bundled in her coat, she felt the penetrating chill, her breath crystallizing in the frigid air. A rustling sound began to manifest, the faint noise gradually growing clearer as it approached her. Shi Li recalled having seen something online, a plastic bag rustling. The footsteps of a ghost. Instantly, she pressed herself against the wall, bowing her head and keeping still. Even though she saw nothing, she adhered to the company rule. Rule 2. When encountering a senior in the company, immediately halt, lean against the wall, bow your head, and gaze at your toes, allowing the senior to pass. The hierarchical culture of the strictly enforces that seniors are always correct in their actions towards juniors. A rule well suited to the company's atmosphere. The peculiar sound halted right before Shi Li. The audience of the Huagua live stream clearly witnessed a headless, ghostly figure silhouetted against the wall, leaning in closely to scrutinize her expression. I'm terrified. You really scared me. I'm at my workstation, and it's getting warm underneath me." Impressive. Shi Li's reaction was lightning fast. Indeed, the area outside the practice room is far more perilous. I almost met my end. The practice room is simply too cozy without the new rules. I wouldn't dare step outside it. Shi Li herself felt overwhelmed by an unbearable stench, reminiscent of various animal carcasses left to decay under the scorching sun for half a month. Ugh! A wave of nausea surged through her, and she stifled it, her fingers digging painfully into her palms. The pain kept her alert, denying this unseen senior the opportunity to intimidate her. After a few tense minutes, the entity finally retreated. The rustling sounds receded into the distance once more. Shi Li exhaled a cloud of frosty breath, and a layer of white frost formed on her butterfly-like eyelashes. which fluttered off with each blink. She had been silently counting the seconds in her mind, having remained there for a full 5 minutes. Shi Li had a pace. The power outage rendered the elevator useless, so she opted for the stairs. Fortunately, there were no further unexpected encounters along the way. The first floor of the company was eerily quiet, featuring a coffee area and a lounge, serving as the company's facade for receiving artists and esteemed guests. Lush green potted plants stood upright around her, like silent observers. The clock at the front desk ticked steadily. 23:27. The current time. Dawn was still a distant prospect. Outside, a gentle rain fell, shrouding everything in mist. Shirley stood beneath the eaves of the company building, where the outdoor temperature was far warmer than inside. A typical spring warmth. Her once frozen hands and feet gradually began to thaw. As the clock struck 23:30, a figure clad in a bright yellow raincoat, obscured from view, approached on an electric scooter, illuminated by the harsh glare of headlights in the distance. The delivery vehicle halted a few meters from the entrance, and the delivery person, donning the yellow raincoat, retrieved a cake box from the oversized trunk, beckoning her over. "It must be your cake. Please come sign for it." Shirley remained motionless. The message had not indicated that a signature was required. Although the temperature was normal, the surroundings beyond the company premises were shrouded in mist. Not a soul roamed the streets, and the 24-hour convenience store across the way was nowhere to be seen, indicating a world that was anything but ordinary. She coughed gently, raising her gaze apologetically. "I don't have a raincoat. Could you bring it to me? I'll provide the verification code." Seeing that her ruse had failed, the delivery person in the yellow raincoat shot her a venomous glare before striding over, each step splashing the rainwater beneath, droplets landing on Shirley's smooth calves. Suddenly, a searing pain surged through her. A small patch of skin on her leg corroded swiftly, revealing raw flesh. The seemingly innocuous rainwater was, in fact, highly corrosive acid rain. Should it fall upon the visage of a chosen one, it would undoubtedly lead to a disfigurement of catastrophic proportions. Losing her status as an idol would equate to a death sentence. The viewers from Hua Country, glued to their screens, broke into a cold sweat. Shirley is incredible. What a sinister twist. If it were me, I'd be unlocking 108 different ways to die. This level of intelligence belongs to a mere trainee. As long as she doesn't act foolishly from here on, the lineage of Hua Country will surely thrive. The delivery person, having set the cake down, turned to leave. "Wait," Shirley called out to him. The delivery worker slowly pivoted, glaring ominously at her, as if ready to shred her to pieces should she fail to provide a valid reason. Unfazed, Shirley tapped her phone screen. The cake had been received, but the gift remained unclaimed. The delivery message had explicitly stated, "The debut cake you reserved at Romantic Full House Dessert Shop is currently being delivered. The delivery person is expected to arrive downstairs in 10 minutes. Please collect your gift within that time frame." The cake and the gift were distinctly separate entities. She had just noticed that within the delivery person's massive external container lay a bulging red and blue woven bag. Thus, there must be something else. The delivery worker's glare was laden with malevolence. The temperature plummeted rapidly, sinking below freezing. Shirley's complexion and lips lost their color, turning a shade of purple from the cold. Yet her obsidian-like eyes showed no sign of wavering. Externally, she resembled an unassuming night-blooming Sirius, but within, she was akin to a hawk fixated on its prey, unwilling to relent. At last, the delivery person turned away, tossing the red and blue woven bag from the trunk. The dull thud of the heavy object striking the ground resonated ominously. "Your items have been delivered. Do remember to check." The other party's disdain rendered her unwilling to even cast a glance in her direction as she mounted her electric scooter and plunged into the curtain of rain. A rudimentary red and blue woven bag bore a grotesquely whimsical red bow, its lengthy ribbons fluttering in the breeze. She untied the woven sack, and the contents within left her astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. The open bag revealed a pallid, emaciated visage, with hair completely drenched in sweat, clinging to the face in disarray. The breath was alarmingly faint, teetering on the brink of death if not addressed promptly. The so-called gift was, in fact, the last teammate who had been unresponsive for far too long. Another lead vocalist from the team, Gan Jiue. Chapter 9. Lighting the candle after a moment of realization. Shi Li recalled that Gan Jiue had mentioned previously that she had started a part-time job at a dessert shop. The audience in the Huahua livestream room was once again astonished. This sequence of events leaves me utterly speechless. Alas, lacking education, a single phrase can conquer the world. To be honest, each of these steps is perilous. Our chosen one could have fallen victim to a sinister scheme had she overlooked any detail. Surely anticipated the bizarre premonition, making not a single misstep. Huahua has produced a genius idol. How naive. This is merely the beginning. You Huahua folks are celebrating far too soon. Just because you're well acquainted with the background of this eerie tale, once you leave this narrative, you shall face your doom. Oh dear, I wondered who it was. Turns out to be the specters of the enemy. At least we have a chance to navigate this bizarre tale. You should pray that it doesn't descend upon your minuscule territory. The comments from the Sakura Nation netizens, unable to contain their reactions, were met with the acerbic wit of their Huahua counterparts. Gan Jiue had yet to awaken. However, she was the most petite in the dormitory by both height and weight. Had it been the tall Pei Wangxing lying there, Shi Li mused that she would have to make some difficult decisions. Shi Li draped Gan Jiue's arms over her shoulders, bending her legs slightly to exert force as she lifted her, while her other hand carried the cake. Upon returning to the lower level, Shi Li knocked on the practice room door. "Who is it?" came a cautious inquiry from within. "Me." After exchanging a few secret codes, the door quietly opened a crack, and Shi Li swiftly slipped inside. Chun-Nai rushed over, her eyes sparkling like a kitten's. "Li Jia, you're finally back. We were about to go look for you." Upon finishing her sentence, she noticed the unconscious Gan Jiue on Shi Li's back and gasped in surprise. "Goodness, what happened?" Shi Li waved her hand, taking a moment to catch her breath before explaining the situation. The harrowing experience left the two girls trembling in fear, grateful that Shi Li, with her sharp instincts, had descended into the chaos. Had it been either of them in her place, they likely would not have returned. From the two girls, Shi Li learned that during her absence, the entity masquerading as Pei Wangxing had indeed returned. This time, it had assumed Shi Li's guise. The two had quickly mastered the art of discernment and saw through the deception. Frustrated by their defiance, the entity in the corridor began to violently assault the door. Its strength was evidently greater this time, and the door lock was noticeably loosening. Had they not held firm, it might have succeeded in breaking through. Minutes passed, and Gan Jiue gradually regained consciousness. It turned out that her dessert shop was too far from the company, making it impossible for her to return within the 10 minutes following the global announcement of the eerie tale's arrival. After the tale's onset, the cakes in the dessert shop rapidly decayed. The shop owners and staff's expressions turned rigid and pale, their heads simultaneously swiveling toward Gan Jiue, swaying as they approached her. Gan Jiue fled into the women's locker room and locked the door. A long time passed. The cacophony outside finally subsided, allowing Gan Jiue to turn and retrieve her phone from her bag to call them. However, she was met with the horrifying sight of the landlady's entire flayed visage hanging from the coat hook, grinning at her with a ghastly smile. She could not ascertain how long she had been staring at it. Eventually, Gan Jiue succumbed to unconsciousness. Having narrowly escaped death, her face was etched with terror. Her pallid countenance, disheveled yet retaining an air of beauty, only accentuated her pitiable state. Everyone was acutely aware of her true nature, too preoccupied to appreciate her feigned fragility. "Time is running out. Let's cut the cake," Shi Li urged. She opened the cake box, discovering a sticky note affixed to its back. Cake Consumption Guidelines 1. The cake is only valid for consumption on the commemorative date. 2. Insert commemorative candles representing each member. When the flames turn white, close your eyes and make a wish before extinguishing them. Caution: do not open your eyes regardless of any commotion you may hear. 3. Lastly, divide the cake evenly, but do not consume it. What kind of cake guidelines are these? Yet they prohibit consumption. Who, then, is permitted to partake in the cake? Time was of the essence, and Shi Li had no luxury to ponder further. They swiftly unwrapped the box. The cake was modest in size, 6 inches, though elevated. Its surface was a stark white, Not the creamy hue one might expect, but rather a lifeless, plant-based white with a gritty texture that seemed infused with plaster. The center of the cake was inscribed in blood-red jam. April 4th, 2025. Happy death anniversary. The vivid crimson stained the cream, and coupled with the dim, eerie atmosphere of the practice room, it evoked the grim imagery of a crime scene, extinguishing any appetite. Could it be any more macabre? Junai mumut sopti, to which everyone nodded in agreement. Upon seeing the birthday candles gifted by the bakery, a heavy silence fell upon them again. The packaging boldly proclaimed birthday candles. Yet no one could elucidate why the candles bore such an uncanny resemblance to miniature versions of themselves. Each tiny wax figure was meticulously crafted, capturing their features with exquisite detail, save for the absence of eyes, leaving hollow, dark voids. A small wick protruded from the top. I was mistaken, Chun Nai remarked impassively. This wretched place harbored no limit to its malevolence. Pei Wangxing's expression was a tapestry of curses. Gan Zhouyue nearly faltered in her composure, while Shirley began to chuckle softly, her eyes glimmering with delight. I have a feeling something extraordinary is about to unfold. Such exquisitely crafted candles could not have been produced overnight. The others engaged in a moment of mental fortification before each took a candle and inserted them into the corners of the cake. After all, igniting oneself required a measure of courage. Do we have a lighter? Shirley inquired, glancing at Ganzhouiwei. Huh, I don't have one. I don't smoke. Ganzhouiwei replied innocently, spreading her hands in front of the camera to maintain her persona. Oh, come on, Pei Wangxing scoffed, rolling her eyes as she retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a box of matches from her pocket. What is this? Ganzhouiwei grimaced, her teeth clenched, yet she persisted in her feeble defense. In the shop, mosquitoes abound, prompting the use of incense. Half a box of matches remains. One is extracted, struck, and a candle is ignited. The human-shaped candle emanates a warm, orange-red glow, and the individuals cease their conversations, sitting cross-legged in serene silence around the cake. As the flames flicker above, the wax drips down in soft plops. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable thought arises among the four. It is as if they are akin to the struggling candle, compelled to burn their lives in celebration of this farcical game of death that mocks the world. Hiss, hiss. The candlelight suddenly sways violently. The flame diminishes to near extinction before surging upwards with a sudden burst. The fire transforms into a chilling, ghastly white. The four hastily shut their eyes. With sight stripped away, their hearing becomes acutely sensitive. The hissing of the burning wick, the plopping of melting wax. Simultaneously, a whisper filled with seduction resonates against their ears, close as time itself. Chapter 10. Your wish has been received. Do you yearn to uncover the truth of this world? Your eyes may deceive you. It is only when you shut them that the world reveals its most authentic visage. Those secrets, concealed by humanity. If you wish to know, open your eyes and behold. The flickering candlelight shall illuminate your path, allowing you to perceive the world in its truest form. Do you wish to know? Do you wish to know? Do you wish to know? In the perspective of the live broadcast, the audience could only see four young girls gathered before a cake, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames. Shadows of grotesque shapes played upon their features, at times fierce, at times eerie. Each girl's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, their eyelids fluttering as if on the verge of opening. How terrifying! What have they heard? Do not open your eyes. For heaven's sake, do not open your eyes. Quickly blow out the candles. If you don't, they will burn out. In the conference room, Xiao Xiao and others watching the live stream, along with the audience from Huagowa, instinctively clenched their fists, not daring to breathe, fearful that their very breaths might traverse the electronic screen and extinguish the already faint and dwindling flames. Memories of a blissful childhood flashed through Shirley's mind like a revolving lantern, and she could almost hear the voices of long-lost loved ones. My daughter, come to your mother's embrace. Oh, how I have missed my precious daughter. Have you thought of your father? Open your eyes and let me see how much you have changed. Xiaoli, it has been so long since you visited your aunt. I feel so lonely in the nursing home. I miss you dearly. Suddenly, Shirley awakened. Her dark pupils sparkled with dim, fragmented stars. gradually tinted with a sneer of scorn. Is this what you call the truth? Do you truly comprehend the truth? The warm scenes surrounding Shirley abruptly froze. Her flowing black hair danced in the stillness, her lips curling into a sinister arc. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the truth. Boom! The murmurs that enveloped them dissipated, and the once suppressed candle flames regained their original brilliance. Make a wish. Whisper your heart's desire. A new voice echoed within her soul. The shadows of the four were consumed by the flames, and as the fire touched Shirley's back, it recoiled with a sudden flicker. The flames shrank to the size of a mung bean, trembling incessantly. Shirley distinctly felt a warm force surge within her, coursing through her limbs, yet before it could solidify, it extinguished as swiftly as a firecracker tossed into the ocean. She furrowed her brow, perplexed. What was happening? In the face of sudden change, she adhered to the second rule. With sincerity, she made her wish. May the land of the enemy be as peaceful as Mihu town. Since she could remember, whether on her birthday or while praying at temples, this had been her sole wish, so devoted yet seemingly fruitless. This only serves to confirm that wishes are but a deception. The wishing concluded. A gust of wind, laden with a pungent odor, swept through, extinguishing the candle that symbolized one's identity. The other members followed suit, snuffing out their candles and opening their eyes. On the mirror, written in blood, was the message. May your wishes come true. The cake before them had decayed beyond recognition. Red, black, and white wax dripped down the cream, congealing into grotesque shapes, as if the cake had been savagely devoured, leaving behind bite marks. It emitted a foul stench. In the final step, they used a plastic knife to slice through the cake evenly. The exposed cake layers were marred by large patches of greenish-black mold, while countless cards were stuffed within the layers. The backs of the cards resembled wish bottles. It's a card draw, my favorite. Ganjoiwe casually swept her hair back, revealing a delicate and refined profile. She possessed the charming visage of a first love, eliciting fervent exclamations from numerous online admirers in Huagua. Shirley nonchalantly drew a card. Your wish has been received. Thank you for your patronage. Shirley frowned. Is that it? Momentarily at a loss for words, she looked up to see the complex expressions of Pei Wangxing and Ganjoiwe, fluctuating between joy and sorrow, reminiscent of a disconcerting moment when one discovers an expensive watch entangled in unsightly refuse while in the restroom. I'll go first. I drew talent. Pei Wangxing spoke up, hesitating momentarily before tossing the note aside. Hey, you all can read it yourselves. The group leaned in to examine the note, which read, You have previously dealt with 4 wealthy scions who harbored ill intentions. Thus, your talent reward is anti-wealth. When a bizarre entity wealthier than you appears within 5 meters, you may boldly declare, What are you? Just a few filthy coins. At this moment, your attack will inflict effective damage. When faced with mental pollution, should the perpetrator wealthier than you come within 5 meters, you may retort, Take your filthy money and leave. Your mental pollution will be alleviated. Shi Li. Ganzhoinue. Chunai. How peculiar. Uncertain, they glanced again. Meanwhile, Ganjoiwe attempted to conceal her card, only to be pinned down by the towering Pei Wangxing, who extracted it from beneath her. The card read, After swiftly severing ties with an unfaithful male idol, you engaged in ambiguous interactions with the official pairing within his group, culminating in a classic airport standoff captured in a cold-shouldered photo. Subsequently, a frosty silence ensued, rivaling the Arctic Circle. Yet you, with a pained smile and tears, rejected their confession, stating, I cannot affect the camaraderie between you. 3 months later, the popular boy band made headlines for backstage brawls. Both landed in custody without uttering a word about you. On the surface, you appear to be an understanding and empathetic flower, yet in truth, you are a cunning and ruthless black-hearted lotus. Therefore, your talent is, Darling, you are a green tea. When you tell the bazaar, I understand you because I am also green tea, you can control them for 3 seconds. However, this may easily provoke them, leading to a more ferocious backlash, so use it with caution. The crowd remained silent as Ganjuiwe struggled to defend herself, insisting she was innocent. Yet, no one paid her any mind. Chun Nai had yet to examine the card she had drawn and quickly reflected on her past transgressions. In comparison to those two eccentric members, she considered herself the only rational individual in the group, hoping her situation would not be too convoluted. Or so she thought. Upon flipping the card, she read, "Your presence is subtle." As the steadfast grass-type heroine, embodying the cool, pale moonlight and regarding wealth as mere refuse. When you secretly sow discord alongside the conniving green tea antagonist, you will find your identity. You're a living camera capable of taking on roles such as a butler, a housekeeper, or secretary. Though you may appear as a mere decorative background, your absence would render the vast realm of literature incomplete. You often remark that the young master has not smiled like this in ages. Never has he shown such attentiveness to a woman. In a world of madness, you remain the most lucid. Therefore, your acquired talent is the ability to identify a flawed rule. The same supernatural tale may be recounted no more than 3 times. The crowd. Junai. What does this mean? What do you mean by background? Can you clarify this for me? Chapter 11. The young accomplice silence enveloped tonight's Cambridge. This spine-chilling game, perhaps, might not resonate with the Blue Star culture, revealing nothing but absurdities. It felt as if artificial intelligence had immersed itself in human culture, only to emerge perplexed. Once she regained her composure, Chun-Nai swiftly embraced her peculiar talent, which, albeit awkward, proved unexpectedly beneficial. Unlike Gan Zhouyue and Pei Wangxing, she was not required to vocalize her abilities in front of crowd. What more could she possibly desire? Having sequentially reviewed the debut gifts drawn by her companions, Shirley suddenly found solace in having drawn the Void card. Indeed, the officials and viewers in the Huagua livestream could not perceive the selected talents of the chosen ones, leaving them in suspense about what abilities had been acquired. I'm so anxious. What on earth did she draw? Doesn't this cake seem more like an offering? Indeed, one ought not to consume strange sacrificial items and incense. It's over. Shirley didn't draw a talent. It's a bust. Don't panic. Others have drawn talents. Let us not celebrate prematurely. Participants from other nations have obtained talents right from the start, and many have already been eliminated. After our relentless effort, we are merely at the same starting line as others. Looking at the expressions of our chosen ones, I can't shake the feeling of foreboding. Could it be that the talents drawn are not impressive? In the Huagua analysis office, Xiao Xiao had just received intelligence from a subordinate, but this was forwarded by another intelligence group. The investigation did not delve into the backstory of supernatural tales, but rather into the detailed experiences of Shi Li and others in the Korean realm. Initially, Xiao Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment, but as she perused the documents, her astonishment grew. Who would have imagined that the recent scandals plaguing CJ Company, with high-profile producers and popular artists embroiled in controversy leading to a plummet in stock prices, were intricately linked to the girls on screen? The Korean group, Wave Girls, also caught in the national turmoil, included member Jiang Huirun, who frequently mingled with high-ranking officials in private residences. The internal gossip indicated that Shi Li and her peers had initially failed in their debut due to their unwillingness to participate in corporate socializing, brazenly splashing wine in the faces of crucial politicians. What they shunned, others eagerly pursued. The Huagua intelligence personnel further noted in the files that Shi Li and her friends likely possessed evidence of CJ Company's bribery of executives. Yet, they had refrained from igniting this explosive revelation, instead aiding Wave Girls in reaching the pinnacle of success, continuously securing endorsements and amplifying their commercial value. Waiting until Jiang Huirun obtained all she desired before detonating the bomb, allowing exorbitant breach fees to crush her completely. Shi Li's ambitions extended far beyond Jiang Huirun. Her true target was the CJ Company lurking in the shadows. However, with the limited power of a few young girls in that dark nation dominated by conglomerates, toppling the CJ agency, which leaned on the current president, seemed as futile as an ant shaking a tree. Nevertheless, the group managed to reach this stage without arousing suspicion. Xiao Xiao subconsciously felt that if they were given a little more time, it seemed that they could indeed overcome all the obstacles before them. Within the deeply excavated information, it was revealed that Shi Li's aunt, who now lay in a vegetative state on her hospital bed, had secretly joined a cult that had infiltrated much of the Korean peninsula, the spiritual energy church. After years of no contact, the aunt suddenly appeared at her brother's funeral and brought her estranged niece into her fold, intending to gradually elevate her to the status of a saint within the cult. Though referred to as a saint, she was merely a tool for the leader and those devoted followers who contributed, as well as for the high-ranking officials and wealthy tycoons engaged in mutual benefit with the church. Not long after, Shi Li's aunt was involved in a car accident. To claim that this accident had nothing to do with Shi Li was something Xiao found hard to believe. Had she not perused the intelligence reports in her hands, it would have been difficult for her to fathom how Shi Li, barely 18 at the time, could orchestrate such a scheme, appearing as if she were the mastermind behind a flawless crime. That face, seemingly kissed by divinity, was as unblemished as a cloud untouched by dust. Yet her methods were ruthlessly lethal. Her companions were equally culpable, complicit in their shared transgressions. The monster recycling station. Indeed, it was a gathering of various monstrosities. As the camera zoomed in on the screen, the girl appeared to sense something, suddenly lifting her head to smile gently in the direction of the screen, her eyelashes casting shadows beneath her eyes. Beauty strike. Let us not discuss anything else. Her beauty is truly devastating. Agreed. Xiao pondered for a moment, organizing the materials and handing them to her subordinate behind her, classifying these documents as top secret in accordance with confidentiality protocols. With a decryption date tentatively set for 2099, all the streaming rooms were perfectly synchronized, while Shi Li and her companions made wishes over the cake. The chosen ones from other nations were enduring perilous and thrilling experiences. 1/3 of the streaming rooms had gone dark. The internet was rife with bizarre accounts of chosen ones meeting their ends. Among the most surreal were the stories from Maple Leaf Country, where their chosen ones appeared to be in a state of sheer ecstasy when they were pulled into the national fortune battlefield. They entered, oblivious to their surroundings, completely nude, their gazes vacant, swaying unsteadily, leaving the global audience utterly astonished. The outcome was inevitable. They quickly violated the rules and were eliminated. After the initial panic, the chosen ones from other nations gradually adapted to their environment. 4 or 5 countries managed to identify their true teammates and company NPCs, acquiring the company rules. They refrained from hastily departing the practice room. The chosen ones from Lighthouse Country, however, did not obtain the company rules. They exerted pressure on Hua Country, demanding that they utilize their sole communication opportunity to have Shi Li disclose the rules she possessed in the streaming room. Yet Hua Country had long since transformed. Their foreign ministry promptly retaliated, and other departments were prepared for reciprocal action. Their communication opportunities were reserved for their own chosen ones to relay critical intelligence. Why should they expend such resources to benefit these thieving nations merely because they uttered a few platitudes about a community of shared human destiny? This was not a century ago. They could dream on, seeing the failure of pressure from the Lighthouse Nation, which was unable to secure the company rules country. Attention shifted towards the live broadcast room of the Huagua, observing the peculiar behavior of Shi Li, who stood against the wall. Experts from various nations' analysis teams immediately speculated that there must be a rule prohibiting movement and eye contact when encountering a colleague from the company. These nations sighed inwardly, lamenting that Shi Li had not faced any further dangers that might have revealed more rules. Upon noticing the correct time displayed on the clock on the first floor, many nations that had previously refrained from utilizing their hints promptly conveyed the current accurate time along with the deduced rule to their chosen ones. Among them was the Board Duck Nation, whose chosen one was down to the last individual. They could only complete the 2 mirror games with time constraints. With less than half an hour until midnight, failing to finish the summoning game within the stipulated time would result in a failure to clear the challenge. The consequence would be the arrival of a terrifying tale. For many small nations, the population and size meant that a single terrifying tale could plunge the entire country into a living hell. Chapter 12. The summoning commences thus. Many chosen ones hasten their actions. Rupert, the chosen one from the land of the board duck, lingered over several items before resolutely grasping an apple and a small knife from the ground. One might wonder why he did not select a comb. This is a valid question. The answer lies in the fact that he had no hair to comb. Rupert approached the mirror. Reflected in its surface was a visage he had known for over 30 years. High cheekbones, thin lips adorned with rings, and an appearance reminiscent of a specter, complete with eyeliner that hinted at death. His talent was disguise as a malevolent spirit, allowing him to masquerade as an eerie presence, temporarily deceiving others. It was this very ability that had made him the last hope of the Bored Duck Nation, though he had helplessly witnessed the tragic demise of his comrades. Rupert gazed intently at the familiar face in the mirror. Throughout history, mirrors have been imbued with sinister symbolism, regarded as conduits between realms. Looking into a mirror at night is said to disrupt the human aura, making one susceptible to glimpsing that which should remain unseen. Just as a child's eyes are pure and capable of perceiving the unclean, humans do not recognize their own reflections until they are about 18 months old, an age coinciding with their first words. Thus, enthusiasts of the paranormal have posited a theory. Do individuals truly lack the ability to discern, or do they genuinely see something within the mirror? A disquieting sensation crept over Rupert, akin to a parasite gnawing at his bones, causing him to shudder violently and dismiss such bizarre thoughts from his mind. His survival until this point was undoubtedly a testament to his intellect. The practice room had established 2 rules regarding mirrors. Rule 3. When the sound system in the practice room activates, please mimic the actions reflected in the mirror until the music ceases. If the sound system emits a static noise, do not trust what you hear, regardless of its nature. Rule 4. Mirrors may age and distort, causing reflections to appear warped. This is a normal phenomenon, and one should refrain from shrieking in fright. Rupert was accustomed to visual horror games and enjoyed watching violent films from the West. Yet, this environment was different. The terror here stemmed from a pitch-black, enclosed space with minimal furnishings. The more ordinary the surroundings, the more they could evoke the deepest fears within. The mere thought of a ghastly visage materializing in the mirror sent chills down his spine, conjuring beads of cold sweat. Rupert was the first among all the live streams to embark on the spirit summoning game, drawing the attention of numerous spectators from other streams. The comment section was rife with disparaging remarks, yet a greater number of comments echoed encouragement in various languages. The success of one individual represented hope for all. As the audience held their breath in anticipation, Rupert commenced his task. The apple had withered, its skin wrinkled like the face of an elderly person. Peeling it entirely would prove a challenge. Once he began, there could be no pause. Rupert's smooth, shiny head hung low, unwilling to glance at the mirror. As he concentrated solely on the apple, he endeavored to steady his trembling hands, yet the more he tried, the more they shook, resulting in the loss of greater flesh from the fruit. The room was unnaturally silent. Only the sound of peeling apples fills the air. The temperature within the room steadily declines, an invisible current seemingly directed towards the chosen one. The audience in the live stream witnesses the shadowy figure in the mirror gradually leaning closer to Rupert, inching ever nearer. It cannot break, it cannot break. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, form beneath Rupert's brow. The beat of his heart grows increasingly frantic. He continuously reassures himself in silence, disregarding everything else. As long as he completes the peeling of the apple, he will succeed. The apple has been peeled halfway, with only 2 or 3 circles remaining. Sweat drips into his eyes, blurring his vision, yet he pays it no heed. His hair obstructs his sight, and he impatiently raises his elbow to push it aside. Suddenly, Rupert's body stiffens. He recalls having shaved off his dreadlocks just a month prior. This is not his hair. Then whose hair is it? Rupert's teeth chatter uncontrollably. At that moment, his breath halts. He fails to notice that the remaining apple skin is being shaved thinner and thinner, with the final connection to the fruit bearing a sharp, jagged edge. As the peel elongates, the weight it bears increases. Ultimately, it cannot withstand the pressure and snaps. It's over. This thought arises simultaneously in Rupert's mind and that of the audience. The small night light on the wall flickers violently, emitting a sizzling sound, before abruptly extinguishing. Crack, crack. The mirror before him shatters, shards hurtling towards him. The tall, bald man is sliced into countless pieces. A strange tale descends upon the land of Duck. Meanwhile, in the realm of pizza, the chosen one, Mary, begins her summoning game. She opts for the midnight ritual of combing her hair before a mirror. The practice room is replete with mirrors. She takes a moment to drag away her teammates' bodies before sitting in the center. The mirrors face each other, reflecting both sides of her simultaneously. With an almost omniscient perspective, no anomaly can escape her notice. Mary gazes at her reflection in the mirror and begins to comb her hair. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. She softly recites, a reminder to herself, combing before the mirror 99 times. No more, no less. Each stroke must be counted accurately. Time flows swiftly, yet seems to stretch endlessly. 56 strokes, 50, 57 strokes. Beyond the 2 mirrors in front and behind her, darkness envelopes the rest of the room, as if harboring terrifying creatures that feast on the unwary. This is the audience's perspective in the live stream. From Mary's viewpoint, the practice room is overwhelmingly quiet, undisturbed. The light is dim, with the night light casting a gentle yellow glow. It is the most suitable atmosphere for slumber. Drowsiness washes over her like a tide. Mary's eyelids begin to flutter. The counting of numbers at the tip of her tongue slows to a crawl. Each time her eyelids close, an immense tranquility envelopes her. Yet when she opens her eyes, they feel dry and painful, as though torn. And her vision remains unfocused for an eternity. So sleepy, so very sleepy. Her naturally curly hair tangles at the outset of her grooming. As she continued to comb her hair, it became increasingly smooth, the arc of her arm growing wider. Overcome by a sense of drowsiness, she felt herself drifting into a stupor when suddenly, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, Mary jolted awake. Her innate ability, the sense of danger, activated. Mary's gaze swiftly focused, revealing the reflection behind her in the mirror. She appeared slender, with a petite figure and long, dark hair cascading down to her waist. Yet, she distinctly remembered having a blunt bob. Was this truly her hair? A chilling thought surged within her, causing her entire body to stiffen and grow cold, halting her repetitive combing motions. In a state of terror, Mary realized that the silhouette in the mirror, with its back turned to her, boasted long, raven locks that continued to grow frantically, now trailing on the ground, slithering towards her like a serpent. Mary's mind clearly urged her to resume combing her hair at once. But how many strokes had she completed prior to this revelation? Chapter 13. The Arrival of the Spirit of the Pen. The audience outside the screen witnessed the chosen one frozen in place, her hand clutching the comb, unable to move. Bubbles of anxiety escaped her lips. Mary, what are you doing? Why have you stopped? Hurry, continue combing. Don't halt. Just 3 more strokes. Damn it. She's mesmerized by the mirror and has forgotten to count. What is our nation doing? Activate the communication frequencies. Our communication frequencies have long been exhausted. From the audience's perspective, the mirror reflected nothing. Mary beheld her own silhouette in the mirror. Her head spun 180 degrees, revealing a pallid, swollen face marred by scars. One of her eyeballs dangled grotesquely, while the other was missing, leaving only a crumpled eyelid in its place. Her thick hair threatened to envelop her entire being. Fear gripped her heart. Clatter. The comb slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. It was a dilapidated pink comb with merely a dozen fine teeth, now utterly shattered. The spirit summoning tool was ruined. From the mirrored walls, a bloodied, pale arm emerged simultaneously, one grasping her head, the other seizing her legs. Rip! Blood splattered. The live stream from Pizza Nation abruptly cut to darkness. The scene was too gruesome before the audience from Huagua could regain their composure. Shi Li and her companions had already picked up the signature pen. This pen was an obsolete model from a certain brand, its paint worn away. The barrel fractured in the middle, likely from a fall. Shi Li grasped the pen, making a few scratches on paper. No ink flowed. The cartridge was empty. Pei Wangxing furrowed her brows. Can this pen still be used? Under normal circumstances, it certainly could not. Gan Zhouyiwei replied, the spirit of the pen possesses extraordinary abilities. Would it fear to write? Shi Li often reflected that her pursuit of public service might indeed be a viable path. These spirit-summoning tools bore evident signs of use, likely linked to the source of contamination. Shi Li examined each one meticulously, but found no names or distinctive symbols. She ultimately abandoned the search. She recalled the rules of the game. The spirit of the pen, a well-known summoning game, serves as the harbinger of nightmares in numerous horror narratives. To summon the spirit, one must also know how to send it away. If the pen inadvertently falls during the process, one shall be plagued by the vengeful spirit. Furthermore, one must never inquire how the spirit met its demise. Shi Li explained the game's mechanics and taboos to her companions. They all signaled their understanding with an okay gesture. In the practice room, they could scarcely find a clean sheet of white paper, so they unfolded Ganjiue's cigarette pack and spread it on the floor. The group placed their hands atop it, interlacing their fingers gently around the pen, ensuring it would not drop. Yet, this support was precarious. Should anyone withdraw their hand during the game, the pen would fall. Summoning multiple spirits not only tested courage but also trust. With everything prepared in the dimly lit room, hushed whispers arose simultaneously. Spirit of the pen, you are my past life. I am your present. If you wish to renew our bond, please draw a circle on the paper. Pen spirit, you're my past life. I am. Pen spirit, pen spirit. The crowd suspended their wrists, maintaining the pen's tip against the paper. Shi Li's gaze remained fixed on the page. The pen, through the interplay of forces, traced irregular lines on the surface, devoid of color, leaving only faint indents. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from Shi Li's palm. The jagged edge of the broken pen pricked her hand. Not only her, but her teammates also bore varying degrees of cuts. Simultaneously, a sucking force drew the blood within them, flowing incessantly through the narrow yet deep wound towards the pen. The crowd gasped, suppressing the urge to withdraw their hands. The ink on the paper gradually gained color, a striking and vivid red. Shi Li seemed to enter a mystical state, her soul drifting into the ether, the answer sheet before her appearing extraordinarily distant. A sudden gust of wind howled through the corridor, its eerie sound seeping through the flimsy door, resembling the cries of spirits and infants. The pen strokes transformed from sporadic to smooth, slowly drawing a blood-red circle on the page. An external force had taken control of the pen. Surrounded by mirrors, reflections easily revealed certain truths. Chun Nai caught a glimpse of a red figure in the mirror. She immediately recalled the words of the false Pei Wangxing. Could this be the ghostly woman in red wandering outside the corridor? It has entered. Thus, the summoning game was actually a ploy to invite danger into their midst. What nefarious game. Everyone quickly noticed the pen spirit. It was hard to overlook the vivid, blood-red dress, while the pen spirit's colorless face bore an increasingly sinister smile. Its body remained still, yet its neck contorted like rubber, stretching unnaturally to lean towards Ganjiue's ear. With a slithering motion, its foul, crimson tongue grazed her earlobe. You can see me. Ugh. The chilling breath sent a shiver down Ganjiue's spine, but her commitment to her character restrained her from cursing, leaving her bewildered as she looked up. Why has it suddenly become so cold? You can see me, right? The pen spirit spoke in a haunting tone, its breath thick with the scent of blood. If you wish to know something, feel free to turn and ask me, whether it be about wealth, love, or longevity. I can reveal it all. I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. Any action beyond the rules is a temptation to draw them away from the safety of the protective umbrella. Observing Ganjiue being relentlessly harassed by the pen spirit, Pei Wangxing, who usually clashed with her, surprisingly refrained from reveling in her misfortune and instead took the initiative to inquire. Pen spirit, will I become wealthy in the future? The attention of the ghostly woman in red was successfully diverted, her scarlet tongue stretching out once more, wrapping around the pen and entwining the backs of the four hands, enveloping them in a slick, clammy sensation. Shi Li's non-existent obsession with cleanliness was nearly triggered. However, Pei Wangxing's question caught Shi Li's attention. This individual has drawn an unfortunate talent, one that manifests in a peculiar manner, particularly against those who are affluent. Her fate appears to be sealed. Not only is she forbidden from amassing wealth, but she must also remain perpetually devoid of even a single coin. The spirit of the pen inscribed 2 hasty characters on the blank sheet. Not allowed. Pei Wangxing felt as though struck by lightning. her steely demeanor crumbling as tears glistened in her eyes, her posture slumping, aging her by a decade in an instant. The ghostly figure in red shifted its focus. Now, fixating on Chun Nai, Shi Li took the baton, calmly inquiring, "Spear of the pen, who has depleted the pack of tissues I purchased last time?" The three exchanged furtive glances. The names of all three were inscribed on the paper. Shi Li's gaze brimmed with lethal intent. "Cough, cough, oh. The wind is quite strong, and it is so warm. Spirit of the pen, will I still receive my salary this month?" The spirit of the pen. They tacitly refrained from mentioning what had transpired in this practice room, for it likely pertained to the cause of the spirit's demise. Meanwhile, standing before the colossal electronic screen in the conference room, Xiao Xiao quickly realized they were stalling for time. Chapter 14, Is There No One Inside? The eerie tale demands that they survive until dawn, and there remains an unknown amount of terror awaiting them until then. Every moment of delay is a moment gained. However, what astonished and left Xiao Xiao in awe was that in other live streaming rooms, players were merely engaging with the chosen ones. Those chosen, fearful of unforeseen changes, hastily posed 2 or 3 questions, eager to send the spirit away as soon as possible. Yet here in the Huagua live streaming room, it transformed into a scenario where they were manipulating the spirit through the rules. As long as they refrained from uttering the words to dismiss it, they could continue to inquire. The only question was, could their vitality endure? After all, the spirit was sustained by human blood. Gradually, the audience outside the screen in Huagua began to grasp the situation. Why are they asking such trivial questions? Let's ponder. What are our chosen ones up to? They're not inquiring about love or longevity, but instead asking absurd questions like when they might next encounter roasted delicacies. Is this a summoning game? Allow me to test you. What do you know? This is a 4-to-1 control, bringing it to its end. Flower Planting Nation-esque girl group. Sister Li, you are my deity. I have a bold thought. Could this last until dawn? In the practice room, after answering a dozen questions, the spirit finally awakened to the realization that it was being toyed with by humans. The spirit's blood red, damp attire fluttered gently, a wave of sanguine odor washing over them, saturating the air with a clammy heaviness. The head, shrouded in black hair, shook violently, and a hoarse, chilling voice accompanied by a piercing shriek echoed. Stop asking. Stop asking. How do you possess so many damn questions? All of you perish. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. The familiar sound of pounding on the door resounded once more, with plaster and debris flying. Their hands trembled increasingly, teetering on the brink of chaos. The pen's tip pressed firmly against the cardboard of the cigarette box, carving deep lines of resentment onto the surface, inscribing countless characters of death. In a state of fury, the spirit's strength was formidable. Veins of a bluish hue burst forth on Shi Li's hand, and with all her might, she struggled to keep the pen from slipping away. The 4 of them found it challenging to resist, while those live streaming rooms with only 2 or 3 participants in the spirit game would endure for an even shorter duration. Moreover, it was evident to all that the spirit was drawing ink at an accelerated pace. Their lifeblood was continuously draining, and the pallor of their faces and lips became increasingly conspicuous, their intertwined fingers icy to the touch. Spirit, spirit, let this suffice for today. Please take your leave. They quickly recited the farewell incantation to dismiss the spirit. As the words left their lips, the pen's trembling showed no signs of abating. The Crimson Spectre had vanished from peripheral vision, yet the mocking laughter of the spirit echoed throughout the practice room, filling it with a chilling cacophony. It was futile. Having been summoned, it had no intention of departing. The spirit lurked nearby, watching with predatory eyes. This was a contest of will and endurance. As time passed, Shi Li's gaze became increasingly clear, and she coldly declared, "Whoever releases their grip first will be obliged to pay a fine corresponding to the minute they let go." This statement struck a devastating blow to the impoverished trio. The 3, in a daze, suddenly jolted awake. Ding! Their competitive spirits surged. For the pen spirit to cause them harm, it too must adhere to the rules of the game. It could either let the pen drop midway or confirm that they could see it. What to do? Shi Li's mind raced. Soon, a flicker of determination crossed her dark eyes. Pen spirit, What is the recent change that has occurred within me? Her inquiry left Pei Wangxing and the others, as well as the audience, bewildered. How dare you ask such a question in this moment? Are you not afraid the pen spirit will go completely mad? The corridor is eerily blocked, and the pen spirit lurks menacingly in the room. There is simply no solution. Absolutely none. I just returned from a National Fortune live broadcast hall, and another third of the practice rooms have been annihilated. Sigh. I'm not watching anymore. I should quickly gather any defensive weapons at home, as the strange phenomenon is about to descend. Stay calm, trust the nation, trust Li Shun. Damn it, I'm stuck on the way to Lingyin Temple. Everyone claims to believe in the Chosen One, yet they are all running to seek divine help. Upon hearing the new question, the pen spirit grew increasingly furious. The blood mist in the air had thickened to the point of clinging to Shi Li's skin, like tiny insects biting her, creating a sensation of numbness and itching. The supernatural entity was also bound by the rules of the summoning ritual. So long as a player posed a question, the summoned spirits and vengeful ghosts were compelled to respond. The pen spirit's cold, resentful gaze swept across Shi Li's face, suddenly widening its eyes, producing a cacophony of clicks and clacks from its throat. He, clack, clack, giggle, giggle. Through the chain of causation, the pen spirit glimpsed a mysterious realm saturated with foul, eerie black mist, where countless tendril-like entities writhed and twisted, contracting and expanding intermittently. The air shimmered with dark golden Sanskrit, emanating an aura that warned all beings to keep their distance. As the pen spirit peered through the layers of black mist, it unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of crimson, sinister, and icy orbs. The eyeballs remained motionless, devoid of emotion, akin to lifeless objects. The blood-red eyes had yet to fully awaken. Bang! The pitch-black eye suddenly erupted without warning. Murky yellowish-red liquid cascaded down. What are you waiting for? Run! Shi Li shouted, discarding the pen and bolting towards the door. The pen spirit could only be temporarily restrained. Fleeing was the only viable solution. The other three hesitated not a moment, abandoning their pens to follow suit. Continuing to linger would only lead to excessive blood loss and death. Bang! The flimsy door slammed against the wall, having endured multiple collisions, finally giving way and crashing down halfway. The corridor was shrouded in profound darkness, devoid of any presence. Indeed, in eerie tales, there were no absolute deadlocks. The supernatural sought to create the illusion of an impassable barrier to mislead the chosen ones into believing they could not escape. Moreover, ever since the horror game emerged, a sense of foreboding had gradually taken root within Shi Li. The sudden appearance of a bizarre tattoo on her body was likely linked to a certain horror game. She was correct in her assumption. However, she never anticipated such a profound reaction from the pen fairy, akin to encountering a ghost. The four of them fled the practice room, hastening upstairs. As they traversed the elongated corridor, one of the practice rooms was filled with intense music, intermingled with laughter and sobs. Rule 6. If you hear music, laughter, or crying from other rooms, please do not knock or disturb, as there are individuals rehearsing inside. If it was indeed a rehearsal, why would there be laughter and crying? She cast a hurried glance at the door of that practice room. The lock was a shade of ominous red, and she abruptly quickened her pace, rushing towards the stairwell. There was no way they could enter that practice room. All rooms in CJ Company were equipped with indicator lights resembling those found in restroom stalls, allowing one to discern from the outside whether someone was hiding inside. Red indicated that the room was unoccupied. Either there were no humans inside, or the door was not securely closed. If they were truly using music to mask something, how could they neglect to lock the door properly? The laughter and cries inside grew noticeably louder as they passed, clearly intended to draw their attention. They were being lured inside. Chapter 15. Intelligence from a Nation. The Chosen One from Huagua was the first to escape from the practice room. Those countries that had exhausted their communication opportunities could only wait anxiously for their designated champions to react. A few nations, who still tightly held onto their communication chances, understood that if they did not utilize them now, they would undoubtedly face annihilation within the confines of the practice chamber. In the live broadcast room of the Korean nation, several members, relying on their familiarity with the CJ building and the talents drawn at the outset, had managed to persevere until now. Among them, a member who had consistently ranked low in popularity fortuitously drew the talent. Super doubling. Super doubling. Before each ghost story begins, one can designate an item for a super doubling, current multiplier multiplied by 4. The options provided by the National Battleground included the number of national communications, the talent opportunities of a teammate, excluding oneself, and one's own attributes, speed, strength, attack, etc. This member initially contemplated utilizing the ability on herself. However, upon glancing up at the expressions of her 3 high-profile teammates, which were a blend of mockery and amusement, she felt a sudden chill. She realized that whether she chose herself or one of the 3, the remaining 2 would undoubtedly find ways to make her suffer. In the end, she opted for communication opportunities. There were still 2 chances left to communicate with the nation. At first, the flow of time in the ghost stories was consistent across all countries. Yet with each decision made and the time delayed by utilizing talents and teammates, the flow of time in each live room began to diverge. Upon receiving another prompt from the Korean nation, Jiang Huiyan decisively chose the game of Pen Fairy. Other games had failed one after another, yet Huagua was the only one to successfully escape. Jiang Huiyan was confident that she could surpass those from Huagua whom she had always overshadowed, establishing herself as the greatest contemporary artist of Goryeo. As the game commenced, Jiang Huiyan signaled to the nearby members to pose the first question. Pen Fairy, will I become wealthy in the future? My wife also chose the Pen Fairy game. How come these questions are exactly the same as those posed to our sister? Is your country the origin of the universe? Are others not allowed to ask questions that have already been posed? Bullies, get out of our space. So many delusional individuals. After a few questions, the movement of the pen intensified. Jiang Huiyan remained unperturbed, confidently asking the final question. Pen Fairy, what is the reason for my recent changes? The eyes of several individuals fixated intently on the pen, their bodies tensed, prepared for escape. However, the situation did not unfold as anticipated. The Pen Fairy remained unaffected and slowly inscribed an answer on the paper. Fast acting by medicine. The audience in the live broadcast room and Jiang Huiyan were left dumbfounded. How could this happen? She hadn't altered a single word. What medicine? What medicine? Oh wow. Big scoop. Friends and family, come quickly. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yesterday, did my wife not mention on the radio that she has never been in a romantic relationship throughout her life? Let us not spread rumors or propagate falsehoods. I only trust the words of my beloved Huiyan. Is it possible to witness fans defending their idol here? It is peculiar. And could it be that the opposing side has been bribed? Those who pose such questions should prepare for the imminent wrath of the Pen Spirit. What a spectacular collapse it has been. In the practice room, with each inquiry posed by a human, the power of the Pen Spirit grows stronger, causing the pen to tremble more violently. The stances adopted by a few members are conducive to escape, yet lack stability. One member falters, losing grip on the pen, which clatters to the ground. An immediate silence envelopes the air. The member who inadvertently released their hold is rendered speechless, their lips quivering in fear as they instinctively glance toward the Pen Spirit for its reaction. On the pallid countenance of the Pen Spirit, a sinister smile gradually tears across to its ears, revealing a set of needle-like, crimson teeth. It lunges fiercely toward the member who first relinquished the pen. Huiyan and her companions, gripped by terror, scramble chaotically toward the exit. Don't leave me. Save me. Save me. The agonized cries of a teammate echo hauntingly behind them. The live stream from the nation of Bangzi erupts in chaos. What is happening? Why is it ineffective? Curse those Chinese. They have harmed our chosen one. TSK, TSK, TSK. The thief from Huagua just denied their acts of thievery. Now they blame others when they fail. They deserve it. Report. The game is unfair. The Huagua chosen one is cheating. In various live streams across nations, numerous chosen ones burst forth from their confines. As they dash past a particular practice room, they faintly hear music, laughter, and cries emanating from within. Having been forewarned by their countries, they know not to linger upon hearing such sounds, and they hasten onward. Observant viewers detect something amiss. Did I not recall that Huagua was not in this practice room? What does it matter? Regardless of the room, if such noises arise, entry is prohibited, is it not? The timing of everyone exiting the practice rooms varies. Slight changes in the instance are normal as long as the rules remain unchanged. Is it truly so? I find it strangely unsettling. These chosen ones swiftly navigate the corridor, oblivious to the blood seeping slowly from the cracks between the door and walls of the practice room. The once green indicator sign gradually becomes stained crimson. From a presence, it transitions to an absence. As they dashed past the entrance of the practice room, the haunting cries, jubilant laughter, and music abruptly ceased. An eerie silence enveloped the corridor, threatening to drive one to madness. As they ascended the corridor, the piercing shriek of the pen's spirit, fueled by unbridled rage, reverberated from the end of the hallway. The wailing, steeped in boundless resentment, seemed to yearn to flay their skin and shatter their bones. The pen's spirit, having broken free from its restraints, was in pursuit. However, having glimpsed what it should not have, it was blinded, which may delay its search for them. With the summoning complete, the instance transformed into a frantic chase for survival. As long as they locate the source of the pollution before the eerie entities find them, they should be able to conclude the game prematurely. Shirley harbored a vague suspicion regarding the origin of the contamination, yet additional evidence was still required. Where shall we go? The others panted, their breaths heavy. The company spanned several floors, and they had not ventured into the upper levels for quite some time, leaving them oblivious to what awaited them above. Just as Shirley was about to respond, her phone vibrated unexpectedly. The caller ID displayed 001. This was a communication request from the real world. Finally, she mused inwardly. Given the pragmatic and stable approach of Huagua, a request for communication at this juncture surely indicated the discovery of significant clues. Shirley answered the call. A remarkably youthful male voice resonated from the other end. Shirley, this is Xiao Xiao from the Huagua Paranormal Analysis Team. Our communication is time-limited, so I will be brief. We have uncovered 3 incidents associated with CJ Company that occurred 20, 15, and 9 years ago, respectively. The man spoke rapidly, devoid of any superfluous words. 20 years ago, a male trainee succumbed to a cardiac arrest in the practice room, only to be discovered the following day by the company's cleaning staff. His last unanswered call was to his mother, who was working the night shift. 15 years ago, a female actress committed suicide at home, leaving behind a denunciation letter. Subsequent investigations revealed that the actress had exhibited symptoms of depression, including auditory hallucinations and delusions, rendering the letter inadmissible as evidence. 9 years ago, an aspiring female trainee disappeared on her way to the company after leaving her dormitory late at night. She remains missing to this day, and the surveillance footage from that day was inexplicably damaged. The call concluded. Shirley processed the official information provided. The rumors surrounding trainees at CJ Company were countless, and she had only vaguely heard of some. However, the news regarding the actress left a profound impression, having caused quite a stir in domestic media at the time. Xiao Xiao mentioned that the actress's letter listed the names of company officials who arranged for clients. Yet this revelation was soon overshadowed by the gossip surrounding a top-tier celebrity, and the matter was left unresolved. This suggested that there might be 3 spirits lurking within the company building. The spirit of the paper doll, the one in the mirror, and another ghost whose whereabouts remained unknown. Chapter 16. Evasion. These 3 incidents, whether suicides or mysterious disappearances, reveal a troubling narrative. The parents of the actress merely aspired to mold her into a lucrative entity, while the parents of the deceased male trainee were both individuals with disabilities. The missing female trainee had parents who, having separated and remarried, left her in the care of elderly grandparents with limited education. CJ Company, in a fa of humanitarianism, provided these families with a monetary compensation, thereby cultivating a favorable public image. However, these families either accepted the money to avoid further conflict or lacked the means to advocate for their rights. Resentment brewed into urban legends, indicating there were deeper issues at play. The young star, clad in red, hanged herself, leaving behind a note expressing her desire to return as a vengeful spirit to retaliate against all who had wronged her. The apparition in the mirror could very well be the deceased male trainee, whose face was marred by a grotesque burn scar. As for the missing trainee, it is conceivable that she never left the confines of the company building. She might still linger in a hidden corner, awaiting discovery. Could she be the source of this contamination? Instinct for survival propelled the adrenaline of the four, their speed surpassing physical test records as they dashed to the first floor. The expansive, open space offered no refuge. Without hesitation, Shirley turned and sprinted toward the second floor. Just as they reached the second floor, a cacophony erupted from the lobby below, the sound of flower pots being overturned and light bulbs bursting. The vengeful spirit had pursued them to the first floor, its sightless eyes wreaking havoc in a chaotic frenzy. The frequency of shattered pots and bulbs echoed like firecrackers during the New Year celebrations, suggesting it would not be long before the first floor was thoroughly searched. Should they continue to ascend, reaching the top floor would lead to a dead end, and they could hardly outrun a wrathful specter. It was evident that an alternative plan was necessary. Shirley mentally reviewed the company's regulations. She refused to flee blindly, instead turning back to the second floor, navigating through the corridor to an empty practice room, which she promptly opened. "Quick, come in." Once everyone had entered, she gently closed the door. Shirley activated music on her phone and instructed the others, "Search your phones for audio clips of laughter or crying, and play them." The three exchanged glances, and with a spark of realization, their eyes lit up. "I have one," Spring Nye exclaimed, hurriedly rummaging through her phone. Only the state could employ its precious communication resources to reach them, leaving the four unable to contact the outside world. Yet, their habitual indulgence in 5G surfing had led to a clutter of miscellaneous audio files on their devices. In no time, Spring Nye unearthed a recording of laughter, often ridiculed by others for its unpleasantness. The heart-wrenching laughter, all too familiar to Hua netizens, filled the air. Meanwhile, Pei Wangxing discovered an old video of Gan Zhouiwei, who, inebriated at a nightclub, had imagined herself a pitiful girl betrayed by love, wailing in a voice altered by tears. Gan Zhouiwei's expression darkened. "You still have that?" Pei Wangxing cast a spirited glance at her and said, "This is all I have. Do you still wish to live? If you do, refrain from your incessant chatter." Gan Zhouiwei bit her lip in silence. The audience in Huagua was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. "Why has it stopped? Run." Who would open a short video at this moment? "You are courting death, while I still wish to survive, dear aunt." Is this the last bout of madness before realizing one cannot outrun the pen spirit? If we aren't running, at least lock the door. Locking the door is futile. They've already breached the rules of the pen spirit game, allowing it to enter and exit freely to eliminate the chosen ones. It's over, it's over. The pen spirit is coming up. I can't bear to watch. Bang! The door of the practice room, near the second-floor corridor, was pushed open. Bang! 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 The doors of several practice rooms were subsequently flung open. Shirley heard the howling wind in the corridor and raised her hand in a gesture for silence, prompting everyone to cover their mouths tightly. They turned the music volume to its maximum and flipped the device onto the floor to prevent the faint glow of the screen from illuminating the room. The four stood closely pressed against the wall beside the door. From the audience's omniscient perspective, a vivid red figure floated near the hiding place of Huagua's chosen ones. Its speed was remarkable as it glided on its tiptoes, barely making contact with the carpet, after they had discarded the pen and fled. The pen spirit's form had grown increasingly solid, signifying its capacity to inflict tangible harm upon humans. The pen spirit's body elongated, almost brushing the ceiling with a long, slender neck bearing a dark, bruised mark. Each time the pen spirit passed the adjacent rooms, its neck stretched like rubber, probing within and around the rooms in search of any signs of life. Strands of its cascading hair, upon touching anything, would shatter into fragments, as if treating the equipment as the heads of Shi Li and her companions. Soon, it arrived at the door of Shi Li and the others. The audience's hearts were in their throats. Should the pen spirit enter this practice room, it would surely discover the four concealed within. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, although the door was unlocked, the pen spirit lingered at the threshold, refraining from entering. The blood-red figure hovered outside the flimsy door for half a minute, leaning against it to eavesdrop on the sounds inside. Not detecting anything amiss, it turned and drifted toward the practice room further ahead. After searching this floor, it floated upwards. What's happening? Indeed, why did the pen spirit leave? Is there a class representative? Where's my gold medal commentator? I think I understand. The rules we previously received indicated that rooms producing such sounds are extremely dangerous and should not be entered. The practice room that made similar noises fell silent after Shi Li and her companions passed, likely attempting to lure humans inside. Did you notice? When a mirror ghost was killing, the red-clad ghost outside did not enter. As the crimson-clad specter committed its heinous act, the mirror ghost remained conspicuously absent, indicating that while they existed within the same eerie narrative, their peculiarities did not interfere with one another. Thus, Shi Li orchestrated a similar commotion, leading the pen spirit to mistakenly believe it had encroached upon another realm of the uncanny, thereby inviting confrontation. Oh my, so that is how it is. Master, I comprehend. To counter the bizarre with the bizarre. How astute of Shi Li to conceive such a stratagem so swiftly. Once the pen spirit departed, the group once again cast their gazes upon their mobile devices. The battery levels had plunged alarmingly low, far quicker than usual. In just a few brief minutes, every phone had dwindled to a mere 10. Such a deceptive tactic could only be employed once. Surely, the pen spirit is now ascending the stairs. At its pace, it will scour an entire floor in merely 5 minutes. With 10 floors from the 3rd to the 12th, that amounts to 50 minutes in total. We must act swiftly, for this is our final deadline to gather evidence. Should the pen spirit become aware of our ruse midway, our time will dwindle even further. Every second counts, thus, it is impractical for us to act in unison. From this moment forth, we shall split up. Pei Wangxing, proceed to the power distribution room to inspect the circuits and restore the power. Chun Nai and Ji Yu, you two shall investigate the files from 2005, 2010, and 2016 in the document room. This repository contains all the company's news articles, encompassing both praise and criticism, with a habit of meticulously archiving every report. Such a location may very well harbor new regulations. Chun Nai's ability to discern erroneous rules pairs perfectly with Gan Ji Yu's talent for maintaining control over the uncanny for 3 seconds. Together, they are well suited to traverse this path. With the company building shrouded in darkness due to the power outage, Chun Nai and Ji Yu would require ample illumination within the document room, as their phones lack sufficient battery to activate the flashlights. Pei Wangxing's versatile wealth aversion talent was more apt for solitary endeavors, making her the ideal candidate for the task of restoring power. When others inquired, "What about you?" she replied, "I shall head to the president's office." Surely intended to politely peruse the president's computer, hoping for unexpected revelations. The power distribution room lay in the basement, necessitating Pei Wangxing's return to the lower levels. The document room occupied the 4th floor. Chun Nai and Gan Ji Yu would need to await the pen spirit's ascent before Pei Wangxing could restore power, thus facilitating their search for the truth of those years. However, once the entire building was illuminated, the pen spirit would undoubtedly sense the anomaly and hasten to investigate. Chapter 17. The conflict. This truly feels like a contest against death itself. The decision to have Haruna and Gan Chiwa act together was driven by a crucial reason. Haruna had previously devoted a period to nurturing a gaming account for profit, consistently drawing the desired card from the gacha pool, while others were left with disappointing results. She was indeed the luckiest among her dorm mates. Tasking Haruna with the research should save them a considerable amount of time. Shi Li reminded them to confirm the room name before entering. The others initially expressed confusion, but soon their minds clicked into place. After assigning the tasks, they separated to carry out their respective missions. Neither the solitary Pei Wangxing nor the duo heading to the document room voiced any complaints regarding the difficulty of their assignments. Given their understanding of Shi Li, it was clear that the tasks allocated were the optimal solutions. Furthermore, they were all under pressure, unwilling to appear inferior to one another. This was no longer merely a matter of idle pride. It was akin to a public execution before the entire human race. As Shi Li mentally mapped out a route, Familiarizing herself with the layout of the CJ building, she recognized it as an advantage in this bizarre scenario. Yet, the highly balanced National Fate battlefield bore no apparent restrictions, hinting at a potential trap. Moments ago, she had heard music emanating from the practice room, an old pop song from over a decade ago that few of the post-2000 generation would recognize. Certainly not a tune that trendy Korean trainees would play. This could only indicate that the timeline within the CJ building, in conjunction with the intensifying source of pollution, had begun to distort. Scenes from years past were unfolding anew, with time and space intertwining chaotically. Their advantage had morphed into a double-edged sword. In the Lighthouse Country's live streaming room, the four tall and robust artists also split up to pursue their tasks. Their physical prowess allowed for swift movement and high efficiency, following the company layout map displayed on the wall of the first-floor lobby. They successfully located the document room on the fourth floor. Rain was rummaging through materials when he suddenly turned to find that the entrance had inexplicably transformed into a flat expanse. Shocked, he rushed forward to inspect, only to hear the dull thud of cement as he pounded on what was once the door. "Is anyone there? Damn it, Chopin, come save me." He called out to his teammates outside, but received no response. The Lighthouse Country's chosen one, Chopin, stationed in the corridor, stared in disbelief at what should have been an entrance, now a sealed concrete wall, marked with the evident scars of time. Rain was trapped within the wall. Shirley was unaware of the chaos unfolding in the other live streaming rooms. Upon reaching the 7th floor, she suddenly heard a familiar tune echoing from around the corner, mingled with muffled sobs and profane utterances. "Oh, look at you pretending to be pitiful. How disgusting," she thought. "How could I possibly be in the same company as this wretched-looking woman clad in last season's attire?" She halted her steps. "Run. The ghost from the practice room is back." The chosen ones from other live rooms have experienced this firsthand. Sisterly. Run. Don't look. Curiosity killed the cat. In the live broadcast rooms of various countries, the chosen ones swiftly encountered a similar situation after passing the first practice room. Initially, the faint sounds were almost drowned by the music, but gradually, the voices became increasingly distinct, revealing the conversations within. It was as if the individuals inside were approaching the door. The frequency of music emanating from the rooms on both sides of the corridor intensified, with several rooms echoing the same, creating an enveloping sensation. Most of the chosen ones were preoccupied with their escape, even when they noticed the unsettling atmosphere. They had no time to ponder it, merely gritting their teeth and hastening their flight, until, suddenly, a sinister giggle pierced the air. The last chosen one turned sharply, his face a mask of terror, as he realized the practice rooms had unwittingly closed in on him. The corridor, once spacious enough for three to walk side by side, was now nearly brushing against his shoulders. In the oppressive silence, his heartbeat thundered. Simultaneously, the doors on either side creaked open, revealing an impenetrable darkness within, concealing unknown horrors. Before the chosen one could even take a step, a hand shot out from the shadows, seizing his arm, and the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. The screams from within morphed into the chosen one's voice. Such a scene unfolded not in just one broadcast room. Observing this, the strategy teams and analysts from various nations immediately recognized that their previously formulated rule was incorrect. However, their solitary communication opportunity had already been exhausted, and it was too late to warn the chosen ones in the harrowing battlefield of fate. The scene shifted back to the Chinese broadcast room. With the grim example before her, Shirley made the audacious decision to return, approaching the practice room from which the sounds emanated, much to the exasperation of the Chinese audience, who could already foresee her impending fate. The Chinese officials had also exhausted their chance to issue a warning. Xiao Xiao turned to meet the worried and anxious gazes of her colleagues and subordinates, maintaining an outward composure while silently urging herself to trust Shi Li and their chosen one. Meanwhile, Shirley glanced at the indicator light on the door. She then took a step back, gathered her momentum, and kicked the door open. The frail door splintered easily under her force, and within the darkness stood several indistinct figures. The leading voice, on high alert, inquired, "Who goes there?" Shirley illuminated the scene with her phone screen, revealing 3 men and 2 women, alongside a frail figure leaning against a mirror in the corner. The trio of men and women were clad in designer attire, albeit styles from over a decade ago. As Shi Li's gaze swept across the group, it was evident they were aware of the dubious nature of their actions, for they did not don the name tags of company trainees. With no means to verify their status as seniors from the company, she felt no obligation to adhere to the second rule. When encountering a senior in the company, please immediately stop, lean against the wall, bow your head, and gaze at your toes to allow them passage. Before Shi Li could utter a word, the group spoke with intimidating fervor. Do you know who we are? You damn fool. Do you think yourself righteous? Do you aspire to be a superhero who wears their underwear inside out like in the dramas? I shall make you realize that joining the fray comes with a price of blood. With a harsh remark cast aside, before Shi Li could utter a word, one of the assailants unleashed a fist towards her face, accompanied by a whooshing sound. Shi Li extinguished the glow of her phone screen, plunging the room into darkness. The only source of light in the practice room was a green lamp, signifying the presence of individuals within, their attire evoking a scene from years past. Since there were no apparitions to fear, trepidation dissipated. With the lights extinguished, visibility was rendered ineffective for all. However, Shi Li's night vision, enhanced after her wish, remained remarkably acute. Even in the pitch-black abyss, her sight was unaffected. She deftly evaded the incoming punch, seizing the assailant's shoulder and delivering a fierce knee strike to his midsection. A piercing scream echoed, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. A glint of silver flashed perilously close to her eyes, less than a centimeter away. Shi Li retreated a step and delivered a swift kick to the man's groin. The man, thwarted in his ambush, staggered backward, inadvertently stepping onto the hand of a crumpled companion. His cries unending. The weapon he held clattered to the ground. Shi Li swiftly crushed the weapon underfoot, sending it skidding into the corner. The weapon, which she was not adept at wielding, posed a greater risk of inflicting harm upon herself. Chapter 18. 3 rooms with a swift kick. She struck her opponent squarely on the jaw. In a few quick strides, she targeted the area below the opponent's abdomen with an uppercut, forcefully grinding her shoe against the floor. One should never underestimate the leg strength of any dancer. She dispatched her adversaries with remarkable efficiency, her movements characterized by precision and the unmistakable sound of shattered cartilage. The audience from Huagua, transfixed, could only feel a chill in the air. The brutality of her technique was undeniable, a ruthless display that left no room for mercy. At that moment, the entire building was illuminated as power surged through. As the darkness receded, the viewers were astonished to recognize the faces of those sprawled on the floor, familiar figures from the public eye. Among them were not only the hottest solo female artists from the entertainment industry of Goryeo, but also renowned male actors who had successfully transitioned into their craft. Yet, the expressions on these faces were noticeably youthful and innocent. On the other side, the female trainee bore scarcely a patch of unscathed skin. Her body was marred with wounds of varying depths, stained with blood. The audience's gaze fell upon the weapon that had just been used against her, a rusted pair of scissors still glistening with unhealed blood. Some of her injuries seemed to match the connection of a curling iron to a nearby outlet, aligning with the female trainee's afflictions. Those investigating CJ Entertainment immediately recognized this as the long-missing trainee, who had disappeared just before her debut. She was clad in the very outfit she wore on the night of her disappearance. Thus, the harrowing scene unfolding in the midnight practice room was a recreation of the events she had endured on that fateful evening. In the cacophony of anguished cries, only she remained standing. The least injured man fixed his gaze upon her, demanding, "Who are you?" "I am your ancestor," she retorted, raising her chin with a mocking disdain, her eyes reflecting the depths of an unfathomable abyss. The man instinctively averted his gaze, unable to withstand her stare. Meanwhile, the various live-streaming rooms around the world erupted in chaos. Did I just see that right? Park Sang-kyung, Choi Hong-min, Nam Iyun. Weren't the fans lamenting how hard Park Sang-kyung's life was before debuting? How could she afford designer clothes when she couldn't even buy coffee or kimbap? I recall Park Sang-kyung's brother, Park Sang-min, was the leading actor at CJ Entertainment, a prominent figure in South Korea's promotional landscape. This is unbelievable. Choi Hongmin's new drama about revenge against bullies is still airing, and yet he is one of them. I refuse to believe it. My brother could never be that kind of person. I remember rumors from years ago about Park Sang-kyung bullying classmates during school. She vehemently denied it and even filed a lawsuit. Could it really be true? Was she also bullying trainees at the company? Turns out the music concealed not rehearsals, but bullying. Rusty scissors, a heated curling iron. Humanity is so vile. Quick, check the trending searches. While attending a fashion show abroad, Choi Hongmin suddenly collapsed, rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth, necessitating urgent medical attention. At this moment, the malevolence of the world fell into silence. Observant viewers meticulously compared screenshots from various live streams, ultimately identifying a crucial discrepancy: the color of the indicator lights on the door. The room from which Shirley had previously evaded was marked with a red sign indicating it was unoccupied, whereas other rooms encountered by others bore a green sign, suggesting they were inhabited. According to company rule number 6, if you hear music, laughter, or crying emanating from other rooms, please refrain from knocking or disturbing. There are individuals rehearsing inside. This regulation is not exhaustive. In truth, the chosen ones must discern between 3 distinct scenarios. The first scenario is a room genuinely engaged in rehearsal, where any unwarranted interruption constitutes a breach of the rules. Such rooms are marked green and would not emit cries. The second scenario involves a rehearsal that conceals bullying, also marked green, wherein sound of laughter and weeping may arise, warranting intervention from the chosen ones. The final scenario represents a bizarre trap designed to lure the chosen. There are no living souls within, hence the red marking. Such rooms must be evaded and not entered. Should the chosen fail to intervene in a room where bullying is occurring, the bullied individual, upon succumbing to their fate, may haunt the chosen, dragging them into the room to relive their tragic experiences. In the event of a power outage, the entire building descends into darkness. Even those with a godlike perspective struggle to discern colors immediately, much less the chosen individuals desperately fleeing within. With the analysis gaining traction among netizens, the audience erupted in exclamations of disbelief. This one-star experience undoubtedly serves as a chilling reminder to all humanity on Blue Planet. Shirley approached a female trainee, assuring her of safety. The girl attempted to rise several times before finally succeeding, only to lower her head, concealing her scarred visage with her hair. Her face bore a striking resemblance to the grotesque reflection once seen in the mirror. This was the very embodiment of the mirror ghost. "Do you have money to return home?" Shirley inquired. The girl shook her head in despair. Shirley then turned to the group of aggressors, under the scrutiny of their hostile gazes, and deftly relieved them of their money, which she subsequently entrusted to the girl for medical expenses and transportation back home. As Shirley prepared to leave, the girl, limping, followed her, whispering, "They took naked photos of me, threatening to send them to the press if I don't comply, preventing my debut." She had arrived at the company late at night, believing she would endure pain and humiliation just as before, only to be met with death this time. Enduring such torment would only invite further cruelty. The girl's voice trembled with tears as she lamented, "They come from a powerful background. I do not know how I provoked them. What can I do? I need to debut. I wish to provide a better life for my grandparents." Shirley remained silent, recognizing the futility of attempting to alter the girl's deeply entrenched beliefs. The obsession had seeped into the very marrow of her soul. In the land of rigid hierarchies, age, years of service, appearance, nationality, and skin color all serve as pretexts for bullying, resulting in numerous artists being exposed for such behavior, a multitude of works addressing the same themes. This nation dares to produce anything, yet remains unable to effect change. Despite the prolonged implementation of their Workplace Bullying Prohibition Act, a staggering 40% remain unaware of its existence. What purpose does it serve? I recall a news report about individuals from this nation encountering racial discrimination abroad, rendered speechless by fear, while those from another nation resorted to vitriolic complaints. And individuals from my homeland responded with decisive action. Chapter 19. Two individuals approached the elevator, one following closely behind the other. The latter exhaled, revealing a striking black and white eye through disheveled strands of hair, glancing at her with a hint of anticipation. "Shall we go together?" Shirley gently shook her head and deliberately replied, "No, I have a few matters to attend to. I need to visit the president's office on the 12th floor." "The 12th floor?" A trace of confusion flickered in the other person's eyes. "But the president's office is on the 13th floor, room 1316. The access code is his wife's birthday. This is common knowledge throughout the company." As Shirley observed, the moment the other person finished speaking, the elevator's button panel slowly illuminated the number 13. Company Policy, Article 5. Please remember, the company consists of 12 floors above ground and 1 below, totaling 13 floors. There is no 14th floor. Since her entrance into the company, Shirley had never heard of the 13th floor. The elevator panel lacked this numerical button. Senior employees within the company whispered privately, claiming that the president held an aversion to the number 13, associating it with the devil and malevolence. Thus, they had merged the 12th and 13th floors into one. Shirley was aware that the president's office was situated at the top of the building. Yet the internal structure of the company's edifice was far more intricate than it appeared. The chosen one had put a stop to bullying within the company, thus enabling the acquisition of clues regarding the company's 14th floor from the NPCs. Originally, the company was supposed to consist of 14 floors, but due to certain reasons, it had vanished over the course of time, reappearing only at specific moments, namely, when the involved NPCs mentioned the elusive 14th floor once more. Now that the power had been restored, the elevator was operational again, yet had not yet reached this level. Shirley could already hear the chilling, murderous wind howling, accompanied by the dull thuds of colliding objects. The pen fairy was in pursuit. It resembled a cunning cat now, adorned with a jingling bell, mockingly alerting its prey that death was imminent. Shirley promptly pressed the button for the 12th floor. As the female trainee entered, she did not follow but swiftly turned around, concealing herself once more in the practice room from earlier. The bully still lay sprawled on the floor, cursing and groaning while desperately calling for help. They seemed taken aback by Shirley's sudden return, dropping their phones in fear, which displayed a screen full of unanswered calls. Shirley picked up the phone, pried out the battery, and callously tossed it out the window, raising her hand in a gesture to silence them. Her ominous gaze traversed their vulnerable forms, instilling a sense of dread in them, causing them to shrink back like startled quails. Those who reveled in bullying understood the dynamics of weakness and fear. Only someone fiercer could compel them to behave. Upon hearing the sound of the elevator, the pen fairy lunged forward. However, the elevator doors closed at a speed that outpaced it. In an instant, the doors sealed shut, isolating it from the outside. The howling wind ravaged the elevator entrance for 2 to 3 minutes. This time, the spirit did not depart immediately, but continued to listen to the movements of the elevator, ascertaining which floor it would ascend to. Once the floor was confirmed, it gracefully drifted into the corridor. It was only then that Shirley stepped out of the room. The other floors on the panel were all illuminated, and the walls and metal surfaces bore deep gashes, as if cut by a blade to a depth of 2 or 3 meters. How fortunate that she had been hidden here, otherwise, she would have likely been reduced to mere fragments. Shirley hastily ascended the stairs, immediately seeking refuge upon hearing any sound, mentally counting the room numbers until she finally located 1316. Her eyes fell upon the gleaming metal plaque reading President's Office, meticulously polished, and the keypad lock was of the highest quality. Just as her hand was about to touch the lock, ready to input the password, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to raise her gaze and confirm the door number. 1316. Indeed, she murmured to herself. Yet, why were all the other door numbers on this side odd, while this one was even? Shirley's attention returned to the plaque. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the last digit, 6, seemed to protrude slightly more than the first 3. Her heart began to race. She extended her finger and gently nudged the 4th digit. A faint click echoed as the number changed from 6 to 9. The door number transformed from 1316 to 1319. In that instant, Shirley felt a chilling aura emanating from behind the door. The cold malice of a prey on the verge of escape. Company Rule, Article 4. The internal atmosphere of the company is harmonious, with mutual assistance. You can fully trust what others convey. Shirley stepped back a half step, recalling what the female trainee had said. The president's office is on the 13th floor, 1316. The lock's password is the president's wife's birthday. The whole company knows. Only the first half of this statement held true. The president's office was indeed on the 13th floor. CJ Company had once dominated the entertainment industry in Goryeo, rife with various conflicts of interest and power struggles. Would a leader so easily divulge the office's password to employees? Those who lack something often take pleasure in flaunting it. Shirley was more inclined to believe that the meticulous and shrewd president, having cultivated numerous national stars over decades, had crafted an image of deep familial love and a strong marital bond for the outside world. This office was likely a mere facade to mislead outsiders. It probably harbored no crucial information, but was instead filled with surveillance alarms. The real secrets lay elsewhere. Just moments ago, a flash of insight struck Shirley, illuminating the subtle discord she had sensed earlier. The unfortunate trainee, who had perished due to bullying, had not dared to retaliate against those who tormented her, but instead directed her wrath at the chosen ones who failed to intervene. Given this nature, would the temporarily saved female trainee truly feel gratitude towards her in the replayed scenario? Or would she wonder why it was she who was bullied? Why were others so fortunate? It is truly unfair. Death. Everyone should perish. As I find myself ensnared in this world of eerie tales, I, Shirley, almost allowed a flicker of compassion to cloud my judgment. One must remember that the obsessions that lead to becoming a specter are rooted in a descent into the abyss of malevolence. The female trainee, constrained by the rules, was unable to directly eliminate those who had aided her and thus provided misleading information that led to fatal consequences. Upon realizing all of this, I resolutely turned away. Across the corridor stood room 1319. There are no signs to offer guidance, yet upon closer inspection, the last digit on the room number bore subtle indentations. Indeed, this seemingly inconspicuous 1319 was, in fact, the reverse 1316. Chapter 20. The public reporting website life and death, a mere thin line apart, gaze at each other from a distance. Perhaps it is the disdain and manipulation of those in power, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Shirley took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, and raised her delicate, fair wrist to dial the last digit back to 6. Click. The door lock responded and opened. Upon entering, Shirley found the interior to be even more chaotic than it appeared from outside, resembling a disorganized storage room cluttered with expired drinks and instant noodles. The air was saturated with a musty odor and the scent of dust. Anyone inadvertently stumbling in would likely recoil in disgust, muttering about the private mess of a Marseille owner. In the corner, an old-fashioned bulky computer sat quietly on a desk, with a silver safe placed beneath it. 3 sets of passwords, each consisting of 2 digits. Shirley understood the mechanism of such safes. 3 consecutive incorrect entries would trigger an alarm. Her hand rested on the mechanical dial of the safe, and she couldn't help but furrow her brow in contemplation. What could the password be? She quickly ruled out her wife's birthday, not even bothering to try. Such a person only loved themselves. Shirley's gaze drifted aimlessly around the room before settling back on the antiquated computer, which seemed so outdated that it would barely fetch a price as scrap. She rummaged through the room, finding no clues to the password, but did manage to gather all the connecting cables, plugging them into their respective ports on the main unit. The computer was not entirely defunct, and it booted up at a glacial pace. Shirley's attention sharpened as the computer finally reached the main interface, which promptly redirected her to a web page. Thank you for using the public reporting website. Before submitting your report, please answer the following questions. Question 1. Please briefly describe the cause of death of the female celebrity. Question 2. Is the female trainee already deceased? Who is the murderer responsible for her death? Where is her body hidden? Question 3. What caused the male trainee's death? The 3 questions loomed ominously. While Shirley harbored vague suspicions, the stakes concerning the lives of 4 individuals deterred her from responding hastily without further evidence. She attempted to exit the web page, but the computer froze on the site. Meanwhile, Chun Nai and Gon Zhou stealthily navigated their way, evading a direct encounter with the pen's spirit, and cautiously reached the 4th floor. They halted before the document room. uncertain of when the pen's spirit might pursue them. An overwhelming urge to enter and uncover clues surged within them. Remembering Shi Li's words before they parted, they suppressed their frantic impulses and raised their heads to inspect the door sign. There was no sign, nothing at all. The reality struck them like a bucket of cold water, compelling them to lower their heads once more. The document room that had been so clearly visible moments ago had vanished in an instant. Before them loomed an imposing concrete wall. Hiss! Hiss! They could not help but gasp in shock. Had they rashly entered without a clear view just moments earlier, they would surely have faced the grim fate of being trapped inside forever. Gan Zhuiyue and Chun Nai, feeling a lingering trepidation, held hands and ventured forward for another 5 or 6 meters until they stumbled upon a document room marked by a sign. The sign, bearing the distinctive green hue of a bygone era, bore evident signs of wear and tear. Chun Nai approached and lightly knocked on the door, but silence greeted her. She grasped the doorknob and cautiously pressed down. It was unlocked. This only heightened their unease, as they feared that opening the door might lead to an unforeseen danger. Gan Zhuiyue's keen eyes scanned the surroundings and soon caught sight of a faint residue of glue on the deep green door panel, indicating that something had once been affixed there. They decided to search separately, centering their efforts around the document room. Chun Nai, suppressing her nausea, rummaged through a trash bin overflowing with foul-smelling refuse in the corridor and retrieved a crumpled A4 sheet. The document room regulations read, 1. Unauthorized personnel or those without approval from a director or higher may not enter the document room. 2. No paper documents may be removed from the document room. 3. No one may remain in the document room for longer than half an hour. 4. Flammable, explosive, or sharp objects, as well as any food or drink, are prohibited in the document room. 5. Silence must be maintained within the document room. Running, horseplay, and loud noises are forbidden. 6. The original number of individuals in the document room must be remembered. Any discrepancy must be reported to the document manager immediately. 7. Any signs of contamination or damage to documents must be reported to the document manager without delay. There were 7 rules in total, all seemingly adhering to the logic of a reasonable person. Chun Nai closed her eyes, taking a deep breath as she mentally recited, I must evaluate these rules. I must assess the regulations. Hello? Is anyone there? Can you hear me? Anyong Haseo? No response came. Having sunk her energy too low, she inadvertently let out a hiccup. Are you even capable? Gan Zhuiyue, straining to listen for any sounds around them, urged her anxiously. What's the rush? If you're so capable, why don't you try? Can't you give the newcomer a moment to acclimate? Chun Nai retorted, her irritation evident. It's easy for you to say, I don't have the command codes like you do, goddess of darkness. She attempted several methods, growing increasingly flustered as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The rules from the paper replayed in her mind, nearly memorized. In that moment, a notification chimed in her mind. Assessment successful. The 3rd rule is erroneous. Assessment successful. The 7th rule is erroneous. The alerts sounded twice. In such a critical space, only 2 rules were found to be flawed. Chun Nai instinctively felt disbelief. Yet faced with the reality, she promptly conveyed the assessment results to Gan Zhuiyue. The 7th rule is incorrect. This implies that should we encounter any document damage, informing the document manager could result in them blaming us for the destruction to evade responsibility. The 3rd rule, concerning time, posed an even greater dilemma. Should they remain beyond the half-hour limit? Should they be allowed to linger for a shorter duration, 20 minutes, or perhaps just 10? The 2 engaged in a brainstorming session, unable to deduce the correct rules. Gan Zhuiyue found herself grappling with the 1st rule. They could not possibly present the chairman's approval. Not only were they unsure of how long they could remain inside, but they also could not even enter through the door. Could one person summon the file administrator while the other stealthily slipped in? Gan Zhuiyue began to adopt a somewhat reckless attitude. Chun Nai shrugged her shoulders, expressing regret. That would not be permissible. Her innate intuition informed her that the rule was sound. The file administrator had deliberately concealed the regulations originally affixed to the door, anticipating that they would disregard the rules and attempt to enter. The two exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. Human beings are inherently prone to inertia. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is simple, yet descending from luxury to simplicity proved challenging. When Shirley was present, they did not need to exert much mental effort, merely following along mindlessly, which inevitably led to some neglect over time. However, they could not afford to squander time. With Shirley absent, they needed to focus on analyzing the situation independently. This was a battleground for the operational model of their idol, and there would always be moments when they had to navigate personal schedules. They needed to adapt swiftly. Ganjue could not help but nibble on her fingernails, a habit she resorted to when scheming. Her lively eyes darted around, and she stealthily pulled Chun Nai away, seeking refuge in a shadowy corner where the corridor surveillance could not reach. Chapter 21. Evidence collection in the document room with a grand gesture. Ganjue boldly opened the chat application and located the avatar of Chairman Jean and Shuo. The profile picture depicted a family portrait featuring a balding man with an elongated face, alongside a woman in traditional attire cradling a plump child. Chun Nai clicked her tongue in disbelief. You still have this scoundrel's contact? This Chairman Jean was notorious for exploiting his position to take advantage of female trainees, and she had long regarded him as hazardous refuse to be discarded from her contacts. You're still young. You wouldn't understand how crucial it is to have a superior as vile as that on the list. Ganjue shot her a sideways glance. Recalling the saying, a broom touched by filth is akin to the legendary warrior Lu Bu walking the earth. With a huff, she remarked, this is a document room from over a decade ago. The NPCs are surely oblivious to the current PS technology. Let us proceed. Ganjue captured a blank chat screenshot and, with her plethora of photo editing apps, began to superimpose text and timestamps onto the image. Chairman Jean, please go to the document room immediately and retrieve an important document for me. I have a meeting in 2 hours. Reply, understood. Should I prepare a paper authorization for you now? The chat timestamp was set to half an hour prior. The other party did not respond to this inquiry. After all, the staff managing the document room were certainly unable to reach Chairman Jean and Shuo at that moment, so Ganjue felt no fear of exposure. This entire operation flowed seamlessly. Chun Nai was in awe, exclaiming, you clearly have a history of altering test scores and leave notes back in school. Few would dare to brazenly deceive an NPC with photoshopped images. Suddenly, Chun Nai realized that the critiques of horror games held some merit. Ganjue indeed resembled a character from a romance novel, lurking in the shadows and cultivating mischief, her innocent visage concealing a heart full of malice. Ganjue rolled her eyes and retorted, don't think I didn't catch that subtle compliment wrapped in disdain, you insufferable flatterer. After completing the manipulation of the chat screenshot, her phone battery dwindled below 5. The two of them carefully inspected it, finding no traces of editing. They then returned to the entrance of the document room. Chun Nai cautiously opened the door a crack, while Ganjue bent down to place her phone on ground, gently pushing it into the room. The thick darkness enveloped the phone's light. Through the narrow gap, nothing was visible, and as Ganjue discreetly peered inside, she voiced her concerns to Chun Nai. The chairman is currently in a meeting and without a written authorization for this sudden task. If we are denied entry and disrupt his important meeting, we're the ones who will suffer. Chun Nai paced back and forth in agreement. What should we do then? With the chairman's temperament, do you think we might get kicked out of the company? Their dialogue continued, but the room remained eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest sound of breathing. After a moment, a hoarse voice, akin to a broken bellows, echoed from within, come. And both of them exhaled a sigh of relief in unison. They had successfully slipped through this time. From the 7th rule, it was evident. The document administrator, typically characterized by a timid disposition, was further intimidated by the presence of the company's most notorious chairman, known for his harsh treatment of employees. Fearing repercussions, she was likely to confine them. The document room was not particularly spacious, measuring only about 14 to 15 square meters. It was lined with bookshelves brimming with various publications, and several freestanding shelves occupied the center. Each shelf was filled with an assortment of newspapers and magazines related to CJ Company and its affiliated artists. Behind a table near the entrance sat a man in a deep blue uniform, quietly occupying a chair draped in red mesh fabric. His age was indiscernible, and his exposed skin was obscured by coarse stubble, rendering his face devoid of discernible features such as eyes, nose, or mouth from the front. He resembled a fleshy orb filled with hair. Startled by this visage, Ganjoyue gasped, her nails digging into her palms to stifle a scream. Chun Nai's view was obstructed, allowing her only a glimpse of the man's shoulders. Hastily averting her gaze, Ganjoyue focused on the table. The document administrator's pallid hands rested atop a ledger. Let us proceed with the registration. Ganjoyue exhaled a breath laden with anxiety, pinching her palm once more. With a gentle smile, she suggested, "After all, we lack formal approval. Documenting our visit will facilitate explanations later. Nai, you should retrieve the items requested by the chairman while I handle the registration." She gestured her teammate behind her. Chun Nai acknowledged her and swiftly approached the bookshelf to begin her search. The document administrator, her dark, stubbly visage scrutinizing Ganjoyue for several moments, finally raised her pale hand to reveal the ledger beneath. The sight of that hair-covered head was a radical test of her composure. Ganjoyue quickly took the ledger, but its contents instantly dispelled her nausea. This ledger recorded the names of individuals who had previously entered the document room, alongside their entry and exit times. Notably, each stay had lasted no longer than 15 minutes. Oh dear, she thought, realizing the urgency had escalated. Meanwhile, as Chun Nai approached the bookshelf, she was met with a fetid odor reminiscent of a long-deceased rodent in the stifling summer heat. The stench left her slightly disoriented. Shaking her head vigorously, she resolved to maintain her clarity of thought. They divided into 3 groups, confident that the spirit they sought was preoccupied with others. Having completed her registration, Ganjoyue joined the search for evidence. Both girls silently counted down the time in their minds. When the moment arrived, regardless of whether they had uncovered any clues, they would need to vacate the premises immediately. The task, though seemingly straightforward, proved to be anything but simple. The shelves were crammed with an eclectic mix of varying years and media outlets. How long would it take to locate what they sought? 10 minutes slipped by in an instant. Ganjoyue's eyes felt weary and dry, yet she had found nothing, prompting her to question whether they would indeed discover the items they needed. "I found it." Chun Nai's voice rang out from behind. Ganjoyue turned to see the girl holding a piece of ochre paper, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement, wide open in anticipation. "What a coincidence. All 3 are on my shelf. Ganjoyue, I shall eliminate you, these fortunate ones." These 3 documents distinctly reveal a disparity in texture. The paper possesses a certain resilience, and its intricate patterns evoke an inexplicable sense of physiological revulsion as my fingers glide over its surface. The text printed upon it is tinged with a dark crimson hue. A long-forgotten scent of rust lingers in the air. Ganjoyue had no time to scrutinize further. These items cannot be removed from the document room. They must devise a method to relay this information to Shirley. Just then, her phone buzzed. She glanced down to see it was Shirley. Upon answering, a familiar and calm voice resonated on the other end, akin to the gentle murmur of a mountain stream in summer. "My battery is nearly depleted. This is my final call. What I am about to convey is of utmost importance. I have located the president's office. The network environment here is somewhat unique, allowing for external connectivity. I have uncovered some crucial information. We have all been deceived by it." And Chapter 22. The last eerie presence emerges. The words of Shirley were seemingly interrupted by an unseen force, morphing into a cacophony of static. Jarring and clamorous, it took a moment before normalcy returned. However, shortly thereafter, a series of heavy knocks resounded from the phone, each thud reverberating in the hearts of the 2 listeners. "Quick! Destroy the documents immediately. This is the only way to proceed," the voice on the other end urged. Ganjoyue hesitated. She cast a furtive glance at the vigilant document administrator eyeing them intently and whispered into the receiver, "No, the document room prohibits the entry of hazardous items, and we have no suitable tools at hand. Moreover, the administrator is watching us. If discovered, we are finished." "Then swallow it." The calm voice persisted without hesitation. The gastric juices will take some time to digest. It is not considered destruction. Isn't that inappropriate? The cost may be too great. Ganjoyue's expression turned incredulous. But these are not ordinary sheets of paper and ink. They are human skin and blood. There is no time left. The voice on the phone vibrated twice, seemingly signaling low battery. Shirley's tone was unyielding. The pin spirit just went to the basement. Pei Wangxing is in grave danger. As soon as the words were spoken, Chun Nai's phone displayed a message notification. Remote delivery completed. While Ganjoyue and the voice on the other end engaged in a tug-of-war, Chun Nai had stealthily finalized the evidence transfer. You don't believe me. The voice on the phone dropped to a whisper, suddenly distant and hollow, as though emanating from another realm. Why? Ganjoyue chuckled lightly. Your act is far too contrived. Company policy. Article 4. The internal atmosphere of the company is harmonious and supportive. You can fully trust the words relayed by others. If Pei Wangxing outside the door could be a fabrication, who could guarantee that this Shirley on the phone was genuine? Bah, you're not Shirley at all. Seeing the successful transmission, Chun Nai could no longer contain herself and bluntly exposed the truth. You are the last ghost who has remained unseen throughout. On the other end of the line, the once familiar and melodious voice gradually morphed into a sinister male tone. When did you discover it? Ganjoyue smiled. Those two ghosts relentlessly pursued us, yet you have remained hidden. Is it because you do not wish to reveal yourself? Or cannot? They had confirmed that the eerie figure first seen in the mirror was the missing female trainee. The red-clad pin spirit wandering the corridor was the actress who had committed suicide. Vital intelligence delivered through the sole communication opportunity by the official channels of Huagua must be meticulously analyzed to unravel the concealed information within. The male trainee, who had never made an appearance, succumbed to a cardiac arrest in the practice room. His last call, made to his mother. His obsession was that unanswered call. Ganjoyue stated, no one in the building can send or receive messages from their companions. Only the delivery personnel outside the CJ building can text us. As you have been hiding within the phone all along. From the very beginning, you have been covertly observing our every move. You felt assured, and upon witnessing us uncover crucial clues, you could no longer contain yourself and disguised as Shirley to compel us to destroy the evidence. When you revealed yourself and made that phone call, the communication restrictions within the company were temporarily lifted. It was precisely for this reason that Ganjoyue feigned belief in the words of the mobile specter, while her hand, concealed behind her back, discreetly gestured to Chun Nai to hasten and capture photographs, ensuring that these hard-won pieces of evidence were sent to Shirley. Once deceased, the essence of a person transforms into something eerie, leaving only an insatiable hunger. While the truth remains paramount in their eyes, it is far more crucial to leave behind these chosen ones, devouring every wretched life form. Ganjoyue cast a glance at her phone, which displayed a mere one battery remaining. Shutdown was imminent. Rules of the Archive, Article 6. Please remember the original number of individuals within the archive upon discovering any unauthorized presence. Promptly inform the archive management personnel. Within this building, only the 4 of them were human. The rules had long hinted at a solution to the communication issue. Previously, they were unable to ascertain the position of the third specter. Now, her phone remained engaged in conversation, indicating that the specter resided within her device. Ganjoyue gripped her phone tightly and hurried to the archive manager, slamming the phone onto the table with a grave expression. I have discovered an unauthorized intruder in the archive. Please address this immediately. With the utterance of those words, the atmosphere within the archive grew tense. The previously concealed cracks in the walls seemed to come alive, simultaneously opening to reveal pairs of eyelids devoid of lashes, their whites dominating the gaze, emanating an aura of cold terror. Ganjoyue and Chun Nai instinctively raised their hands to cover their mouths, striving to suppress the urge to vomit and contaminate the archive. A multitude of gazes fixed upon the phone, and those eyes instantly turned crimson as blood. The archive manager bellowed in fury. These damned creatures! Do they wish for me to lose my job? Go to hell! His hand plunged directly into the phone S screen, seizing a handful of hair from within, followed by a head, a body, and feet. D, D, D. The archive manager succumbed to complete madness, lunging over the table to engage in a frenzied battle with the mobile specter. As 15 minutes approached, the two hastily signed their names and grabbed the phone, slipping out of the archive. Meanwhile, Pei Wangxing successfully located the distribution room and flipped the switch. She received messages from her teammates urging her to find the corpse of the female trainee, and after pondering, she stealthily returned to the initial practice room, the very place where the mirror specter had first appeared. The humidity within the practice room made her breath laborious. Beads of moisture clung to her skin, cold and clammy. The floor was in disarray, the once fresh cake now a grotesque mess, emitting a nauseating stench, while extensive damp patches of mold crept up the corners, akin to dark secrets. Pei Wangxing was drawn to the mold on the wall. Its twisted shapes spread ominously, casting fleeting shadows, and an unsettling chill crept into her heart. Suddenly, a profound sense of crisis enveloped her as she abruptly turned her head. The mirrors on either side had mysteriously appeared beside her. The practice room, once spacious at over 20 square meters, had shrunk to a mere 4 or 5. The speakers positioned on the ground spontaneously activated, playing a vigorous dance track from over a decade ago. Practice Room Rule, Article 3. When the speakers in the practice room sound, please mimic the movements reflected in the mirrors until the music ceases. Should the speakers emit a static noise, do not trust anything you hear. This song was far too old for Pei Wangxing to dance to. Yet, she discovered that the reflections of herself in the mirrors were wholly engrossed, moving rhythmically with the music. The opposing mirrors displayed contrasting movements, one hand raised, one hand lowered. Whichever mirror she chose, she was bound to contravene the rules set by the other. As the music and beats accelerated, seeming to play at double speed, the figure in the mirrors began to dance more frenetically, losing all sense of grace and rhythm, merely striving to keep pace with the melody. Observing the bizarre dance moves reflected back at her, Pei Wangxing's mind buzzed, her gaze becoming increasingly vacant as she slowly raised her hand. Her fingertips brushed against the surface of the mirror, seamlessly connecting with the glass, without a hint of a gap. This was a two-way mirror. For a fleeting moment, clarity returned to Pei Wangxing's eyes as she bit down hard on her tongue, the sharp pain reviving a semblance of sensation in her numb taste buds. With a sudden outburst, she shouted, "Is it just a handful of filthy money you possess? Take your dirty money and get lost." Chapter 23, The Perfect Completion. And, at the moment of life and death, reciting these lines, even if they are filled with shame, pales in comparison to the value of her own life. These words seemed to radiate the light of righteousness upon the earth, and Pei Wangxing's cold, rigid body began to feel warmth once more, as strength surged through her limbs. The faint taint of spiritual pollution was cleansed away. Pei Wangxing regained control over her body, seizing the rehearsal speaker beside her, and, with all her might, struck it against the mirror. Bang! The mirror shattered into countless fragments, revealing the hidden secret behind it, a concrete wall, within which lay a complete female corpse. The corpse opened its eyes. The entire wall seemed to flow downwards like solid wax melting away. Unfazed, Pei Wangxing clenched her fists again and smashed them against another mirror. The sharp shards cut into her skin, blood streaming from her arms, yet her fists landed solidly upon a mirror specter. The damage was minimal, but the insult was profound. A fleeting look of confusion crossed the specter's face. What was happening? How could this human touch a spiritual entity? Seizing the moment of its existential pondering, Pei Wangxing swiftly took a photograph of the concrete wall with her phone before turning to flee. Misfortune comes in waves. In her frantic escape from the practice room, she encountered a blood-red figure rushing towards her from across the corridor. The face of the pen spirit bore a malicious smile, surrounded, with no avenue for escape. Her innate ability was still on cooldown. It was over. Despair washed over Pei Wangxing uncontrollably. Was she truly destined to fall just before reaching the finish line? It was unbearable. In the live broadcast room of Huagua, the audience's emotions fluctuated wildly. Spiritual pollution. Pei Wangxing is under control. Pei Wangxing's talent can harm the supernatural? In the realm of bizarre tales, both parties must adhere to the rules. If a human triggers the bizarre killing mechanism, they will be slain by the supernatural. The supernatural meets the criteria for the chosen one to activate their abilities. Thus, their skills can take effect. Humans cannot endlessly attack the supernatural. So what is the triggering condition? Filthy money. Could it be money? The bullied trainee was the former incarnation of the mirror ghost. She had just accepted the money offered by Shirley. They are part of the same team. Thus she was targeted. Wait, the mirror ghost was not injured. Oh no, the attributes of spirits far exceed those of humans. Her strength cannot harm the mirror ghost. There is no way out. The pen spirit is closing in. Oh no, please. In room 1316 of the CJ building, Shirley sat before her computer. From the photographs transmitted by Gonjoiwe and the others, she discovered that the codes for the 3 files were all 2 digits. She rotated the safe's combination lock according to the years in which these events occurred. Click. The password was correct. Inside the safe lay not only numerous unseemly photographs of various faces, but also pictures of the president of CJ Company alongside many celebrities from the Korean entertainment industry. Among them was the then president and a familiar face to Shirley. Her phone vibrated. Glancing down, she saw a reminder that her battery was about to die. Just a second before the shutdown, Star wished to share a photograph. She captured the final message that popped up on the screen, a lifeless, gray-white face embedded in the concrete wall, alarmingly close to the photographer. The evidence was irrefutable. The truth was laid bare. Shirley meticulously organized everything and prepared to send it out. The computer remained fixated on a rudimentary web page. Thank you for using the public reporting website. Before you submit this report, please answer the following questions. Question 1. Please briefly describe the cause of the female celebrity's death. Shirley replied. The female celebrity had long been manipulated by her agency, coerced into providing sexual services to clients, enduring inhumane torment alongside the recording of indecent photographs. Realizing she could not escape, she succumbed to despair and took her own life. Question 2. Is the female trainee deceased? Who is the murderer? Where is her body hidden? Shirley's fingers danced over the keyboard, leaving traces of her thoughts. The female trainee was persistently bullied. On the night she went missing, she was once again threatened and compelled to return to the company. During the bullying, she met her demise. The perpetrators, after discussions among their powerful families and company executives, concealed her body behind the concrete wall, behind the mirrors in the basement practice room. Question 3. What was the cause of the male trainee's death? Contemplating briefly, Shirley concluded. The male trainee's death was not simply due to cardiac arrest. Such an ailment strikes too swiftly, leaving no time for a response. This was no accident. It was murder. He likely overheard something sinister at the company late at night, a secret worth killing for, coupled with the few photographs in the safe. Shirley answered. The male trainee was rehearsing late at the company when he inadvertently discovered a wicked plan involving the Psychic Association and the president of CJ. Upon realizing he had been discovered during his escape, he attempted to call for help, only to be silenced and his body relocated to the practice room, staged as a medical emergency. Clicking send, a green checkmark appeared on the computer screen, successfully transmitted. In the dimly lit corridor, Pei Wangxing stared, her pupils constricting in fear. As the figure of the spirit appeared before her, its face eerily close, red claws piercing her skin, she distinctly heard the sound of flesh being pierced. The shadow of death loomed ever closer. The web page displayed a notification. Congratulations to the female idol group monster recycling station representing Huagua for successfully clearing the horror-themed dungeon. Terror in the practice room. The exploration rate for this map is 100, and the clearance level is SSS. Congratulations on achieving a perfect clear. Now distributing rewards. The national defense strength of Huagua has increased by 10%. The global audience, along with the chosen ones awaiting death within the dungeon, heard this melodious announcement pierce through the darkness. Was it over? Had they survived? The voice within the global broadcast continues to resonate. The CJ agency has been fully unlocked and has now integrated into the thrilling landscape, serving as a primary venue for future activities of the artists. Beep, beep, beep. Artists still among the living. Please hasten to the company entrance. Your agents await you there. Chapter 24. First encounter with the agent Shi Li and her companions gathered in front of the company building. The three had arrived early, while Pei Wangxing made a belated entrance. Upon turning her head, Chun Nai was taken aback by Pei Wangxing's pallid and somber visage, her chest marred by bloodstains, swaying unsteadily as she walked. With a gasp, Chun Nai exclaimed, "My goodness, Sister Pei, are you all right?" Pei Wangxing, clutching her heart in a dramatic manner, spoke in a feeble voice, "Come help me, my legs feel a bit wobbly." Having narrowly escaped the gruesome fate of having her heart extracted, the memory still sent chills down her spine. At such a tender age, she had endured far more than anyone should bear. The others quickly rushed to support her, inspecting the injuries on her chest. Fortunately, there was no serious harm. After the conclusion of the eerie tales, all afflictions and injuries would automatically mend, revealing a modicum of humanity amidst the horror. Yet, seeing the typically resilient Pei Wangxing in such a dismal state even prompted the usually indifferent Gan Zhouyue to express some concern. The rain had poured relentlessly throughout the night. Now, as the downpour ceased, dawn was approaching. Perhaps the sun had already risen, but the world remained shrouded in gloom and silence. The fog-laden streets devoid of any human presence, and no taxis traversed the area. The flowers and grasses in the green belt withered alone, while the trees by the roadside silently withered away. They encountered a lifeless world, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic scenario devoid of humanity. Though the rain had stopped, the ground was still not completely dry, revealing depressions and muddy pits eroded by acid rain. Shi Li and her companions quickly spotted the waiting van at the entrance, the relief evident on their faces. Two vehicles were stationed in front of the company, one black and one white. Both were spacious MPVs, their bodies boasting smooth, elegant lines and a matte finish, positioned on either side of the entrance. A petite girl, barely over 5 feet, stood in front of the white van. Her complexion was fair, and her features were delicate and charming. Upon seeing the fatigued group at the entrance, she beamed and waved, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I am your agent from now on. My name is Mei Ya. Oh dear, you must be exhausted from the overnight rehearsal. We have hot water and energy snacks ready in the van. Please hop in." She opened the door, revealing a luxurious and comfortable interior, stocked with an array of beverages and delectable snacks, such as spicy strips, chips, and chicken feet. The chill outside was biting, and having consumed little throughout the night while maintaining unwavering focus, the group now felt a potent combination of fatigue, hunger, and sleepiness. The sight of their favorite snacks made them involuntarily swallow. Meanwhile, the black vehicle remained quietly parked, with the front passenger window rolled down a quarter of the way, revealing a shadowy figure within. A slender, bony hand emerged from the window, pale as if crafted from paper, devoid of the hue of life. "Surely, we are not expected to choose the correct vehicle as well." Pei Wangxing pressed her hand to her chest, her expression numb. She had thought that completing the eerie tales would afford them a moment of respite. Yet, the relentless horror seemed to blend seamlessly, leaving them no time to relax. It should not be the case. Shirley's gaze flickered between the two vehicles before she shook her head. "We are mere mortals. Our energy is finite. Since it has chosen to transform Blue Planet into a thrill-seeking amusement park rather than a hellish purgatory, it seeks to observe humanity's struggle for survival amid bizarre contests of wit. It should merely allow them to select their preferred agents. However, akin to the varied choices presented in a game, each decision made will inevitably influence the future lives of the artists. One option is a considerate and affable female agent. The other, a male agent reluctant to even exit his vehicle. It is common knowledge which choice one ought to make. Yet unexpectedly, Shirley walked directly to the sleek black van, raised her delicate wrist, and tapped on the passenger window. "Hello, what shall I call you?" The window slowly descended. Clad in a double-breasted, deep gray coat, only his shoulder-width frame could support his long legs. His mid-length black hair curled slightly, cascading over his collarbone. The owner of the hand possessed an equally striking visage, though devoid of the warmth of life, rendering his hair and eyes even darker. He resembled a vampire seated within an opulent black coffin, both disjointed and somber. The handsome man returned her greeting with a smile. "Simon." His magnetic baritone flowed like a cello's notes. His profound gaze bore no hint of mirth, openly displaying disdain upon noticing the bloodstains and filth on their faces and bodies. The four of them collectively inhaled sharply. This agent, sharing a name with a popular character, was undeniably more handsome than many male celebrities idolized by fans in reality. Glancing at him, then back at their own disheveled appearances, they felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority, as if he were the true star and they mere understudies. Many viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback by his striking looks. What? Completing the level grants you a stunningly handsome NPC. Oh my gosh, I'm all in for this. Wait, something's amiss. A horror game introducing such a handsome NPC must be a ploy to disrupt my sister's resolve. What are you thinking? Clearly, Mayu is the better choice. A mother renowned like Meng Mu once said, the more attractive a man, the more deceitful he can be. Although the previous comment is a bit peculiar, I concur. My instincts have never led me astray. And Simon sets off all my danger alarms. In other live streams, the remaining chosen ones shared similar sentiments. They unanimously opted for the seemingly more amiable Maya. Even if both agents pose potential issues, a female agent standing at 1.60 meters would surely be easier handled than one towering at nearly 2 meters. Back in the Huagua live stream, upon hearing Simon's voice, Shirley's eyes sparkled with delight as if entranced, and she instinctively opened the car door to climb into the back seat. Cheerfully, she exclaimed, Simon, I look forward to your guidance. Hey, is this really so hasty? You wouldn't choose this vehicle solely based on his looks, would you? Gonjoyua tugged at Shirley's sleeve from behind. Do you think he looks alive with that expression? Shirley was indeed someone who adored beauty, captivated by all things aesthetically pleasing. In her earlier, financially constrained days, she often spent her meager living expenses on ephemeral, idealized figures, enduring a cycle of feasting and fasting for the remaining half of the month. She feared that Shirley might be blinded by beauty. Shirley lightly tapped her fingers on Ganyua's lips, speaking with utmost seriousness. Sister, rest assured, I will not be deceived by men again. I am merely pretending to be enchanted by him. This is but a part of my plan. Now let's not linger on this. I have my own rhythm. As they gradually boarded the vehicle, Siwen cast his gaze into the rearview mirror, observing the fresh, delicate faces. He licked his pale lips, a smirk forming. Of course, I shall take good care of these delightful morsels. The engine roared to life, and the car began to move slowly. As they passed a white vehicle, they noticed their manager, Maya, with a grim expression. Her once amiable smile vanished. Her lips moved, seemingly uttering something. Chunai strained to catch her words. You will regret it. The vehicle smoothly merged onto the main road. Initially, the scenery was familiar, but soon unfamiliar buildings loomed, cloaked in thickening fog. This was no longer the way back to their original dormitory. They had taken another route. A sense of unease began to stir within the other three. Yet upon seeing Shirley's calm demeanor, her eyes fixed intently on Siwen's pale face, their anxiety inexplicably subsided. Since we are here, let us find peace in it. They had previously resided in the company's trainee dormitory, an old place few wanted to inhabit. Now that they had officially debuted, they were surely to move to a new artist dormitory. Yes, it must be so, without a doubt. The car bore no snacks, no hot water. The seats were hard and cold, rendering the journey uncomfortable, akin to a frigid coffin. Before long, the others began to chatter nervously. Pei Wangxing hugged her arms tightly, curling into herself. Do you feel, that the air conditioning is quite strong in here? Shirley's hand rested on her knee, casting a mildly surprised glance her way. Did you not notice? The air conditioning is not on. Not the air conditioning? Could it be? The expressions of the group turned grim. Chunai opened her mouth. Is this a hearse? Let us keep an open mind, Shirley replied nonchalantly. It might be a vehicle for recovering souls from an accident. Don't you think so, Brother Siwen? Siwen chuckled, neither affirming nor denying. This comment did little to console the others. Rather, it deepened their frowns. Truly, it was as if the underworld had opened its doors to them, bringing them home. Seemingly empty, yet the vehicle was filled with spirits. The van brought them to the front of a solitary villa. The three-story structure stood desolately at the intersection, surrounded by white floral tributes and scattered paper money, fluttering in the mournful wind. Siwen turned his face, smiling as he remarked, This is a debut gift from your fans. May your path ahead be lined with flowers. The group collectively thought, what a morbid way to show support. Chapter 25. The breach of defense. The hearts of the crowd roared, shrieked, and lamented. Crossroads, often depicted as ominous locales in numerous horror films, are frequent sites of traffic accidents where restless souls linger. As they gazed around, the absence of other buildings was palpable, the thick fog refusing to dissipate, leaving only their dormitory standing resolutely. The stone tablet at the entrance bore the inscription Hanan number 44, resembling both a grave and a glaring target. The entrance was equipped with facial recognition technology. Sowen stepped forward with long strides. The recognition device flashed momentarily before emitting 2 beeps, granting access. Shi Li and the others observed with a sense of composure. It was entirely ordinary for an agent to possess the keys to their artist's residence. Inside, the room was furnished with an array of the latest furniture, far removed from the rudimentary iron bunk beds of the past. Each individual enjoyed their own private chamber. The refrigerator brimmed with an assortment of self-heating rice dishes. Additionally, there was a gym filled with various exercise equipment, a rehearsal room, a music room, and a dressing room, among other amenities. Yet, without exception, the appliances and furniture exuded a lifeless air, devoid of the natural sheen indicative of vitality, lending an odd sense to the atmosphere. Sowen stood in the living room, holding a black notebook. As your agent, I must diligently record your physical data. According to the records, your weight is... No, Shi Li interjected, waving her hands in protest, a hint of embarrassment coloring her face. Those figures are inaccurate, Sowen. Our dormitory lacks a scale, and those data are outdated. Now that we are debuting, we certainly need the most current statistics, wouldn't you agree? The other 3 lowered their heads in silence, acutely aware that the physical data recited by their agent, while not recent, were still merely 2 or 3 months old. They understood well enough that, although they might not have maintained their weights precisely, any fluctuations would not exceed 0.5 kilograms. Uncertain of Shi Li's intentions, they chose to remain silent, striving not to complicate matters for their companion. Sowen regarded the young woman intently, the smile upon his lips unwavering, as if masked by a veneer of falsehood. Indeed, you are correct. The profiles of artists require real-time updates. There is a scale in the living room. Shall we verify your weight now? Absolutely, Shi Li responded readily. The scale was brand new, having yet to record any data. Overcome by the allure of beauty, Shi Li was about to step onto the scale when a sudden thought struck her. She turned her head, a hint of shyness flickering across her features, and said, Sowen, since this is public information, I would like to present my net weight to the fans. May I take the scale to my room? A faint blush blossomed on her cheeks, imbuing her with an added sweetness. Sowen chuckled softly, of course you may. He winked at Shi Li, adding as artists, every action of yours is subject to public scrutiny and the gaze of your fans. Typically, the live stream will remain active. However, during sleeping hours or other inconvenient times, the broadcast will be temporarily suspended. With a joyful lift, Shi Li carried the scale back to her room. Chun Nai and her companions trailed behind like little tails. The door closed with a click, locking them in. Gan Zhouyue approached, her expression fraught with anxiety. Is there a problem? Shi Li's previously enraptured demeanor cooled, replaced by a frosty indifference. How vexatious that old man was. Previously, she had been eagerly inching closer to Sai-1, having caught a glimpse of the many numerical sequences in his black notebook. Regrettably, the subsequent text remained obscured from her view. This was a realm governed by peculiar rules. The contents following those sequences were likely the artist's code of conduct. Alas, that notebook was firmly in Sai-1's possession, rendering it unattainable for them. They could only navigate the treacherous malice as it came. Shi Li had chosen silence in the car, hoping to momentarily lower the guard of that insufferable ghost. Human hearts are filled with deceit. Who isn't donning a mask? Her gaze roamed the room briefly before she wrapped herself in a thick cotton quilt from the bed. The others were bewildered. What was happening? Were they not supposed to weigh themselves? This was not disrobing. It was cocooning oneself into a ball. But there was more. After enveloping herself in the quilt, Shi Li effortlessly lifted a vanity laden with cosmetics and confidently stepped onto the scale. The numbers on the scale flickered rapidly, swiftly breaching the 100 mark, finally settling into the triple digits. A flash of insight sparked in Gan Zhouyue's mind. I understand. She hurriedly whispered to her two companions. Don't forget what is paramount for idols. The two gradually widened their eyes, inhaling sharply. Body management. For active artists, weight gain was a crimson alert. In the context of the horizontally elongated camera lens, it translated into compounded disaster. Therefore, this was not merely about entering an artist's information. The initial data was equally crucial. Having narrowly escaped peril, many chosen ones, upon seeing the snacks in the car, found their stomachs rumbling. A number of them indulged slightly, munching on several bags of snacks while responding to Meia's data recording from the passenger seat. Only two chosen ones from the land of the morning calm had survived. The most popular Jiang Huiyin and her closely affiliated, company-promoted CP teammate. They weighed themselves daily, providing Meia with the most current weight data. Upon returning to the artist's residence, Meia unexpectedly produced a scale from behind her, her smile as radiant as ever. All right, my dear children, it's time to check if your weight exceeds the limit for today in an instant. The faces of the two turned ashen. They had been idols before, well aware of the company's tactics. If their weight was not up to standard, they would face a day of hunger as punishment. But this was a realm of bizarre tales. Would it truly be as simple as enduring a few missed meals? Or they hesitated to step onto the scale, deferring to one another. As Meia's smile faded, her expression growing increasingly perilous, Jiang Huiyin clenched her teeth and forcefully shoved her teammate forward. I have a bit of stomach ache. You go first. The other member stumbled to the scale, loathing Jiang Huiyin internally, yet under Meia's impassive gaze. She trembled as she stepped onto the weighing device. Damn, they just consumed an excessive amount of high-calorie snacks in the car. Surely, their weight must surpass that of yesterday. Anxiously, she forced a smile and said, Oni, we used to weigh ourselves without our clothes, so today. Of course we can. Meia fixed her gaze on her, a mysterious smile playing upon her lips. Do not worry, to protect the privacy of the artists. Significant areas will be temporarily obscured during the live stream. Meia's legs remained firmly planted, unwavering. They began to regret their choice of this female manager. If only a male manager were present, they could have justifiably prevented him from standing by while they weighed themselves. Alas, there are no ifs. The bathroom was monopolized by Jiang Huiyin, leaving her with no option but to remove all her clothing and step onto the scale. The livestream screen from a land of the morning calm went dark. The audience could only hear sporadic voices. The weight on the scale fluctuated. As it surpassed her weight from yesterday, the numbers abruptly turned red. The scale emitted a piercing scream. Overweight, overweight, overweight. The cacophony was maddening, leaving everyone dizzy. She weighed 2 kilograms more than before. Meia approached, wielding a chainsaw, her murky yellow eyes hungrily fixated on her body. The artist's weight exceeded her previous measurement. Her self-discipline faltered. Her body management was inadequate, necessitating intervention. No, please no. One member sobbed, shaking her head frantically. Heart-wrenching screams erupted simultaneously across many live streams. Among them, the chosen ones from the land of the lighthouse attempted to resist, only to realize in terror that this seemingly harmless woman held absolute power over them. The manager exerted an undeniable dominance over the artists. In the bathroom, Jean Yuan slumped beside the toilette. The heart-wrenching cries and the buzzing of the chainsaw resonated just a door away, and that sweet voice seemed to beckon her. Hee. Let me help you shed those excess pounds. Only by being ruthless with oneself can one become the center of attention, a top-tier idol. She reached in her throat, inducing vomiting, tears streaming down her face, her purged contents tinged with blood, while threatening to escape. At the residence of the artist from the land of the flowery kingdom, a handsome man stared intently at the scale, which registered an average weight exceeding 200 pounds, and suddenly erupted with a sharp exclamation. No, impossible. How could you possibly be this heavy? The elegant gentleman, akin to a noble knight, had finally broken down. Chapter 26, A Guide to Idle Survival. The visage of Shirley, which appeared irresistibly delectable, swiftly morphed into something loathsome in the eyes of Siwen. How could it be otherwise? Shirley bashfully lowered her head, glancing at her fingers. Perhaps due to the rigorous training over the years, her muscles weighed a tad more than fat. Siwen mused, "Is this a beaver?" The man gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to tear her apart on the spot. He fought to control the trembling muscles of his face, each word escaping his lips. Even if your brain is composed entirely of muscle, it cannot possibly be this number. Observing Siwen's exceptionally dark demeanor, Pei Wangxing nudged Gan Jiue. "Indeed, we ought to weigh ourselves after using the restroom." "Brother, do not be angry. Let us deconstruct this before weighing." Siwen, seemingly unfazed, demanded that they weigh themselves beneath his watchful gaze. The trio, rather than asserting the distinctions between genders or lamenting their idol personas, shamelessly claimed to be allergic to weighing themselves while clothed. Their reluctance was evident, clearly indicating a problem. Infuriatingly, he found himself powerless. Meanwhile, Maya in the adjacent room was indulging in her meal, her mouth smeared with grease. The small cake he had anticipated was now beyond his grasp. Siwen resembled a mere shell of a man, his blood-red eyes almost weeping crimson as he incessantly muttered the word impossible. "Brother Siwen, albeit the figures differ slightly. Consider this. With an increased base number, the potential for improvement is vast. Isn't that splendid?" As Shirley spoke, she seemed moved by her own empathetic insight, letting out a soft whimper. "Perhaps this scale is faulty. Why not take it for repairs when you leave?" Pei Wangxing and the others internally applauded, thinking, "Brilliant. We can avoid weighing ourselves for a few more days. Understand that our minds are filled with cunning." Siwen believed everyone was dutifully weighing themselves, while in reality, the sisters were secretly lifting weights in their room. How could they not be heavy? Is this truly heavy? This is our dignity. Indeed, I am utterly exasperated by the increasingly stringent weight requirements in society. Ordering clothing online often results in sizes smaller than children's wear. An XXXS tank top suggests a weight of 10 kilograms, yet I weigh far more than that. The excess we possess as the chosen ones is merely wit. Initially, I thought Shirley had been bewitched by that scoundrel Siwen. I feel utterly shameful for my earlier scorn. I too, who once scolded Shirley for being a lecher, now feel a twinge of guilt. As a self-proclaimed lecher, I find Siwen's reddened eyes and pale skin captivating. The contrast of his dark hair is simply enchanting. My heart aches for Siwen. What a state he has been reduced to. I feel a prophetic intuition stirring within me. The tragic and unjust life of Siwen is merely beginning its prologue. Agreed. In the end, Siwen stormed off, clutching the weight scale, oblivious to the fact that he had left his notebook on the sofa. As soon as he departed, the others hastily seized the notebook. Most of the content above eluded their comprehension, twisted and obscure like a writhing insect, bearing a certain similarity to the tattoos on Shirley's back. Shirley turned to the page she had previously stolen a glance at. It was the only page adorned with familiar Chinese characters. The Idol Survival Guide. As the candlelight of the cake extinguishes, the sole path left is to reach the pinnacle. For your safety, please adhere to the following rules. 1. Being an idol is a profession that peddles fantasies and dreams. Any romantic entanglement will be regarded as a disqualification of the idol. 2. The dormitory is not an absolute sanctuary. Should you discover signs of intrusion by Saisiangs, promptly lock the doors and windows. But what if they're hiding within your room? 3. Uphold the professional ethics of an idol. Please refrain from the following behaviors: cutting screens at signing events, privately contacting fans, slacking off on stage. 4. Always maintain group spirit in front of fans. A group devoid of spirit is like a pile of scattered sand, and even if you must feign it, do so with dignity. 5. Regularly nurture your relationship with your manager. 6. Amidst a busy schedule and periods of inactivity, maintain good body management. Do not let your weight exceed that of the previous day. Upon reading the first rule, Gan Jiue immediately took out her phone and began to purge her friend list of fishy contacts. Pei Wangxing inadvertently caught sight of her actions and exclaimed, "How curious. Has she shifted from the Hahuan sect to the path of indifference?" The audience in Huagua, what have I just heard? The second rule sent shivers down everyone's spines. This villa was indeed not as secure as they had imagined. Shi Li, empathizing with the group, reassured them. It's fine, we are still transparent and insignificant without fans. Thus no sayings. A closed logic loop. What a little genius. How does she manage to strike at the heart of the matter with every word? The three girls remained expressionless. You should really keep quiet. They had already accepted the grim reality of never returning to their previous lives. Even if they persevered through the trials of the bizarre, they could only retreat to the artist dormitory provided by the national fortune battlefield for a fleeting respite. A return to reality was inevitable. They must either fully conquer the national fortune battlefield or perish for their country. The four girls now shared a singular thought. Since they had come this far, they ought to accomplish something monumental. The Z-Way star of 2025 was destined to be them. These 6 rules aligned perfectly with the idle manuals of reality. In the previous instance, Shi Li had surmised the importance of group spirit. Voluntarily abandoning teammates was undoubtedly the most foolish action. Beyond the instance, these 6 rules constituted the essence of their existence as idols within this thematic national fortune battlefield. Behind the rules lay the preferences of fans from another world. Should they engage in behaviors that contradicted fan expectations, it could foster anti-fans, commonly referred to as haters. Extreme fans might obstruct their journey within the instance, affecting their evaluation and success. These rules lacked any protective measures against voyeurism. Other nations quickly took note, urging the populace to memorize them. Most chosen ones from various nations perished in the previous instance. And as the next scenario commences, the eerie national fortune battlefield shall randomly select new artists who meet the criteria to enter the new horror tale. The guidelines pertaining to the idols themselves must be diligently adhered to in the upcoming iteration. The remaining pages of the notebook are filled with incomprehensible symbols, which she disdainfully set aside in frustration. Following the conclusion of the first Horror Live broadcast, the internet in South Korea erupted with calls for a thorough investigation into CJ Corporation and the then-president. The citizens collectively petitioned the Blue House for a comprehensive inquiry. After all, this was a live broadcast of the national fortune battlefield that captured the attention of humanity worldwide, exposing the vulnerabilities of South Korea and diminishing its stature. The Korean prosecution had begun gathering evidence to apply for arrest warrants, but soon encountered formidable resistance from conglomerates. However, that was a matter for another time. For in reality, the CJ building had vanished. It was as if an unseen, higher-dimensional hand had clicked a mouse to remove it, completely erasing it from existence. Everyone realized that any real-world structures or locales implicated in the horror tales would inevitably become part of those narratives. Anxiety spread among the populace as they prayed not to be selected by the national fortune battlefield. Those foreign chosen ones who had found alternative pathways to survive in the wake of the Chinese nation as unprecedented success received no rewards. For the lofty entity, allowing these nations to escape the horror-s arrival was already a significant act of mercy. The reward of a 10 enhancement in national defense for the Chinese nation carried little tangible significance for the average citizen. Only the high-ranking officials and various experts were left astounded. Numerous previously insurmountable challenges suddenly seemed to clear as if the meridians had been unblocked, leading to swift resolutions. Strategic metal deposits were continuously discovered nationwide. Research institutes unveiled cutting-edge materials. Research breakthroughs proliferated like a geyser. The defense capabilities of the Chinese nation had accelerated by at least a decade. In response, the Chinese government merely shared an official image featuring a shadowy outline, discernibly a colossal object, with the caption, "Dawn is in sight, good night." The curiosity of Chinese netizens reached a fever pitch as they clamored in the comments section, pleading with their mother not to keep them in suspense. Meanwhile, the powerful nation surrounding China remained on high alert, unable to find peace in their meals or sleep. Neighboring countries repeatedly contacted the leaders of China. This was merely the initial impact of the horror tales on the situation of the Blue Planet. In the chilling world, within the villa, she and her companions were also reviewing the rewards for completing the scenario. Chapter 27. Entertainment Weekly. The idol industry in Goryeo is remarkably developed. with a clear distinction between the popular top members and the less favored back members within each idol group. The highly sought-after members receive a continuous stream of endorsement offers, while their less popular counterparts find themselves idly at home, twiddling their thumbs. Nevertheless, the income generated from individual appearances by the high-profile members must be shared equally among all group members. The points settlement system in the National Fortune battlefield emulates this income distribution principle, dividing rewards based on the number of survivors from a ghostly tale. As for the actual difficulty of the practice room ghost story, a 1-star subquest, it remains to be seen, but the points awarded are indeed meager. A standard completion yields a paltry 100 points, which merely requires survival until dawn without any map exploration demands. The SSS-level perfect completion earned them a total of 1,000 points, evenly distributed among the 4 members, resulting in a mere 250 points each, akin to an insult. These points can be exchanged in the marketplace for various items, such as permanent speed or strength enhancement cards, and watches that remain uncontaminated in ghostly encounters. A bandage usable 5 times costs 100 points, as does a blind box gift pack, a favorite among gamblers. Shirley held the tablet that Gonjoiwe had salvaged from the seafood market, which had inexplicably downloaded an idle app. Opening it revealed information about their group. Attribute panel, group name. Monster Recycling Station group members. Shirley, Captain, Gonjoiwe, Pei Wangxing. Chunai popularity. 1,000. Excessive excellence may attract irrationally fervent fans. Anti-fan value. 0. Poor performance during events may disappoint fans, leading some to become anti-fans and engage in extreme behavior. Representative works. None. As you have just debuted, there are no works to showcase. Please contribute more captivating performances and stages for your fans. Variety shows. None, given your current popularity. You have yet to receive invitations for variety shows. Awards record. None. The year-end is the K-pop award season. Strive to survive until then. Titles obtained. Monster Rookie. Active. Congratulations. You have become a rookie group endowed with high expectations from fans. However, greater expectations also lead to greater disappointment. Title effect. Perfect completion. Increases points by 20 on the original basis, while non-perfect completions have the points and randomly increase anti-fan value. Note, information above the representative work section is hidden by default. To display it publicly, you may select the external display button. Shirley contributed the most in the practice room horror subquest, and quietly ascended to the role of captain in the National Fortune battlefield. Shirley, thank you, but I'm not particularly eager for this. The other 3 members had no objections to this arrangement. Chun-Nai pointed at the dazzling title. What on earth is this title? It requires a perfect completion? Is it trying to get me killed? Gonjoiwe flopped onto the sofa, resembling a decaying and malodorous salted fish. Remove the question mark. It's clearly designed to lead us to our demise. Strangely, I did not see an option to remove the title. Shirley scrolled down. Perhaps it had yet to be unlocked. In the Attributes interface, there exist 3 slots designated for titles, and one must attain more than 3 titles before freely swapping them. The crowd, a small cat-like expression of dismay. Their murmurs reached the ears of viewers in the Huagua livestream, automatically distorting into an unintelligible language. Simultaneously, the global idol popularity chart was unveiled in the real world. Audiences from various nations surged in to check the rankings. Huagua ascended to the top position, their group name accompanied by a small red flag, creating an effect reminiscent of it fluttering in the wind, vibrant and full of life. Other nations lined up neatly behind them, with the Lighthouse Nation benefiting from their name, starting with A, placing them higher in the rankings. Initially, they generated global hype, yet ultimately only 2 survived, akin to delivering a resounding slap to numerous White House officials. In nearly a century, they had never faced such humiliation. Many allies began to fracture in their trust. Before the second round of eerie tales commenced, they were already fervently hoping to redeem themselves in the next instance, eager to trample Huagua beneath their feet. Achieving a perfect clearance also rewarded a chance at a spin-the-wheel lottery. A giant wheel appeared on the tablet screen. Shirley and her 3 teammates conferred briefly, and all 3 turned their gazes towards the youngest member of the team, Chun-Nai. It's up to you. Everyone was intrigued by the lottery. Yet they had a certain understanding of their luck. Gambling often led to nothing. They decided to let Chun Nai, recognized as the luckiest among them, take the chance first and gauge the depth of the prize pool. All right, Chun Nai readily agreed, rubbing her hands together with anticipation as she pressed the central lottery button. The pointer began to spin. Congratulations! You have won Entertainment Weekly 99-year subscription. A mail icon popped up in the upper right corner of the tablet. Ding dong! You have automatically subscribed to Entertainment Weekly Digital Edition, which will be sent to your email weekly. Please check your inbox. Entertainment Weekly? Doesn't that sound like a bathroom read? Chun Nai's expression reflected her dissatisfaction. Could it be that her luck had been exhausted in the previous eerie tale? Pei Wangxing's attention was drawn to, what? A 99-year subscription? Even if I die, this thing won't have expired. It must cost quite a sum, right? In the chilling battlefield of fate, neither the chosen one's talents nor the items in the store bore any distinction in levels. They could not discern the quality of items merely by their names. Shirley's mind stirred slightly as she lightly tapped her finger on her knee. The publications of the bizarre world were not necessarily trivial. There is no such thing as useless items, only those who do not know how to utilize them. They downloaded this week's issue from their inbox, and the cover that sprang forth instantly captivated several gazes. With the decline of societal morals, is someone actually doing such things in the practice room? The crowd. Is it any wonder it's an entertainment magazine? Even the world of eerie tales has succumbed to clickbait. The tone of the main text normalized significantly. Yesterday, a total of 111 idol groups announced their debut. However, after a night of rigorous training, 321 artists expressed their inability to endure such intense practice, choosing to withdraw from the group and leave the entertainment industry. We regard their decision with understanding and regret. This report sporadically intersperses unsettling images of gruesome scenes, bodies hanging from fans, and those crushed into a pulp by elevators. Among the 444 debutantes, only 85 completed the summoning ritual. Of those artists, 68 perished in pursuit battles, 19 succumbed to the fifth rule of the practice room, and 22 fell victim to the false office. The girl group Monster Recycling Station garnered significant attention from fans due to their outstanding performances that overshadowed other rookie groups. Towards the conclusion of this report, it pointedly addressed them. The various scenarios in this eerie narrative shift rapidly. At a critical moment, Shirley decisively opted for an alternative pathway through the challenges. The aforementioned rules mentioned in the report were ones she had yet to encounter. Upon her second return to the practice room, Pei Wangxing was met with music emanating from the speakers, prompting her to shatter the mirror and flee. Conversely, another group of chosen ones adhered to the third rule, synchronizing their movements with the rhythm of the music, striving to mimic the actions reflected in the mirror. Rule 5 of the practice room states, when Rule 6 appears, immediately kill the person standing behind you, regardless of who they are. Rule 6 is a string of garbled text. This chapter is titled Practice Room Terror. Revolving around the practice room, Shirley harbored a flicker of curiosity regarding that hidden rule. In this report, she glimpsed the aftermath. In a dimly lit photograph, a red-haired, big-nosed Caucasian man stared blankly at his reflection in the mirror. A rule paper, slipping from his hand, was swept towards the lens by a howling wind, obscuring part of the view. The final garbled rule rearranged itself into a coherent phrase. I am you. You are me. The Caucasian man, tainted by the cacophony of music and the mindless mimicry, turned to see only himself in the mirror. Kill the person standing behind you, regardless of who they are. Even if that person is yourself, kill him. Kill yourself. The man gazed into the mirror. He picked up a fruit knife from the ground and, with a soft plunge, drove it into his own heart. Shirley grasped the true essence of this phrase. The you who chooses silence today is the me who will be forced into silence tomorrow. This reflects the countless individuals who, in front of the camera, on social media, and before their fans, desperately attempted self-rescue only to face backlash and cyberbullying. Driven to despair until they resorted to suicide to unveil the industry's darkness. It encapsulates the millions facing bullying in schools and workplaces. Ordinary individuals who have done nothing wrong, yet become victims of cult sacrifices. I am you, you are me. Chapter 28. MV shooting. In addition to this, the magazine also highlighted various other intriguing topics. It is said to be Entertainment Weekly, and the contents are astonishing. Entertainment news. During the recording of a music program, a sudden fire broke out at SBM television, leading to the urgent hospitalization of several artists. Variety show ratings secured by the return of PD's son. Once again focusing on the theme of adolescence, this episode's title is A Day as a Tutor. Multiple artists mysteriously vanished at a signing event. In mourning, a significant shipwreck occurred off the East Coast. Economists summarized the reasons for the failure of the West Coast development, possibly related to the harsh weather that brought about dreamlike fog. The self-heating rice endorsed by the Best Actor of the 45th Film Awards has been exposed for serious issues, with several consumers falling ill. A fan's letter is a heartfelt conveyance of love. However, recent rumors among idols suggest the existence of cursed letters. It is reported that all artists who received them met with tragic fates within 7 days. The Cultural Industry Bureau hereby advises all artists to be vigilant and cautious of suspicious individuals around them. This is a magazine circulating in a bizarre world. They are sweet and delightful humans who have inadvertently found themselves amidst it. Yet, the information within is far more significant than one might initially presume. Each report could prove useful in the future. Upon reading the fourth article, the four exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously recalling the neatly arranged, self-heating rice in their refrigerator. The final piece included an illustration, a torn and reassembled note. I witnessed the latest stage performance of my beloved, as flawless as ever. But did you ever consider my fervent feelings while interacting with the backup dancers? Did you think of the fans cheering for you from below? Haha, your lofty demeanor truly deserves a lesson. I'm so sorry. Please forgive my rudeness. I truly adore you. How can one person be so perfect? I can no longer be satisfied merely gazing at you through the television. I long to see you, to be with you forever. You didn't respond, so I shall take that as your consent. Haha. Just wait. I'm coming for you. I'm already on my way. Wait for me. I will find you. The Sleeping Beauty is truly enchanting. Each stroke of the pen reveals different handwriting, crooked and unsteady, suggesting it was penned by various individuals. Their mental states visibly deteriorating. As the note progresses, the writing becomes increasingly hasty and trembling. An overwhelming sense of excitement fills the air, bordering on suffocation. Is it a case of split personality? Or perhaps multiple identities? Even through the screen, the content of the note evokes a chilling sense of dread, rendering one breathless. Heavens! Pei Wangxing felt goosebumps rise. This must be from a stalker. It absolutely is. The final sentence of the note mentioned a sleeping face. The fan who penned the letter has likely found their idol, perhaps standing by the bed, obsessively and morbidly gazing at the slumbering man. No, perhaps the other has forever slipped into eternal sleep. Chun Nai raised her hand, noticing the gazes of her teammates converging upon her. She pointed to the paper note, pondering the identity of the intended recipient of the letter, which bore neither a name nor a signature. Could it be that every artist who received this letter was considered a recipient, akin to the Midnight X-Bell, necessitating the transfer of the letter to others? A protracted silence ensued. Shirley promptly returned to her attributes panel, discovering that her popularity had surged to 1,001. The count of new fans had increased by one. Though she was reluctant to admit it, they had indeed attracted unwanted attention. The sudden emergence of an extreme stalker sent Pei Wangxing into a frenzy, burying her face in a pillow and furiously punching the air. Gan Zhuiyue lowered her gaze to conceal the shadows in her eyes. Her tone gentle. Perhaps we should explore ways to transfer the curse? To the fans or the company staff? After all, in this bizarre world, aside from the chosen ones, there seem to be few normal individuals left. No, we lack social media accounts. Shirley shook her head, acknowledging the dilemma. The identities of fans and staff were certainly outside the curse's influence. They had only just debuted and had yet to take the stage officially, nor did they possess contact information for other artists. In the realm of idols, where dreams are crafted, maintaining a persona is of paramount importance. The more one speaks, the easier it is to shatter that carefully constructed image. Initially, social media accounts for newly debuted groups and solo artists are managed by the company, with staff overseeing operations. It is only after a few years, when popularity and fan bases stabilize, that personal accounts are established for direct interaction with fans. This letter was evidently a deliberate intrusion. The strangeness of it all seemed intent on preventing them from subscribing to the Entertainment Weekly. Yet, this was their sole means of understanding the world around them. Relinquishing their subscription was not an option. The three of them looked expectantly at Shi Li, awaiting her analysis. Shi Li blinked and slowly raised her hand to stifle a yawn. The ominous letter threatened a grim fate within 7 days, and the peculiar sender of the curse would also require time to approach. "Let us rest well for now," she suggested. An idea struck her, and she added, "Before sleeping tonight, remember to lock the doors and windows and refrain from drawing the curtains. I understand, especially since our dormitory is situated right by that ominous crossroads." With many neighbors around, Pei Wangxing replied, her expression one of clarity. They peered out from their room, uncertain of what might be lurking, watching them from the outside. Shi Li paused and nodded. "You are correct. I worry that if there are paparazzi outside, unflattering photos could be taken." Each returned to their respective rooms. As soon as Shi Li's head touched the pillow, she fell into a deep slumber. Tap, 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 tap. In the night, Shi Li was jolted awake by a rhythmic knocking sound. Upon discerning that the noise originated from outside her window, her drowsy mind cleared instantly. She was on the second floor of a European-style villa, with a ceiling height nearing 8 meters and large floor-to-ceiling windows. There was no external balcony. How could anyone possibly knock on her window from the outside? Who could it be? Shi Li breathed softly, making no sound, her blanket covering the lower half of her face, revealing only her keen eyes fixed on the floor-to-ceiling window. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but after a prolonged gaze, she felt that the once impenetrable bedroom seemed to harbor the faint outline of a human form as the curtains billowed slightly. The knocking persisted for over 10 minutes before it finally ceased. Shortly thereafter, Shi Li discerned a rustling sound, akin to a creature swiftly traversing the wall, a speed far removed from that of any human. As dawn broke, Shi Li immediately noticed the dark circles under the eyes of her 3 teammates, each bearing the weight of fatigue. They too had been disturbed by that relentless noise the previous night. Pei Wangxing had forgotten to silence her phone, and by sheer coincidence, it had received a notification at that very moment. The chime, piercing through the stillness of the night, was all too clear, awakening whatever lurked outside, which seemed to grow more animated. Throughout the latter part of the night, something had remained stationed outside Pei Wangxing's window, like a diligent woodpecker tapping incessantly. Shi Li rummaged through the nightstand and retrieved several pairs of earplugs, distributing them among her companions. They refrained from touching the self-heating rice in the refrigerator, opting instead to use their points to redeem absolutely secure food from the props marketplace. The offerings in the marketplace were not inexpensive. Even the simplest pre-packaged meal of 3 dishes and soup cost 1 point, and the taste left much to be desired. After placing their orders in the redemption store, steaming hot meals would automatically appear on the table, sidestepping the potential risks associated with delivery personnel. While this seemed a protective measure for the chosen ones, it also served as a means of isolating information. Pei Wangxing took a few bites of her rice, quickly feeling satiated, reminded that insufficient intake could hinder muscle gain. She made an effort to finish most of her meal before setting down her chopsticks. "What do you think is outside? Has that fan found us so quickly?" She mused. Not necessarily. It could be the restless spirit of someone who met an untimely end at the intersection, or perhaps a former resident connected to this house. Their chauffeur vehicles were all Seoul Ring cars, and it was not surprising for the residents to be a haunted one. In the days that followed, Shi Li and her companions poured their sweat into dance practice and workouts. During meals, they would watch horror films on the massive 8K screen with surround sound, growing accustomed to sudden frights and terrifying imagery. After some deliberation, Pei Wangxing was the first to utilize her points, investing a significant sum in 2 strength attribute cards, leaving her with only a double-digit balance. Her talent allowed her to interact with ghostly entities. However, her current strength was merely adequate for dealing with minor nuisances. offering no real threat against the myriad of peculiarities they might encounter. It was imperative to enhance their physical attributes, a necessity that could not be overlooked. The remaining trio refrained from hastily using their points, choosing to wait until the next instance before making any decisions. With limited points, they understood the importance of allocating their resources wisely. As Pei Wangxing uttered the words to activate her cards, the 2 attribute cards in her grasp faded away, and she closed her eyes tightly, her eyelids fluttering as her eyes trembled violently for several seconds. Upon reopening her eyes, a glimmer of something extraordinary flickered within them. "What does it feel like?" inquired Chun Nai, unable to contain her curiosity. "It seems. I don't feel much, but I shall give it a try." Pei Wangxing was equally exhilarated as the 4 of them collectively made their way to the gym. She twisted the doorknob, and with a snap, it detached cleanly in her hand. The others were left speechless. Gan Zhuiwei remarked, "I believe there's no need to try anymore. You can effortlessly twist off an adult man's arm now." How formidable! Pei Wangxing was overjoyed. The enhancement of her attributes had brought about such a significant transformation, instantly rejuvenating her confidence. "If I catch that mirror ghost that sticks to me again, I shall extract it entirely from the wall." In the bathroom, steam swirled around. Shi Li stood quietly before the mirror, observing the tattoos adorning her body. She resolved to seek an opportunity to learn the peculiar script, perhaps finding a benevolent oddity to assist her in translation. She was indeed curious about what she had inked. She hoped it wouldn't resemble those foreigners who tattoo Chinese characters, showcasing a neatly scripted southern cockroach, drawing peculiar glances from their compatriots. The mere thought of such an image made her feel faint. Regardless, she was determined to remove that plaster-like tattoo from her flawless skin. She could no longer tolerate it. On the second day, the third day, after an entire 3 days of absence, the manager, Sai-Wen, finally arrived. He had regained the refined elegance he possessed upon their first meeting. Observing the empty and tranquil living room, he opted not to ascend the stairs to rouse them. The viewers in the live stream watched as the tall, statuesque figure sat on the sofa, resembling a lifeless sculpture, remaining there from morning until afternoon. Just as Sai-Wen was on the verge of losing his patience, commotion finally echoed from upstairs. "Wow, look who has arrived. It's our ever-optimistic Sai-Wen." Shi Li was the first to emerge from the bedroom. Upon spotting the elongated figure on the sofa, she emitted a melodious exclamation and eagerly approached, wondering if there were any scheduled plans. She was counting on Sai-Wen to assist her in examining her tattoo. However, as she drew near, Sai-Wen tactically leaned back. Shi Li stepped forward again, and he continued to lean away. She shot him a playful glare, teasing him. Sai-Wen remained indifferent to her antics, extracting a white notice from his pocket. "Your debut song project has been finalized. The MV shoot is scheduled for today with the van waiting outside. I couldn't bear to wake you, seeing how exhausted you all look." A slight smirk played on his lips, his eyes glinting with dark mockery. "Ladies, you are already quite late." Chapter 29. Self-heating rice. Upon hearing the news, the expressions of the 4 individuals shifted dramatically. The idle survival guide delineated numerous red-line behaviors, one of which explicitly forbade tardiness or early departures. As newcomers with blank resumes, their unwarranted delay had left the filming team waiting for several hours. It was likely that by the next day, they would be branded as prima donnas, inciting a torrent of negative reviews. Sai-Wen had deliberately set them up for failure. The group glared at his composed, pallid visage, unable to suppress their clenched fists. Were it not for the regulations mandating a good rapport with their manager, Pei Wangxing's formidable fist would have already met that pretentious face, imparting a lesson in decorum. Shi Li furrowed her brow slightly, taking a deep breath before picking up the white notice on the table to scrutinize it word by word. The notice meticulously outlined the filming date, assembly time, cast members, and more. Filming location, Seaside. Assembly time, 9:30 a.m. The current time was 1:30 p.m. 4 hours had elapsed since the specified time. This was utterly unbearable. Shi Li and her companions lacked direct communication with the filming crew and director, relying solely on their manager for messages, which rendered them passive in this situation. Even if they were to call now to explain and apologize, the other party would merely perceive it as an attempt to shift blame onto their manager. The more she read, the more despondent Shirley appeared. She lifted her head, striving to keep her voice steady, though the slight tremor in her tone was unmistakably clear and melodious to Siwen's ears. Siwen, may I borrow your phone? I wish to call the director and explain. Siwen nodded with restrained composure. Of course, feel free. As Shirley took his phone, she turned to her teammate beside her. Chun Nai slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, Siwen, our gym's lock is broken. Could you help us fix it?" Of course, Siwen replied, maintaining an outwardly friendly demeanor. Even if Shirley was deliberately trying to divert him, attempting to shift blame during the call, one must remember that in a culture so steeped in hierarchy, a newcomer's words would not easily sway perceptions of a seasoned manager. Mere attempts at evasion would only incite further ire. He was eager to witness the moment Shi Li's flower-like visage was stripped away, revealing the silent terror in her exposed eyes. Siwen could not help but lick his lips, already contemplating how to extract Shi Li's tender, succulent thoughts from the filming crew. Meanwhile, in other live-stream rooms, other chosen ones had already embarked on their journeys. On their first day, they had paid their protection fees to the manager, who maintained a relatively amicable attitude, refraining from laying traps. For the peculiar, the spectacle of circus animals dying on stage versus behind the scenes bore entirely different entertainment value. However, their vehicle had not yet reached the West Coast, but seemed to be driving in circles along the same road. The number of occupants in the vehicle was uneven, and the chosen ones from various nations speculated that the terrifying National Destiny battlefield was extracting participants from reality, and they would not enter the next chapter until the numbers were complete. After all, in the realm of eerie tales, each landmark serves as a new chapter of terror. Within a mere 3 days, another group of chosen ones faced elimination. Devoid of points, they could only subsist on the meager provisions from the refrigerator. One chosen individual, in a moment of compassion, offered self-heating rice to nearby stray cats. Seeing them thrive, he felt reassured enough to partake in the food himself. On the first day, the group experienced no physical anomalies, allowing them to indulge without hesitation. However, calamity struck on the second night. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the bathroom, prompting the others to rush in, only to witness a scene of unimaginable horror. Amidst the steamy warmth, their teammate lay naked on the slick tiles, contorted like a shrimp. From his eyes, nose, and mouth, writhing creatures emerged, plopping onto the floor and bouncing into view. One landed on the back of a fellow's hand. Upon looking down, a blood-curdling shriek escaped his lips. Insects. They're insects. They were white, fleshy worms, each as thick as an adult's thumb, their tiny green eyes glistening. These grotesque beings treated the chosen one's body as spoiled cheese, burrowing in and out. When curled up, they resembled glistening grains of rice. Upon noticing the remnants of food by their teammates' lips and the pool of undigested waste on the floor, realization dawned upon the others. There was something amiss with the food. In that moment, they could no longer afford to dwell on the agony of their tormented companion, and they dashed toward the refrigerator. Why had the food been safe on the first day, yet turned perilous by the second? Where lay the source of this calamity? A sense of dread washed over them. Had they unwittingly consumed the same tainted sustenance? Would they be next? Frantically, they rummaged through the refrigerator, scrutinizing all self-heating rice. Upon careful comparison, they discovered that the unfortunate soul had consumed the blood sausage-flavored variant, expired past midnight that very night. He alone had dined on this flavor. A wave of relief mingled with a chilling dread swept over the remaining group. Despite differing production batches, the ingredients remained the same. Once the food surpassed its expiration date, the dormant worms within the rice would awaken. The others had consumed their meals within the safe time frame, hence their immunity to the grotesque fate. But their unfortunate companion had indulged too late, mere hours before the expiration. The digestion period for grains spans 5 to 3 hours. The oily blood sausage is even less digestible. Combined with the bathroom's warm, humid environment, the worms emerged more swiftly, stirred by gastric acids seeking an escape. The decaying body on the floor became akin to a pus-laden hive, riddled with holes. Some worms had already burrowed out, leaving behind a multitude of bloody orifices, while others continued to writhe within, causing white, translucent grains to bulge beneath the thin skin. Oh God, the mermaid of the sewer has come to life. Wasn't the expiration date merely a suggestion for optimal taste? In this bizarre world, there exists no food supervision. The expiration date is indeed a definitive deadline. What transformations occur post-expiration remain a mystery. Mother, I can no longer dare to consume expired food. Ugh, I just switched over from Li Jie stream, specifically to observe what happens when others eat rice. Ugh, I regurgitated my leftover meal. My curiosity has been extinguished. Even if I manage to digest food within the shelf life, who would still dare to partake after witnessing such a scene? Goodness. If I were to be thrust into the national fortune battlefield, I would prefer a painless transformation into an unconscious monstrosity. Painless? Such as the current plight of the contemporary layabout. In the Huagua livestream room, the phone rang for several seconds before being answered. Before Shi Li could utter a word, a middle-aged man's frantic roar erupted from the other end. What on earth is taking you so long? Are you planning to keep the entire team waiting? If you don't want to participate, then just return to your own country. Do you have any idea how much time you're wasting for everyone? How intimidating. The livestream fell into a momentary silence, with everyone's hearts lodged in their throats. Given such a hostile attitude over the phone, no matter what Shi Li said, it would be met with disbelief. Yet, Shi Li remained unfazed by the tone on the other end. She glanced at the call log from Saiwan. There were no calls from the director. If they were truly in such a hurry, how could there be no calls at all? Inwardly, Shi Li scoffed, yet her voice remained gentle. Hello, director. I am Shi Li, one of the artists participating in this production. May I inquire how much longer you will be? We have been waiting here for over 4 hours, and it is beginning to affect our subsequent schedule. Chapter 30, Untitled Debut Song. The audience from Huagua expressed their bewilderment. Wait, aren't we the ones who are late? Is it a reversal of roles? To seize the initiative and then turn the tables, shifting the blame for the tardiness onto others? It's absurd. They may be dead, but they are certainly not foolish. How could they possibly be unaware of the actual circumstances? Suddenly, Xiao Zhao's eyes sparkled with realization. The notice only stated that the location was by the seaside, without specifying whether it was on the west or east coast. He quickly instructed his team to retrieve the recent live stream data, not just from Huagua, but also backup recordings from other countries. Xiao Xiao directed them to rewind to a specific point in time. During the return journey to the villa, the chosen ones passed through a misty sea, with a landmark indicating the west coast scenic area. The artist's dormitory was situated even closer to the west coast. Even if Shi Li and her group set off now, they would still arrive before the filming crew coming from the east. To his surprise, Shi Li had noted this detail as well, utilizing information gleaned from Entertainment Weekly to dispel any doubts from the opposing side. They had ingeniously carved a path out of a deadlock. During the Chosen One's period of inactivity, officials from various countries were unable to communicate with them. Xiao Xiao and his colleagues could only watch anxiously as the girls navigated through perilous situations, striving to find a solution. Upon discovering that the agent had deliberately set a trap, leading their Chosen Ones to breach the rules, the analysis team from Huagua initially reacted with anger, then promptly shifted to strategizing a way to resolve the predicament. They deliberated on how to redirect part of the blame back to the director, focusing on minimizing the penalties. Little did they anticipate this approach, completely shifting the blame onto the director and agent, while transforming themselves into the patient and gracious little artists who bore no resentment and sought to mediate conflicts after waiting for hours. It was truly astonishing. The members of the analysis team exchanged glances, awestruck. It was indeed a blessing for Huagua to encounter such talents. An older expert chuckled and shook his head, expressing a sense of nostalgia. I feel so old. Our ideas are too conservative. After all, this is the era of the youth. Another silver-haired expert chimed in. Today's youth adhere to the principle of never exhausting oneself internally, but rather expending energy externally on others. The future of Huagua undoubtedly rests in the hands of the younger generation. Hearing the two elders speak, Xiao Xiao smiled as well. With the national machinery as a support for the Chosen Ones, the strategic analysis team needed to consider the timing of when to provide the Chosen Ones with crucial clues. The authenticity and completeness of information, as well as the timing of communications, whether too early or too late, could influence the chosen one's judgment, potentially leading to disastrous outcomes. Xiao Xiao stood as a beacon of hope for the younger generation in Huagua, embodying a radical spirit. His appointment as the team leader was a clear indication from above. Since the calamity had already descended, it was time to transform this disaster into an opportunity for Huagua's ascendance. No breaking, no establishing. The filming director, too, was left bewildered by Shirley's words. The anger in the phone call dissipated, replaced by confusion. What are you saying? The filming location is not the East Coast? Our company has always filmed there. The West Coast is remote and desolate, still not fully developed. How could it possibly be chosen? The director questioned. Have you perhaps made a mistake? Shirley felt even more perplexed. Brother Siwen informed us it was the West Coast. An accident just occurred on the East Coast, and they should be busy with rescue operations. How could the president assign us there? How do you know? The words slipped out, then abruptly halted. The director was astonished at how Shirley was aware of the situation outside. Shirley feigned ignorance of his slip and continued. Brother Siwen is particularly upset and insists that the company replace the filming crew. I believe there must have been a miscommunication, so I used his phone to inquire with you. You have been with the company for a long time. It would be best if this matter doesn't reach the president. Wouldn't you agree? The last two words were slightly elongated, laden with meaning. We are already on the West Coast. When will you join us? Upon hearing her articulate and composed demeanor, the filming director began to doubt himself. Could it truly be that a miscommunication had occurred? After all, if it weren't for Siwen's revelation, how could these inexperienced artists be so informed about the outside situation? Moreover, he had asked Shirley to make this call. Their relationship must be far more complex than it appeared. The director could not help but let his thoughts wander. Silence lingered on the line for a full 2 minutes. All right, I will come over immediately. The director concluded the call abruptly. In the comments section, excitement erupted. This is incredible. What a bold face to tell such lies. I have never admired anyone more than my sister Li. Siwen has led us into a trap. But we will turn the tables. Who could say we aren't a loving family? Since Siwen dared to dig a pit here, it implies that as long as no overt actions are taken, the company will turn a blind eye. Don't forget the rule. A harmonious internal atmosphere. Mutual assistance. You can fully trust what others relay. Haha. When Siwen generously lent his phone, he surely didn't expect Sister Li to reverse the situation. The blame has been shifted, and now it's gone. I'm thrilled, everyone. So many lives were lost on the East Coast, and the West Coast is remote and desolate. It hardly seems like a good place. If this is how our first official schedule begins with a delay, not only would it be disadvantageous for the group, but Shirley, as the captain, would also bear the brunt of the blame. When Siwen returned, instead of finding Shirley pale and defeated, he was greeted by her bright smile. Brother Siwen, the director, is quite nice. He said the filming plans have changed unexpectedly. We are not allowed to shoot on the East Coast for now, and we need to head to the West Coast today. Let's get moving. Siwen responded. Can someone kindly explain to him what transpired in those brief minutes? Copy title. The Elusive Spring Day. Copy level. 2 stars. Copy description. The school organized a field trip, and with a heart full of joy, you bid farewell to your family and boarded the ship. You thought to yourself, the weather is splendid today, spring has arrived, and you are destined for a delightful holiday. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Detecting location deviation, recalibrating the scenario. Loading new scenario for you. Copy title. The Untitled Debut Song. Copy level. 1 star. Copy description. Dear budding newcomers, welcome to the filming site of the debut song. This is a map with immense freedom, a realm where dreams are pursued. Here, you may explore and perform to your heart's content. Whether the debut song resonates with the hearts of fans or is cast aside into oblivion, whether it is ordinary or a masterpiece, all depends on you. Do not blink, for the nightmare is about to commence. Copy tasks. 1. Acquire an identity badge within 7 days. 2. Complete the tasks associated with the identity badge. 3. Find your true teammates. Chapter 31. The Strange Forest. As the vehicle gradually approached the West Coast, the scenery outside transformed into a dreary haze, impenetrable to the naked eye. Inside the car, Shi Li listened to the sound of colossal waves crashing against the shore, seemingly accompanied by the roar of some large creature. The rearview mirror reflected a pale visage of Seven, whose lips were pressed into a taut line, radiating irritation. The joys and sorrows of humanity remained disconnected. Shi Li, amused, stole a few glances before adjusting her angle to gaze at the driver's seat. To her astonishment, there was no one there, merely a pair of hands grotesquely stitched to the steering wheel with fishing line, as rigid and gray as withered timber. Just hands, devoid of conversation. The only communicator at this moment was this enigmatic agent. Yet, Seven's demeanor suggested a lack of allegiance to the artist. The artist's forthcoming itinerary was to be accompanied, or rather monitored, by the agent. What secrets lay hidden in this bizarre realm, ensnaring humanity while simultaneously obstructing their understanding of it? A sudden rumble disrupted her thoughts. The surrounding mist morphed into a deep blue-black, transforming into a tumultuous sea, the asphalt beneath her feet undulating like waves. The van lost control, crashing violently against the guardrails of the coastal road. In an instant, the cacophony of twisted metal and shattering glass intertwined. Quest name: Untitled Debut Song. Quest level: 1 star. Shi Li was jolted awake by the omnipresent, eerie broadcast, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself in an entirely unfamiliar locale. Towering trees surrounded her, their canopies intertwining like a celestial net, blocking most of the sunlight and allowing only fragmented rays to pierce through the layered foliage. The air was devoid of the briny scent of the sea, replaced instead by the mingled fragrance of rain-soaked grass and earth. Was this a forest? It appeared to be deep within the woodland. The absence of chirping insects or singing birds rendered the atmosphere unsettlingly silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. Shi Li conducted a self-examination. Fortunately, only a few scrapes oozed with blood, not hindering her subsequent actions. There was no sign of others around. This map was expansive, separating her from her teammates. The system's announcements provided scant information regarding the quest. Untitled Debut Song? Compared to Distant Spring, this title felt as dismissive as an author listed as anonymous. Or perhaps it implied they were to name their own debut song. No, it suggested they were entrusted with the entire concept and planning of the group. Shi Li felt a sense of déjà vu akin to playing a nurturing simulation game. She suddenly found herself intrigued. What would their girl group look like without the interference of corporate executives? Walking through this tale of the uncanny, facing the absurd and bizarre stage of the monster recycling station, would they cultivate a true cadre of eccentrics? The idol industry of Goryeo has evolved to a point where various elements and concepts in music videos no longer evoke novelty. Themes such as magical girls, youthful vigor, and cyberpunk, along with metaphors referencing real-world events, abound. Former teammate Kong Hyun's girl group embraces a style characterized by a blend of innocence and allure, adorned in high heels, white socks, form-fitting skirts, and puff sleeves. The four of them, upon witnessing this, displayed expressions reminiscent of elderly passengers on the subway, engrossed in their phones, each remaining silent. Simultaneously, the second live stream commenced. The previously darkened streaming rooms illuminated, welcoming the chosen new contenders into the realm of eerie tales. In the first chapter, many nations displayed abysmal performances. Among these chosen ones were individuals of high academic standing, yet a significant number possessed varying levels of education, with some struggling to articulate their thoughts adequately. It was hardly surprising that they faltered when thrust into the uncanny narrative. As time progressed, the public's comprehension of these eerie tales deepened, leading to better preparedness. Following the initial broadcast, temples and shrines across the land experienced a surge in visitors, as people fervently prayed to avoid being selected while simultaneously embarking on fitness regimens. Overnight, gyms proliferated in every corner, alongside mixed martial arts, boxing clubs, shooting ranges, and escape rooms featuring scripted mysteries. Countries began compiling a universal guide to the eerie tales. Each chosen one represented not just their individual fate, but also that of their nation as future. This eerie tale appears quite intricate. The background information remains undisclosed. All thanks to the chosen one from Huagua. Why the complaints? The unattainable spring day is merely a 2-star affair. ISNT this a reduction in your ratings? It seems to be an exploration map-triggered narrative, where the identity cards one acquires might lead to different tasks. Those who mock while copying cannot complete their assignments. What does the question mark after 1 star signify? I harbor an unsettling thought. Could it be that 1 star is merely the minimum requirement, with the question mark suggesting a potential for 4 or even 5 stars? Concerns began to stir within the analytical group of Huagua. The last time they cleared a chapter, they earned the title of Monster Newcomer, with non-perfect clearance points halved and additional antagonistic followers randomly assigned. If the question mark following the chapter level indicates a higher rank, then a 1-star clearance surely falls short of perfection. Could they genuinely navigate through the challenges successfully? Returning to the eerie tale, Shirley hesitated before setting off, allowing her stamina to replenish. Completely avoiding crowds did not equate to safety. The dangers of serpents, insects, and various predatory flora and fauna in the forest remained unpredictable. Soon, she sensed something amiss. Although the landscape appeared lush and vibrant, with flowing streams and blooming flowers, a closer inspection revealed broken branches scattered on the ground and vibrant, rounded mushrooms sprouting in hues of red, blue, and green from the soil. On one tree, not only pears but also apples, peaches, and bananas coexisted. For a fleeting moment, Shirley questioned whether she had unwittingly consumed hallucinogenic fungi. A gust of wind swept through the forest, stirring the wild grasses, and with keen eyes, Shirley noticed an extraordinarily vibrant red hue emerging from the meadow. There was someone there. As she approached to discern the details, she discovered a curled-up corpse. It was a young girl, perhaps 11 or 12 years of age, clad in a linen dress tailored in the style of medieval Europe, draped with a red cloak. Not far from the body lay a fallen basket, within which were several brilliantly colored mushrooms. They had begun to wilt, most having tumbled out, with some having been nibbled upon. Shirley's pupils constricted slightly. At the bottom of the basket was a note. Just as she was about to step closer for a better look, her foot, poised to advance, suddenly halted mid-air, retracting swiftly. Something felt amiss. Shirley casually picked up a twig, weighing it in her hand before probing the path ahead. The twig plunged into the earth without resistance. Yet when she attempted to extract it, another force tugged from beneath, pulling upward. With resolve, Shirley released her grip, and the twig was swiftly drawn away. The soil heaved, revealing a collection of ominous white bones, of birds, beasts, and humans alike. Meanwhile, the slightly sunken ground returned to its former flatness. Chapter 32. The Identity Tag. Yet Little Red Riding Hood, this soil appears to devour all living beings that come into contact with it. Just moments ago, I witnessed the dense accumulation of white bones buried deep beneath the surface, a grim testament to the countless lives, both human and beast, that have been consumed. Yet, the body of this little girl in a red cloak lies exposed before me, drawing the attention of passers-by who pause to investigate. Allure. This thought flickered in Shirley's mind. This path is no longer safe. Nevertheless, she remains resolute in her determination. Shirley observes the surroundings. The only nearby route is a soft, damp trail flanked by lush greenery, with grass high enough to conceal one's ankles. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar place, most individuals would instinctively choose the open, level path, for the grassland harbors hidden perils. Shirley notes the remarkably developed root system beneath the grass. She picks up another twig and begins to excavate the ground, revealing a tangled web of roots entwined beneath the surface, shrouding the restless earth. Having witnessed the horrifying spectacle of the soil rolling like ocean waves, Shirley hesitates for a brief moment, gathering her courage before stepping onto the ground. The rain-soaked earth yields softly under her weight, quickly sinking. The interwoven roots cradle her securely, reminiscent of the expansive leaves of a water lily that can support the weight of an adult. As Shirley traverses the grassy expanse, she continues to probe the ground with her twig, ensuring that the roots beneath have not succumbed to rot from the rain. A compromised safety net would not be able to support her. Eventually, she arrives before the little girl's corpse. The child possesses a striking mane of red hair. Her murky gray eyes, pale skin, and a vividly bright red cloak she wears created disquieting contrast. Below her neck, beneath the folds of her dress, lie purplish scars. Shi Li retrieves a note from her basket. Precautions for entering the forest. Dear Brittany, your beloved grandmother is unwell. Please visit her in place of your mother, and bring her some delightful snacks and wine. Perhaps this will bring her some comfort. This is your first journey alone from the village to your grandmother's home. Please heed the following advice. 1. Your grandmother lives in a red-roofed house deep within the forest. Do not venture into any other places. 2. Do not stray from the main road. Avoid taking shortcuts. 3. It is easy to lose one's way in the forest. Ensure you reach your grandmother's house before nightfall. 4. Do not speak to strangers along the way. 5. Your grandmother is elderly and has poor eyesight. At all times, do not remove your red cloak. 6. Do not eat mushrooms found along the path. 7. Good children must not lie. 8. The wine and snacks are for your grandmother. Do not steal any for yourself. 9. Wild wolves roam the forest. Hunters carry guns. Be cautious. The wolves may devour you. Indeed, these are rules. The audience from Huagua in the live stream buzzes with excitement. Oh, it's a rule. Do we spawn right next to the rules? What incredible luck. Heaven bless Huagua. TSK, but Sister Li's fortune. Beware of deception. Wait, why does this storyline feel so familiar? Is this not Little Red Riding Hood? Little Red Riding Hood? Are we in a fairy tale world? What the hell? Little Red Riding Hood is dead. Brittany, this must be the identity card. As long as we assume Little Red Riding Hood's identity and follow our mother's instructions to deliver the wine and snacks to grandmother's house, doesn't that mean we have completed the task? It seems that this level's challenge is rather simple. Simple? Let us not forget the fate that befell Little Red Riding Hood. There awaits a wolfish grandmother at home, ready for us, the chosen ones. I can't shake the feeling that a childhood-destroying tale is about to unfold. It is evident that this is a note left by Mother for Little Red Riding Hood, hastily penned. The handwriting becomes increasingly scrawled and erratic towards the end, with a final rule cramped into the margins. It resembles a sentence rearrangement exercise, requiring one to meticulously reorder the clauses. Shi Li committed the rules to memory. From the current situation, it was clear that Brittany did not heed her mother's advice. She not only opted for a shorter path, but also picked the beautiful mushrooms along the way, ultimately succumbing to poisoning. Nearby, a basket lay toppled, containing only an empty wine bottle, its contents fully drained. The snacks had vanished as well, leaving behind only crumbs of bread, possibly taken by animals. Without snacks or wine, Shi Li pondered. She filled the empty bottle with a bit of murky rainwater and gathered a few of the most vibrant mushrooms, their roots still caked with soil. She then covered the basket with a cloth once more. To the outside observer, the basket appeared still full. Would this suffice? A doubt arose in the hearts of the audience from Huagua. Brittany's grandmother was elderly, her eyesight poor, and she was gravely ill with no appetite. Perhaps this ruse might pass. However, anyone familiar with fairy tales knows that the true grandmother had already been devoured, and what awaited Shi Li at the door was a wicked wolf that relished human delicacies. To provoke it would be to invite a gruesome demise. Shi Li donned the red cloak of the little girl and gathered some grass and wildflowers to conceal the body. This was all she could do. The cloak reached just to her ankles. Time was difficult to discern in the forest. Shi Li slung the small basket over her arm, her palm clutching a hard, cold circular object concealed beneath the cloak. This was the pocket watch she had exchanged for in the system shop. Its function was to render her immune to harm for 5 seconds and could not be selected. After a single use, it would become broken, valued at 200 points. 1 second of the stopwatch equated to 2 instances of terror in the practice room, a cost so steep that it made Shi Li's heart bleed. Yet she had no choice but to spend it. The world of eerie tales was precarious. Who could predict what dangers lay ahead? Shi Li had no desire for a life lost before her funds were exhausted. The pocket watch could also be used to tell time. Items from the exchange shop were immune to the contamination of horror tales. Other members had exchanged for various items that, when combined, could wield greater power. Regrettably, they had not anticipated that the terrifying battlefield would not treat them as human. Despite being a group activity, the horror stories had separated them from the onset. Shi Li had no knowledge of where the others had wandered. She opened the pocket watch, The current time was 2:30 in the afternoon. The forest darkened rather early. The light has dimmed considerably since she first awoke. The surrounding trees have transformed into towering silhouettes, coldly watching her. The third rule stipulates that Little Red Riding Hood must reach her grandmother's house before dusk, for the forest after dark is undoubtedly perilous. Many treacherous elements, akin to the soil from earlier, surely lurk in shadows. They conceal themselves during the day, biding their time for the arrival of night, ready to ensnare any living creature that wanders outside. Little Red Riding Hood tightened her cloak and pressed onward. It did not take her long to find the marker for the main path. While not grand, it was more frequented than others, forming a narrow forest trail wide enough for a carriage to traverse. Every 10 or so minutes, she encountered narrower paths branching off to the left and right, strewn with footprints and brambles. Nearby, wooden signs displayed various messages in childish scrawls. Take this way for a quicker route. Leads to Hunter Old Robert's forest cabin. Beware. Wild wolves prohibited. The city circus has arrived in the royal city. Chapter 33. Encountering a companion? As Shirley's gaze swept across the various signposts, some remained pristine and clear, while others had succumbed to decay, marred by dark red stains. At that moment, she suddenly caught sight of a figure standing in the woods behind the signpost that indicated a quicker route, waving at her from a distance. Brittany, what are you doing here? Have you gotten lost again? Truly a little scatterbrain. It's getting dark. Don't venture further in. Come back with me. The cheerful and melodious voice of the little girl resonated with familiarity. Was this a chance meeting with an acquaintance? Shirley felt somewhat uncertain. The audience in the live stream could not help but feel a bead of sweat form on Shirley's palm. The chosen ones from other nations gradually discerned the rules. The chosen one from Sakura country, Kojima Shifu, was the second to locate his identity card. He opted for an exceedingly niche path. He delved into the city's sewers and stumbled upon the corpse of a homeless man named Ginny. Stifling his disgust, he destroyed the corpse's identifying features and, in doing so, rendered himself disheveled, seamlessly blending into the throng of beggars. To Kojima Shifu, the homeless and beggars were societal outcasts. Their disappearances would go unnoticed. The task he acquired likely involved begging for a morsel of bread or a few copper coins. Strangely, despite being a vagrant, Ginny possessed a tattered notebook filled with writing, which mentioned the necessity of completing an important task within 3 days. Such was the art of meaningless chatter, saying much without conveying anything substantial. This bizarre tale appeared to unfold in an open world set against the backdrop of medieval Europe, seemingly more favorable for the chosen ones from Western nations. However, the great powers had little time to revel in their fortune before calamity struck in quick succession. Kojima Shifu and other beggars found themselves on the streets, begging for alms. While others exchanged lewd jokes about the women passing by, Kojima Shifu pondered the nature of his task. As a blonde woman strolled past, the other beggars lewdly gestured. Yet Kojima remained unresponsive. The expressions of those around him turned ominous. The entire street, from the vendors hawking their wares to the blonde woman enticing customers, and the street performers, all turned their gaze upon him. Kojima Shifu sensed an unsettling silence and, belatedly, raised his eyes. His squinting eyes widened in horror, terror gripping his every sense. Beside him, a beggar grinned, revealing a mouthful of rotting teeth exuding an indescribable stench, with maggots crawling within. With a sickening sound, the flesh of all present began to peel away, falling to the ground like discarded remnants. Their throats emitted ghastly hissing sounds. And Kojima Shifu had no time to scream before being engulfed by the throng of people. The live stream continued uninterrupted. Minutes later, as the satiated NPCs dispersed, only a crumpled, bloodied piece of human skin remained in the alley, adhered to the filthy ground, faintly revealing the contours of facial features. A gentle breeze swept through, and the skin, like a balloon filled with air, rapidly inflated, transforming back into the likeness of Kojima Shifu. He stood up. The emaciated visage, reminiscent of a monkey, twitched a few times, the neck twisting with a crack, while a radiant smile illuminated the face. "Ah, I am still alive. I must seek out my companions. Let me ponder where they might be. As these words fell, one quadrant of the live stream darkened, revealing the text. Artist has exited the broadcast. Damn! The global audience of Blue Star couldn't help but curse. No wonder the quest mentioned finding true allies. Those fated individuals who perished in this strange tale would bizarrely return to life. It remains uncertain whether this vessel has been overtaken by the uncanny or if those who died here have been transformed into something eerie. The resurrected island attendant seemingly has a mission, finding surviving teammates. That is his task. The scene transitions back to Shi Li's perspective. A voice called out to her, filtering through the gaps in the foliage, where only a few dim rays of light penetrated, obscuring the figure's features. The figure did not approach, but merely stood there, beckoning. In such role-playing horror tales, the peril lies in the fact that if one's actions arouse suspicion from the NPCs, those amiable family and friends could instantaneously morph into something monstrous, ready to tear her apart. Little Brittany, why are you ignoring me? The voice began to sound aggrieved. Are you upset with me for not meeting you yesterday? My mother wouldn't let me play with you. Everyone says you're family. The voice gradually dwindled. Shirley failed to catch the latter part of the message. She remained motionless, pondering. If the figure truly was Brittany's companion, they would instantly discern that she was not the genuine Brittany. She had merely grasped the rules and was unsure if she needed to complete the task of visiting grandmother to firmly hold onto her identity card. Shirley was unclear about Brittany's temperament and was oblivious to how she typically interacted with her friends. Too many uncertain variables. It would be safest to proceed according to the rules. After some contemplation, Shirley slightly adjusted her tone and replied, I see that this is what you were saying. They all told me. I never expected you to be this kind of person. No wonder everyone spoke ill of you behind your back. Her voice gradually lowered. The voice in the forest paused for a few seconds, then erupted in fury. Who? What they said about me? Who is it? Is it Doreen or Monica? Clearly, Doreen's uncle also works at the Baron's estate. He mentioned that the Baron's youngest son died unexpectedly. Your family has only women left for 3 generations. You must have practiced dark sorcery. Damn it, those rats in the gutter, I will hold them accountable. After finishing, the figure stormed off in anger, ceasing to pursue Shirley further. Upon hearing the desired information, Shirley frowned. A witch. This is a grave accusation. The witch hunts of the medieval era are notoriously infamous, with over 100,000 individuals accused and executed, the majority of whom were women. The inquisitors devised various absurd methods of trial, such as binding the accused and submerging them in water. Those who floated were deemed witches, while those who sank were considered innocent. They authored a tome on witch trials, detailing unspeakable acts such as copulation with demons, the severing of men's genitalia, and the sacrificial offering of their own progeny to malevolent forces, along with methods of identification and torture. The astounding and grotesque intricacies of this manuscript were concocted by the likes of Cramer and Sybrench, 2 men whose familiarity with such matters raises unsettling questions about their own experiences, whether they had once been witches or engaged in unholy unions. Shirley shook her head, attempting to dispel the intrusive thoughts that surfaced like hooks of literature. Ahem. During the zenith of the witch-hunting fervor, mere rumors could prove fatal. There were instances where common folk, embroiled in trivial disputes, harbored grievances against neighbors, leading to denunciations to the ecclesiastical inquisition. Once ensnared in that realm, there existed no opportunity for rebuttal. The hastily scrawled note indicated that Brittany's mother had likely been approached by the inquisitors. She had only time to leave a message, sending Little Red Riding Hood to seek her grandmother, who resided deep within the forest. Had Shirley chosen to return with her companion instead of venturing deeper into the woods, even if she had reached the town before dusk, she would have been apprehended by the inquisitors on the spot. That would have been a fate worse than death. One could not afford to err even slightly. Shirley trudged on for more than 10 minutes, the light filtering through the tree canopy diminishing with each step. She paused periodically to scrutinize the markings on the trunks. Should she lose her way in the forest, disaster would surely await her. At last, a modest wooden cabin emerged amidst the trees, its windows glowing with a warm yellow light, accompanied by the crackling sound of burning wood. Occasional hoarse coughs echoed from within. Cough, cough, cough. Who goes there? Inquired the voice from inside. Chapter 34. Searching for grandmother. The rules state that grandmother's house is a red-roof cottage. The last rays of sunlight, filtered through the shadows of the trees, quietly vanished as night descended, enveloping the world in darkness. The forest began to shroud itself in mist. A buzzing murmur emerged in Shirley's ears, akin to countless beings whispering from all directions. Initially indistinct, the sounds gradually crystallized. They lamented, "How hungry, so very hungry, so famished." Hundreds and thousands of voices grew increasingly urgent and sharp. The piercing wails felt like steel needles piercing Shirley's mind. She gritted her teeth, swallowing back the muffled groan rising in her throat. A mottled crimson hue slowly seeped into her eyes. This was a symptom of mild contamination. This was no ordinary night mist, but a toxic fog. And it was at this very moment, as darkness fell, who was that lost little soul? Cough, cough. I am gravely ill and cannot rise to greet you. You must have traveled quite a distance. The outside is perilous. Yet here there is a warm hearth and food. Please come in. The voice within the house continued, weak yet benevolent. In that fleeting moment, Shirley felt as though the roof above her was indeed red, and the kind elderly figure inside was her grandmother. Guided by the warm light and gentle tone, Shirley's thoughts seemed to be gently unraveled by an invisible hand, stripping her of analytical capacity. In this half-dreaming state, she instinctively took 2 steps forward, her hand resting on the slightly worn wooden door. Just as she was about to push it open, a blinding flash of red suddenly intruded upon her vision. It was her red cloak, vivid to the point of being almost blinding, like a fierce flame in the night. In an instant, her thoughts were yanked back from the haze. She shook her head violently, attempting to dispel the dizziness. Shirley steeled herself, glancing at her cloak before looking up at the ceiling. The warm glow seeping from the house interfered with her visual judgment. She removed the cloak, propping it up with a branch, extending it towards the roof. From this upward perspective, she suddenly noticed peculiar symbols within the lining of the cloak. Could it be that the Brittany family truly are witches? This thought flitted through her mind. In comparison, the color of the roof appeared darker and deeper than the cloak, with uneven patches that resembled the stains of blood seeping into the wood over the years. No longer hesitating, Shirley thrust the branch into the rusted keyhole and turned to flee. The duck that was nearly in her grasp had flown away, and the occupants inside were evidently alarmed. Why run, Little Red Riding Hood? Do you not even recognize your dearest grandmother? The voice was urgent and cold, betraying malicious intent. Bah, old dang. Shirley cursed inwardly. She did not engage in conversation. Mother always said not to speak with strangers on the road. Underfoot, Shirley dared not pause for even a moment. The longer she lingered in the hazy mist, the more she succumbed to its pollution, battling the nauseating debuff of a heavy head and light feet. She sprinted along the path etched in her memory, navigating through the increasingly dense fog. Heavy footsteps echoed from within the wooden cabin, drawing perilously close to the door. With a thunderous crash, the occupants attempted to force their way out, yet their efforts proved futile. Shirley's heart raced, propelling her to quicken her pace once more. That branch, temporarily used to barricade the door, would not hold for long. Strangely, after that resounding noise, the people inside ceased their attempts and fell silent. In this moment, Shirley felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Despite being buried by a negligent company for 3 years, her physical training had remained steadfast. Had it not been for the brutal regimen of a trainee's body management, she could not have endured under such debilitating conditions for so long. Drowsiness, fatigue, and hunger surged within her, clawing at her insides, seeking to drain her of every ounce of strength. Sweat dampened her hair, and the scarlet cloak she wore grew increasingly burdensome. After what felt like an eternity of running, Shirley finally beheld the familiar glow of lights ahead. A lowly dwelling, strikingly similar to the previous cabin, stood before her. Cough, cough. The murmurs in her ears abruptly ceased. From a distance, she heard the sound of coughing emanating from within the house. Viewers from Huagua, engrossed in the live broadcast, shared Shirley's disorientation, feeling as though they were caught in a loop. Her instinct was to glance at the roof. She compared it to her own red cloak. Indeed, it was red without a doubt. After much effort, She had finally located her grandmother's home. Yet, despite her arduous journey, it felt as though she had merely leaped from one pit into another. Wiping the blood trickling from her eyes, nose, and mouth with the back of her hand, she winced as sharp pains throbbed in her slightly tainted mind. In the bedtime stories of her childhood, Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother were devoured by a wolf, only to be rescued by a passing hunter who slayed the beast and cut open its belly. As a child, Shirley had questioned this tale, incredulous that those consumed could emerge unscathed. She deemed the adults cruel for deceiving children. As she matured, she discovered the original story's brutality. Little Red Riding Hood was tricked into bed and devoured entirely, with no benevolent hunter to save them. Leaning against the door, Shirley caught her breath and knocked. The coughing within ceased. "Who is it? Is dear little Brittany here?" The voice was raspy and oddly deep. Shirley pushed the door open. "I came to visit. How is your health?" Upon entering, she was greeted by a pungent scent of blood. The furnishings were old and rudimentary, with scarcely a piece of decent furniture in sight. Quickly, she noticed something peculiar. The door had a latch and keyhole on the outside, but none on the inside. Was this truly not a prison for captives? In the corner, a basket held a long loaf of dark rye bread, while the table was strewn with a scattering of berries. It has already been abandoned, and no one partakes of it. On the dining table lie several sheets of yellowed stationery. Many of these bear the meaningless doodles reminiscent of those seen earlier on the wooden sign, resembling the symbols within the lining of a cloak. Only one page contains a coherently written entry. "My life has reached its end. I can scarcely gather the firewood strewn about. Natasha must adhere to the customs here, having taken me to the forest cottage. She brings ample bread each week. Yet my poor Natasha and little Brittany have both grown quite gaunt. Perhaps it is indeed time to bid farewell, but I have yet to witness little Brittany grow up. I have left some sweet berries that she adores, uncertain of when she shall return. May God bless them." Signed, Lisa. It is likely the name of the grandmother. Time glanced casually at it before averting her gaze. Turning her head, she beheld her grandmother lying on the bed. Turned away from her, the quilt covering half her head, the exposed portion tightly wrapped in a headscarf, her figure robust to an extraordinary degree. Chapter 35. The hunter has arrived, Shirley thought to herself. How clumsy, how utterly inept. Yet, not only could she not expose the ruse, she had to feign ignorance and play along. Rubbing her face, she donned a mask of anguish once more. In the somewhat lengthy tale of Little Red Riding Hood, the wolf and the girl engaged in a prolonged dance before the wolf finally opened its gaping maw and devoured her whole. Shirley understood that any hint of her being out of sorts would lead the wolf, disguised as grandmother, to drop the facade and reveal her true intentions. She adjusted her crimson cloak and instantly adopted a tone of feigned concern. "Dearest Lisa, I heard from Natasha that you are bedridden with illness. I am terribly worried about you. You must be absolutely famished. Allow me to prepare a steaming bowl of soup paired with dark bread." The wolf, disinterested in human fare, declined outright. "I have no appetite, my dear Brittany. Grandmother misses you dearly. Come closer so I may have a good look at you." "That simply will not do. One cannot survive on air alone. Sustenance is essential," Shirley interjected, her visage betraying her disapproval. This time, without waiting for response, she swiftly retrieved dusty pots and bowls from the cupboard, recalling the fleeting glimpse she had caught earlier. She poured in mushrooms and rainwater, crafting a rustic wild mushroom soup devoid of modern embellishments. The sizable mushrooms were remarkably fresh, and the savory aroma wafted through the air, stirring Shirley's own hunger after a long day without sustenance. "Drink up, Lisa, partake in this mushroom soup, rich and hearty." The grandmother, nestled beneath the covers, could not refuse and swiftly extended her dark hand to accept the bowl, retreating back into the warmth of the blankets. The bowl was soon returned, empty, the whole exchange executed with such fluidity that it left Shirley astonished. The scalding soup had evidently posed no challenge to her grandmother's resilient constitution. Having finished the mushroom soup, the grandmother eagerly exclaimed, "Now, Brittany, let me see you properly. What to do? What to do? The hunter has a gun. I must stall for time until he arrives." But in the original tale, there was no hunter. Will he truly come? This question left many spectators pondering. Soon, Another voice chimed in, with inspiration. Mushrooms. Sister Li specifically foraged for mushrooms on her way. Indeed, the rules state one must not consume roadside mushrooms. Those mushrooms are clearly toxic. The priority now is time. The wolf grandmother has already consumed the mushroom soup. We merely need to hold out until the toxins take effect. An increasing number of such comments emerged, yet a small faction remained unable to quell their anxiety. Were those mushrooms truly poisonous? Even if they were toxic, could cooked mushrooms still retain their venom? Furthermore, should we assume that any lingering toxicity would affect a wolf? Shi Li's strategy was perilously risky, laden with uncertainties. Holding the empty bowl, Shi Li was about to concoct another excuse when a sudden epiphany struck her mind. Do not violate the conclusion wherein Little Red Riding Hood is devoured by the wolf. Please refrain from violating the classic ending where Little Red Riding Hood is devoured by the wolf. The system's announcement echoed 3 times. Its cold mechanical tone laced with a chilling threat. Only the well-known classic ending can serve the purpose of promoting positive energy for public figures, it stated. Utter nonsense, thought Shi Li, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. She retorted silently in her mind, do not impose your views upon me. I never claimed to be Little Red Riding Hood. I am merely visiting her grandmother on behalf of little Brittany. Throughout her encounters with both her companions and the wolf grandmother, Shi Li never acknowledged herself as Brittany. After all, Rule 7 states, good children must not lie. The system's voice was momentarily stifled, and it quickly began to trace back through its records, discovering that Shi Li had indeed never responded to these individuals. She hadn't even referred to her grandmother or mother by those titles, instead choosing to call them Lisa and Natasha. Damned, deceitful humans with their countless ulterior motives. If the system's voice had a physical form, it would surely be contorted in anger at that moment. Nevertheless, it quickly regained its composure. Even if Shi Li had found a loophole in the rules, she could not wait for the hunter's arrival. For that peculiar, resonant voice continued to urge her. Brittany, it is late, time for bed. Come to your chamber. Seeing Shi Li still standing in place, the grandmother's voice grew increasingly gruff and unpleasant. Hurry up. Why are you still lingering? Have you, perhaps, discovered? Suddenly, darkness enveloped Shi Li. A wolf, towering nearly 2 meters tall, stood before her. This was not the ordinary wolf one might encounter in reality. A human face lurked beneath its thick, deep gray mane at the back of its head. Upon closer inspection, it was the face of a man in his 50s, with a puffy visage and features crowded together. The man opened his blood-red maw, revealing sharp teeth glimmering like steel needles, with fresh strips of meat clinging to the gaps between them. Dear little Brittany, I have been waiting for you for so long. Come, let us reunite with your grandmother in my belly. The wolfman snarled, ready to pounce. Wait. Shi Li quickly gestured for him to stop. Let us converse. Would you not prefer to know something before you feast upon me? For instance, why have the number of women venturing into the forest decreased lately? Old Robert. This statement momentarily halted the wolf's advance, his sinister gaze fixed upon Shi Li. You recognize me? The face on the back of the wolf's head was none other than that of the town's seasoned hunter, Old Robert. Old Robert had encountered the real Brittany before. From the outset, both parties had tacitly acknowledged that Shi Li was not Brittany, and that the other was not Lisa's grandmother. Shi Li had nearly reconstructed the tale. This forest was overrun with wolves, and the victims were predominantly young women. They're all local townsfolk, mostly aware of the areas where wolves roam, and typically traverse the main roads, yet they still encountered misfortune. In many Western countries, the term wolf is often associated with men who lure women. At that moment, Shi Li recalled the final rule. Her initial reordering of the sequence was, wolves are prowling in the forest. Hunters possess guns. Beware, wolves will devour. However, the true arrangement of the statement ought to be, wolves are prowling in the forest. Wolves will devour. Hunters possess guns. Beware. Did the victims truly perish at the jaws of the wolf, or were they slain by human hands, merely disguised as casualties of a beastly attack? As the town's renowned hunter, Old Robert was more familiar with the wolves' patterns than anyone else. Although the cabin was locked from the outside, the wolves do not possess the ability to unlock doors. Someone had sabotaged the lock from the outside, allowing the wolf to enter and consume the grandmother. Thus, This wolf bore a human visage, for it was a wicked being masquerading under the guise of a beast. The childish doodles on the wooden sign were, in fact, a subtle warning, a message from the Brittany family. In this era, few could read, and such simple, memorable symbols were likely conceived by the Brittany family, akin to the ancient women's script that circulated solely among women in Huagua, serving as a caution to those around them. It was precisely these peculiar symbols that drew the attention of the discerning, leading to Brittany's mother being branded as a witch. Chapter 36. The origins of the forest cabin. Those who often find themselves at odds with life tend to target the frail and vulnerable, such as wandering cats and dogs, innocent children unversed in the ways of the world, and delicate women. The Brittany family discerned that something was amiss with old Robert. However, they lacked substantial evidence, and the townsfolk were unlikely to question a widow over a more esteemed and seasoned hunter. Yet, it was the Brittany family's vigilance that spared many women in the vicinity from harm. The ailing grandmother resided alone in a secluded part of the forest. In the dead of night, the forest echoed with the sounds of hunger. The only thing separating her from the outside world was a locked wooden door. Why did these cabins bear such a striking resemblance? Why did the previous occupant of one cabin give up after merely pushing the door once? Because it understood that the door would not yield. For ages, tales of abandonment have circulated throughout the Eurasian continent. The elderly, burdened by illness and no longer able to contribute to the household, would be forsaken by their children, left in the forest beneath the rocks at the seashore during low tide, or cast into specially designed stone caves. Initially, some dutiful children might bring a few meals, but eventually they would cease, allowing their parents to perish from hunger within. From the grandmother's letters, it is evident that Brittany and her mother continued to deliver food to her. The dutiful little Brittany would never pilfer the meals intended for her grandmother, adhering closely to her mother's admonitions. However, on her way, she encountered the old hunter Robert and had to deviate from the main path into a narrow trail. How could she possibly outrun an adult? The villain pursued her, leading them both into the forest's most perilous forbidden zone, where they were engulfed by the eerie land. This land consumed only old Robert, expelling the lesser meat child as bait. Under the influence of the forest's malevolent spirit, the hunter melded with wolves, transforming into a new monstrous entity, the villainous boss of the Little Red Riding Hood tale. Returning to the grandmother's home to await new prey. What the hell? Are you telling me this is the hunter? No way. This is too dark and depressing. My worldview is shattered. I knew it would ruin childhood, but I didn't expect it to be worse than the original Little Red Riding Hood. This has me feeling emo. The Brittany family is so tragic. Earlier, someone said that taking the hunter's path wouldn't lead to wolves. Damn. ISNT this like lambs to the slaughter. Ugh. Truly, nothing in this world is more malevolent than the human heart. Stop cursing, stop cursing. Am I the only one worried about Sister Li? Don't panic. Don't panic. Sister Li must have exchange points for a life-saving item. It'll be fine. Sob, it'll be okay. Amidst these comments, mixed in with the schadenfreude of foreign viewers, the audience in Hua country had lost interest in retorting to these remarks. Everyone's attention was focused on how Li would navigate this predicament. The analysis team from Hua country was fixated on that small screen, with the 4 chosen ones scattered in various locations. However, the opportunity for communication remains singular. Consequently, the burden on Xiao Xiao and his companions has intensified. They must deliberate and discuss meticulously regarding the timing and recipient of this solitary communication device. There is no time to waste. The fates of other nations have already served as a cautionary tale. Should a chosen one perish within the realm of the bizarre, it transforms into a malevolent entity, relentlessly pursuing the remaining chosen ones until they are all ensnared within the enigma. This phenomenon is referred to as the group spirit. Several nations have already witnessed the annihilation of their chosen ones in this manner. When all 4 remain alive, the difficulty of the scenario is rated 1 star. However, should even a single individual fall, the challenge faced by the others escalates exponentially, following the demise of their comrades. The 2 remaining chosen ones from Sakura Nation urgently contacted the last survivor, Takao Murayama, imploring him to evade the sinister teammates and seek opportunities to complete the mission. Just after Takao Murayama received the official call, and before he could escape, he heard a slow, deliberate knocking at the door. Knock, 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 knock. Takao Murayama trembled involuntarily as he approached the door and peered through the crack, seeing Kojiro Shima and two other companions, devoid of any visible wounds. Their faces pale, yet smiling, their lips curving in perfect unison. Open the door, open the door, open the door. Sakura Nation faces annihilation once more. Subsequently, the police headquarters urgently reported multiple cases of home invasion homicides. The victims, prior to their demise, were dragged by their hair through every corridor, leaving trails of blood and flesh smeared across each step. The remains were reduced to a thin cord through relentless friction. Surveillance footage captured the assailant, shockingly revealing them to be the chosen ones who had perished in the realm of national destiny. An expert urgently remarked, "Shirley has not accepted the identity of Little Red Riding Hood. She is now fleeing the wooden cabin and entering the forest shrouded in pollution, which is preferable to being devoured by the sinister. There may still be a glimmer of hope." The analysis team from Huan Nation seized this opportunity, striving to assist Shi Li in navigating through the fog to find the path of least danger. No, wait. Xiao Xiao shook his head, gazing at her serene visage. An inexplicable sense of trust arose within him. Shirley must have devised a plan. Shirley would not disappoint Huan Nation. After completing the analysis, Shirley fixed her gaze on Old Robert's abdomen, tilting her head as if awaiting some effect. Old Robert understood her thoughts and grinned maliciously. "To express my gratitude for your enlightenment, I shall promptly sever your throat and don your charming face in the town." Hey, do you really think those mushrooms could poison me? Of course not. Shirley shook her head, suddenly breaking into a smile. The beauty concealed beneath her cloak illuminated with that single smile, the traces of blood at the corners of her eyes appearing as exquisite embellishments. "I cherish my life and shall not gamble it on the probability of mushrooms being poisonous." The sixth point in the precautions for entering the forest states: do not consume the mushrooms found along the path. Upon timely analysis, it appears that this rule remains untainted, yet it carries a degree of misleading implications. The fact that Mother forbids Little Red Riding Hood from consuming the mushrooms along the path does not necessarily imply that these fungi are poisonous. It may simply stem from a disdain for their unkempt appearance. These mushrooms, nourished over the years by the rich soil, have flourished into a resplendent and plump form, exuding an enticing aroma reminiscent of meat. Chapter 37. Little Red Riding Hood. A new conclusion, therefore. Shirley's focus has never been on the mushrooms themselves, but rather on the soil that clings to their roots, soil that springs to life upon contact with flesh and blood. In this peculiar standoff, the well water does not disturb the river water. Yet, Shirley's forceful matchmaking cannot be resisted. This voracious and bizarre soil confronts the wolf grandmother from Little Red Riding Hood, and Shirley finds herself anticipating who will seize the title of MVP tonight. Old Robert's eyes widened in horror. A sensation that had long been overlooked surged from his slickened stomach walls, akin to a raging inferno, intensifying with each passing moment. The organs within him remained more fragile than the coarse exterior of his bristly fur. Old Robert collapsed onto the ground, writhing and howling in agony. It felt as if he had swallowed concentrated sulfuric acid. His murky, beastly eyes bulged with twisting red veins, pulsating with pain. With a tearing sound, claws sliced open his abdomen, excavating his intestines and undigested morsels. Yet the elusive fine clay proved impossible to find. Gradually, the werewolf ceased its movements. Shirley gazed upon the gutted, blood-soaked corpse, and inexplicably, a wave of hunger surged within her. Plop! Before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself crouched beside the corpse, body leaning forward, gripping a small knife meant for slicing bread. The blade sank deeply into the wolf's forehead. Her cloak splattered with droplets of wolf blood, taking on a deeper hue, reminiscent of red velvet, symbolizing a transformation from innocence to maturity. What on earth? What is happening? Suddenly, I'm struck by this handsome visage. In our nation, the chosen ones are indeed selected based on their looks. I don't care. This scene must be included in the MV. The face of the facade, IPRPRPRPR lick. Who understands? There are tales of the bear grandmother in our folklore. But in our story, the sister escapes from the bear grandmother's clutches with her cleverness. Reality is mirroring the story. Eastern Little Red Riding Hood single-handedly takes down the Western wolf grandmother. The prey transforms into the hunter. Shirley's cheeks were also splattered with a few drops of viscous liquid. What is happening? Was she affected by mild contamination? Shirley furrowed her brow slightly. A crackling sound of bones shifting echoed from her back, as her coccyx and spine began to radiate heat, as if they sought to dissolve her. Damn! Could it be that her tattoo has become infected? Ding dong. Kill the werewolf. Randomly obtain a peculiar ability. This ability can be utilized in this current tale, and upon achieving a perfect completion rating, one ability may be chosen to retain beyond the tale. Unlike the previous cold, detached system notifications, this voice emanated an eerie and indistinct quality, accompanied by a gritty texture. Congratulations, you have acquired Awkward Disguise Ability. Ability description. It is as follows, Officer. There was an overseas call, speaking in a heavily accented Mandarin, claiming to be Ultraman, insisting on leading a large force to counterattack Planet Jeton, and asking me to wire him money. My intelligence was thoroughly trampled upon. When you engage in disguise, there exists a certain probability of deceiving the other party. Shirley remarked, it's like a small knife pricking the buttocks, quite an eye-opener. Unfortunately, I have randomly encountered this individual's clumsy disguise ability. This must be the least commendable skill of a werewolf, right? Having witnessed the self-deceptive masquerade of a werewolf, Shirley actually yearned for enhancements in agility or strength. Alas, her luck remained as consistently dismal as ever. Her gaze gradually shifted to the blood-soaked belly of the corpse. If she could devise a way to resolve this peculiar soil, would she not acquire more formidable abilities? This thought was soon cast aside. This world is a vast dreamscape, a manifestation of the subconscious. Considering the historical context of this era, alongside the infamous Black Death and the witch hunts, there also existed a certain movement of sheep consuming humanity. The affluent capitalists seized the farmers' lands, ruthlessly suppressing those who dared to resist, while the rulers of the time issued decrees mandating that farmers enter the factories of the capitalists. Engaging in menial, enslaving labor, refusal would result in whippings, ears severing, or even death. The farmers lost not only their means of survival, but also their very lives. Reflected in the dream, this transformed into a land of cannibalism. Such a profound resentment, a source of pollution. There was no need to contemplate further. It was futile. There was simply no way to confront it. Shirley approached the table, seizing a blank sheet of paper. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the air, looking towards some unseen watchers in the void, a smirk gracing her lips as she spoke with a hint of provocation. Do you not require positive energy guidance? Allow me to complete it for you. Shirley rummaged through the drawers but found no pen or ink. Resolutely, she snapped a finger off the corpse, using the blood to write. Little Red Riding Hood was a clever and resourceful girl who quickly realized that her grandmother was masquerading as the wolf. She turned the tables on the wolf and the hypocritical hunter, ultimately surviving. The next day, she brought the townsfolk to the cabin, revealing the truth about the corpse. Often, the villains may be those we know. Human hearts are impenetrable. Only one can save oneself. Little Red Riding Hood, revised edition, completed. The 8th rule of the entering the forest precaution stated, wine and snacks are for grandmother. Do not steal them. Yet, the grandmother, who adored Brittany, would surely share. Watching her savor the delightful snacks and wine might provide some comfort. The mother had been taken away, leaving behind her young daughter and elderly mother. Even if they managed to hide in the forest, they would eventually be found. The true poison was not the mushrooms, but rather the snacks and wine. The task entrusted to Brittany by her mother was to ensure that after she and her grandmother had their fill, they would embrace and fall asleep together. Compared to being captured and burned alive or tortured mercilessly, departing this world peacefully in slumber seemed preferable. Perhaps this could bring some solace. Whether consumed by the wolf or partaking in the toxic snacks, both paths led to death, rendering completion impossible. According to the role-playing rules discovered by Shirley thus far, once an identity was accepted through interaction with an NPC, one must adhere to the character's conclusion. If one were to possess an identity card akin to that of Snow White, one might find solace in the notion of a blissful existence alongside a prince. However, should one become the newlywed wife in Bluebeard, one would be compelled to confront the forbidden door, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of Bluebeard himself. This is not solely the fate of well-known fairy tale protagonists. In this era, numerous minor characters face even harsher destinies. Assuming another's identity may also invite the misfortunes that accompany it. Therefore, returning to the initial task, subtask 1. Acquire an identity card within 7 days. 2. Complete the tasks associated with the identity card. 3. Discover your true allies. The first two tasks may appear to offer a means of escape, yet they merely draw one closer to death. Ding! Success determined. New ending for Little Red Riding Hood activated. Fairy Tale Modification Value 10. Exploration progress in this world 10. Assisted Little Red Riding Hood in achieving her revenge, earning her gratitude. Reward: a rumor from Misty Town. Forest location shoot completed. Transitioning to a new location. Chapter 38. Cinderella has disappeared. Would you like to explore the rumors of Misty Town? Confirm. Misty Town is located between the Royal City and the Misty Forest. Legend has it that the forest is alive, gradually encroaching upon the town. The restless spirits of the departed return home on the night of the full moon. If you hear the knock of a lost loved one, do not respond. Information unlocked. 6 days until the full moon night. The scene transitioned. Before her stood a dilapidated wooden cabin. The corpse of a wolf lying on the ground, all swiftly collapsing and vanishing, as if materializing on the edge of an ancient town. A gentle breeze caressed her cheek. The momentary tableau sprang to life. On either side of the city gate, sentinels clad in silvery gray armor stood rigidly, hands resting on the swords at their waists. Gazing stoically ahead, noise and commotion emanated from within the city walls. A procession of clergy, dressed in dark robes, approached, their wide hoods obscuring their upper faces, revealing only their pallid lips and a small portion of their chins. These were the agents of the Inquisition. The solemn group marched without so much as a glance sideways, trailed by a line of men and women, hands bound with ropes, clad in coarse garments, heads bowed low. The majority were women, dressed in tattered simplicity, ranging in age from the elderly to infants, the youngest perhaps not yet 10 years old. The townsfolk watched them with unwavering eyes. As the prisoners passed by, an individual suddenly erupted in vehement curses. "Damnable witches, you blasphemers, servants of the devil, stained with the blood of the missing. Just last week, I spoke with one of those witches. It's no wonder my lamb has been suffering from diarrhea lately. My heavens, I can hardly bear to think that my Michelle once consumed the candy she offered. Thank goodness she hasn't had a chance to act yet." Their fervor escalated, expressions of rage intensifying as they hurled refuse and stones. Gradually, more joined the fray, wielding their weapons against former neighbors and colleagues, inflicting grievous wounds. The leading priest remained with his eyes shut throughout, allowing the townspeople to unleash their pent-up fury. When the uproar subsided, he finally opened his eyes and intoned solemnly, "These vile witches, with their filthy souls, shall be purified in the blazing flames 6 days hence." Were he to continue, one might suspect even the misalignment of birth could be blamed on witches. Shirley mused inwardly. She stood at the periphery of the crowd, her gaze sweeping toward the end of the line, her eyes widening in astonishment as she nearly let slip an expletive. Among the prisoners, she discerned a familiar figure. Chuan-ai. How could she have been captured? This was intolerable. Chuan-ai's face was smeared with dirt, mostly obscured by the man in front of her, which initially prevented Shirley from recognizing her. Perhaps it was Shirley's intense gaze that prompted Chuan-ai to raise her head, their eyes locking for an instant. Chuan-ai's eyes sparkled momentarily, her lips parting slightly as she quickly shook her head in warning, then lowered her gaze once more. She urged Shirley not to act rashly. Amidst the throng of guards, one must be cautious not to entangle oneself in their midst. Observing Chun-Nai's expression, which lacked urgency, Shirley momentarily set her mind at ease. She recalled that Chun-Nai had exchanged a considerable number of items. Chun-Nai was not a fool devoid of confidence. It was quite possible that the identity token she possessed required access to the Holy Inquisition for activation. As the group passed by, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only a few individuals lingering by the notice board at the city gate, engaged in hushed discussions, their faces betraying a blend of trepidation and longing. Shirley glanced around, scooped a handful of dirt from the ground, and smeared it across her face, rendering her skin rough and dull. She then approached the notice board, craning her neck to examine the announcements affixed to the wall. The most renowned circus troupe from the neighboring kingdom is set to arrive in the royal city, promising an exhilarating display of animals and grotesques. A maritime disaster has struck the misty sea once more. A prince from the neighboring kingdom is offering a bounty of gold for the rescue of a young lady. In 6 days, the kingdom's foremost heir, Prince Ulysses, will host a grand ball, extending invitations to all the beautiful maidens of the royal city. Shi Li's gaze descended until it rested upon one particular notice. Baron Cohen's daughter was abducted by a monster from the enchanted forest one fateful night. The Baron, in a state of despair, has offered a manor as a reward for the safe return of his beloved daughter. Baron Cohen, was that not the very place where Little Red Riding Hood's mother had once worked? Though the Baron had remarried, it was evident that he still cherished his biological daughter, the lovely Cinderella. Cinderella was both beautiful and kind-hearted. Alas, she had not received the favor of fate. Shirley hoped for her safe return. The murmurs of the townsfolk reached Shi Li's ears, igniting a lively commotion in the chat room. Cinderella? The fairy tale Cinderella? DNA is stirring. Is this a new identity token? I recall that in Cinderella, only the wicked stepmother and her 2 sisters met a tragic fate, while Cinderella ultimately lived happily ever after with the prince. So this identity token should be sound, right? What are we waiting for? Let's accept it at once. Something feels amiss. Can someone analyze this? Isn't Cinderella only accompanied by her stepsisters? Why was it mentioned earlier that the Baron had a deceased son? Silence. Trust Sister Li's judgment. At the bottom of the notice was a rough sketch of a young woman. Despite its crude execution, the image revealed dark hair and eyes, a rarity in this small town. Shirley could distinctly sense the skeptical glances cast her way by the nearby residents. Look at that woman. She resembles the one in the portrait. The gaze of the city guards shifted toward her, their attention now fixed upon her. Shi Li's mind raced as she lifted her soiled hand to her cheek and involuntarily exclaimed, "How I wish I were a lady of the Baroness household." As her hand smeared further dirt across her face, the approaching soldier halted in his tracks, his eyes reflecting unmistakable disdain. The image of Cinderella could never embody such disheveled filth. Oh, these filthy commoners. The guards averted their gaze, no longer looking at her. Shirley let out a silent sigh of relief. In the tale of Cinderella, she is relentlessly tormented by her stepmother and 2 stepsisters, forced to shed her beautiful dresses for tattered garments, toiling away in the dirt and grime. Her father, who cherished Cinderella, remained ever like a phantom. This notice proclaimed that Baron Cohen was offering a reward for the return of his missing daughter. One must understand that a manor during this period held considerable value. Even if the Baron was willing, the Baroness might not be so inclined. Thus, 2 possibilities lay before her. Either the Baron truly loved his biological daughter, or they were aware that Cinderella would never return and were merely posting the notice for appearance's sake. Had Cinderella truly been taken by a monster? As Shirley turned her head, she caught sight of another recruitment notice. This one was much more straightforward. The Baroness was preparing for an upcoming ball and was seeking young maids from the town due to a shortage of staff in the castle. Shirley pondered the shape of Chun Nai's lips moments ago. Filth, misunderstanding, ball? Did it mean to meet at the ball? 6 days hence would coincide with the night of the full moon. She could infiltrate the Baron's castle and seize the opportunity to attend the prince's ball. As fate would have it, she had yet to secure lodging for the night, so she hastily signed up. From this day forth, you shall serve as a maid in the Cohen household. You must diligently attend to the Baroness and her 2 daughters, should they express any dissatisfaction. You would not wish to learn of your fate. Clad in a black and white maid's uniform, a middle-aged woman with high cheekbones and a pointed chin loomed over her, hands clasped before her. Her deep green slit pupils glimmered ominously, akin to a lurking serpent. Chapter 39. The maid's code, Shirley bowed her head, nodding obediently. After the maid turned to leave, Shirley finally lifted her gaze. She deliberately sprinkled additional layers of dirt onto her hair and employed her recently acquired clumsy disguise skills to create a slight deviation from her dark-haired, dark-eyed appearance, thus successfully deceiving those around her. Shirley opened the rules provided by the head maid. Maid's Code, Part 1. 1. The hierarchy within the castle is strict. You are a lowly maid, and you must not disobey the head maid's commands. 2. Baron Cohen has 2 daughters, both brought back by his second wife. If you encounter a woman in a gray dress, weeping with a broom in hand, do not respond to her in any way. 3. The current Baroness is extraordinarily beautiful. She dislikes being stared at, but also resents being ignored. 4. You must enter the master's chamber 3 times daily, morning, noon, and evening, to clean. 5. The portraits in the castle corridors depict the Baron's first wife. If you witness the woman in the portrait shedding blood tears, immediately cover your ears and retreat from that floor. 6. Miss Grace, the Baron's eldest daughter, takes her afternoon nap from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. She suffers from severe morning grumpiness, so do not disturb her. Grace has a penchant for afternoon tea, which you must prepare and serve punctually upon her awakening. The Baron's second daughter, Miss Laura, has a habit of talking to herself. You must not ignore her inquiries, but refrain from engaging with her monologues. 7. Assist Cinderella in attending the prince's ball. 8. The castle's basement has long been abandoned. Regardless of any sounds emanating from it, do not attempt to approach. 9. Baron Cohen detests fish. No part of a fish should ever appear in the kitchen, and you must ensure they are never brought before the Baron. There are a total of 9 rules, and this is merely the first part of the maid's code. The location of the second part remains unknown within the castle's confines. Just the sight of these regulations left Shirley utterly bewildered. Help, help, help! With the tasks of serving meals and cleaning. Could she possibly be the only maid in this vast castle? The second rule mentioned that Baron Cohen has only 2 daughters, yet it instructed her to assist Cinderella in attending the prince's ball. Additionally, the 9th rule referenced fish, which reminded Shirley of another tale. In the Tang dynasty of Huagua, there existed a widely known folk tale. The daughter of a cave owner, named Yi Xian, was capable and virtuous from a young age, but suffered abuse at the hands of her stepmother, who killed her beloved fish and buried it in a dung pit. As Yi Xian secretly wept, a celestial being descended from the heavens. The being revealed the location of the fish's bones and instructed her to pray after retrieving them, assuring her that any wish would be granted. During a grand festival, her stepmother denied Yi Xian the chance to partake in the festivities. After they departed, Yi Xian prayed over the fish bones, adorning herself in a splendid attire of kingfisher feathers and golden shoes, then followed them. After the festivities, someone discovered her shoe and promptly sold it to a merchant. After several twists of fate, the golden shoe eventually came into the possession of a king from a distant land. The king was utterly captivated by the exquisite craftsmanship of the golden silk shoes and subjected the merchant to severe interrogation to uncover the origin of the footwear. His journey led him here, where Yi Xian reappeared in her splendid attire, revealing the secrets of the fishbone. The king took both Yi Xian and the fishbone away, marrying her as his lady. In the conclusion of this tale, it was merely mentioned that the king made a wish upon the fishbone, acquiring boundless wealth. Yet Yi Xian was no longer mentioned. Time passed, and Shirley shook her head, choosing not to dwell on it any longer. She resolved to focus on the task at hand. The castle lacked any means to measure time, so Shirley retrieved her pocket watch. It was 3:30. In half an hour, it would be time for the young lady's afternoon tea. The castle's windows were set high and narrow, allowing only meager light to filter through, casting the surroundings into a pervasive darkness, eerie and foreboding. Shirley located the afternoon tea menu, and just 5 minutes before the young lady awoke, she managed to prepare all the dishes, wheeling the cart to Grace's door. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of any servants. The hall was adorned with a blood-red carpet, and numerous oil paintings hung along the walls. One portrait depicted a stunning woman with black hair and eyes, her gaze resembling 2 black pearls, smiling gently at Shirley. The signatures varied in time, yet the woman's visage remained remarkably unchanged. Shirley dared not linger, for the young lady's afternoon tea time was fast approaching, and she feared the painted woman might suddenly weep tears of blood. At precisely 4 o'clock, an irate voice erupted from within the chamber. "Damn it! Where's my afternoon tea? Why has it not been served? These useless fools can't even manage this trivial task." Shirley promptly knocked on the door. "Miss Grace, your afternoon tea." The voice inside abruptly ceased, and after a brief pause, it replied dryly, You may bring it in." Shirley entered the room. A young blonde girl sat upon a round bed, clutching an exquisite jewelry box, her voluminous skirt cascading across the bed. She was undeniably beautiful, though her contorted expression marred her features' harmony. Her gaze fixed intently upon Shirley, as if seeking to uncover her faults. Shirley smiled and methodically arranged the cutlery. Red tea and pastries upon the table, her hands resting at her sides, awaiting instructions. The young lady scrutinized her for a considerable time. "I just remembered, I seem to have lost an earring in the basement last time. Would you fetch it for me?" A malicious glimmer sparkled in her eyes. Her attention was entirely diverted from the afternoon tea, as she regarded Shirley as a delectable morsel. Chapter 40. The Baroness Shirley gazed at the smug visage before her, her thoughts racing swiftly. The first rule of the maid's code stated, within the castle, the hierarchy is rigid. You are but a lowly maid and must not defy the head maid's orders. While this rule merely seemed to caution against defying the head maid, it also underscored the stringent hierarchy of the castle. The master of the castle wielded absolute authority and status. Miss Grace was the mistress, and Shirley could not contravene her commands. Moreover, the 8th rule declared, the castle's basement has long been abandoned. Regardless of any sounds emanating from it, do not approach. Initially, Shirley had questioned the validity of this rule. Often, the very places that were forbidden to outsiders concealed pivotal truths. The basement of the castle was undoubtedly enigmatic. Yet, observing Miss Grace's malicious demeanor, Shirley realized that Grace was enticing her to breach the rules. She must not venture near that place. At the very least, not without comprehending the circumstances. "How vile you are. It's no wonder your household is left with so few servants," Shirley mentally berated, while maintaining a respectful smile. "Very well, Miss Grace." The young lady nodded in satisfaction and began to indulge in her afternoon tea. "You may go now. I intend to wear these ruby earrings at the prince's ball. Let me think. If they haven't fallen on the stairs leading to the basement, they must be inside." With a sense of resignation, Shirley acquiesced. All right. The audience in the live stream watched in disbelief as Shirley turned to leave. "Do not go to the basement. Quick, think of a way to refuse. Don't attempt it. Trying will lead to doom." If she could decline, she would have done so already. What do we do then? Perhaps stroll near the basement and return to tell Grace her earrings are not there. No. That's foolish. What if she asks what the basement looks like? That would be disastrous. Oh dear, the end is nigh. We won't survive the first night. Who are these little devils? Mind your own business. Haven't the ominous tales already descended upon your land? Should you turn back to see if a ghost lurks behind you? Baka, I'm too scared to watch. Brothers, I'll wander to another stream. Shirley continued her mental deliberation as she traversed the empty, silent corridor. The internal layout of this castle was far more intricate than the previous Little Red Riding Hood scenario. Every rule here seemed to hold a subtle connection to another, leaving Shirley momentarily perplexed. In this castle, every detail could harbor significant information. She had to proceed with utmost caution. Pausing in her tracks, an idea emerged in her mind. She feigned the demeanor of a newcomer to the castle, lost and confused, as she meandered towards the Baroness's quarters. As she approached the door, she discovered it was slightly ajar, allowing her to glimpse a hazy, slender figure within. Shirley slowed her pace, sighing heavily. The basement, Miss Grace's earrings, the basement. Just as she was about to pass the Baroness's chamber, a gentle, melodious voice echoed from within. "Stop." The voice was low and soft, akin to cool silk brushing against skin, instantly sending shivers down her spine. Shirley stood frozen in place. "Come here." Complying with the request, Shirley stepped into the room. Miss Grace's bedroom was lavishly opulent, yet it paled in comparison to the Baroness's abode. The Baroness's bed, velvet sofas, and vanity were all adorned with an array of jewelry, varying in color and size. "Are you the new maid?" A captivating, rich fragrance enveloped her senses. Shirley's mind buzzed uncontrollably, awakening the lingering memories of the contamination that had vanished after her encounter with Little Red Riding Hood. A peculiar thought surged within her, a desire to behold the Baroness's beauty firsthand. Retaining a sliver of rationality, she hastily averted her gaze from the Baroness's extravagant attire, which was cinched at the waist to an almost impossibly slender width, making it difficult for Shirley to breathe. The contrast between the woman's waist and her voluminous petticoat was striking. Rule 3 of the Maid's Code. The current Baroness is exceedingly beautiful. She neither appreciates being stared at nor overlooked. The delicate balance of this rule was challenging to navigate. Shirley dared not be careless. After a fleeting glance, it felt as though she had been momentarily blinded. She clasped her hands in front of her, adopting an exaggeratedly affected tone. "Indeed, my esteemed lady, please forgive your humble servant and beneficiary. Your magnificent radiance renders me unable to meet your gaze." In her mind, Shirley automatically paired this with a private, humorous expression. "Well?" the Baroness inquired casually, yet her query took a sudden turn as she noticed the maid's countenance faltering, her speech becoming hesitant and stammering. "Speak," the Baroness urged impatiently. Shirley trembled slightly. "It appears Miss Grace's earrings may have fallen into the basement. She instructed me to assist in their retrieval." Absurd. Before Shirley could finish her sentence, the Baroness erupted in anger. "Grace completely disregards my words. How dare she venture into that filthy basement without my permission? None of my daughters bring me peace. They are nothing but a torment. This time, I shall teach her a severe lesson." The Baroness flailed her arms, her skirts billowing, and pearls and gems tumbled from her elbows, scattering across the carpet. Some of the more delicate pieces shattered upon impact. Pointing at the chaos strewn about the floor, the Baroness commanded Shirley, "You must clean this mess immediately. If I return to find this disarray still here, you shall face the consequences." With that, the Baroness departed, leaving the room in silence. Phew! Another near escape. Although merely a few minutes had elapsed, Shirley's palms had already become clammy with anxiety. The overpowering scent of perfume in the air began to dissipate, and Shirley wrinkled her nose as if detecting a faint hint of fishy odor. Chapter 41. Lola's Taboo Ephemeral. Like a mere illusion, the castle adheres to strict regulations. According to Shirley's understanding of the vocational hierarchy of this era, the castle typically employs a chief steward, tasked with overseeing all servants and maintaining the orderly functioning of the estate. Additionally, there exists a head made specifically responsible for female attendants, whose status ranks just below that of the steward. Thus, the pecking order within the castle is as follows. Baron Baroness, the Baroness's 2 daughters' chief steward head made her. Indeed, Shirley occupies the lowest rung of this hierarchy. The Baroness, disinclined to be overlooked, holds her position above that of her daughters. Previously a wealthy merchant's widow before her remarriage to the Baron, she imposes stringent standards upon herself and her daughter's conduct. Grace covertly ventures into the abandoned basement, disregarding her words and embodying a stark contrast to the demeanor expected of a noble lady. Furthermore, she has misplaced an expensive ruby there, inciting the Baroness's ire. At this juncture, the audience from Huahua finally comprehends the unfolding drama. Brilliant! Utilizing the castle's stringent hierarchy to supersede original commands with directives of higher precedence. Shirley's adaptability is remarkable. Shirley the Great. Indeed, had it been me, I would have surely faced the situation head-on. With such a rapid thinking Shirley embroiled in this tale, remember the principles I've laid out. I wonder how Grace feels at this moment. Although this action alleviated an immediate crisis, it irrevocably offended Grace, ensuring that Shirley's experience in the castle would be far from pleasant. She must first uncover the castle's secrets. Crouching on the ground, Shirley noticed that the fallen gemstones were numerous, scattered across the long-haired carpet that graced the entire room, making them difficult to detect. She refrained from employing a broom or any cleaning tools, choosing instead to gather them by hand. Housemaid's Code, Article 4. Enter the master's chamber thrice daily to clean. As the servants busily tidied various corners, it was precisely the mealtime for the castle's inhabitants. Once this period elapsed, the masters could return to their respective chambers at any moment. Cleaning in the presence of the masters is deemed exceedingly disrespectful. At this moment, with time still left before dinner, using a broom or similar cleaning tool would be a violation of this rule. A sharp pain shot through Shirley's palm. Several sharp blades were embedded at an angle within the carpet. Had she approached with her knee, it could have rendered her leg useless, akin to a death sentence in this perilous tale. Moreover, should she inadvertently injure a member of the household, the entire staff would face dire consequences. Such carelessness is utterly intolerable. Gasping, Shirley withdrew a handkerchief from her maid's pocket to hastily bandage her wound, collecting all the blades she could find. Near the foot of the bed, she stumbled upon additional items, flat, roughly the size of a fingernail, glimmering with an iridescent sheen. Drawing closer, she detected a faint, metallic scent lingering upon them. Were these fish scales? What fish possesses such enormous scales? After painstakingly gathering all the scattered gems, Shirley carefully cradled them in her apron and departed from the Baroness's chamber. As she passed by Grace's room, muffled sobs echoed from within, accompanied by the Baroness's sharp, unrestrained curses. Lola is disobedient, and so are you. Oh God, how did I end up with two worthless creatures? Woe is me. Crying. What face do you have left to weep? How have you prepared for the prince's ball? Your sister is in such a state now. At this point, a flicker of doubt stirred within Shirley. Neither the maid's code nor the Baroness had ever mentioned the late Baron's son. No toys belonging to a child were found in the Baroness's quarters. Could it be that the children were not born of the Baroness? Were they sired by Baron Cohen with a mistress kept outside? Or perhaps with some maid? Surely, they could not be the offspring of the previous wife. While lost in thought, Shirley caught sight of the head maid at the end of the corridor. The head maid's piercing gaze fixed upon Shirley, and she sternly questioned, "Where have you been? Were you deliberately hiding away to slack off? Miss Lola requires assistance now, so move swiftly." Just as one wave recedes, another rises. Shirley, merely a lowly maid and not a personal attendant, rarely appeared before her masters. Her frequent presence now made it all too easy to inadvertently breach the missing rules of the maid's code. With a face full of remorse and apology, Shirley handed over the gem she held to the head maid, stating, "I sincerely apologize, head maid Elaine. The Baroness summoned me to her room and instructed me to dispose of these gems, but I've only just arrived and am unsure of where to cast them aside. Could you assist me in discarding these jewels?" Upon noticing what she held, the head maid's expression underwent a swift transformation from stormy to serene, and she gently nodded, "Very well." She rarely offered a reminder. Miss Lola's appearance is somewhat flawed, and she is very sensitive to others staring at her face. With that, she eagerly took the jewels from Shirley's hands and hurriedly disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Shirley's smile faltered, and she could only console herself with the thought that perhaps Miss Lola could provide some clues. If the eldest lady's chamber was resplendent with gold and brilliance, then the second lady's room could only be described as sinister and eerie. Heavy curtains were tightly drawn, and the air was thick with an abominable scent of charred matter mingled with the iron tang of blood. A solitary candle flickered, serving as the room's only source of light. By the faint glimmer of the candle, Shirley beheld a girl seated at the dressing table, leisurely combing her hair. At her feet lay a copper basin, filled with dark, viscous substances. Legend spoke of mermaids in the misty seas, claiming that consuming their flesh could lead to a rebirth. It was said that this delicacy would be presented at the prince's ball. I deeply yearned to be chosen as a dance partner by the prince. Alas, I possess neither my mother's exquisite beauty nor my sister's golden tresses. How could the prince ever notice me? Why was I born with such an unattractive visage? Fate seems exceedingly unjust towards me. I long to become beautiful. Why have I not succeeded? Why have I transformed into what I am now? Timidly recalling the housekeeper's words, I dare not lift my gaze. Miss Laura has a tendency to engage in soliloquy. One must not disregard her musings. Yet responding to her self-talk is ill-advised. The rules of Miss Laura appear strikingly akin to those of the Baroness. However, while one is characterized by beautiful arrogance, The other grapples with an inferiority complex born from her looks. Thus, her disposition is markedly different from that of the Baroness, more sensitive and capricious, and not easily placated. Is it because my faith lacks fervor? Yet my sister neglects even the most basic of devotions. Is there anyone who can enlighten me as to why? A faint whisper, akin to a creeping chill, slithered along the arch of my foot, as though someone had breathed a cool breath against the nape of my neck. Yet, without raising my head, I remain ignorant of Miss Laura's expression, leaving me uncertain whether she is engaged in soliloquy or conversing with herself. Chapter 42. Subtle Techniques for Feigning Unconsciousness with Those Few Words Spoken. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence. This stillness resembled a stagnant pool, freezing the entire space, rendering even the gentlest breeze powerless to disturb it. From the perspective of the audience in the live broadcast, Miss Laura sat before the vanity mirror, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, obscuring her face, revealing only her tightly closed eyes. She was in a state of somnambulism. Miss Laura had a habit of sleepwalking. The Maid's Code, Article 6. The Baron's eldest daughter, Grace, takes her afternoon nap daily from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. She suffers from severe grumpiness upon waking. Do not disturb her. The Baroness' second daughter, Miss Laura, has a tendency to speak to herself. Her questions must not be ignored, yet do not engage with her soliloquies. This rule remained untainted, merely mentioning that Miss Grace would take her daily nap punctually. It made no reference to Miss Laura's habit of sleepwalking. Should one respond to her somnolent musings, drawing her attention to their presence, they would incur the wrath of the nightmarish Miss Laura. Only upon her awakening could normal communication resume. The headmaid, passing by Miss Laura's room, heard sounds emanating from within. Not wishing to intrude, she delegated the task to Shirley. What kind of girl would the prince favor? The honorable and valiant prince would surely not concern himself with a woman's appearance. Are you the new servant? What is your name? Why do you remain silent? Do you also look down upon me? Answer me. Answer me. Despair, sorrow, and fury. These emotions echoed through Laura's soliloquy. In this quiet atmosphere, no one dared to respond, and an extended silence blanketed the surroundings. Her voice gradually dwindled, infused with a hint of pleading and yearning, evoking a sense of pity among many viewers. Oh, she's indeed a pitiful soul. I understand. I inherited my parents' facial flaws, while my sister and brother are far more attractive. I've battled insecurity since childhood. We can still enhance our appearances. After all, this era lacks aesthetic medicine. The incessant inquiries, punctuated by brief pauses, sought to provoke the heightened anxiety of the chosen ones, tempting them to reply. Shirley maintained her head bowed, her lips pressed tightly together. Regardless of the winds from all directions, I remained steadfast. In the depths of darkness, vision was severely diminished while auditory sensations were amplified to an extreme degree. This profound silence felt like an invisible blade, gradually slicing through the fragile nerves of the experts from Huagua's analytical team, let alone Shirley, who found herself ensconced in the thickening darkness. This is not right. This woman is problematic. My wife and child are asleep, and I am hiding under the covers watching the live stream. Suddenly, I found myself responding to her, and my wife woke up to give me a scolding. Me too. 1, 2, 10,086. This woman's voice is peculiar. We cannot listen for too long. What should we do if we switch to mute? Shirley, you must hold on. The audience watched anxiously, fearing that Shirley would succumb to the temptation of the whispers. Meanwhile, they noticed a sudden change in Miss Laura. Her body remained still, yet her head in the darkness turned silently 180 degrees. Her once tightly shut eyes opened, revealing blood-red irises fixated on Shirley. The visage that emerged was horrifying, covered in layers of festering scars, with skin peeling back and a pale, yellow pus oozing forth. It was a shocking sight. So loud. So loud, what is happening outside? It's here. The audience collectively perked up. Miss Laura had awakened, and she began to question. They could not respond to her soliloquy, nor could they ignore her inquiries. Seeing Shirley remain unresponsive, the crowd was consumed with urgency. A sinister smile crept across Miss Laura's lips as one hand, resting on her knee, slowly lifted. Gripped within that hand was a knife, steadily dripping blood. Miss Laura remained seated, the raised knife aimed at the shadow of Shirley cast upon the wall. Enveloped in darkness, Shirley was oblivious to her movements. "No, you must answer. I'm frantic. I'm frantic. What is the official waiting for? Hurry and intervene. Exactly. What is the point of hiding? If we miss this chance and Shirley falls, we are all doomed. May my dear sister Shirley be safe. If the next batch of chosen ones are fools, I shudder to think how long they would survive." China was prepared to employ its final means to alert Shirley, despite knowing that after such an action, the authorities could no longer convey any valuable information to the chosen ones in this round of the tale. Xiao Xiao and others had hoped to glean more intelligence from the failed cases in other live streams, maximizing the benefits of this singular opportunity for communication once all 4 chosen ones were gathered. But the immediate priority was ensuring Shirley's survival. They could not bear the blow of losing a chosen one. With a population of 1.5 billion, the probability of selecting another fool was as high as 93. 2. They could not afford to gamble. Just as they were about to press the button, Shirley spoke up. She replied, "Miss Grace left her earrings in the basement and accidentally let the lady know, and the lady was extremely furious." The knife, poised above Shirley's shadow, suddenly halted. Miss Laura erupted into a fit of extreme rage, screaming, the basement, that damned basement." Another had gone mad. Such was the beauty of this mental state. Shirley pretended to be startled, bending her legs and stumbling to the ground, landing precariously by the copper basin. Within the basin lay grotesque, tumor-like entities, their surfaces charred while the undersides remained intact, twitching gently at the nerve endings. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that these tumors were wrapped around a rounded object, resembling fish eyes encased in flesh, glimmering with an eerie light. Suddenly, Shirley noticed a corner of paper protruding from the sarcoma. "This is a new rule. Get out. Immediately get out." Shirley swiftly grabbed the note and concealed it behind her, rolling smoothly away. The Baroness and Miss Laura, hearing the commotion from the basement, appeared quite irritable. They likely knew something. Once in the corridor, out of Laura's sight, Shirley raised her hand to wipe her brow, only to see it smeared with a sticky substance, prompting her to lower it again. Excellent. The audience breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, they could not comprehend how Shirley was managing the situation. At that moment, they observed Shirley's hand moving towards her ear. She removed her Bluetooth earphones. Before entering Laura's room, Shirley activated her phone, randomly playing a song, and enabled the eye-tracking feature. It claimed to liberate one's hands, allowing control of the phone with mere eye movements. Shirley tucked the phone into her apron, exposing only the camera. She paused by shifting left and took photos with a blink. Laura's previous soliloquy was drowned out by the music, until those eyes turned towards her. The song ceased to play automatically. Shirley could then hear the others' inquiries clearly, not missing a single key point amidst the superfluous chatter. "I didn't even react. What a talent to think of such a method. After all the calculations, I never anticipated this move. Sisterly's a bit too trendy. I could only think of using a flashlight in the dark, never this. Contemporary technology dismantles feudal superstitions. Isn't this the little trick I employ at work to endure my boss's scoldings? With earphones on, no one cares. Master, I have attained enlightenment." Chapter 43. The conflicting rules. This eerie tale unfolds against the backdrop of medieval Europe, where the audience perceives events from a divine perspective, subtly constraining their thoughts. The visage of the Baroness and the voice of Miss Laura exude a certain taint, while in stark contrast, Miss Grace, despite her malicious temperament, emerges as the most ordinary among them. The narrative is peppered with imagery of fish scales and eyes. Suddenly, a bold notion strikes Shirley. Could these two be mermaids, tainted by nuclear pollution? If so, let us vanquish the invaders. She is a virtuous citizen. This absurd thought flickered momentarily, as Shirley unfurled a recently acquired note, which was smeared with ashes and murky substances, accompanied by a crumpled flesh-like growth that repulsed her greatly. The Maid's Code, Part 2. 11. In the castle's rear garden blooms a patch of pink roses, planted during the lifetime of the late Baroness. Discover the solitary white rose among them, and you shall obtain your desires. 12. The Baron shall not appear in the rear garden. Should you encounter the restless Baron there, swiftly conceal yourself within the rose bushes and prick your finger with scissors, letting your blood fall upon the pink roses. 13. Even amidst busyness, do not neglect to deliver meals to the basement. 14. If you must descend to the basement, carry a kerosene lamp filled with oil and pin a pink rose to your chest. When the rose begins to wither, depart the basement immediately. 15. Cinderella is capable of maintaining the castle's operations. 16. Never mention the late younger son in the presence of the Baroness. He is no one's child. 17. This Wednesday, the Bishop of Mist Church will pay a visit. Ensure he does not uncover the castle's secrets. 18. Baron Cohen cannot do without fish at every meal. Once again, 8 rules bombard Shirley. Several of them contradict the earlier set. The Maid's Code, Rule 8. The castle's basement has long been abandoned. Regardless of any sounds emanating from it, do not attempt to approach. Yet, it instructs to remember to deliver meals to the basement. Moreover, Rule 9 states that Baron Cohen abhors even the slightest sight of fish, while Rule 18 claims that fish is integral to every one of his meals. Shirley pondered, which rule holds truth? Which is erroneous? The bishop's visit is scheduled for tomorrow. It is imperative to prevent him from uncovering the castle's secrets, as it may jeopardize Baron Cohen's family's normal attendance at the prince's ball. Shirley herself remains oblivious to the castle's secrets. How can she obstruct something she knows not of? Before long, it was mealtime, and the door creaked open from within. Laura emerged, impeccably dressed, her face largely obscured by a netted veil. Shirley caught a glimpse of the veil cascading over her chest and quickly withdrew her hands, lowering her head against the wall. A rich fragrance wafted through as the Baroness also made her appearance. As Grace passed by her, she let out a cold snort. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and push the dining cart over." From an unknown corner, the head maid appeared, pushing the cart toward her. As Shirley lifted the lid of the dining cart, she was met with the absence of any fish-related dishes. "Eileen, is there no fish for the Baroness' dinner?" The head maid cast a frosty glance in her direction. "Fish? What fish? The Baron detests fish. How could such a thing possibly exist in the castle?" The Baron's aversion to fish aligned with the 9th rule. Yet Shirley felt an unsettling dissonance. Moreover, the head maid's demeanor towards her now was even more contemptuous than when she had first arrived at the castle, leaving Shirley utterly perplexed. Despite the abundance of jewels, could they not elicit even a single day of amiability? "Eileen, those jewels. Do you dare mention those jewels? They are mere worthless trinkets, fragile as sugar cubes." At this, the head maid's fury intensified, and she shot Shirley a venomous glare before storming off. Fragile? Shirley was taken aback. When she had picked them up, she had handled those jewels with care. They were undoubtedly genuine, albeit somewhat delicate. Yet, she had assumed that such luxury items were often more ornamental than practical, and certainly not as flimsy as the maid had claimed. However, the maid's reaction did not suggest deceit. Shirley couldn't help but ponder the 15th rule. Cinderella is capable of maintaining the castle's normal operations. Baron Cohen held no territory nor real power. This castle, seemingly opulent, was riddled with signs of decay. How could they maintain the facade of dignity in the eyes of outsiders? From where did the jewels and daily expenses originate? Could all of this somehow be linked to Cinderella? With her suspicions in tow, Shirley maneuvered the dining cart into the dining hall. She did not need to serve the dishes personally, handing the cart over to the impeccably dressed but stern-faced butler. The Baron was a portly middle-aged man, plump with thinning hair and particularly elongated eyes. He sat at the head of the table, flanked by his wife and 2 stepdaughters. While the Baroness spoke to him in soft tones, the Baron seemed distracted, frequently swallowing and casting glances toward the entrance. The butler presented the meal. The 3 diners' courses were served separately, with the Baron's dinner positioned atop the cart. The Baron was evidently famished. As the butler lifted the lid, he discovered that no spoon accompanied the dessert. Impatient, the Baron seized the plate and devoured the goat's milk pudding in one swift motion, his expression transforming with a hint of satisfaction. Yet, his reactions toward the other dishes were rather tepid. Shirley stood at the doorway, observing the scene unfold. Earlier, she had deftly pried a fish eye from the note and stealthily concealed it within the goat's milk pudding. The rules unraveled into seemingly contradictory, yet coexisting tenets. Baron Cohen's meals always include fish. Baron Cohen despises fish. No fish parts may appear in the kitchen. And please do not let them come before the Baron. Such rules might appear at odds, yet they could harmoniously coexist. Shirley knew of individuals who feared the sharp beak of chickens, yet relished eating chicken. A person of such stature would care only for the delectable dishes presented, indifferent to the ingredients or preparation methods. Thus, she had cleverly hidden the fish eye within the delicate goat's milk pudding and discreetly removed the accompanying spoon. Out of sight, and as long as he enjoyed his meal, all would be well. In the kitchen, one would not encounter various parts of a fish. Thus, the fish consumed by the esteemed Baron may not necessarily originate from the fish itself. Neither the Baroness nor Miss Laura would ever deign to enter such a disreputable space as the kitchen. Timely analysis is crucial. Had she not obtained the maid's handbook, Part 2, in a timely manner, she would likely not survive the night. Chapter 44. The people in the dungeon. Miss Grace was distracted during her meal, her gaze occasionally darting towards the Baroness, evidently still troubled by prior events. After hastily consuming a few bites, she concocted an excuse and hurriedly departed. The Baroness wore a grim expression, her fury restrained by the presence of the Baron, as she turned her attention to inquiring about her youngest daughter's well-being. Only after Grace had left did Shirley dare to emerge from behind a pillar. Grace did not return directly to her chamber, as it was currently being cleaned. Shirley, on the other hand, hurried to her master's quarters. Rule 4. Enter the master's room 3 times daily for cleaning. Night was swiftly approaching. At last, Shirley encountered the other servants within the castle. With a cloth in hand, she meandered through the various rooms, and seizing the moment while the head maid supervised the other maids, she quietly slipped away through a crack in the door. Time was of the essence, and she had to take risks. Shirley scurried to the castle's back garden. Upon her arrival, she spotted Grace, who had left the dining room prematurely, nestled against a tall, handsome man. The man was clad in gleaming silver chainmail, resembling the Baroness guards. Evans, I fail to see what is so appealing about the prince. My mother insists I marry into the royal family. Yet I have heard he has numerous mistresses. Grace sweetly lamented to her lover, her beauty radiant, her emerald green eyes reflecting an unguarded innocence. Evans leaned down, whispering a few words in her ear, prompting Grace to giggle, and the two shared a passionate kiss. Feeling somewhat awkward as an eavesdropper, Shirley crouched low, striving to remain silent as she stealthily maneuvered past the enamored couple. The back garden of the castle had long been neglected, overrun with weeds and thorns. Though the pink roses bloomed vibrantly, their large blossoms unfurling beautifully, Shirley plucked a pink rose and tucked it into her bosom before circling back around the couple and returning to the castle. She searched diligently, finally discovering a kerosene lamp tucked away in a corner of the kitchen, filling it with oil before packing her uneaten dinner. She carefully avoided drawing attention to herself as she made her way toward the basement. Rule 8. The castle's basement has been abandoned for a long time. Regardless of any sounds emanating from it, do not attempt to approach. Rule 13. No matter how busy one may be, do not forget to deliver meals to the basement. Rule 14. If you must enter the basement, bring a kerosene lamp filled with oil and wear a pink rose on your chest. Leave immediately when the rose begins to wilt. 3 rules, all pertaining to the basement. Grace had secretly ventured into the basement and seemed to have returned unscathed. Miss Laura appeared to possess substantial knowledge about the basement, likely having visited it herself, yet she exhibited alarming changes. How could a normal person develop fish-like eyes? Thus, Shirley surmised that entering the basement at different times could potentially yield varied consequences. The 13th rule mentioned the delivery of meals. In other words, one may only approach the basement during meal times. At all other times, any sounds emanating from the basement should be ignored. Shirley must venture there during dinner and must depart before the meal concludes. The dining duration for Baron Cohen's family spans 2 hours. An hour and a half has already elapsed, leaving Shirley with less than half an hour remaining. Tick, tick, tick. The basement is dark and damp, pervaded by a faintly discernible stench of decaying corpses, mingled with the subtle fragrance of roses. To describe it as a basement would be a misnomer. A dungeon would be more fitting. Plop! Shirley stepped into a puddle with an uneven surface. The sound of her footsteps echoed against the stone walls, a chilling breeze brushing against her exposed skin, sending a shiver down her spine. Thump, thump. Shirley heard a knocking sound against the stone wall. "Let me out, please let me out." This voice. Shirley almost doubted her hearing. The cry for help emanated from the innermost cell. As Shirley approached, the occupant within, upon hearing her footsteps, became instantly agitated. "Friend from the outside. I am a princess from a neighboring kingdom, wronged by my father and insulted by my comrades. Oh no, assist me in escaping this place, so you may hear my grand plans for vengeance." The voice from the dungeon rambled on, receiving no reply from outside, gradually sensing something amiss and becoming wary. "Who are you?" Shirley replied, "Your comrade deceiving you." Oh! A jubilant cry erupted from within, and Shirley heard the sound of rushing wind, as if the occupant gestured animatedly in the air. "Shirley, you must rescue me. If I remain trapped here tonight, we shall both meet our doom." "I cannot help it all." Shirley shook her head, realizing that visibility was compromised within the darkness. "I am merely a maid without the key." She could not ascertain whether the one in the dungeon was indeed Pei Wangxing. "It is over." Pei Wangxing moaned in despair, clutching her head. "I am doomed. That monster will come tonight." Shirley furrowed her brow. "What on earth is happening?" "Oh, it's a long story. I lost consciousness, and upon awakening, I found myself in a filthy alley, without any of you present. I wandered aimlessly. Eventually, I assumed the identity of a woman who had been discarded after dying in an inn. Guess what? She was a private investigator from the royal city, probing into the disappearance of a couple's daughter. Shortly after arriving, Pei Wangxing encountered Chun Nai, who was visiting relatives. However, by unfortunate coincidence, that relative had just been captured by the church. The two decided to join forces. After the first day of investigation, they discovered that this fog-laden town was not as quaint and hospitable as it appeared. It served as a hub for human trafficking among several neighboring nations. Many detectives who had come here to investigate had gone missing, further fueling the ominous rumors surrounding the misty forest. Of the recent disappearances, most victims were women with black hair and black eyes. Upon reaching this juncture in their investigation, the two women realized the gravity of their situation. However, it was already too late. From the very first day of their arrival in the town, they had been marked. The beggars and homeless individuals they encountered on the streets were under the control of the local gang, and the demand for their illicit goods was urgent. Pei Wangxing and Chun Nai fled their hotel under the cover of night, pursued relentlessly by the lurking gang members. In this unfamiliar place, it was Pei Wangxing, empowered by her enhanced strength, who took down the foremost gangsters, engaging them in a fierce struggle to buy time for the younger Chun Nai to escape. "Surely you have found this. You must have reunited with Chun Nai, right?" "Oh, she was captured by the Inquisition." Pei Wangxing fell silent. What was the point of urging her to run that day? To earn the admiration of the nation as the most beautiful teammate? Shi Li comforted her. It still had some impact. At least now, the whole country knows that you, Sister Pei, are resolute and unwavering, a formidable force in the face of adversity. From now on, you shall be known as the fiercest of the 6 fierce ones, the first among the 6 generations. Pei Wangxing replied, "What fierceness? Where's this fierceness?" "Enough with the nonsensical chatter," Shirley said, adopting a serious demeanor. "What is the situation inside?" "The situation is rather dire. It is not just me here, but over a dozen corpses, their blood-drained, mere husks." Pei Wangxing, this iron-willed woman, spoke with a hint of despair creeping into her voice. Chapter 45. The Relationship of Two Cinderellas. She had been in the presence of those corpses for a full day and night. Pei Wangxing dared not sleep the entire night. Every time she closed her eyes, it felt as though those desiccated bodies were watching her. At this rate, her sanity would surely be depleted. That entity would come every night, and whoever it descended upon would convulse and collapse, becoming a mere husk. Now, she was the only one still alive in the dungeon. Surely, tonight she would be targeted. Shirley pondered the characteristics of these corpses, varying in height and build, aged from teens to adults, unmarried to married. If one had to describe them, they all shared black hair and dark eyes. A thought struck Shi Li, as if she had grasped a vital clue. Had anything been discovered in the dungeon? Yes. A piece of parchment, but it bore no writing. Pei Wangxing handed a slip of paper through a crevice. The texture of the paper felt eerily familiar, akin to the note from Little Red Riding Hood. There was no need for conjecture. This was undoubtedly a rule. Yet, as Pei Wangxing mentioned, both sides of the parchment were blank, devoid of any information. If this was indeed a rule, why could neither she nor Pei Wangxing, who initially found the note, discern its contents? Shi Li contemplated. Could it be that her previous exploitation of its loophole prompted the National Fortune battlefield to amend the game rules, allowing visibility of the rules only upon orally acknowledging the identity tag? Surely not. To apply such clandestine patches was unthinkable. Shi Li felt as though she had brushed against a corner of the castle's secret, merely lacking a single clue to connect everything. A wall apart, Pei Wangxing continued speaking to her. Shi Li, the disappearances of those women all point here. Why has the master of this castle been collecting women with black hair and dark eyes? Does he harbor some peculiar obsession akin to that of a Wan-Wan-like figure? Or is it a necessity for sacrifice? Be cautious when you venture out. The one who bound me was a man with reddish-brown hair, and he looked, alas, I cannot recall. All these foreigners seemed to share a singular visage. Suddenly, Shi Li's eyes widened in shock at her own audacious thoughts. She took a deep breath and rapped her knuckles against the stone wall. Pei Jie, take a look at those bones. How substantial is the skeletal collection in the dungeon? Apart from the lifeless body that had perished before Pei Wangxing, there were scattered remnants of human bones. The process of skeletal decomposition typically requires around a month, which coincides perfectly with the time frame of Cinderella's disappearance. How should I assess this? I am not a medical professional. Gather them all and count how many there are. That might not be prudent. Enough pretense. I know who you are. Pei Wangxing had initially been unaware of Shi Li's identity and attempted to lure her closer, perhaps poised with a weapon for sneak attack. Shi Li recalled the two sharp gusts of wind she had heard earlier. They were quite menacing indeed. Betrayed mercilessly by her teammate, Pei Wangxing chuckled softly as she casually tucked the human femur she held in her pocket, diligently gathering the scattered bones around her. 203, 204. Upon completing her count, she declared, there are precisely 204 pieces. Shi Li inquired for confirmation. Are you certain you haven't overlooked any? Pei Wangxing assured her, I even lifted the corpse to inspect it. There's no mistake. I couldn't possibly miscount this. Shi Li recalled an article she had encountered online, which asserted that there exists a discrepancy in the number of bones between Europeans and Asians. 75% of Caucasians possess 206 bones, while Asians typically have 204. The missing 2 bones are found in the phalanges of the little toe. Although this claim is not definitive, the skeletal remains, which bore a resemblance to Cinderella, prompted Shi Li to ponder further. Could it truly be such a coincidence that there are 204 bones? Her thoughts drifted to the oil paintings adorning the castle's corridor walls, depicting the former Baroness, who also had dark hair and eyes. The answer seemed to present itself. The Baroness was likely of Eastern descent. In the Eastern folktale, a king traverses the seas to find Yi Xian, bringing her and a fishbone back to his kingdom. The fishbone, the transformations observed in the Baroness and Miss Laura, the peculiar fish scales and eyes, perhaps the highly overlapping narratives of Eastern and Western folklore are, in fact, one and the same story. The Eastern maiden Yi Xian weds a foreign king, who relies on the wealth bestowed by her prayers to sustain a life of extravagance. Shortly thereafter, she bears him a daughter, beautiful and dark-haired. Yet she bears no resemblance to the Baron. In an era when religious authority was paramount and witch hunts rampant, the Baron gradually began to suspect that his wife was a witch and that their daughter was the offspring of a demon. Out of fear, he sought the counsel of priests from the church, repeatedly requesting exorcism rituals. Yet, he could not forsake the riches his wife had brought him. There are no free lunches in life, nor wishes without a price. Before long, the first Baroness passed away, emulating his wife. The Baron secretly prayed to the fish bone in the garden, yet witnessed no results. He soon turned to wed a widow, who had inherited a merchant's fortune. Neglecting the torment of Cinderella by his new wife and her 2 daughters, the merchant's wealth would eventually be depleted, while the castle maintained an outward appearance of opulence. It was internally burdened with debt. Baron Cohen and the Baroness placed their hopes on their daughter capturing the prince's favor at the royal ball to restore their family's former glory. It was only recently that the grown Cinderella re-established her connection with the fishbone buried in the garden, leading the dilapidated castle to regain its former splendor. Having endured abuse throughout her childhood, Cinderella developed a submissive and people-pleasing personality, yearning for her father's attention. As the Baron gradually aged, he harbored a growing suspicion that Cinderella was the offspring of his wife's infernal union, lamenting the absence of progeny from his marriage over the years. Consequently, he compelled Cinderella to include in her wish to the fishbone the desire for a child to inherit his wealth. This became the key to unleashing Pandora's box. Unbeknownst to them, they had conjured forth some malevolent entity. Cinderella met a tragic demise, and the magical powers could no longer be sustained. The Baron watched helplessly as his youngest son grew increasingly ill, resorting to desperate measures and urging both his wife and stepdaughter to engage in prayer, all to no avail. In secret, the Baron began to seek out women with dark hair and eyes, issuing proclamations to the mist-shrouded town in hopes of enticing women with similar traits to approach the castle, thereby attempting to clear his name before the ecclesiastical authorities. For the Baron and most of the townsfolk, their insensitivity to the differences in appearance among those of Asian descent stemmed from racial distinctions. Westerners perceived all Easterners as resembling one another. Pei Wangxing shared this sentiment, finding the foreigners to possess a homogeneous visage. The women ensnared within the castle were not Cinderella. They merely served to temporarily slow the spread of the contamination. The taint relentlessly proliferated within the castle, initially infecting the female servants, followed by the Baroness and Miss Lola. Soon, Baron Cohen himself began to undergo a transformation, necessitating the daily consumption of fish to quell an insatiable hunger that threatened to compel him to crave something far more sinister. Chapter 46. To kill her? As time passed, the paint on the oil painting began to age and crack, resembling a piece of yellowed glass, shrouded in mist. It seems that the painter who depicted the former Baroness was unfamiliar with the nuances of Eastern features, which led to Shi Li's delayed reaction upon viewing the portrait. Pei Wangxing was rendered speechless, murmuring, "Good heavens! Even the most bizarre dark fairy tales would not dare to depict this." I and my companions were utterly astonished. I have 6 points to address. Brilliant! Everything is interconnected. Here, we offer a free collection of drop jaws. Do remember to check this floor for your own. I have come to an epiphany. No wonder all the girls in the city cannot fit into Cinderella's glass slipper. It seems our ethnicities differ. Indeed, we are 36 and a half. I must admit, I'm somewhat impressed. What kind of thought process and reasoning ability must one possess to intertwine 2 stories so seamlessly, untangling the chaos in my mind? No wonder Cinderella could maintain the castle's operations. It appears your family's wealth is illusory. Yi Xian's daughter has indeed repeated her own mistakes. The Hua Nation analysis team pondered further, immediately recalling the earliest fallen, chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms, Kojima Shifu. Kojima Shifu received the identity tag of a vagrant, merely because he did not join the others in jesting with the women by the roadside, and thus met a grim fate. Initially, this group of experts speculated that it was due to the vagrant Jean and I being of a lewd disposition, while Kojima Shifu had shattered his persona. However, it now appeared that the issue lay within the diary of the vagrant Jean and I, which mentioned an important task occurring 3 days hence. That day happened to be tomorrow, when new supplies would be delivered to the castle. The urgency of the situation, coupled with Kojima Shifu's indifference towards passing women, was the fundamental reason for his demise. The fairy tale worlds inhabited by chosen ones from various nations existed independently, without interference. Yet the underlying truth remained the same. The chosen ones explored the secrets of this world from different perspectives, continually seeking clues and dissecting the roles they portrayed. The information provided by Shi Li proved to be remarkably useful. In an instant, Over 20 nations that had yet to utilize their communication opportunities organized the information and relayed it to a chosen one in their country, selecting those most likely to succeed. Barely 2 days had passed since the commencement of the bizarre tales, and already more than half of the live streams had ceased. The fate of several chosen ones hung in the balance. Should one unfortunate soul perish, the destinies of the others would invariably follow suit. Numerous nations' think tanks concluded that transforming into strange teammates was an insurmountable dilemma, as they could pinpoint the locations of other chosen ones with precision. For the first time, nations recognized the terrifying nature of their collective spirit. As Shi Li contemplated speaking further, an overwhelming stench of putrid fish suddenly invaded her nostrils. She lowered her head, having just plucked a rose, its petals visibly yellowing and curling at the edges. Li promptly opened her pocket watch and glanced at the time. I must depart. Dinner is about to conclude. Pei Wangxing also caught a whiff of the fishy odor, a sense of trepidation creeping in her heart. Sisterly, Li Shun. What'll I do if you leave? Remain calm. Li stuffed the note and the plate back, assuring her, you need only to acknowledge that you are Cinderella, and you shall be freed. This is a rather chaotic fairy tale dreamscape. The prince's ball is imminent, yet Cinderella has vanished without a trace. The narrative cannot progress, and the other characters within the tale will grow increasingly bizarre. Thus, the 7th and 15th rules state, assist Cinderella in attending the prince's ball. Cinderella is essential for the castle's normal operation. Li treaded back to the castle's ground as night fell, enveloping the entire castle in darkness. Unlike the day's desolation, a nearly eerie tranquility pervaded the atmosphere. The moonlight outside was obscured by fog and bare trees. Li could only rely on the oil lamp in her hand to discern her path. As she walked, she suddenly caught sight of a girl in a gray dress standing behind a pillar, clutching a broom. She was not sweeping. Rather, she merely stood there, seemingly arranged haphazardly in a corner of the castle, a lifeless wax figure. The girl's gaze was fixed upon an oil painting on the wall. Meanwhile, Li discerned a faint sound of weeping. Woo, woo, woo. She was crying. The maid's code states the second rule. Baron Cohen has 2 daughters, brought by his second wife. Should you encounter a girl in a gray dress weeping with a broom in the castle, do not respond to her words. Li was aware that the Baron had another daughter, Cinderella. The miasma wandering the castle descended into the basement each night, for Cinderella's remains lay there. Cinderella had become naught but a pile of bones. Consequently, the other women imprisoned in the basement suffered as well. Li felt sympathy for Cinderella's plight. Yet regardless of how pitiable and kind she had been in life, in death, she was no kin of hers. Li did not cast a glance in that direction. Pretending the darkness obscured her path, slightly slowing her pace to listen to what she was saying. Help me. Who can help me? Kill her. Kill her. Kill whom? Who is she? Li had traversed a considerable distance, yet Cinderella's silhouette continued to appear ahead, ensnaring her in a spectral loop, preventing her escape. Moreover, with each reappearance, the distance between them diminished, reaching an unnaturally close proximity. Misfortunes seldom come alone. As Li pondered how to extricate herself, she turned and was startled to see the oil painting on the wall weeping blood, trickling down the canvas. The once gentle and smiling visage of the Eastern beauty had twisted into a grotesque form, her mouth seeming to move as if trying to speak. Kill her, kill her. The 5th rule of the maid's code. The portrait in the castle corridor depicts the first wife of the Baron. If one sees tears of blood streaming down the face of the woman in the painting, one must immediately cover their ears and retreat from this floor. Damn, Shi Li sensed the malicious intent behind it. If she were to cover her ears and step backward now, it would also serve as a response to the weeping Cinderella's plea for help. The simultaneous emergence of 2 rules suggested an acceleration in the rate of corruption. Shi Li had no time for further contemplation and opted for one course of action. She covered her ears and turned, shifting from walking forward to stepping backward, focusing all her attention on her ears, oblivious to what lay behind her. Only the audience in the live stream witnessed the ghost of Cinderella slowly lifting her head, revealing a spine-chilling smile. She gradually raised her hands, reaching out toward Shi Li, where Shi Li's hands still clutched a pocket watch. Her eyelashes silently fluttering in the darkness, as she counted down in her mind. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 47. Cinderella takes her place with a sound reminiscent of a cinematic narration. A weathered voice echoed, and everything around Shirley seemed to rewind to its former state. Cinderella had vanished. The bloodied painting returned to its original form. Shirley exhaled a sigh of relief. She had nearly pressed the pocket watch. The current turmoil was a consequence of Cinderella's demise, and with her reinstatement, all would revert to normal. Otherwise, by dawn, this would culminate in a catastrophic massacre that would astonish the entire kingdom. Suddenly, Shirley felt a warmth emanating from her pocket. Intrigued, she hastily retrieved the note within. The previous instruction regarding delivering meals to the basement had vanished, replaced by a directive to escape the castle promptly after the ball. What could this mean? According to the tale, after the ball, the prince would embark on a citywide search for the enchanting Cinderella. Did this imply that something ominous was destined to transpire? Unable to fathom the implications, Shirley silently tucked away the note and turned back to her modest chamber. The room was narrow and cold, the bedding somewhat damp. Yet Shirley could not afford to dwell on such discomforts. Human endurance has its limits, and her spirit was nearing exhaustion. Whatever awaited her could be addressed tomorrow. As soon as her head met the pillow, she swiftly succumbed to slumber. In the realm of strange tales, the third day arrived. Shirley encountered Cinderella near the dining hall. Their eyes met briefly before they averted their gazes nonchalantly. Pei Wangxing had transformed from the disheveled figure of the previous day into a vision of nobility. Adorned in elegant attire, albeit lacking the lavish jewelry of her two half-sisters. In contrast to the previous day's peculiarities, the atmosphere within the castle felt markedly more normal. Cinderella, welcome home. You must have endured considerable hardships during your time away. Now that you have returned, may you never again suffer such trials, the Baroness remarked, endeavoring to present a facade of gentility before the Baron, her gaze filled with affection for Pei Wangxing. Meanwhile, Lola sat quietly, her head bowed as she consumed her meal, having removed her veil to reveal the blemishes and freckles adorning her cheeks. The Baron, too, appeared less ravenous than the day before. Compared to the previous day's oddities, the normalcy of today felt eerily like the calm before a storm. Only Grace stared icily at Pei Wangxing, her knife and fork clinking sharply as she dissected her food, unambiguously conveying her disdain. The Baron casually sampled his meal, then set down his cutlery, turning his attention to his reclaimed daughter. Cinderella, the prince's ball is approaching. You should visit the town's seamstress to have a few gowns made for the occasion. At these words, the Baroness's smile faltered momentarily, prompting her to interject quickly. My lord, have you forgotten? The castle has dispatched numerous people into the forest to search for Cinderella, and our budget is considerably strained. The Baron exhibited a troubled expression upon hearing this. Observing his discomfort, Pei Wangxing promptly chimed in. Father, there is no need for such extravagance. I am content in this attire. The downside of participating in such masquerades. Even though she felt an overwhelming urge to strike the pretentious old man, she adhered to the dutiful and considerate nature of Cinderella. Could it be that this Baron is merely acting, or is he genuinely oblivious, perhaps even suffering from amnesia? Perhaps he does not even remember the visage of his own daughter. The life of a man who lives off others, having devoured 2 wives, now turns to his daughter. During the meal, Pei Wangxing sought an excuse to depart early. She arranged to meet Shi Li in the castle's back garden. Oh, the lovers have changed. If you proceed like this, I might just indulge. A rough yet principled lead singer paired with an exceptionally intelligent and composed dancer. What are you all talking about? Pei Wangxing once again produced the rule paper. This time, Shirley finally discerned the contents inscribed upon it. Cinderella's playing rules. 1. You are dutiful and will not contravene your father's wishes. 2. You possess a fairy godmother. When you pray before the white rose in the castle's back garden, she shall appear. 3. Your friends are the birds in the garden and the mice in the kitchen. You have no other companions. Before the ball, do not meet anyone who claims to be your friend for afternoon tea. 4. You must attend the ball, should you lack suitable attire in a carriage. You may seek the assistance of your fairy godmother. 5. Ensure the prince invites you to the first dance. 6. Depart the royal palace before the stroke of midnight. 7. Do not. Do not make wishes. Do not believe in them. 8. Good child, marry his royal highness, and you shall lead a life of blissful happiness. These rules largely adhere to the tale of Cinderella. Yet the 7th rule conflicted with the preceding ones, its tone peculiar, likely a cautionary reminder from Cinderella herself. The affectionate address at the beginning of the 8th rule led Shi Li to suspect it referred to the frequently mentioned fairy godmother. It was evident that the 8th rule had been tainted. Furthermore, a life of blissful happiness could very well imply an eternal existence within this deceptive realm. Being Cinderella was no trivial task. The Baron had, both overtly and covertly, urged Pei Wangxing to make a wish, yearning to amass a cartload of gold and jewels. Her mood was quite agitated. I can't shake the feeling that the old man is suspicious of me. If I fail to make a successful wish, I will be exposed. Yet, making a wish feels akin to selling one's soul to the devil. Gazing at the pink flower bed before her, the blossoms swaying gently in a breeze, she contemplated, perhaps you could make a wish. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck her. Come, leaning closer. She beckoned her companion, lowering her voice to whisper a few words into Pei Wangxing's ear. The audience beheld Pei Wangxing's expression transform from initial confusion and shock to uncontainable excitement. What? What did you just say? I'm dying of curiosity. Let me in on it too. Is there something that I, as an SVIP, am not allowed to hear? Whereas the official commentary. The people need you now. Upon observing the comments in the live stream, the experts from Huagua couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, equally perplexed as to the intentions of the two individuals. Subsequently, Shirley continued with her routine of tidying up, unaware that the head maid had not noticed her discreet departure the previous day. The head maid remained critical, scrutinizing every area Shirley had cleaned. Today was the day for Father John's visit, and everything needed to be immaculate. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Shirley, Pei Wangxing stealthily appeared in the corridor of another level of the castle, her dog accompanying her. After ensuring that no one was around, she directed her gaze towards the woman depicted in the painting hanging on the wall. Though the frame was somewhat chipped, it bore little dust, suggesting it had been frequently cleaned. Whether it was due to Cinderella's identity or not, Pei Wangxing did not recognize the person in the portrait, yet that face evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Pei Wangxing scrutinized the painting closely and noticed numerous uneven holes scattered across its surface. With a cough, she whispered, "Mother, I require your assistance." Gripping the kitchen knife she had stealthily taken, she took 2 steps back and, with a determined run, swung down forcefully towards the canvas. Producing a tearing sound, the oil painting was slashed open. Suddenly, a clatter echoed as something fell from behind the canvas. Chapter 48. Double kill. It was a pair of scissors, the kind traditionally used in ancient Chinese paper cutting, rusted and weathered. Pei Wangxing recalled the story Tim Li had shared. These scissors were likely the very tools used by Yi Xian's stepmother to gut fish. The purpose behind this was uncertain. Yet Yi Xian had still brought them to the castle. Pei Wangxing picked up the scissors, feeling their substantial weight. Although the blades had dulled with rust, they still emanated a chilling aura. This tool had undoubtedly taken many fish lives. As Pei Wangxing tucked the scissors into her bosom and turned to leave, an astonished voice called out from behind her. "Cinderella, what are you doing?" Grace, lifting her gown, hurried forward. Upon seeing the tattered oil painting on the wall, her emerald eyes widened in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? You actually destroyed your mother's portrait?" Pei Wangxing looked at her, palms open in feigned innocence. "Sister, you are mistaken. How could I possibly ruin my mother's portrait? I saw it with my own eyes." Grace laughed disdainfully, a glimmer of triumph in her gaze as she seized the opportunity to hold something against Pei Wangxing. "You're finished. I'm going to tell father and mother. Just wait to be grounded." From their very first encounter, Grace had harbored an aversion towards this extraordinary girl, Cinderella, both in appearance and demeanor. Cinderella was unlike anyone Grace had ever known. The disdain intensified upon learning that the former countess hailed from a distant land, for reasons she could not comprehend. Her innate arrogance and repulsion surged uncontrollably. This phenomenon, in later times, would be labeled as racial discrimination. While Grace prattled on, She noticed that the usually timid and meek Cinderella had developed a peculiar look in her eyes. She scrutinized Grace with an unfamiliar gaze, finally settling her eyes on the sapphire necklace adorning Grace's neck. Sister's necklace is truly beautiful. It must have cost quite a fortune, the raven-haired girl complimented, her height matching Grace's. Of course, you could never afford such luxury. Grace began, but before she could finish, she observed Cinderella's lips curling into a mischievous grin, the arc of her smile broadening. Suddenly, Cinderella leaned forward like a swift cheetah and charged at her. So what if I can't afford it? Aren't you just flaunting a bit of petty cash? Pei Wangxing lunged forward, grabbing Grace's lovely golden hair and forcefully hurling her against the oil painting. Thud! A dull thump resounded as a hole appeared in the canvas. That was so sudden. I am stunned. Don't be impulsive. Be careful not to ruin Cinderella's image. But honestly, this is a bit too cool, right? Well done. It's time to say bang to racial discrimination. Little flying head here. Is it melodious? If it sounds good, it's a good head. Ah, you all are terrible. Pei Wangxing dusted off the non-existent grime from her hands. She had long grown weary of the bullying faces of these people. In any case, the Cinderella role-playing rules merely demand that Cinderella be filial, without explicitly stipulating the manner of interaction among peers. Seemingly submissive, Cinderella dares to secretly defy her stepmother and stepsisters, wishing to attend the ball immediately after sneaking away, revealing a rebellious spirit hidden deep within her heart. Can she not contend with those noble ladies in tightly laced gowns, even if she cannot overpower the ominous figure in red? At that moment, another silhouette appeared in the corridor. Upon seeing her sister on the ground, Lara's eyes widened in shock. Grace, what has happened? Whether one or two, is still an act of violence. The diary that Pei Wangxing discovered in the room revealed that many of the malicious schemes against Cinderella originated from the sensitive and insecure Miss Lara. Her gaze sharpened suddenly as she stepped forward, seizing Lara by the collar and spinning her around like a discus thrower, flinging her aside. Another deafening crash echoed. Loose stones fell from the wall, completely concealing the original scratch on the portrait with two symmetrical gaping holes. The commotion attracted others nearby. Grace, Lara, and the Baroness were met with the sight of their incapacitated sisters on the floor. Their faces drained of color and fright as the Baroness pushed past her maid to rush forward. Though she treated Cinderella poorly, she was exceedingly fond of her own daughters. What on earth has transpired? The Baron surveyed the scene with a commanding and piercing gaze, landing on his only standing daughter. Cinderella, speak. Sister Grace slipped in the corridor, and Sister Lara, witnessing this, rushed forward, exclaiming about familial bonds, only to slip as well. Pei Wangxing glanced at the portrait, and her eyes immediately welled with tears. The portrait of her mother. It was ruined. Sob, sob, sob. Before her debut, she had attended a few acting classes. While she could not rival the other dramatic talents, she could still perform adequately. You lie. At that moment, Grace fortuitously regained consciousness. Hearing Pei Wangxing's distortion of the truth, her chest heaved with indignation. It was you who pushed me. The Baroness's eyes brimmed with venomous resentment at this accusation. The Baron looked on with suspicion, his gaze shimmering with a gray-green light that instilled fear in the onlookers. This had been a recurring motif before several chosen ones met their fate. Baron Cohen began to doubt the chosen ones. Is this true, Cinderella? I did not, father. Pei Wangxing replied, unflustered. I was merely missing mother, which led me to quietly weep alone in the corridor, but now I have come to understand. I am your daughter, and I wish to share your burdens. Father, I wish to spend some time in the back garden. I hope you will grant me permission. Upon hearing this, the Baron's mood lightened considerably as he nodded slightly. I permit it, go ahead. Father John will be visiting the castle today, so remember to return before dinner. The Baron thought of how obedient and gentle Cinderella had always been. It indeed seemed unlikely that she would engage in such rebellious acts. Instead, it is the wife and her two stepdaughters who consistently create difficulties for her. Pei Wangxing gracefully lifted the hem of her gown, executing a perfect aristocratic curtsy, and playfully winked at Grace before turning elegantly and departing. For those unreasonable individuals, a slight application of force proves to be the most direct and effective remedy. At least for the next few days, These bothersome individuals will no longer trouble her. Chapter 49. So you are the fairy godmother? Pei Wangxing arrived at the secluded garden, a realm untouched by human hands, yet vibrant with flourishing flora. The roses, in particular, had grown to a height surpassing that of a person, providing ample cover for anyone who might choose to hide within. The Cinderella playbook and the Maid's Code both speak of making wishes upon the white roses in the castle's rear garden, a ritual for summoning the fairy godmother. However, the outcomes vary with the wishers. Only Cinderella's desires are destined for fulfillment. Others who dare to pray recklessly shall find themselves transformed into mere sustenance. Finding a white rose amid such a vast expanse of blossoms proved to be a formidable task. Yet, the Cinderella playbook also mentioned, your friends are the little birds of the garden and the mice of the kitchen. You have no other companions. Before the ball, do not meet anyone who claims to be your friend for afternoon tea. Pei Wangxing searched diligently, but found no trace of birds. After a moment of contemplation, she mimicked Cinderella's tone from her diary. Oh, little bird, my only friend, where are you? Please help me find that white rose. She called out twice, and turning her head, she spotted a half-plucked crow perched upon a withered tree, its scarlet eyes fixated upon her. Pei Wangxing hesitated for a brief moment. A bird? The crow seemed to comprehend her words, emitting a coarse caw as it flapped its wings and took flight. Following the crow, Pei Wangxing ran, the thorns of the brambles brushing against her skin, drawing forth droplets of blood that she paid no heed to. Suddenly, the crow turned its head at the sound. Yet, it saw nothing but the bewildered innocence of Pei Wangxing's face, convincing itself that it had misheard and twisted its head away once more. Moments later, Pei Wangxing beheld the elusive white rose. It stood solitary in the corner of the garden, smaller than the other rose bushes, easily overlooked had it not been for the crow's guidance. She approached, kneeling before it. Dearest fairy godmother, I beseech your assistance. The surroundings fell silent. Even the crow's cawing and the rustle of the wind through the flowers vanished, as if to listen to her prayer. Then a tempest arose, wild winds swirling leaves, withered branches, and the remains of serpents and insects, coalescing into a massive visage, a head the size of an adult. Its features bore a semblance of humanity, draped in the garb of a nun with a headscarf. Confronting such a colossal entity, Pei Wangxing felt a chill run down her spine, unable to fathom how Cinderella had dared to voice her wishes before this looming head. Poor Cinderella, speak your heart's desire, it beckoned. Pei Wangxing suppressed her discomfort, lowering her gaze submissively. I wish her voice dwindled into a whisper. The head leaned forward, straining to hear. Suddenly, Pei Wangxing lifted her head, the trust in her eyes replaced with a glimmer of mischief and excitement. I wish to send you on your way. The head responded with a perplexed silence. Although it was a respectful address, it sounded anything but kind. In the next instant, a searing pain radiated from behind. Something extraordinarily sharp pierced it, creating a gash, causing the vibrant energy within to swiftly drain away. Caw, caw, caw. The crow, startled, took flight from the tree. The head turned with a painfully slow, almost frozen motion. A remarkably young maid with black hair gripped a pair of rusted scissors, her slender wrist bursting with purplish veins from the strain. She smiled at it and said, So you're the fairy godmother, are you? The instrument that had struck it was indeed a pair of scissors, the very scissors it thought would never reappear. Then, its head shattered with a thunderous crash. The scissors fell onto the flower bed, and the white rose swiftly decayed, revealing the fish bones hidden beneath the soil. What is happening? What is happening? Pei Wangxing could hardly contain her excitement. A familiar burning sensation coursed through her back, and Shirley lowered her head to sense the changes in her body. Smiling slightly, it's done. The conspiracy between Shirley and Pei Wangxing was to eliminate the fairy godmother and take her place, transforming Pei Wangxing's wish object from the bizarre to herself. What was the tattoo on her back? How could it acquire the ability by slaying the strange? Shirley had yet to fully comprehend. All she knew was that this was the best solution available. In Western religious baptism ceremonies, the godmother plays a protective role for the baptized infant, also known as a surrogate mother, and holds significant importance throughout the child's growth. The Cinderella playbook mentions that Cinderella is a dutiful girl. She cannot attack the fairy godmother. Only others can fulfill that task. Thus, Shi Li frequently heard the echoes of the oil painting and the ghost of Cinderella incessantly urging, "Kill her," by a stroke of fate. The only scissors capable of slaying the fairy godmother were concealed behind the oil painting in the castle. The oil painting bore the lingering regrets of the former baroness. Devoid of self-awareness, it would easily weep blood if Shi Li approached. Only Pei Wangxing could retrieve the scissors to summon the fairy godmother, while Shi Li stealthily hid among the rose bushes, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, to execute this long-conceived murder. After vanquishing the fairy godmother, Shi Li once again heard that voice. "Ding dong! You have slain the mother of desire. Congratulations, you have obtained Seed of Desire, Seedling Stage, Ability Introduction. Every individual harbors desires. Humanity is but a mass of desires. Some yearn for luxurious garments, while others aspire for nobility. Do you possess desire? The seedling will enter dormancy at midnight, rendering wishes ineffective. By consuming a desire, you may acquire a drop of water. Water drops required for the next stage. 010. She had wagered correctly. Shi Li felt a surge of elation. She had randomly acquired the ability most essential to her. The mother of desire feeds on human desires. She was unsatisfied with the desires within the castle and set her sights on the next heir to the kingdom, progressively devouring from the top down until the entire populace transformed into puppets of desire. Why did they initially seek Yi Xian? Perhaps it was because she was easily satisfied. Beautiful dresses and shoes, the attention of a father, wishes so modest and content, stemming for what had never been received. Oh yes, Pei Wangxing clenched her fists. Can I wish for a pair of wings to escape from here? No, Shi Li coldly rejected her. Wishes cannot be made in such a manner. They can only manifest what exists within my perception. A pumpkin carriage, jewelry, beautiful dresses. These will suffice for now. Pei Wangxing's expression transformed into one of dismay. What is this? After all that, it's merely a miraculous star. Who wishes to play dress-up in a horror game? Where are my comments? The comments section is eerily quiet. Comments refresh too quickly. Everyone has gone mad on the forum. Oh my gosh, the Huahua girl group is amazing. I racked my brain and couldn't fathom they would defeat the fairy godmother. To be honest, it shocked me for a century. Punching the wicked stepsister, stabbing the fairy godmother, and previously slaying the big bad wolf. Are you all in the same tale as the rest? May I inquire if I missed an episode? Why does Li Jie suddenly possess the fairy godmother's abilities? I'm equally perplexed. Could it be that in this tale, killing the bizarre grants one corresponding talents? Chapter 50. Deceiving the bishop. Not only had individuals in the comments section contemplated this possibility, but think tanks from various nations had also considered it. Undoubtedly, this was a significant revelation. Numerous countries swiftly disseminated the news. Their chosen ones had perished in the practice room horror, and the second round of selections consisted of newly drawn candidates. If they could acquire a talent here, the path ahead would undoubtedly become much smoother. While they could not attain the peculiar first kill, there were already successful cases preceding them. Surely, following in their footsteps would not be too challenging. The chosen ones received directives from their nations, hastening towards the misty forest, guided by the meticulously compiled roadmap. However, upon entering the misty forest and witnessing the drastically altered paths before them, they were taken aback. The forest on the first day bore no resemblance to its current form. This forest evolves. The 13th rule of the Maid's Code. This Wednesday, the Bishop of the Misty Cathedral will pay a visit. Please prevent him from discovering the castle's secrets. This rule clearly specified a time frame. Bishop John had previously visited the castle multiple times, and this time he undoubtedly possessed some knowledge, arriving with the intent to probe. Should he uncover any incriminating evidence, not only would the castle be in peril, but Cinderella's chance to attend the ball would also be jeopardized. Given that the visitor was prepared, how could they thwart him? Bribery? Surely, no one could resist the allure of wealth. Pei Wangxing learned from the steward that this newly ordained Bishop John was an exceedingly devout cleric. He was unwaveringly loyal to the Pope and harbored a deep disdain for heretics. He had spearheaded several recent heretic capture operations, purging no fewer than 100 witches under his command. Imagine a freshly ordained bishop, brimming with ambition. If a cartload of gold and jewels were to be offered as a bribe, he might swiftly be marked as a servant of the devil. Time was of the essence. The two conspired and decided to split up. Pei Wangxing, bearing the treasures bestowed by the fairy godmother to 0, presented them to Baron Cohen, earning praise from her lenient father. Meanwhile, Shirley boarded another carriage, stealthily slipping out of the castle and speeding towards the town. She needed to commission a pair of exquisitely crafted shoes. With merely 4 days remaining until the ball, even a single day's delay could jeopardize the timeline. The Seedling of Desire now served as a one-day fashion experience card. Once the clock struck midnight, the magic would dissipate. However, in the original tale, Cinderella's glass slipper remained intact, serving as the prince's proof in his city-wide search for her. Thus, they required a genuine pair of shoes. Pei Wangxing remained at the castle, devising every possible method to divert Bishop John's attention. Clattering, clattering, a carriage rolled along the road leading to the castle. John, clad in the attire of a high-ranking cleric, had a round face and a modest crown of hair, topped with a small round hat. "Your Excellency, the castle has arrived," called the coachman. John was assisted down from the carriage, and before him stood an ancient, tranquil castle, appearing unchanged from his previous visits. He had heard rumors that Baron Cohen was involved in the trafficking of people, yet he had given little thought to the fate of those innocent souls. It was not until the parish received intelligence from an informant that he learned the Baron seemed to be secretly colluding with witches, attempting to undermine the authority of the Holy See. Having maintained a cordial relationship with the Baron, and as a devout believer, John willingly accepted this task. As the sky gradually tinged with a faint crimson, mist began to envelop the distant forest, seemingly creeping toward him. Successfully dismissing the steward, John engaged in conversation with the maid who was guiding him, seeking to uncover any peculiar happenings within the castle. You see, to conduct an exorcism effectively, one must understand all the underlying causes, he explained. However, no matter what questions he posed, the maid appeared blissfully ignorant of the castle's affairs, likely a recent hire. "You may attend to your duties, do not worry. I am quite familiar with this castle and can find the dining hall on my own," John asserted with a smile, standing firm. But that would be against protocol. The maid hesitated, yet upon John's insistence, she respectfully departed. Once the maid had distanced herself, John immediately altered his course toward the only area he had yet to explore, the basement. As he drew closer, he heard a rustling sound emanating from within, causing his expression to grow grave. Wasn't he, it said, that the basement had been abandoned for quite some time, and that Baron Cohen forbade anyone from entering? Indeed, something was amiss. At that moment, a girl in a gray dress emerged from the shadows, clutching a broom, her face dusted with grime. Upon seeing him, she momentarily froze. "You are His Excellency Bishop John? Aren't you here to see my father? What brings you here?" The young girl possessed fair skin, dark hair, and bright eyes. This enchanting maiden was none other than the Baron's seldom-seen daughter, Cinderella. John recalled that her mother was not a subject of the kingdom of Augustus, but hailed from a mysterious eastern land, renowned for its strange sorcery and rituals. Cinderella had recently gone missing, only to return just yesterday. John had reason to suspect that Cinderella had heard whispers of impending danger and had sought refuge in the misty forest. Coincidentally, upon hearing of her safe return and on the day designated for the Baron's exorcism, John came as promised. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "I was about to head to the dining hall when I heard sounds here. What are you doing in an abandoned basement?" The girl hesitated, struggling to articulate her response. "This is where I usually reside." John was taken aback. He understood Cinderella's plight was dire, but he hadn't realized it had deteriorated to such an extent. Was it possible that the Baroness forbade anyone from approaching the basement to prevent rumors of her mistreatment of her stepdaughter from spreading? "Child, I have heard that you were recently unfortunate enough to be abducted by a creature from the forest, yet now you are safe, a testament to the Lord's protection." John's gaze was gentle and pure, reminiscent of the warm sunlight of spring cascading upon one. The comments were rife with disdain. Such sweet words. "I haven't seen your church assist in the search. You are eager to take credit for the Lord. Hypocrisy. Bah, this priest's abilities are lacking. He cannot even recognize a false Cinderella. Can one truly be a bishop while suffering from face blindness?" Cinderella lowered her head slightly, her eyes flickering uncertainly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency." She dared not meet her own gaze, seemingly aware of some hidden truth. Observing this, John's expression turned grave. "Yet you have forsaken the Lord's will. It appears you are complicit in the occurrence of evil." Cinderella's complexion suddenly paled as she stammered, "I." Chapter 51. A dinner of divergent frequencies. Bishop John solemnly declared, "You are guilty, yet if you sincerely seek God's forgiveness, the merciful Lord shall absolve your transgressions." Cinderella's hands clenched the hem of her dress, her countenance shifting like the flicker of a candle. After much turmoil, she finally spoke. "Yes, it concerns my father. A few days ago, our household servant retrieved several fish from the river, and upon gutting them, we discovered a roll of parchment within, inscribed with the words, 'She paused, Augustus shall perish.' Upon gutting another fish, the message revealed was, 'Cohen shall be crowned.' My father commanded both us and the servants of the castle to remain tight-lipped, forbidding any disclosure of this matter. However, since that day, my father has been obsessively reciting this phrase and has increased the training regimen for the guards. I've been consumed by fear and have taken to hiding away." Her words stirred a tempest within John's heart. The recent peculiar actions of Baron Cohen were, in fact, attempts to usurp power, not merely a betrayal of the Holy See, but a treachery against the crown. This could indeed be negotiated. The kingdom's situation appeared tranquil on the surface. Yet the ecclesiastical and royal powers were locked in a covert struggle of mutual disdain. The prince, the kingdom's first heir, bore no loyalty to the pope, his eccentricities standing in stark opposition to doctrine. John had heard that the prince was profoundly dissatisfied with the papal coronation process for each king, and the Knights Templar were frequently subjected to oppression. If Baron Cohen could incite turmoil within the kingdom, perhaps the prepared papacy could seize the opportunity to benefit. It seemed, after all, a fortuitous turn of events. Furthermore, John recalled that among the 12 disciples who followed the Son of God, several hailed from the ranks of fishermen. The miracles of the sun documented that 2 disciples cast their nets in vain throughout the day. But upon receiving the Son's command to cast their nets on the right side of the boat, they drew in an abundance of fish. Fish! Could this not also serve as a portent? Was this a divine revelation from the Lord? Baron, 6, the priest's expression, savoring a juicy tidbit. Did I not learn this passage in my literature class? The great Chu rises, Chun Shung the king, roaring, voice strained. What do you mean by your father? Does he know? Of course he does not know. Goodness, as expected of the baron's conniving little darling, you dare to heap blame upon your father. The baron himself harbors no such thoughts, but his daughter, plagued by top-tier cancer, cannot abide her father's incessant demands for money. Stand up, my soft-rice daddy, lavished with fierce affection, in an age driven by the pursuit of pleasure, yet forced to seize power. John's expression shifted. The familiar warm fade he wore began to crack, and he forced a smile. Very well, the Lord has heard your confession. Whether the Lord truly heard was inconsequential. What mattered was that you had heard it. Pei Wangxing contemplated. Her intention was to overwhelm Bishop John with even more explosive news, distracting him from the purpose of his visit. Regardless of the color of the cat, the one that catches the mouse is the good cat. At the dining table, the prayer before the meal concluded. John gazed at the baron, a smile playing on his lips as he ventured, "On your way here, I heard whispers that you caught several fine fish a few days prior." The baron's expression darkened instantly. "My friend, that must be mere gossip. I abhor fish, and there is no way any could appear in the castle." Observing the baron's desperate attempt to conceal the truth, John had already sown the seeds of doubt in his mind and was now more than half convinced of the matter. Cinderella was but a child. Could she utter falsehoods? With little desire to linger in the castle, John resolved to relay this information to the archbishop post-haste. Rumor had it that the baroness had recently expended a fortune on custom gowns and jewels for her 2 daughters. Could this be a veiled hint? A coup on the night of the ball? An assassination of the prince during the first dance? Yet, the baroness' expression left much to be desired. "My friend, how dare you entertain such notions? Is it the Lord who has bestowed upon you this audacity? You are merely a baron without a domain, not a duke. However, if it were indeed a divine directive, perhaps the support of the papacy could be secured. Augustus must be nearing the end of his historical chapter. Dinner unfolded amidst a discordant exchange. During the meal, Pei Wangxing seized the opportunity to request a personal maid, a peculiar thing for a noblewoman to lack. Before the face of Bishop John, the baron found himself at a loss, disregarding the baroness's displeasure, and acquiesced. After dinner, Bishop John proceeded to the great hall and several chambers to perform an exorcism, sprinkling holy water upon each individual and touching them with sacred relics. Merciful and forgiving Lord, hear the prayers of your servant. With your boundless grace, forgive their transgressions. In the name of the Lord, I command all unclean entities present here, along with your lies and sins, to depart this place. Pei Wangxing, lacking the requisite status, evaded the exorcism ritual. She concealed herself nearby, observing with a mix of wonder and concern. How fearful the baron must be of vengeful spirits to conduct such frequent exorcisms. As it stood, Bishop John appeared ensnared by his own fanciful imaginings, likely unable to react in the near term. Pei Wangxing turned her gaze towards the darkening sky outside. Nightfall was imminent. Why had Shirley yet to return? Meanwhile, Shirley lingered in the small town. Misty Town was not expansive, yet bore the unmistakable odor of unsatisfactory sanitation, a blend of animal and human waste. The hygiene conditions were dismal. Strolling through the streets, Shirley felt the weight of countless eyes upon her since her arrival. Flower vendors and street merchants seemed to regard her with a contemplative gaze. Yet, whenever she swiftly turned to face them, everything returned to normal, as if the stares were merely figments of her overly sensitive imagination. After some time, she located the town's tailor shop. In the original tale, Cinderella had left behind a crystal slipper. Such a delicate item could hardly be crafted in haste, and a mere crystal slipper might not be unfamiliar to the prince, as the finest artisans were the royal shoemakers. Shirley initially sought out the most skilled cobbler in town, but after searching extensively, she found only this solitary establishment still in operation, and thus had to make do. "Hello, I wish to commission a pair of shoes," she announced as she entered the narrow shop, the sound of wind chimes accompanying her arrival. Seated behind the sewing machine was a diminutive man, his visage marked by a grayish pallor, a nose reminiscent of drunkards, and numerous wrinkles encircling his eyes. Upon encountering this countenance, the audience felt a sense of foreboding wash over them once more. They recognized this tailor. Beneath his feet lay a cellar concealing several corpses, their skins stripped away. One of the chosen from the land of sheep having met their demise here. It could be said that this seemingly quaint and simple town, shrouded in mist, was merely a replica of Gotham City. The chosen ones believed they could evade the fate dictated by classic fairy tales, living as ordinary folk to escape peril. Yet, it is the unscripted, ordinary NPCs that face truly unforeseen demise, a grim footnote in this era's chronicles. At least fairy tales possess some semblance of plot, offering a chance for caution and evasion. "You should go to the shoe shop next door," suggested a voice. The tailor, his head bowed, continued to work with a roll of yellowed leather beneath his hands, the sewing machine roaring beneath him. "No, only you can fulfill this task," Shirley insisted, casting a bag of gold and the shoe design onto the table. The delightful clinking sound finally prompted the tailor to lift his gaze. She desired to have a pair of truly special shoes crafted. Chapter 52. The Perilous Tailor Shop. I require within 3 days by Saturday at the latest, or certainly no later than Sunday afternoon, Shirley stated with unwavering determination. The tailor, named Sha Ku, came from a lineage of tailors spanning 3 generations. Having inherited the shop after his father's passing, he was renowned in the town as a confirmed bachelor. As Sha Ku unfurled the drawing, he shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "This is unfeasible. It is far too intricate to accomplish." The design depicted a pair of soft-soled shoes fashioned from luxurious silk, devoid of ostentatious jewels, yet emanating in exquisite elegance. The shoe's surface was adorned with vibrant embroidery of flora and fauna, exuding a unique and delicate charm. To flawlessly replicate such a pair of shoes was undoubtedly a daunting task, especially within the constraints of such a brief time frame. Faced with Sha Ke's refusal, Shi Li remained unperturbed. With a sweeping gesture, she let another pouch of coins fall, its weighty contents spilling forth and illuminating the room with a golden radiance that captivated Sha Ke's attention. "Is this sufficient?" she inquired, confident that no one would turn away from gold. If they did, it could only mean she had not offered enough. With a deliberate touch on the drawing, she continued, "You might consider enlisting the neighboring cobbler or some experienced local seamstresses you know. As long as the work is completed on time, these are yours." Currently, in the circles of noble women, the trend favored shallow, high-heeled leather shoes, suitable for the dances and feasts of the season. These shoes were elongated and pointed, with lofty heels, embellished with lavish materials such as satin lace, wool, feathers, velvet, and an assortment of gemstones. After witnessing such opulence repeatedly, one could easily succumb to aesthetic fatigue. Shi Li sought to carve a niche. Intending to present the party-loving prince with a jolt of Chinese aesthetic, she desired to commission a pair of embroidered shoes. These shoes were inspired by her recollections from a visit to a museum, derived from a 3D reconstruction of a consort who had been buried alive. Although her painting skills were rather rudimentary, she managed to capture a rough outline that distinctly resembled shoes. After all, she was the client. Sha Ke's gaze oscillated between the drawing and the two pouches of gold coins. His eyes, bloodshot from sleeplessness, darted around, contemplating his next move. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed from the floor beneath them. Sha Ke's brow furrowed, and a flash of crimson flickered in his squinting eyes, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. The audience collectively held their breath. "Here comes." In the live streams of other chosen ones, this sound signaled the beginning of Sha Ke's gruesome acts of violence. Shi Li, perplexed, glanced at Sha Ke, her dark eyes seemingly questioning if there were others present. Sha Ke's face twitched, and a grotesque smile crept across his grizzled visage. "Oh, it's nothing of consequence. Merely a bothersome rat that insists on disrupting my work," he replied dismissively, to which Shi Li wrinkled her nose in disdain. Shark subtly extended his hand towards the cluttered basket shrouded in darkness. "My dear lady, have you ever heard the jest that circulates widely within the royal city?" he inquired, smiling while rummaging through the contents of the basket. "Once upon a time, there was a king, vain and excessively fond of beauty, who insisted on donning a new outfit each day, much to the dismay of his subjects. Then one day, two swindlers arrived in the royal city, claiming they could weave the most exquisite fabric and create the most perfect garment. This attire could only be perceived by the wise. The foolish would remain oblivious to its existence. When the garment was finally completed, the king and his courtiers discovered, to their dismay, that they could not see it. Fearing the exposure of their ignorance, the ministers pretended to admire the garment's beauty, groping the air to assist the king in lifting the invisible hem. The king, too, was reluctant to reveal his incompetence. Observing the minister's enthusiastic praise, he resolved to parade through the city in his magnificent new clothes, flaunting his ostentation. Shark spoke with a casual tone, yet his heart brimmed with avarice and malice. Why, he pondered, should he collaborate with others in the town to share the delightful round gold coins when he could simply seize wealth and eliminate the troublesome employer, leaving them to languish forever in the cellar? He keenly observed Shi Li's expressions, noting her initial blend of warmth and reserved arrogance, gradually captivated by the tale. Shark inwardly chuckled at the naivete of this noble lady as he continued. On that day, the townsfolk gathered en masse. They fervently extolled the virtues of his new attire, each unwilling to admit their own foolishness. It was not until a child exclaimed that the king wore nothing at all that the truth was unveiled. Enraged, the king ordered the execution of the two swindlers. However, I believe they were indeed the finest weavers in the world. They had crafted the most perfect garment imaginable. The divine gift of our innate forms is, after all, the ultimate creation, is it not? As Shark slowly rose and approached the young lady, he gripped a sharp dagger tightly concealed behind his back, its blade glimmering ominously. Shi Li calmly nodded, a captivating story. Just then, a sound of horses snorting could be heard from outside the door. Chapter 53. Entering the church, the sudden commotion brought Shaq's footsteps to an abrupt halt. He observed Shi Li turning her head with an air of nonchalance, softly admonishing, "Be quiet." Maintain your decorum, Jerry. Following her gaze, Shaq peered outside, where a luxurious carriage had inexplicably come to a standstill at the entrance. For pure black horses, devoid of any blemish, congested the already narrow street. Not only that, the carriage was adorned with exquisite jade carvings and gemstones, embellished with at least a couple of hundred turquoise inlays. When did it arrive? I had not heard the sound of the carriage earlier, Shaq pondered to himself. The curtains of the carriage bore a mysterious pattern of wheat gears and stars, seemingly the emblem of a prominent noble family. While Shaq did not recognize it, he had heard whispers of certain nobles and even princesses from neighboring realms being invited to the ball. Considering that Shirley, despite her understated attire, was clad in fine silk, Shaq's avarice evaporated instantly. He dared not harbor any ill thoughts towards such a person. The mere sight of those 4 gallant steeds charging forth could easily demolish his tailoring shop. Unbeknownst to the girl before him, she had narrowly escaped a brush with death. After chastising the black horses, she returned to the previous topic, though her patience was evidently wearing thin. What have you decided? Shaq quickly composed himself, donning a sycophantic smile. Of course, esteemed and generous miss, the reputation of Shaq's tailor shop will surely meet your satisfaction. Before long, Shirley emerged from the tailor's shop, a slight sheen of perspiration gracing the nape of her neck. She had not observed any signs regarding regulations within Shaq's establishment, suggesting a lack of constraints, rendering him a lawless rogue. She needed to tread carefully with every step. Fortunately, Shaq proved to be more astute than she had anticipated. Had he resolved to silence her, the spectral horses and the makeshift carriage would offer her no sanctuary. Shirley was untroubled by the potential exposure of virtual currency. The tailor, Shaq, appeared to be exceedingly vigilant. Such a person, after meticulously inspecting the gold coins and confirming their authenticity, would undoubtedly sequester them in a place he deemed secure, oblivious to the fact that these coins would vanish into thin air at the stroke of midnight. The journey back to the castle from the small town took roughly half an hour. During her confrontation with Shaq, Shirley felt a warmth emanating from her pocket, signaling changes within the maid's code. The title had transformed into personal maid's code. She had been promoted to Cinderella's personal maid. Her responsibilities had shifted. There was no longer a need to clean her mistress's chambers at dawn, noon, and dusk. She simply needed to return to the castle before nightfall. This granted her ample time to gather information about the town. The carriage followed at a leisurely pace, and Shirley could distinctly sense a reduction in the ominous scrutiny from behind, replaced instead by a buzzing murmur akin to that of mosquitoes, speculating about her identity. As they passed the cobbler's shop, Shirley's eyes were immediately drawn to the red, dancing shoes displayed in the window. The cobbler emerged from his shop, beaming with joy. "Dear miss," he exclaimed, "your taste is impeccable. This pair of shoes is our prized possession, perfectly suited for an elegant gown. Wearing them, you are sure to stand out at the ball." In contrast to the taciturn and rather rude Shaq, he possessed a commendable flair for salesmanship, his compliments flowing without repetition. Had it not been for his promotion of these shoes, the striking red dance shoes, she likely would not have paused to consider them. Nevertheless, Shirley acquired the red shoes, believing that they would prove useful at some point. The cobbler's shop was conveniently located at the end of the alley, affording a view of the square. A relatively spacious area. In the center of the square stood a fountain, continuously gushing crystal-clear water, while above it loomed a statue of the Madonna nursing her child, gazing toward the fog church. What captured Shirley's attention was a particularly conspicuous charred mark on the ground, a remnant from the burning of straw and firewood. It seemed that Chuanai was likely imprisoned within the fog church. She had heard that a distant relative she sought had also been captured by the church. She wondered if they had recognized one another within its confines. Now, only the silence of Ganjo Yu remained, as if he were lifeless. Shirley could not help but speculate that, given the dire misfortune that befell him, he might have been transported even farther away. The cobbler, following Shirley's gaze, observed the darkened mark and chuckled. That is the site where the Holy See conducted its burnings. Many souls have perished at that stake. One mad physician who claimed the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit coexist and spoke of blood being processed within the lungs. A pseudo-scientist who proclaimed the sun as the center of the universe. and countless unnamed sinners lured by the devil. This is one of the town's most renowned attractions. Unfortunately, there is no purification ceremony today. If you wish to witness it, you should return on Sunday evening. The great fire will illuminate the entire town, bright as day. The flames will burn for a day and a night without extinguishing, rendering oil lamps unnecessary and scaring away any lurking monsters. As the cobbler grew animated, he suddenly recalled something and chuckled awkwardly. But judging by your attire, you must be here for the prince's ball, which you will likely miss. Shi Li's brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling a sorrowful thought. The prince's ball is approaching, and I lost a ruby earring in town a few days ago. I had hoped to inquire if anyone nearby had seen it, but I heard that the owner of that house has just been captured. Earlier, Shi Li had passed several homes in the town. Noticing that a few had their doors tightly shut, their locks covered in dust, indicating that no one had lived there for some time. The cobbler treated Shi Li, having just purchased the red dance shoes, with great courtesy, eagerly offering suggestions. If luck has not been on your side lately, perhaps you might enter the church and pray devoutly? However, if you choose to enter the fog church, you must adhere to its rules. First, selflessly contribute at least 1/10 of your wealth. The divine will bestow a prophecy upon you based on your sincerity. Second, the church only welcomes worshippers during the day. Entry is forbidden after dark. Before entering the church, one must draw a cross upon their chest and bow 3 times, pausing to pay reverent homage at each statue. Within the church, one shall not encounter upright, walking black goats. Should you see one, it is merely a sign of your fatigue. The church's dungeon holds perilous and malevolent heretics. If, by misfortune, you come across them, regardless of their utterances, do not believe them, but rather relay their words to the bishop. One must refrain from uttering any anti-papal sentiments within the confines of the church. Shi Li etched these words into her memory. The misty church exemplifies the quintessential Gothic architecture, with its towering spires and vaulted ceilings, while stained glass windows refract various hues beneath the sunlight. However, sunlight is a rare visitor here, as even daytime appears shrouded in a gray haze. Shi Li came to a halt before the church, hastily sketching a wavy cross upon her chest, and bowed respectfully, once, twice, thrice. Her trembling hands, akin to a chicken's claw, made the act appear as if she had inadvertently touched an electric switch, causing her to jolt in a dance of disco. Once she completed her respectful bows, she suddenly felt a chill race down her spine as the grotesque gaze of the church's reliefs bore down upon her. The statues of the rules were not mere sculptures. The stained glass depictions also featured the Virgin Mary, and Shi Li did not neglect to pause in her reverence before them. The Virgin's image cast upon the ground from the windows created a distortion that, upon prolonged observation, seemed to project bizarre shadows. Online spectators eagerly captured Shi Li's various abstract postures. Il a eu même factory. Sister Li's limbs are quite uncoordinated. I feel Sister Li is about to flutter away like a flower. Sister Li's profile states she is a dancer. There's no way she could be this abstract. Could the third rule be erroneous? Don't say. I just observed each statue closely. Some have an extra ear, others an additional eye. Some were expressions of bewilderment and joy, while others clutch a heart. It's all rather uncanny. The 7 deadly sins? Are the extra features mere appendages of human desire? Sister Li's detail obsession is confirmed. Look at the chosen one from the Pizza Kingdom. David, the chosen one from the Pizza Kingdom, is in reality a devout believer, meticulously performing his rites each time he enters the church. With each act of devotion, his gaze grows increasingly vacant, his lips murmuring about the black goat that walks on hind legs. By the time Shi Li entered the church, the Mass had long since concluded, and several clergy members were guiding anxious congregants towards the confessional. A priest, clad in a flowing white robe and holding a collection plate, approached her silently, akin to a specter. Chapter 54, A Tithe of 1/10. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Li modestly placed a pouch of coins upon the offering plate. The priest in the white robe widened his eyes slightly, but before he could utter a word, Shi Li produced yet another bag and laid it atop the first. The priest could distinctly feel the plate sink under the weight, and his smile transformed into one of increasing sincerity. Sensing the opportune moment, Shirley reiterated her earlier words to the shoemaker, this time with careful consideration of her phrasing. She depicted her lost ruby earrings as exceedingly precious treasures, suggesting they might lie within the church's dungeon, and expressed her hope that the church would permit her to search for them. As she spoke, she added several more pouches of coins to the growing pile on the offering plate, which had now reached a precarious height. The shoemaker's admonition regarding the sixth rule, which forbade any dissenting words against the ecclesiastical authority within the church, echoed in her mind. While this rule posed little issue, it could lead one to believe that as long as one refrained from stating that humanity was not a creation of the Lord, but rather a product of evolution, they would remain compliant. However, one must not forget that in the eyes of these clergy from the Dark Middle Ages, anyone who disobeyed the Lord's teachings was deemed a heretic. Shirley felt fortunate that her past penchant for exploring various forms had allowed her to acquire a wealth of knowledge, just enough to navigate the intricate web of rules. The Proverbs mention 6 things that the Lord detests, and even 7 that are an abomination to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that are quick to rush into evil, a false witness who pours out lies, and a person who stirs up conflict in the community. Any utterance of falsehood would also breach this rule. Shirley could sense the chilling, piercing gaze of the sculpture above her, scrutinizing every word she spoke. Should she utter even a half-truth, she would be immediately exposed as a heretic steeped in deceit. Thus, she resorted to a verbal game. After all, how could the loss of her beloved maid not be considered an exceedingly precious treasure? Upon hearing Shirley's words, the priest's previously affable smile vanished, replaced by a countenance filled with loathing and dread. Those individuals had already been imprisoned. They were wicked and dangerous, their hands stained with the blood of the innocent, awaiting the day of judgment. Moreover, the bishop was currently engaged in an exorcism. Even if he were present, he could not breach the rules to grant her entry. The priest did not suspect any connection between Shirley and the witches. One who could generously offer all their wealth could not possibly be a filthy rat. Shirley was not inclined to surrender easily. When would the bishop return? Perhaps she could speak with him directly. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in the bishop's vestments and wearing a small round cap hurriedly returned from outside. The white-robed priest promptly approached him, whispering a few words. Bishop John, eager to report significant news, glanced over with a hint of impatience, his gaze casually sweeping over the offering plate. Shirley, standing at a distance, remained unaware of their conversation. Not long after, the clergyman in a white robe approached her briskly, holding an empty collection plate, and joyfully remarked, "Madam, His Excellency Bishop John is already aware of your devotion to the Lord. You may retrieve your belongings, but for your safety, you must be accompanied by the church guard." This was indeed splendid news, and Shirley could hardly contain her delight. The first rule of the church states, "Generously donate at least 1/10 of your wealth. The divine will bestow revelations upon you according to your piety." The scriptures declare that 1/10 of agricultural produce belongs to God. During this period, the church was particularly corrupt, leveraging this rule to impose levies on the fruits of the farmer's labor. Pope Leo X even devised various tiers of indulgences, with meticulously delineated price lists for absolution, akin to in-game purchases that corresponded to different sins that could be forgiven. The more one contributed, the easier it was to ascend to heaven after death. Even a serial killer could purchase an indulgence to cleanse their soul. As long as one had wealth, the church's regulations appeared as malleable as their moral compass. Shirley offered up her entire purse, though it was filled with the remnants of her poverty. Her primary intention was to ascertain whether, in such a hallowed space, under the gaze of the divine, these clerics could discern that the coins within her purse were but manifestations of the seedlings of desire. It seemed, however, that the statue remained unresponsive, and the priest detected no anomalies, indicating the fallacy of this rule. The blood, sweat, and tears of the impoverished farmers, once dedicated to the church, found no passage to the celestial realm, but merely filled the pockets of others. After a while, a guard clad in glimmering silver armor approached, his helmet obscuring his face. Wielding a knight's sword, he silently led the way. As the two traversed the church's cloisters, Shirley noticed another corridor where the previously taken penitent was now seen. In contrast, the individual escorts' sleeves hung empty, and the anxiety etched on their face had transformed into a dazed, ignorant smile. Shirley pondered as she withdrew her gaze. What of the destitute who sought to enter the church for prayer but found themselves bereft of wealth? They must have sinned in a past life. If their pockets were empty, they could only offer a tithe of themselves. This place, appearing solemn and dignified, was in truth a cage for unbridled desires, requiring all who entered to shed a layer of their very being. Chapter 55. The human skin book. The dungeon presented a diminutive entrance, necessitating a stoop to barely gain entry. Two guards clad in identical armor stood sentinel at the threshold. The guard accompanying her briefed them on the situation, prompting them to sheath their obstructive weapons and permit passage. The dungeon was a realm of cold dampness, devoid of any light, with the traces of decay creeping over every inch of the stone walls, a place long forsaken by the world. A thick layer of substance covered the ground. Each step taken elicited a nauseating slickness beneath her feet, reminiscent of treading upon a fevered tongue, blurring the line between naturally occurring moss and the accumulated remnants of human skin. The air was rife with faint, penetrating sounds of feeble moans, weeping, and wailing. The guard hissed at them. Silence. Quiet down, you filthy servants of the damned who have sacrificed your souls. Although the audience had already glimpsed a corner of the prison through Chun Nai's perspective, the brutal reality seen through Shi Li's eyes rendered many viewers momentarily speechless. This is the true essence of the Middle Ages, devoid of romantic escapades, garden encounters, and the fleeting glances of ballroom dances. No wonder many say they would rather be reincarnated as a dog than endure medieval Europe. Even a dog in prosperous times is better off. I truly admire Chun Nai. If I were to linger in such a place, I would lose my sanity within a day. Isn't it the same for Ganzhouiwe? With a hellish beginning, should the battlefield of national fortune ensnare me, I would dare to die on the very first day. Sister Gan truly makes me weep. The number of captives in the dungeon far exceeded Shi Li's expectations, with at least 100 individuals imprisoned within, each cell housing over 10 souls. Shi Li lifted her skirt and tiptoed cautiously forward, the church guard trailing behind her. Her gaze flitted swiftly over the cells, barely lingering. Along her path, she beheld faces devoid of hope and vitality, bearing a cruel resemblance to one another. A woman with her hair wrapped held a 2- or 3-year-old child. A bloodied scar, inflicted by teeth, marring her wrist, while the child's body lay stiffened. The woman pressed her wrist closer to the child's rigid lips. There were also men, uncertain if they were mad by nature or rendered so by confinement, clad in midwife's garments, alternating between laughter and tears as they raved incoherently. Death approaches. Ignorance shall inevitably perish. Upon hearing such words, the guards would stride forward, delivering a vicious kick to the man's solar plexus. The midwife fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, convulsing and struggling to rise. I see them. As though witnessing the world's end, a thought surged within Shi Li. The church garnered followers through judgment and torture, akin to a series of performative orations in reality. Whether these individuals were truly witches held little significance. What mattered was the authority of the church and the grim results wrought under its iron-fisted judgment. As Shi Li rounded the corner, she noticed a shadow in a cell rushing towards her, pleading, "Save me, I don't want to be on the pyre." The small, ashen face of Chun Nai clung desperately to Shi Li's collar before collapsing weakly, gripping the hem of Shi Li's skirt with all her might. Startled, Shi Li instinctively pushed her away, her heart racing as she repeatedly stamped her feet in disbelief, exclaiming how dreadful it was. This place was filled with lunatics. The fright she endured only hastened her steps as she nearly fled while glancing into each cell. The rigid tension in her posture elicited quiet laughter from the church guards behind her. Indeed, she was just a fragile, noble girl, easily frightened by such trivial scenes. Bursting from the dungeon with a stern expression, she encountered a white-robed priest who approached her with genuine concern, inquiring, "Madam, are you all right?" To her horror, Shi Li perceived the priestess' visage transformed into that of a goat. the majority of his face cloaked in dark hair mingled with other colors, emanating a nauseating odor reminiscent of goat musk. The priest's voice morphed into a series of sharp, jarring bleats that grated against her sensitive eardrums. She could not linger any longer. She must depart immediately, fearing that remaining might compel her to utter something nonsensical. Shaking her head to signal her well-being, she dared not glance back and hastened out of the fog-laden church. As she breathed in the fresh air outside, the piercing discomfort in her ears began to alleviate, the pollution no longer intensifying. It seemed that even without any direct interaction with the prisoners, merely bringing something from the dungeon had violated Rule 5. As long as the rules were not fatal to touch, Shirley could endure them. In the conference room of the Hua Nation, Xiao Xiao keenly observed that the hand clutched tightly to the skirt was grasping something. Quickly locating the recorded footage, she rewound and slowed it down. In the slow-motion replay, the analysis team discerned that Chun Nai's hand, which had been firmly gripping Shirley's collar, slipped down, her hair fluttering forward and obscuring part of the view. Their hands briefly made contact. Sharp-eyed viewers in the comments noted this detail. I rewound at half speed, and indeed, I suspect you two are quite skilled at swiping the company's tissue paper with such finesse. Ahem, let us delete that. A friend of mine isn't feeling well. The younger one could even discern Shirley's footsteps. The synergy between the sisters is making me question if there is something more between you. Shirley's expression seems off. Did she violate a rule? Seated in the carriage returning to the castle, Shirley felt her pollution slightly abate after some time. She opened the object that Chun Nai had entrusted to her. It was a complete piece of human skin, inscribed with numerous names and marred with countless blood fingerprints, as if it had been passed through the dark, damp dungeon from cell to cell. The reverse side of the skin bore the peculiar script she had previously glimpsed beneath Little Red Riding Hood's crimson cloak. Chun Nai, along with the women confined in the same cell, learned a unique form of communication through symbols, translating the contents inscribed on human skin. Although numerous sections remain unconverted and inaccuracies persist, the text is still comprehensible. Shirley has come to grasp Chun Nai's predicament. The relative she seeks is an elderly astrologer who has foreseen a peril capable of annihilating the entire kingdom. On this night of the full moon, the creatures of the misty forest will invade the town and even the royal city, unleashing a bloodbath upon the land. The old astrologer conveyed this foreboding news to the ecclesiastical authorities, but was apprehended by the monks on the grounds of inciting the faithful. Chun Nai intentionally darkened her face, fearing the astrologer might discern her true identity. Yet upon being imprisoned, she discovered that the astrologer succumbed to illness shortly after his incarceration. Once they learned of her connection to the astrologer, they bestowed upon her this book bound in human skin. The church, akin to primitive beings warding off ferocious beasts with fire, resorted to burning witches as a means to repel the monsters encroaching upon the town. However, the corruption had long since seeped into Misty Town. The souls of the forest outnumbered the living by a considerable margin. Within the human skin tome, the astrologer inscribed that the sole solution lies atop an ancient bell tower that predated the establishment of the kingdom. This bell tower resides in a location within the royal palace, having endured the ravages of war without collapsing, and it is said that the sound of its bell can frighten away dragons and enemy forces. Consequently, the first king summoned numerous craftsmen for repairs, yet none could manage to ring the bell. A hero must arrive at the summit of the bell tower before the conclusion of the ball, allowing the bell's chime to resonate throughout the kingdom, thereby repelling the monsters. Yes, a rather fairy tale ending, Shirley remarks. It is no wonder that the quest requires the acquisition of an identity token within 7 days, as it appears that the fairy tale realm is destined to fall exactly 7 days hence. All the indigenous inhabitants of this eerie tale, whether royal or commoner, will perish on the same day, reminiscent of a fairy tale version of Atlantis. This may very well represent the perfect conclusion to the eerie narrative. Chapter 56. The ordinary path to passage. Shirley recalled a rumor she had encountered earlier about a small town. It was said that the forest was alive, gradually encroaching upon the town, that the deceased would return home on the night of the full moon. And if one were to hear the knocking of departed loved ones, they must remain silent. The wandering souls, lost in the wilderness of the forest, were once the residents of Misty Town. Even in death, they instinctively gravitated towards it, yearning to return to their former homes. Shirley's gaze fell upon the opening line of the human skin book, "The outsider who brings the one of upon the starred disk." The two untranslated words were unknown to Chun Nai, who had not learned them. When she inquired among the others in the cell, opinions varied widely. These were not common terms, and they remained oblivious. However, the outsider? Since the old astrologer had foreseen the kingdom's future, perhaps she had also anticipated their arrival, leaving behind this tome of human skin. If no one could ring the bell, why was there such certainty that they could? Because they were the chosen ones, not bound by fate, perhaps capable of altering the predetermined outcome. Just as she had previously transformed the tale of Little Red Riding Hood, Shirley was engulfed in a haze of unanswered questions. Every time she delved deeper into her thoughts, the echoes of wailing and screams from the dungeon returned to haunt her, mingling with the hissing of flames. The moans were heart-wrenchingly close, as if she herself were among those on the stake. The cacophony of cries intermingled with the crackling of fire, rendering comprehension impossible. Attempting to decipher the eerie murmurs would only deepen her contamination. She decided to clear her mind entirely. Li Jie has disconnected. Is the CPU fried? I can't see it. This needs someone knowledgeable to interpret. I have 20 years of remote control repair experience. This isn't a major issue, just a little patch should suffice, and if that fails, a good throw will do. Don't touch her, aid required. Li Jie, you must be all right. I can't survive without you. As dusk approached, a wave of malice surged from afar. Foreboding something dreadful was imminent. The horses pulling the carriage neighed in terror, galloping forward with all their might. Shirley hurried back to the castle before nightfall. In the back garden, there was a dog hole obscured by dense weeds, a location revealed to them by the crows and mice. Shirley crouched and crawled through the dog hole, carefully avoiding an intimate encounter with Grace in the garden, and returned to Cinderella's room. Pei Wangxing had deceived Bishop John. She no longer resided in the basement, though her room was hardly more comfortable than Shirley's maid chamber. The furnishings were sparse, and she was reluctant to light the lamp. It had been a long while since the place had seen a thorough cleaning, the dust thick and acrid in the air. Upon seeing Shirley return, Pei Wangxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hurriedly locked the door behind her, scrutinizing Shirley from head to toe, and inquired, "Why are you back so late? Did you encounter trouble?" Shirley tossed the human skin book to her and lay down on the bed, her eyes half closed in a state of illness. She had just returned from the church, a place that, according to Chun Nai, was notorious for harboring elite monsters. Noticing her poor condition, Pei Wangxing slightly parted her lips, intending to inquire about something, yet the words failed to materialize. Instead, she began to peruse the human skin book, offering her commentary as she read. Ah, indeed, it is the cliché detail of a hero rescuing a kingdom. However, it seems that there are not many female warriors like us in fairy tales. Are there? Pei Wangxing mused, stroking her chin, unable to suppress her sarcasm. But in such a world, is there even a need for salvation? Shirley observed her chatter with a serious expression and remarked, at this moment, "Watching you speak is akin to observing a goat chewing its cud." Pei Wangxing responded, "It seems you're quite ill. Why not stay here for the night? My bed may be small, but you can take the floor." She expressed her concern that Shirley might encounter some misfortune if she ventured back alone. Following her words, Pei Wangxing rummaged through her belongings to find extra blankets and pillows for Shirley's makeshift bedding, inadvertently resembling a devoted maid. The blankets were slightly damp and carried an indescribable musty odor, reminiscent of shroud. Pei Wangxing gathered some dry straw to put underneath. Once the bedding was arranged, she lay down first, feeling the biting cold seep through the covers, causing her to shiver slightly. I truly don't understand why this horror tale is rated as 1 star. The practice room also holds a 1-star rating, but that counts as a mere evaluation subversion. When the horror descended, Pei Wangxing was on her way back to the company building and had, of course, heard the globally resonant announcement. The terrifying National Fortune battlefield may have existed long before its arrival on Blue Star. This was merely a newly established battleground, or perhaps an amusement park. Thus, It was not difficult to comprehend that the practice room horror was designed to assess the potential and value of the entities behind the terrifying national fortune battlefield. The standard method of ordinary clearance involved completing the summoning game and surviving until dawn, essentially a combination of rule-based horror and a survival game. The red-clothed female ghost pursued relentlessly, while the rooms where mirror ghosts appeared followed a certain pattern. Mobile phone spirits could only disrupt signals, misleading teammates. Although achieving full survival until dawn was challenging, the chosen ones had all drawn their talents. If utilized wisely, opportunities certainly existed. However, at that time, everyone was being drawn into the horror for the first time, utterly unprepared and terrified, which led to numerous failures. This horror tale marked their first venture post-debut, and Pei Wangxing had yet to discern any possibility of ordinary clearance. She spoke to herself on the floor, not expecting Shirley to respond, yet heard a voice from the bed. "Do you remember the system announcement you heard upon waking from this horror?" Pei Wangxing was taken aback. Her mind was not dull. Occasionally, she would fall into a trap of erroneous thinking, but with a little prompting, she could swiftly grasp the situation. Subtask 1. Acquire an identity card within 7 days. 2. Complete the tasks assigned by the identity card. 3. Find your true teammates. Pei Wangxing seemed to capture a fleeting spark of inspiration. As the indistinct fragments in his mind gradually came into focus, and his eyes widened with realization. Chapter 57. Miss. Your friend has arrived. Could it be that the numerical order in the instance tasks is a form of deception? These 3 tasks may not necessarily need to be completed in a sequential manner. Shirley remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the possibility. Initially, she had not considered this, but it was only after experiencing the rules surrounding Little Red Riding Hood's hunter and the wolf that the realization dawned upon her. All 3 tasks must be accomplished. However, the completion objectives had never explicitly stated that they must be undertaken in the order presented. Furthermore, the instance description mentioned a high degree of freedom and encouraged exploration and interpretation. Shirley did not believe that the system announcements in the eerie National Fate battlefield would contain any superfluous statements. Following this line of thought, many matters began to make sense. Pei Wangxing clenched her right fist and struck it forcefully against her left palm. Thus, the optimal sequence is first gather teammates, then acquire an identity token, and finally complete the identity task together. The discomfort from the contamination surged in waves, as the cacophony in her ears receded like a tide. Shirley's condition improved slightly, and she opened her eyes. In a tone reminiscent of casual midnight conversations in the dormitory after the lights were turned off, she remarked, "This is a team project. We are all participating in the same MV. Can you guess why we were deliberately separated? In horror narratives, malevolent spirits often prefer to strike when one is alone. As time progresses, it becomes increasingly difficult to find genuine companions. If everyone rushes to seek their identity tokens, they may inadvertently become ensnared in the dangers and quagmires that accompany them. Moreover, only when a few chosen ones gather can the national think tank's communication opportunities be fully realized." Pei Wangxing felt the cold, stiff blanket become even chillier, leaving her unusually alert, and she could not help but exclaim, "The instance task requires obtaining an identity token within 7 days, yet there is no subject here. This is a collaborative filming task. We are a collective, a unit. Therefore, as long as one among the 4 secures an identity token, that individual will undoubtedly be the focal point of this MV, receiving the most screen time. Once one person obtains the identity token, the identities of the other 3 can form a social network centered around her, becoming distant relatives, former neighbors, hired help, and so on. The 4 of them would work in unison to explore the map, finding an identity token within 7 days to complete the task, which would be considerably easier. However, there remains one point that Pei Wangxing has yet to fully comprehend. But the member who acquires the identity token must ultimately meet their predetermined demise. A stalemate persists. "Have you seen Final Destination?" Shirley inquired. In one of the installments, the protagonist inadvertently fakes her death, outsmarting death and evading the death list. Unfortunately, death returned 5 months later to claim her life. Yet here it is different. The chosen ones will break free from the eerie tales upon completing the task, and will not be trapped in a cycle of death. Death will herald rebirth. From the brink of death, life shall emerge anew. As long as the deed is executed by the other three members before the member's true demise, they can control the force applied. Provided that death does not occur on the spot, even in a near-fatal state, one can recover once the haunting is lifted. If the timing is managed well, everyone can emerge unscathed. Should a chosen one happen to possess a talent akin to sacrificial death or death rewind, the task becomes even simpler. This is what constitutes a difficulty level of 1 star. It hinges on who is willing to assume the role of the ACE, bearing greater risks and rewards. In the absence of sufficient trust among the group, it is all too easy for disagreements and conflicts to arise. What if an accidental mishap leads to a genuine death? Without me, the remaining members could claim a larger share of the outcome. Would they conspire to deliberately fail and cause my demise? Why should it be me? If it were a boon, why wouldn't they seize it for themselves? Oh my. So that's how it is. I never anticipated this. I suspect the creator of this scenario is well versed in psychology. How insidious. It's a morbid amusement, yet profoundly realistic. How does it differ from those production teams and investors in reality who concoct shadow contracts and scripts? Now that you mention it, I feel quite tense. Robert, do not mimic recklessly. Shirley remarked, our nation's think tanks must have considered this as well. Gradually, individuals will begin to clear the game. In the Huaxia conference room, upon reaching this point, Xiao Xiao felt a tumult of emotions. The analysis group from Huagua had indeed proposed this strategy early on in the meeting, deliberating whether to disclose this approach to the chosen ones. After intense debate, they decided to withhold it for the time being, not to mention the monster newcomer title that the Huagua girl group bore, which have their non-perfect completion points and randomly increased negative sentiments. Among the 4 chosen ones from Huagua, Pei Wangxing and the others had already accepted their identity badges, rendering this method nearly futile. Moreover, it is possible that their chosen ones had already conceived of this layer, merely refraining from voicing it in the live broadcast. By consuming their only opportunity for communication in this manner, what would happen if the chosen ones encountered danger in the future and needed to seek assistance from the nation? As Xiao Xiao articulated this concern, the experts who had been fervently debating whether to speak or remain silent fell into a contemplative silence. Such scenes had unfolded countless times in this modest conference room, yet various apprehensions had prevented the message from being conveyed. There existed but a single opportunity, and Huagua had much to communicate. Everyone feared that this chance might not be utilized in a critical moment, and they were even more apprehensive that a moment's hesitation could lead to losses that no one wished to witness. They observed that, within less than a month, the young Xiao Xiao had developed numerous strands of white hair. Silence enveloped the bedroom as Pei Wangxing peered towards the bed, noticing that Shirley appeared tranquil and had seemingly drifted into slumber. Pei Wangxing retreated, rubbing her chilly palms and the soles of her feet, then cocooned herself tighter in the blankets, gradually succumbing to sleep. The following 2 days passed in a peculiar tranquility. The Baroness and her 2 sisters had not troubled Pei Wangxing in recent days, as they were preoccupied with attending afternoon tea gatherings hosted by other noble ladies. Inquiring into the preferences of Prince Ulysses, they paraded past Pei Wangxing's door, adorned in finery, leaving a lingering scent of exquisite perfume in the corridor long after their departure. In the back garden, several gardeners were busy loosening the soil and tending to areas outside the rose bushes, preparing to transplant some juniper trees. With these gardeners on duty, Shirley and Pei Wangxing found it impossible to sneak out through the dog hole. On the 6th day, the Baron, accompanied by his wife and 2 stepdaughters, set off early in the morning to the royal city to witness the renowned urban circus performance. Upon glimpsing them departing in their carriage through the window, Shirley cast a glance at Pei Wangxing, who was yawning. Do you wish to go? Pei Wangxing shook her head. That animal show and freak show sound quite eerie. I can only imagine the multitude of rules awaiting us inside. And what if the lions and tigers suddenly go berserk? She did not believe her modest strength would suffice against such formidable beasts. In the afternoon, the head maid knocked on the door. Shirley opened it to find her with a stern expression, her voice as rigid as her demeanor. Miss Cinderella, your friend has arrived. Chapter 58. Blocked at the door, friends? The original text mentions whether Cinderella had other acquaintances. A mere imitation. I have not heard of it. The rules for portraying Cinderella. Article 3. Your friends are the little birds in the garden and the mice in the kitchen. You have no other friends. Before the ball, do not meet anyone claiming to be your friend who comes to invite you for afternoon tea. Simply tell them you are unavailable. For safety's sake, Pei Wangxing intended to avoid visitors. As she approached the door to close it, the headmaid extended her arm to block the entrance. Miss Cinderella, this is the first time a friend has come to see you. The steward is quite pleased and has instructed the kitchen to prepare afternoon tea. The maid's smile widened ominously. The guest has already arrived. Accompanied by her expressionless visage, this statement sent an inexplicable chill racing up Shirley and Pei Wangxing's spines. If the visitor had already entered the castle, it would take no more than 5 minutes for them to traverse the corridors of this floor. Pei Wangxing inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. All right, understood. I need to dress up first. What is the guest wearing today? I wish to coordinate appropriately. To my knowledge, this guest is clad in black trousers and a black jacket, topped with a black hat and a thick black veil obscuring their face. Miss Cinderella, when did you become acquainted with such a peculiar individual? The headmaid's gaze fixated upon them like a predator stalking its prey, her eyes brimming with a sinister curiosity. The description was too vague, rendering it impossible to discern the visitor's gender. Feigning indignation, Pei Wangxing furrowed her brow. Irene, I must inform you that your current demeanor makes me exceedingly uncomfortable. Such blatant discontent momentarily froze the maid's expression. With the Baroness and 2 young ladies absent today, only the steward remained in the castle. The steward, a staunch adherent to hierarchies, would undoubtedly reprimand her severely, perhaps even deducting her wages. Contemplating this, the headmaid reluctantly lowered her head. I apologize, Miss Cinderella. Pei Wangxing coldly dismissed her. The castle guards have been dispatched today on Baron Cohen's orders, leaving only the steward's servants and the 2 of them. Oh, and the gardeners in the garden. Once the maid departed, Shirley promptly locked the door. Pei Wangxing picked up a cup from the table only to find greenish mold floating atop, sighing as she set it down and turned to Shirley. Who do you think it could be? Could it be Gonjoiwe? Now that the 3 of them had encountered one another, only the whereabouts of the soprano remained a mystery. As they spoke, a sound of pushing came from outside the door. The door had been locked, and thus could not be opened from the outside. Only the sound of the lock rattling could be heard. After several attempts to push, the visitor seemed to relent and began to knock instead. Knock, 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 knock. Is not Gonjoiwe, the 2 realized in unison. Gonjoiwe always knocked on their dormitory door with 5 fingers spread wide, a gesture that often drew complaint from the other 3. Likening it to a delinquent demanding rent rather than the current rhythmic tapping of knuckles. After a while, silence enveloped the outside. A note was slipped through the crack at the bottom of the door. What's wrong? Why won't you see me? Are you ill? Where do you feel uncomfortable? I'm so worried about you. Please let me in. Less than 5 minutes after the first note, another one was pushed through the same gap. Why don't you want to meet me? I know what you're searching for. This second note was evidently much shorter. What did it mean? Did they know where Gonjoiwe was? Or perhaps, were they investigating other matters, as Cinderella had before? Could it be that this rule is erroneous, and it intends for us to overlook vital clues? Pei Wangxing could not help but bite her nails. Who was outside? To open the door or not? After much internal conflict, Pei Wangxing made a resolute decision and stomped her foot, rummaging through her belongings until she produced a palm-sized red paper figure. This was one of the 2 blind boxes that Chun Nai had previously opened. Purchasing it outright at the exchange mall would require 100 points. There was neither loss nor gain. Its purpose was to verify the correctness of the rules, with the impending encounters of the chosen one being faithfully reflected upon the paper figure. Chun Nai's talent lay in recognizing erroneous rules thrice. Therefore, she had little need for the red paper figure and simply sold it to her. However, Pei Wangxing had already expended points on purchasing a strength attribute card, leaving her financially depleted, a situation akin to borrowing on a dog-s face. They split the gains from their dungeons evenly, and even among teammates, accounts must be meticulously balanced. This was a one-time item. Even if it proved that the rule posed no danger, the red paper figure could not be used a second time. Pei Wangxing had hesitated to employ it. She plucked a strand of hair and wrapped it around the neck of the red paper figure, quietly slipping it through the door crack. In her mind, she fervently repeated, "If the paper figure remains unharmed, it signifies that there is no danger outside. Even if peril lurked in the corridor, as long as it wasn't an instantly lethal rule, she could venture out. Her second skill could mitigate the pollution." Suddenly, Pei Wangxing froze, slowly turning her head to whisper to Shi Li, "The head of the paper figure has fallen off." After binding it, Pei Wangxing could distinctly sense the fate of the red paper figure. Its neck had been crushed by an unseen force. Shi Li remarca. A force capable of instantly snapping a neck is no small matter. The more she observed, the more she perceived the door lock as feeble. Fearing that the strange entity outside might forcibly breach in, they pushed the wardrobe and table against the door and windows to barricade themselves. For the time being, whether it was knocking or notes being slipped under the door, they would not listen or look, opting to feign death. Fortunately, although the other party seemed aggressive, as long as they did not violate the rules by meeting, the entity outside could not force its way in. After over an hour of this torment, silence finally returned outside. It seemed the individual had departed. Half an hour later, a knock echoed once more. However, this time, it was the voice of head maid Elian resonating in the corridor. "Cinderella, your friend has already left." Alas, the anxious hearts of the two once again plummeted. The head maid, who was brought from her family by the current baroness after her marriage, harbored a deep-seated disdain for Cinderella, yet would occasionally address her sarcastically as Mississippi. Outside, the peculiar creature loomed. They had been trapped in the spring water for an entire day, until twilight approached and the diligent gardener departed, having planted juniper trees in the spot where Grace had previously met her paramour. The butler arrived to knock on the door. "Miss Cinderella, dinner time has arrived." Before Pei Wangxing could utter a word, Grace's haughty voice echoed, "Do not call her. She is surely hiding in her room, weeping alone because her father did not take her to the capital to see the performance." "Miss Grace," the butler called her with resignation. Two voices rang out simultaneously. Could this be a bizarre masquerade? The advancement of electronic devices had never been so rapid, considering the passage of time. They indeed ought to have returned from the capital. After a brief contemplation, Shirley stepped forward to open the door. Awaiting her outside were the butler and the radiant Grace. Once they departed, Shirley conducted a thorough search of the corridor for any traces they might have left behind, but found not even a single strand of hair. Resolutely, she arose to venture into the kitchen in search of sustenance. Before she could approach, she was met with exaggerated commotion from within. Thud, 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 thud. Hud, 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 hud. Chapter 59. The Countess in distress. What is happening here? Are they chopping bones? Shirley halted her steps as the head maid suddenly blocked her path. The maid, looking down at her with an air of superiority, inquired, "Where do you think you're going?" "I must remind you that you are now the personal maid of the Baroness. The kitchen is not a place for you to linger." She stood like an immovable concrete wall in Shirley's way, to which Shirley merely smiled and replied, "Of course. But the commotion is rather excessive." Pei Wangxing sat at the long table, awaiting the meal that had yet to be served. The capital was far more vibrant than this. In the circus, there were even pythons measuring 4 to 5 meters long, capable of swallowing an entire 8-year-old child in one bite. How fascinating. Laura stifled a laugh. "However, compared to that, I still prefer the girl in the vase. How on earth did she fit in there? That lion consumes 3 audience members at random every day. Do you think someone might try to bribe the animal trainer for a spot?" The atmosphere at the dining table was quite lively. Pei Wangxing found herself unable to interject and was disinclined to join the conversation. After quite some time, the head maid finally wheeled over the serving cart. As the cart rattled past her, Pei Wangxing suddenly caught a whiff of a rich, almost viscous scent of blood. The main course was a thick cut of medium-rare steak. With the slightest pressure from the knife and fork, juices mixed with blood flowed forth. "The meat is quite good today," Grace remarked with mild surprise. Cutting a small piece to taste, her eyes narrowing in appreciation. "It has been marinated with spices and red wine beforehand," the head maid said, standing to the side with her hands folded in front of her, smiling. Pei Wangxing, wary of consuming meat of unknown origin, especially given the unsanitary conditions of the medieval era, refrained from eating and sipped only a few mouthfuls of the thick, unidentifiable soup beside her. After finishing the steak, the Baron wiped his mouth and hands with a napkin, casually commenting, "Evans resigned yesterday. He wishes to return home to marry a governess." Clink! The spoon fell into the soup bowl, and Grace's face turned pale. The Baroness shot her a warning glare before responding to her husband with a smile. "Indeed, it is the age for settling down. It appears that after the ball, we shall need to seek a suitable night once more." Laura chimed in with a silvery laugh. "Yes, wise individuals always make decisions that are more beneficial to themselves." The Baron remained oblivious to the tension. Upon returning to her room, Pei Wangxing found Shirley standing by the window, lost in thought as she gazed at the juniper tree in the back garden. "What is it?" Pei Wangxing asked. "Have you heard the tale of the juniper tree?" Shirley began to hum softly. "My mother killed me. My father ate me. My siblings sat below. Picking up my bones, it sounded familiar, did not?" She speculated whether the figure she had seen in the corridor that afternoon might be connected to the disturbances in the back garden today. She had encountered the ghost of Cinderella and the lingering spirit of the former Baroness. What had become of the Baron's deceased young son, and where was he buried? Pei Wangxing furrowed her brow. "Are you suggesting that the Baron's youngest son is buried in the back garden, and that his remains were disturbed this afternoon while transplanting the juniper tree, prompting him to come knocking?" It was merely a conjecture. Shi Li extinguishes. Revealing a cheerful smile, "We shall verify it and find out." The two, under the cloak of night, stealthily ventured into the garden with a shovel, approaching the juniper tree, and began to dig one scoop at a time. In the inky darkness, a small bird perched on the slender branches of the juniper tree, its beady eyes silently observing them. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Pei Wangxing had little hope, yet after digging down half a meter, the shovel met resistance, striking something. They unearthed a complete human skeleton. However, it was not that of a child, but of an adult, at least a man over 6 feet tall. The bones were startlingly pristine, with the flesh meticulously removed, and some still bore remnants of crimson fascia. Several of the longer bones had been severed, their cross-sections grotesque. In the night, Shirley discovered a knight's insignia in the soil. Could this be Ivan? Pei Wangxing couldn't help but hiss in shock. The meat they had consumed tonight was. She covered her mouth, feeling a wave of nausea. Just yesterday, she had seen Grace in a clandestine meeting with him, and today, she was confronted with the bones of one of the participants. Yet, Maid's Code, Article 12. The Baron shall never appear in the back garden. If the anxious Baron is spotted in the back garden, conceal oneself in the rose bushes and prick your index finger with scissors, allowing the blood to drip onto the pink roses. This rule was contradictory. It was evident that the first half was certainly erroneous. Their secret rendezvous must have been inadvertently interrupted by the Baron. The Baron wished for his family to ascend to the royal echelon. Among his 3 daughters, he was determined not to let Cinderella, who could bring him wealth, slip away, while Laura's facial imperfections rendered her less desirable. Only the beautiful Grace had a significant chance of ensnaring a prince or a nobleman. Upon discovering their affair, he was consumed by rage and ordered Ivan's execution, subsequently having Ivan's flesh prepared as a dish for Grace, with the bones buried beneath the juniper tree in the back garden. No wonder the back garden underwent sudden renovations and the juniper tree was transplanted. It was an intention to have Ivan's remains lie there, allowing the lovers to see each other daily, unaware that the other was so close. This was a punishment for Grace. While she delightedly watched a circus performance, her lover was being butchered, marinated in red wine and spices. Shirley reflected. Indeed, it was a chaotic amalgamation of fairy tales. The cruel stepfather had slain his stepdaughter's lover, even serving the lover's flesh to her. This was undeniably twisted. The two meandered nearby for a while longer, unearthing no additional bones, and could only return empty-handed, shovels in tow. By sheer coincidence, they encountered Grace on the staircase, clad in her nightgown, holding a wine glass. Her gaze immediately falling upon the implements of their grim task. "Where have you two been?" she inquired. "Why are you still awake? Those of you who have experienced heartbreak must be a bit unhinged." Grace, with a slightly tipsy demeanor and blood-red lips, remarked, "Cinderella, you have been acting rather strangely of late. It feels as though you have transformed. It was imperative to prevent her suspicions from materializing. Pei Wangxing hastily interjected, her voice low and urgent. Grace, you wish to understand my transformation, do you not? If you endured what I have, you would be no different. I know where your lover lies. He is buried beneath the juniper tree in the back garden, slain by my father. A mere glance will confirm this. Impossible, Grace instinctively exclaimed. Pei Wangxing regarded her naive beauty with a cold smirk. Do you truly believe he would vanish without a trace? Shi Li gently tugged at her hand and stepped before Pei Wangxing, addressing the visibly shaken Grace. Miss Grace, consider this. If the Baron could treat Miss Cinderella and those innocent women in such a manner, he would not hesitate to do the same to you and your lover. Some truths dutiful Cinderella cannot voice. Shi Li's voice lowered to a near-demonic whisper. Miss Grace, you do not wish to wed the prince, and the Baron has no other offspring. Miss Cinderella will not contend with you for everything in the castle, while your mother desires nothing but the best for you. Ultimately, they all must depart from this tale of horror. This dilapidated castle is free for anyone who wishes to claim it. Shi Li tossed the shovel and badge to the ground. You can fight for your future. You can alter your fate. Do you not yearn for vengeance for your lover? Grace stared at the badge, now stained with dirt and blood, lost in contemplation for a long while before suddenly rising and stumbling toward the back garden. Pei Wangxing turned to Shi Li. Do we manage to sway her? Shi Li shrugged, perhaps. The following morning, the butler entered the Baron's chambers to awaken him, only to find the room empty, with the windows flung wide open and the interior in disarray. The Baroness and the Baron had long since separated their quarters. The Baron's disappearance alarmed the Baroness and several young ladies. How could he vanish? He seemed well just yesterday. The Baroness's eyes were darkened with distress as she wiped away her tears with a handkerchief. Pei Wangxing detected a hint of earthy odor mingled with the fragrance of her perfume. Grace yawned languidly, casting a lazy glance toward the garden, her eyes surprisingly bright. A small bird perched upon her shoulder, delicately smoothing her disheveled hair with its sharp beak, while she tenderly kissed its head. Soon, news spread throughout the entire town. Baron Cohen had been captured by a forest monster the previous night. The Baroness, frantic with worry, offered a reward of an estate in hopes of retrieving her husband. Chapter 60. Attending the ball, only they knew that the Baron would never return. The Baroness' lifeless body lay beneath the juniper tree, a mere substitute for the unfortunate Evans, watching as they reveled in opulence. Baron Cohen and his wife shared no genuine affection. One coveted the other's beauty, flesh, and fortune, while the other sought a nobleman of status to cling to. Newly widowed and inheriting a substantial fortune, the striking widow found it challenging to protect herself and her two daughters in such an environment. Over the years, the Baron had taken numerous mistresses, yet none had borne him child. Rather than risk the chaos of illegitimate offspring vying for her possessions, the Baroness preferred to stake everything on a singular hope. The Baron would never have anticipated this day would come, although her unscrupulous husband had vanished. The prince's ball must proceed without delay. On the 7th day, Shi Li finally acquired the bespoke pair of shoes. Shaq's craftsmanship was remarkable. He had perfected details absent from the sketches, rendering them strikingly close to Shi Li's memories, detached from Shi Li's abstract designs. The viewers in the live stream swiftly recognized the embroidered shoes prototype. These shoes look somewhat familiar. I remember now. They are from our provincial museum. The provincial museum is right next to my house. I've heard that many with weak yang energy experience sleep paralysis after visiting. A blogger with 1 million followers even claimed to dream of a woman in imperial attire standing by his bedside, observing whether he breathed. Really? Is that true? How eerie. Don't be afraid. If your yang energy is sufficient, you'll be fine. Look at Pei Jia. She is robust and full of vitality. Like an ox, and 1T have nightmares. I'm not worried about Pei Jia. It wouldn't be good if the prince were frightened. Isn't that perfect? The prince is looking for the owner of the shoes, right? What is there to fear? The owner of the embroidered shoes will seek him out. It's time for the prince to experience the shock of Chinese horror. Prince, thank you. When Shi Li ventured to the town to collect the shoes, she subtly inquired with Shaq and the cobbler about the palace's clock tower. Upon their next meeting, the cobbler appeared astonished, his demeanor less enthusiastic and even somewhat aloof. It was only when Shirley mentioned that she would don the red dancing shoes at tonight's ball that he smiled. "Beautiful lady, when you slip into those dancing shoes, you shall surely shine at tonight's ball," he said, albeit with a hint of mockery in his tone, as Shirley mused to herself, just like chewing on a piece of gum. However, both Shaq and the cobbler were oblivious to the clock tower mentioned in the human skin book. Shaq, with a touch of sarcasm, remarked, "I have never heard of such a thing. How could there be a clock tower in the palace?" The cobbler laughed knowingly. If such a structure existed, rumors would surely have reached the ears of the people. On the seventh day, just as dawn broke, the Baroness and her two daughters adorned themselves in resplendent gowns and ascended into an elaborately decorated carriage. Through the castle window, Shirley and Pei Wangxing observed as the carriage set forth, prompting them to spring into action and follow closely behind. They were unaware of the location of the royal city and simply followed the Baroness' carriage from a distance. Along the road leading to the royal city, luxurious carriages adorned with various family crests occasionally passed by, alongside ordinary rental carriages. Today, many were en route to the palace for the ball. Nearly every girl capable of affording an evening gown had come. It was common knowledge that this ostensibly social dance was, in reality, a selection event for the prince's bride, aimed at the eligible princesses of age for the princely Ulysses. Their carriage, in particular, drew considerable attention. Modeled after the ancient styles of nobility from Huagua, its opulence surpassed that of the other vehicles on the road, captivating many gazes. Grace and Lola naturally took note of that carriage. Lola leaned out, attempting to discern the crest on the curtain. "Grace, look at that magnificent carriage behind us. Could it belong to a princess from some kingdom?" Grace also curiously glanced back. The carriage was traveling from the same direction as theirs, igniting an absurd thought in Grace's mind, which she swiftly dismissed. It could not possibly be her. That person did not even possess a decent gown, much less qualify for such a grand ball. The palace was hosting a splendid ball today, and the citizens of the royal city were immersed in festive joy. However, for those confined in the dungeons, today marked their public purification. Recently, Chun Nai had exhausted her 3 opportunities to determine the correctness of the judgment rules, narrowly escaping several punishments meted out by the priests. They frequently selected certain women under the pretense of exorcising demons from their bodies. Chun Nai had witnessed many women being taken away, never to return, while new faces were continually imprisoned. As night fell, all prisoners in the dungeon would transform into charred corpses, seated or lying down. At this moment, silence was imperative. Any sound could awaken them. Chun Nai had obtained an item from another blind box, which was Energy Potion 3, serving the purpose of stamina contamination. However, the efficacy diminished with each use, 175/50. The side effects included heightened hunger and pain sensitivity. During the day, Chun Nai would twist open the potion's bottle, intending to consume it once everyone transformed into charred corpses at night. On the 6th day, she used her last potion, and under the throes of hunger-induced pain, her mind became acutely clear, increasingly aware that she did not belong here. Many of the newly captured individuals clung to their faith, fervently kneeling on the ground, hands clasped, murmuring prayers. "May God bless you with merciful and unconditional favor and love." These individuals were often met with derision from others. "Fools! Mercy would not confine you. Remember, you are here because you could not pay your taxes." Another category of those imprisoned by the church either lay on the ground, tracing shapes with their fingers, or loudly proclaimed their theories. The former were ignored, while the latter were seized by the dungeon guards, dragged by their hair, and unceremoniously thrown back, reduced to a mere semblance of humanity. The guard spat contemptuously at him, issuing a loud warning filled with disdain. "Were it not for the bishop's request to spare you until the Sabbath, scum like you would have been reduced to mush and tossed out to the dogs." No one in the cell dared to utter a word. Behind them, the stone wall bore numerous obscure equations carved by those who had once been confined here. Through a small window, a dreary, leaden sky loomed. Unlike Chun Nai, who had glimpsed and personally touched the wonders of the new world, they steadfastly believed that the darkness enveloping them was but a fleeting phase. Yet, trapped in this dismal realm, They continued to impart new ideas to their fellow prisoners, awakening the minds of many ignorant souls to the vast, mysterious world beyond, captivating them with its allure. Once the guard departed, a woman with chestnut hair rose and stepped forward, reaching out to gently touch his neck and chest. From her garment, she tore a strip of cloth, soaking it in the rainwater, and dripped the relatively clean liquid into his mouth. Chun-Nai recalled her name, Amelia, a healer. Occasionally, she served as a midwife, yet she had been accused by the husbands of her patients of murder for assisting the women with contraception and abortion, branded as a witch concocting malevolent potions. During this era, the church regarded illness as divine retribution for sin, believing that it could only be remedied through confession and penance, promoting self-flagellation and piercing as means to attain God's salvation. They not only executed countless commoners, but also numerous scientists, whose theories threatened the supreme authority of the ecclesiastical power. Among the women accused of witchcraft were many skilled and educated professionals, akin to teachers and healers. They remained unmarried, single, or widowed, nurturing their own interests in fields such as astronomy and herbal medicine. Among these disheveled prisoners, Amelia stood out distinctly. She would muster her frail strength to rise, tiptoe, and extend her hand out the window to collect morning dew or rainwater, cleansing and tending to herself, persisting until dawn, when all charred bodies returned to their normal state. Chun-Nai would seek out the same cell, or those adjacent, to converse with the inmates, seizing every opportunity to inquire about the symbols inscribed in the human skin tone. Chapter 61. Dance ball etiquette. The dim, damp, and chilly environment did not perturb her. Previously, the company harbored resentment towards their insubordination, intentionally refusing to terminate their contracts and exploiting the weekly attendance clock to restrict their return home. They trained doubly hard in the stifling basement under oppressive conditions. Though she could not relay the information, the live stream remained active, and when necessary, she would request the official channel to convey messages to her teammates. Before that moment arrived, Shu-Nai felt a sense of relief as Shirley made her entrance. She had successfully completed her part, and she trusted her teammates to handle the remainder. On the fourth day of the eerie tales, Shu-Nai felt a wave of warmth surge through her abdomen. Fortune did not accompany her this time. Her irregular menstrual cycle had arrived. Idols must maintain a slender figure on camera, and few experience regular cycles behind the scenes. The pain intensified, rendering her faint several times before regaining consciousness. Amelia was the first to notice her distress and approached to ask if she needed assistance, offering her a clean undergarment. Shu-Nai gazed at Amelia's serene features and the few freckles adorning her face, unable to resist asking, "What do you think about them most while you are here?" Amelia lifted her gray-blue eyes, replying, "I miss my cat. I hope it can escape and not foolishly wait for my return." Early on the seventh day, Amelia collected rainwater and tidied herself. The person taken away the previous day lay on the filthy ground, eyes closed, mocking her. "You are off to meet God. Now you're patient. Those enraged souls will assault you with stones, mud, and dung." Amelia merely smiled, choosing silence. As they were forcibly pulled up and roughly bound with hemp ropes, Shu-Nai discreetly slipped something into Amelia's hand, whispering inaudibly, "Your cat is surely still waiting for you to come home." Amelia paused momentarily, gripping it tightly. They were brought to the square, bound to the stake of a pyre. Underfoot lay a platform constructed of firewood, destined to ignite from below. The coarse ropes and violent bindings lacerated Shu-Nai's hands. Clutching a shard of glass containing an energy potion, she raised her head to gaze at the sky, framed by the surrounding buildings. It weighed heavily above her, the distant gray rendering it indistinguishable whether it was the forest's mist or ominous clouds approaching. Meanwhile, the first nation to conquer the eerie tales emerged, the Oil Nation. Upon hearing the news, netizens from various countries flocked to the live stream of the Oil Nation, leaving them in a state of bemusement. The chosen ones of the Oil Nation had all perished in the initial tale, and this time, a complete team was drawn into the narrative. The four individuals descended close to one another, with the two nearest chosen ones only a street apart, quickly uniting the quartet. Yet, only one attained the status of merchant, while the others disguised themselves as attendants to avoid suspicion. They were tasked with escorting a shipment through the forest. ensuring that neither the cargo was lost nor could it be seized by the 7 bandits residing within. These chosen ones possessed no prior experience in forest exploration. Not only did they fail to venture out before darkness fell, but disregarding official warnings, they strayed further off course, ultimately delivering themselves into the lair of 7 brigands. The 7 towering bandits emerged, one of whom, terrified, hastily fled with his cart. The others surged forward, capturing the remaining 3 and setting up a large cauldron in front of a wooden cabin to boil water for their heinous feast. The brigands, repulsed by the foul stench emanating from the chosen one of the oil-rich realm, severed their limbs and suspended them from trees to bleed out. At that moment, a notification alerting the oil kingdom of a successful passage was received. Another chosen one, having stumbled fortuitously with a cart and its goods, burst from the forest into the town, accomplishing the task at hand. Upon viewing the entire recording, a heavy silence enveloped the room. How could this be possible? Although fortune is indeed a facet of prowess, their luck seemed remarkably excessive. Envy brewed. The cart continued its journey toward the palace, drawing ever closer. The silhouette of the grand palace complex gradually coming into focus. A spacious staircase rose like a pathway to heaven, where young ladies gracefully ascended, skirts in hand. Gazing around, one could behold countless spires, akin to the sharp swords wielded by knights, piercing the clouds. These spires formed a meticulously arranged skyline, making it difficult to discern which was the bell tower. As night fell, the palace lights began to illuminate the surroundings. Wow, how exquisite! It's 100 times more beautiful than the palace in Cinderella. If the prince truly is extraordinarily handsome and walks through the crowd to invite me to dance, I fear I might succumb to the folly of love. Cast that foolish notion aside. Shi Li and Pei Wangxing disembarked from the cart, both adorned in evening gowns that perfectly complemented each other in a striking black and white ensemble. The gowns had been tailored for ease. The skirts were not overly voluminous, allowing for greater mobility, while beneath the layers, they wore flat shoes, ever prepared for a hasty retreat. Pei Wangxing certainly did not wish to be pursued by the prince during an escape. Yet, pondering this, one couldn't help but wonder. Cinderella, in her high-heeled gown, managed to outrun the prince. Was it a testament to her athleticism or an indication of the prince's lack of vigor? They stood before the palace, observing with a sense of wonder, discovering an inconspicuous wall adorned with the rules of the ball. Ball Guidelines 1. Do not attend the ball in black or white gowns. 2. Do not decline the prince's invitation. If he proposes during the dance, neither accept nor refuse. 3. The infatuated prince will fall deeply in love with the girl who dances the first dance with him, pursuing her to the ends of the earth. 4. Do not approach His Majesty's chambers, especially during his bathing, changing, or sleeping hours. 5. There is no bell tower within the palace. 6. The ball commences promptly at 8 o'clock p.m. Tardiness is not permitted. 7. Please find your dance partner before the ball begins. 8. You may trust the words of the prince. 9. Refrain from consuming any food at the ball. If you hear strange sounds, you may partake of mermaid flesh. Chapter 62. The disguise of Shi Li. Upon encountering the first rule of the ball, Shi Li and Pei Wangxing exchanged silent glances at each other's evening gowns. How could such stringent dress codes not have been communicated earlier? Had they no spare dresses or the ability to magically transform like a fairy godmother? They would likely find themselves barred from the palace. Even if they hastened to the royal city's tailor, reaching the ballroom before the festivities commenced seemed impossible. Please, allow me entry. Shi Li heard a commotion at the palace gates. A young girl with chestnut curls fashioned into 2 fluffy braids stood there, her cheeks flushed. Clad in a white gown, she appeared angelic. Yet, despite her pristine appearance, the calluses and scars on her hands betrayed the toil of her labor in weaving. After saving diligently to purchase an evening gown, she was denied entry due to the unannounced dress code. The girl clasped her hands in supplication. However, no amount of pleading swayed the palace guards. Regrettably, madam, this is a fundamental requirement for the ball, one guard stated coldly. Another added, I fear you may not be the prince's true love. You cannot enter. Biting her lip, the girl refused to relent. Bowing her head in contemplation, her hands clenched the hem of her gown, wrinkling the meticulously pressed fabric. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, seizing the moment when one guard momentarily averted his eyes. In a swift motion, she drew his sword and slashed her throat, crimson blood staining her pristine gown. With defiance in her eyes, she gasped. Now it is no longer white. I can enter, right? The guards, taken aback by the sight of her bloody dress, smiled and nodded. Of course. Beautiful lady, please proceed. A genuine smile broke across the girl's face. Yet, as she took a single step forward, she collapsed, never to rise again, dragged away by the guards and discarded into the moat. There lay many such bodies, their gowns, swollen from the murky water, resembling discarded black and white plastic bags. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Shi Li and Pei Wangxing were rendered speechless. The audience in the live stream was equally stunned. What? Is this a fairy tale? You're telling me this is a fairy tale? It can't be. It's just a ball. These girls are driven mad for the prince's ball. In the original tale, Cinderella's sisters mutilated their feet to fit into the glass slipper. Do you consider that normal? It actually reflects reality. A common girl marrying into royalty must possess cunning and bravery, or she risks destruction. Think about it. Had Shi Li and Pei Wangxing not vanquished the fairy godmother, our chosen one would also have to resort to such measures. To stain a gown red requires at least one person's blood. Shi Li and Pei Wangxing committed these rules to memory before returning to their carriage. As they passed before the gates of the palace, the guards were idly chatting. I wonder who will pass the prince's test today. Only a woman of true beauty, wisdom, and wealth could stand beside the prince and become the future queen. The king maintained a low profile and rarely appeared before the public. Many festive parades were attended by the prince in his stead. Thus, Prince Ulysses held a revered status throughout the kingdom. Rules for Cinderella's role. Fifth rule. Ensure the prince invites you to dance the first waltz. The third point of the ball's guidelines also stated that the prince would deeply fall in love with the girl who danced the first waltz with him, following her to the ends of the earth. This certainly did not sound like a favorable prospect. After a brief commotion in the carriage, the two had transformed completely. This time, Shi Li donned a tailcoat. With his dark, cropped hair and elevated shoes, he appeared slightly taller than Pei Wangxing, exuding a youthful charm. Shi Li scrutinized Pei Wangxing, then raised his wrist with conviction, chanting, "Goddess of darkness, transform." Pei Wangxing's evening gown shifted to a deep eggplant hue. Pei Wangxing. Must it be so thematically appropriate? The two linked arms and approached the palace entrance. Upon seeing them, the guards displayed clear astonishment, eagerly rushing over. Esteemed ladies, welcome to the Augustus Palace. May you enjoy a splendid evening. This demeanor stood in stark contrast to their previous arrogance. Isn't this a dramatic shift in attitude? I don't quite understand. Could someone explain why Shi Li is dressed as a man and why the guards are so respectful? Comments swiftly followed with analyses. Have you noticed that the girls previously barred from the palace gates were commoners? Most noble women had spare evening gowns and jewelry prepared in their carriages, and there were hardly any wardrobe mishaps among them. They must have received prior notice. Why do you think the first rule of the ball forbids black and white? The clothing styles and colors of the medieval era were rather monotonous, predominantly black, white, and gray. Fine dyes were exceedingly expensive, only affordable to the nobility, especially purple dye, which was worth its weight in gold. It is said that thousands of murex snails are needed to produce a single gram of Tyrian purple. Since both Shi Li and Pei Li have black hair, the most esteemed color of lineage at the time, they would certainly be mistaken for princesses from some kingdom. The announcement gave common girls hope, only to reject them at the gates once they had gathered the fair and gowns. What a splendid game of the elite. Prince Ulysses is crafting his own persona, claiming he desires no political marriage and seeks only his true love. Yet this is merely to entice princesses and high nobility from neighboring countries to attend. My fantasies about the prince have been thoroughly shattered. Just look at the character of the prince of that rotten kingdom, and you will see how many young hearts have been deceived by the fairy tale notion of the gallant prince. The insights shared by the esteemed commentators are excellent. I would like to add a further point. Rule 7 of the ball. Find your dance partner before the event commences. From this statement, one can infer that those who fail to secure a partner once the ball officially begins, will find themselves in a perilous situation. However, it is essential to remember that this setting is within the dark medieval period, under the dominion of the Church, where the institution of chastity has escalated to extremes, and women are perceived as the private property of man, a notion that led to the invention of chastity belts. Given that this ball is organized for a prince who harbors profound discontent towards the Church's authority, revealing his inherently authoritarian nature, it would be deemed unseemly for Cinderella to have sought other partners or accepted invitations from other gentlemen, despite the prince himself maintaining numerous mistresses. Thus, whether one finds a partner or not, the danger remains ever present. This rule seems rather cruel, does it not? It is quite amusing. I could never have such a mindset. Had it been me, I would have met my demise several times over before the ball even began. Chapter 63. Suddenly unfurled, the grandeur of the palace surpassed all expectations, with structures of similar heights interconnected by winding corridors, resembling a magnificent tapestry woven from countless identical patterns, both beautiful and dizzying. Even with Shi Li's commendable sense of direction, traversing the palace's serpentine halls left her somewhat bewildered. How many twists and turns had she just navigated? As the sun began its descent, only the ballroom remained illuminated, while the other palatial chambers were shrouded in darkness, making it increasingly difficult to ascertain their bearings. Locating the diminutive clock tower felt akin to an insurmountable challenge. In the Huagua conference room, Xiao Xiao had already taken charge, initiating inquiries into the existence of similar palatial structures in reality. The dreamscape may be chaotic and distorted, yet was founded upon the obsessions of many. As long as these palatial edifices could be traced in the real world, they could compare blueprints to deduce the safest route. As they passed through the corridor, the scenery opened up slightly. Before Shi Li and Pei Wangxing stood a fountain pool, at the center of which rose a 2-meter-tall human statue. The sculpture depicted a middle-aged man with a full beard, clad in a long robe and a crimson cloak adorned with opulent gems. Upon his head rested a crown encrusted with diamonds and rubies, and in his hand he held a scepter crafted from gold and jewels, exuding an air of authority and solemnity. This was the statue of the current king, Augustus IX. One could only wonder if the statue was created in winter, as the king appeared to be dressed rather warmly, with his neck completely covered. The fountain would periodically release tall jets of water, intertwining in midair to form the shape of the crown above the king's head. The entire scene was dreamlike, captivating the heart and mind. Following the music and light, they found their way to the ballroom. Inside the ballroom, over 100 elegantly dressed young ladies were in attendance, their skirts increasingly voluminous and waists ever slender. They gathered in small clusters, raising their goblets in laughter, occasionally glancing toward the entrance. Each time a stranger entered, they would whisper among themselves to discern her identity. A long dining table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, soft, sweet white bread, perfectly seared foie gras, and an assortment of fine wines, among other culinary delights. The moment Shi Li and Pei Wangxing stepped into the ballroom, a striking shade of purple caught many an eye. "Hello, I don't believe we've met. What are your names?" A familiar voice echoed from behind, as Laura approached with grace. Laura's headdress draped a delicate veil that obscured much of her face, creating an air of tantalizing mystery, her red lips parting and closing beneath the sheer fabric. Pei Wangxing did not respond directly. Instead, she casually shifted the topic. "I heard the ball begins at 8 o'clock. Will His Highness the Prince also arrive at 8? They had arrived at the ballroom at 7:30. Shi Li lifted her glass of red wine to her lips, feigning a sip while her gaze roamed the room in search of a familiar figure. It was now the 7th day, and still no sign of Gan Jiyue. Given her character, if she were alive, she would undoubtedly be present here. Upon hearing the mention of the prince, Laura's smile faltered momentarily. According to tradition, His Highness the Prince is expected to arrive at 8 o'clock, where he will invite a fortunate maiden from the assembly to partake in the inaugural dance. However, the first waltz is scheduled for 9:30, and prior to the ball, there will be a grand fish-cutting exhibition. A fish-cutting exhibition? Mermaids, perhaps? Just recently, I witnessed a spectacle online where a bluefin tuna, weighing 100 kilograms, was filleted by a gloved fishmonger. The professional chef first severed the tuna's head, followed by the fins, before slicing off half a fillet, while the diners eagerly anticipated tasting the finest morsel of the fish. A fish-cutting exhibition? There's nothing particularly special about that. What's there to behold? With a disdainful curl of her lip, Shirley adopted a haughty demeanor. Her words unsettled those who were eavesdropping on their conversation, prompting a nobleman to approach. This is no ordinary fish-cutting showcase. It features the mermaids of the misty sea. They dwell in the remote depths seldom reached by man. Their enchanting melodies have lured countless vessels to their doom upon the rocks. No one has ever successfully captured them, and this marks the first occasion in the kingdom's history that one is fortunate enough to taste the essence of a mermaid. Shirley retorted sharply, "If mermaids inhabit such unreachable waters, then why have so many ships run aground?" The nobleman flushed crimson. "It is precisely because those mermaids deliberately venture into established shipping lanes to entice sailors and fishermen." Shirley elongated her tone. Oh, the man, witnessing the audacious expressions of Shi Li and Pei Wangxing, became further convinced of their origins from some distant land. After all, how could they be unaware of the tales of the misty sea and mermaids? Common knowledge, even among 3-year-olds on this continent. The topic had been broached, and nearby onlookers began to gather with curiosity. "I've heard that the mermaid's song is exquisite. Have you ever heard it?" The nobleman, appearing quite knowledgeable about royal affairs, shook his head. "It seems that this mermaid is mute. She has not uttered a word during the entire journey, not even a cry. It is said that a few fortunate fishermen discovered her while fishing in the coastal waters. They sold her at a high price to merchants, just in time for the prince's ball, where the merchants presented the mermaid to him. However, rumor has it that the mermaid possesses but a single song in her lifetime. Once sung, her life fades away, turning to foam." Seizing the moment, Shirley countered, "Then why would the mermaid risk her life to lure ships to disaster? Is she simply idle?" Her words effectively silenced the nobleman. He abandoned his initial intent to invite her to dance. A woman with such a sharp tongue could never find a suitable partner. Let her regret her demeanor when the ball arrives. Once the crowd dispersed, Pei Wangxing raised her glass to cover her mouth, surprised that the prince truly acquired mermaid flesh. In her recollection, mermaids possess the form of a human torso with a fishtail. How could one possibly consume that? Shirley cautioned, "Do not consume any food. The misty forest is already quite peculiar. How much better could the more ancient and vast misty sea be?" At the ball, 2 individuals meandered about, listening to the whispers of court gossip, yet gleaning little of substance. At 8 o'clock, Prince Ulysses made his grand entrance. His appearance conformed impeccably to the archetype of fairy tale princes: golden hair, azure eyes, a tall and handsome stature. Clad in a striking red tailcoat that accentuated the pallor of his face and lips, lending him an air of melancholic gloom, as if he were unaccustomed to the sun. Amidst the crowd, the prince's gaze was immediately drawn to a vivid hue of purple, so pure and enchanting. It resonated deeply within him as the embodiment of his destined companion. However, upon turning, he beheld a dashing young man in close proximity to the girl, and the prince's smile vanished, replaced by a shadow of discontent before swiftly transforming back into a charming demeanor. He strode purposefully towards them. "Beautiful lady, may I inquire?" Upon hearing his voice, Shirley turned first, and the prince noted her lack of an Adam's apple. Indeed, she was a woman. Observing their similar dark hair and eyes, it was evident they were likely sisters. The young lady, perhaps not yet of marriageable age, likely donned male attire to partake in the festivities. Prince Ulysses felt a tender exasperation toward her and smiled gently at Shirley before turning to Pei Wangxing, extending his gloved hand with utmost courtesy. "Beautiful miss, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance the first waltz?" Pei Wangxing covered her mouth with a smile. "Of course, Your Highness." With a playful touch, she briefly placed her hand on his before withdrawing. The prince gazed at her with affection. "Until we meet again." He ascended the steps of the grand ballroom, drawing the gaze of all attendees, and the previously bustling hall fell into a hushed anticipation, the only sound remaining that of the melodious music. "Welcome everyone to the ball. Before we commence the festivities, you shall witness a breathtaking mermaid show. He continued, as you know, our kingdom is encircled by the misty sea and the misty forest, which have repeatedly thwarted invaders. Legends tell of a cherished species residing within the misty sea, possessing the form of a woman with a fishtail. Their tears transform into the world's most exquisite pearls, and their songs lure countless ships to their doom, inciting storms and tsunamis. Yet, their flesh bears the power to heal the sick, grant eternal youth to women, and he paused as the men in attendance shared knowing smiles. The prince jested, clapped his hands, and several guards wheeled in a massive water tank, draped with heavy crimson velvet, obscuring whatever lay beneath. The guests' gazes ignited with fervent curiosity. The audience in the live broadcast room instinctively held their breath. Here it comes, the legendary mermaid. Amidst the eagerly anticipating gazes, the prince dramatically pulled away the velvet cloth. Enveloped in shells, conchs, and seaweed, her enchanting form was revealed, with a shimmering fishtail that reflected a beautiful spectrum of colors. Her satin-like black hair floated in the water like seaweed. This mermaid was female. At that moment, she supported herself on the ground with her elbows bent, while the tips of her tail delicately touched the bottom of the water tank, rhythmically releasing bubbles into the water. What a perfect plank position. This mermaid, poised to be devoured, was still training her flesh. Not to mention, she was quite impressive in her form. Suddenly, the scene brightened as the mermaid slowly turned her head. Her dark eyes met those of the two individuals, causing both to shudder in surprise. See, Allgun, how have you even changed species? Chapter 64. Procrastination teammates always appear in the most unexpected ways. Tom has long since ceased to astonish her. How peculiar. Sister Gone, how have you transformed into a fish? Does that mean she is about to feast on her teammates' sashimi? What a marvelous experience. Ha ha ha, moo moo moo, woof woof woof. Congratulations to Sister Gone. She is finally reunited with her teammates. Why does it seem like Li Jia's eyes convey a hint of madness? Pei Jia's expression also radiates a warm sense of demise. Even in such dire moments, our Sister Gone does not forget her self-management. Truly the epitome of diligence, passionate about her craft. Huagua has its own version of a Gone. Hot search term, even when the sky falls. Sister Gone is there to support as she hasn't uttered a single word along the way. Mermaids sing but one song in their lifetime. If one were to have a habit of sleep-talking, wouldn't life simply pass by in the blink of an eye? Enough with the jokes. Sister Gone is about to be devoured. Around her, gasps and exclamations echoed. Is this the legendary mermaid? How breathtaking. She is as regal as a princess of the sea. Thanks to the prince, I am able to witness a true mermaid. Soon, I shall savor the flesh of the mermaid. What a delightful end. As time was about to speak, a sharp pain pierced through her mind. The cognitive contamination she experienced in the church's dungeon returned, and thousands of voices clamored within her. We fear. We are immortal. We do not die. Time's head throbbed painfully. She could not decipher whether the sounds were weeping dreams or furious shouts. Their remnants of contamination gnawing at her cognition, clouding her judgment. She shook her head vigorously, gripping Pei Wangxing's arm to steady herself. She recalled the 9th rule from the ball guidelines. Do not consume any food at the ball. If you hear strange sounds, you may consume mermaid flesh. This rule is contradictory, yet not entirely erroneous. The first half, prohibiting the consumption of any food at the ball, is the safest choice under normal circumstances. The latter half, implying that hearing strange sounds indicates the onset of contamination symptoms or a peculiar targeting, suggests a dire situation. Severe contamination could lead one to uncontrollably engage in perilous behaviors, such as leaping from a rooftop or plunging a knife into one's own heart, or even stabbing a nearby teammate in the head. Consuming mermaid flesh is a last resort. It seems that mermaid flesh could temporarily alleviate the cognitive pollution of the chosen ones, restoring sanity and buying time for a successful passage. Yet it undoubtedly harbors unpredictable side effects, such as gradual assimilation with increased consumption. The prince, witnessing the awestruck reactions of the guests, felt an immense surge of vanity and smiled faintly before proclaiming, "Next, The finest royal chef shall prepare the most exquisite mermaid meat for all esteemed guests. His gaze swept over the crowd, landing tenderly on Pei Wangxing, his eyes filled with warmth. Under the enchanting moonlight tonight, I shall present the most succulent meat of the mermaid to the girl who dances the first waltz with me. Pei Wangxing was taken aback, exclaiming, "Get away! Don't come near!" as she watched her companion on the verge of being sliced into delicate, translucent sashimi, only to be devoured by eager tongues. She realized she needed a plan. Shi Li pinched her palm to keep her mind sharp. Her thoughts raced as she whispered urgently to her teammate, "Split up. I'll find a way to disrupt the ball. You stay here and stall for time. No matter what, we must not let them butcher Ganjia. It's up to you, Pei Jia." Pei Wangxing was momentarily stunned, then alarmed. "Wait, what is your plan? How can I possibly stall, surrounded by guests?" She dare not raise her voice too much. Meanwhile, Shi Li swiftly vanished into the throng. Pei Wangxing felt the weight of pressure mounting. Silently, the waitstaff set up a long table adorned with soft satin, an array of gleaming knives lined up like instruments of execution. The royal chef emerged amidst eager anticipation. The chef's face was a mass of flesh, his arms thicker than a woman's waist at this time, as he approached the water tank, ready to capture the mermaid, render her unconscious, and place her on a long table for dissection. This is disastrous, Pei Wangxing thought, hastily pushing through the crowd to reach Prince Ulysses. She gathered her emotions, the urgency in her eyes fading to be replaced with curiosity. "Your Highness, is this truly how you handle mermaids?" Her question left both the prince and the royal chef momentarily speechless. Handling a mermaid. Is this not the customary method? The prince had intended the mermaid feast to become a topic of conversation across the continent. Yet at this moment, Pei Wangxing's demeanor and words suggested that such rare creatures were commonplace in her land. Where could she possibly hail from? This thought echoed in the minds of the onlookers. Noticing the bewildered expressions around her, Pei Wangxing feigned the look of someone encountering uncivilized savages. Shaking her head with a sigh, in a volume loud enough for all to hear, she murmured, "So there really are places that cannot afford to eat mermaids." The prince. Pei Wangxing lifted her head, speaking earnestly. "Your Highness, with your esteemed status, this mermaid must surely be wild-caught? Wild specimens possess greater nutritional value than farmed ones, yet they often carry a host of parasites. Just look at those long nails. They must harbor countless millennia-old bacteria, making consumption quite perilous. Our nation boasts a rich and ancient history, particularly renowned for its culinary expertise. First, one must procure a pair of scissors to meticulously trim her nails." The prince remarked, "Ah, indeed." Pei Wangxing, seemingly struck by a thought, sluggishly added, "Mermaids require pure gold knives and utensils for serving. Only the luster of gold can reveal whether the meat harbors any parasites indeed. I have exclusively used golden utensils since childhood." All of the above was merely a fabrication by Pei Wangxing. This concoction, devoid of any scientific basis, nearly caused her to falter several times, her palms slick with sweat and her calves tense with anxiety. Is that true or false? Of course it is false. If Sister Pei speaks a few more words, I might just believe her. She even took the time to explain why she refrained from touching the food on the table. She only uses pure gold utensils. Is Sister Pei cosplaying as the princess in the pea? Only a truly delicate princess could perceive the pea beneath 20 mattresses. The prince's expression soured at the public humiliation. Inwardly, he wished to command the guards to drag this woman away and execute her. Yet he found himself pondering the origins of her extravagant demeanor and profound insights, which seemed to emanate from a powerful nation unknown to him. After a moment of contemplation, the prince turned and commanded, "Prepare the pure gold utensils and fetch that treasured bottle of red wine." Pei Wangxing breathed a silent sigh of relief. The vastness of the palace meant that the attendants would require some time to retrieve the utensils. However, this delay could not last long without arousing Prince Ulysses' suspicions. She hoped that Shi Li would return soon. Chapter 65. The king's secret having briefed Pei Wangxing, Shi Li swiftly navigated through the throng of revelers, her gaze scanning the myriad foreign faces until it fell upon Grace. Laura was enamored with the prince, while the Baroness, accompanied by her second daughter, endeavored to approach Prince Ulysses. Grace, however, displayed little interest in the royal figure. She stood beside the banquet table, conversing with the small bird perched on her shoulder. Her eyes reflected a deep sorrow and longing. "My poor Evans, if only the flesh of a mermaid could revive you." The little bird pecked gently at her cheek, creating a tender moment. Suddenly, a hand emerged from behind, covering Grace's mouth and whisking her away to a dimly lit corner. MMM. The bird took flight from Grace's shoulder, and she struggled free, glaring with a mix of shock and anger at the figure before her. "You, Miss Grace." Shirley reverted to a tone familiar to her. "Cinderella requires your assistance." Cinderella? The woman, somewhat familiar, was indeed Cinderella. Grace's expression shifted from realization to suspicion. "How did you come to this ball? What do you intend to do?" Cinderella's crows and mice had transformed into a carriage, and the enchantment would dissolve at midnight. They had no other allies. In reality, to swiftly locate a destination, one would utilize navigation or drones. Here, there were neither navigation aids nor drones, but Shirley pondered another form of assistance. Undeterred by Grace's wariness, she directed her gaze to the bird upon her shoulder. "Might I borrow your avian talents?" Grace shot her a disapproving look, her eyes questioning her politeness. The small bird chirped a few notes in her ear, and Grace's demeanor altered. Reluctantly, she conceded, "I still wish to expel you from the castle, but for Evan's sake, just this once." Before she could finish her sentence, Shirley had already snatched up the bird and fled. Miss Grace was left frozen in disbelief. Damn it, how rude. Cinderella and her maid are truly insufferable. At this moment, the night was fully descending. The palace architecture was strikingly similar, making it easy for one to lose their way amidst its grandeur. Only from above could one appreciate its entirety. "Mr. Evans, I need your assistance in locating the king's chamber. Guide me past the palace guards and servants." The bird chirped twice in affirmation, flapping its petite wings as it soared into the night sky, circling twice before descending slightly to lead the way. What do we need to go to the king's palace for? Aren't we forbidden from going there? It's merely for observation. Mind your own business. I don't understand, but I'm so anxious. Shirley did not instruct the bird to seek the clock tower. Rule 5 of the ball. There is no clock tower within the palace. It would not be so easily found. Meanwhile, in the ballroom, Pei Wangxing could not delay for long, as dictated by Rule 4. Do not approach His Majesty's chamber, especially while he bathes, changes, or sleeps. The 3 scenarios mentioned in this rule share a commonality. They all involve shedding outer garments. This reminded Shirley of the statue of the king, cloaked tightly even around the neck, situated at the center of the fountain pool. What secrets lie hidden beneath the king's exterior? Among the numerous similar palaces within the royal complex, it would be no easy task for her and a small bird to locate the king's residence. However, during the ravages of the Black Death, the papacy proclaimed that washing away dirt would invite the virus, leading both royalty and commoners to eschew bathing, often going weeks or even months without a wash. The rule specifically mentions bathing. Augustus IX was an exception. It was said that he indulged in lavish pleasures, even arranging for hot baths within his palace. The temperature inside his palace was notably higher than in others. Animals possess a heightened sensitivity to temperature compared to humans. Following the guiding bird, Shirley meandered through the corridors, and each time the bird paused, she quickly sought nearby concealment, waiting for the passing attendants to move on. As they progressed, the bird stops became increasingly infrequent. Eventually, the pair arrived before a palace. Shirley distinctly sensed that the temperature outside this palace was several degrees warmer, a wave of heat enveloping her, reminiscent of a bathhouse. The bird chirped a few times, circling in the air, signaling that they had reached their destination. After expressing her gratitude, Shirley ventured inside. Initially, she worried about encountering the king's servants, but this palace appeared to be long abandoned. An eerie sensation lingered in the air. From a distance, Shirley spotted the main entrance, but refrained from entering directly. Instead, she navigated through the corridor to reach the side of the palace. There, she found a sparse grove of greenery, perfectly positioned to peer through the stained glass windows of the palace and glimpse its interior. The ground was strewn with numerous white bones, along with several skulls, their craniums shattered, and remnants of fabric faintly identifiable as belonging to palace attendants. Shirley concealed herself by the window, quietly observing within. The palace was resplendent, its ceiling not adorned with murals or reliefs, but crafted from glass that rendered shadows powerless to conceal themselves. The interior was shrouded in steam, and a circular bathing pool had been excavated at its center, strewn with an abundance of rose petals atop the warm water. Yet there was no sign of the king. After a considerable wait, she finally discerned the sound of heavy footsteps. The king entered through the main door, directly approaching the bathing pool, entirely unclothed, revealing pale, somewhat lax flesh, save for a pair of high-heeled boots adorning his feet. This caused Shirley's heart to skip a beat. She clearly observed a dissection line tracing from his heel to the crown of his head. On one side of the boundary lay a multitude of buttonholes, while the other was embellished with a row of jewel buttons. It was as if this human skin had once been meticulously excised from the back and then reassembled as clothing. Thus, the skin appeared exceedingly loose, quivering with every step he took. Shirley recalled the tale of Shaker and the cobbler's words. Those jokes and stories that had circulated among the people were not without foundation. The king's new clothes are, indeed, merely his facade. Chapter 66. Luring the serpent from its lair, it is no wonder that the king shies away from public appearances, donning an additional layer of clothing whenever he ventures out, ensuring that no part of his body reveals a discernible outline. It is hardly surprising that none who have approached the king's chamber have emerged alive. Time itself cannot ascertain whether the being beneath this skin is indeed the true monarch. The king stands at the edge of a steaming bath, his gaze transfixed upon the water's surface, lost in contemplation. In the next moment, he abruptly swivels his head, casting his eyes towards the window without warning. Fortunately, Shirley had sensed the unease in the air and had already crouched down. Beneath the verdant foliage, far too many souls have perished for having spied upon the king's secrets. The king has refrained from sealing the window, deliberately leaving this vulnerability, which allows him to eliminate new intruders with relentless precision. Presently, Shirley has uncovered the king's most profound secret. Yet, even in the absence of prying eyes, the king remains uneasy. He approaches the window, leaning on the sill, peering cautiously into the greenery for any signs of suspicious figures. His limbs are marked with varying degrees of livor mortis, the shadows of writhing maggots visible beneath his skin. A wave of heat rolls forth, enveloping the screen, as the audience in the live stream seems to catch a whiff of the putrid odor of decaying flesh. At this moment, Shirley is pressed against the ledge below, her slender form perfectly concealed within the shadows. However, were the king to divert his gaze back from the foliage and cast a glance downward, he would surely uncover Shirley's hiding place. Just as the king prepares to look down, an unforeseen event occurs. His movement is too abrupt, and a button from his coat pops off, clattering to the ground and bouncing a few times. The king retracts his gaze, turning back to retrieve the fallen button, returning to the bath, shedding his boots, and stepping down into the water. The liquid gradually envelopes his knees, waist, and shoulders, finally submerging his entire head. After several seconds, the king rises from the water, grasping rose petals from the surface to wipe the liver from his skin. The king's shrimp line has me terrified. Is this king alive or dead? Just a wild guess, but I believe the king has long since passed. The prince, fearing that the church might seize power while the throne remains unsteady, has concealed the king's death, urgently seeking to wed a princess from a powerful nation to stabilize the situation against the church. I wonder if the king's inner self is the first of those two weavers. Daring to speculate, perhaps this rumor was intentionally disseminated by the royal family to divert attention from the truth of the king's new attire being a ruse, rather than the reality of the king being merely a human skin. Oh, thuga. Danger. Before he notices, Shirley, run away. Shirley cannot see the frenzied comments flooding the live stream, yet she harbors no intention of fleeing, remaining outside to observe intently. She notes that the king submerges himself completely every 30 seconds, holding his breath for a full minute before resurfacing once more. Above the king's head, the ceiling is composed of multifaceted mirrors, allowing a view of every corner within the palace. Should she dare to enter while the king surfaces, she would be instantly discovered and met with death. Only during the brief span of 1 minute, as the king submerges, does she find her opportune moment to stealthily infiltrate the palace. Shi Li mentally charts the shortest route, removing her shoes and kicking them far away. Even flat-soled shoes create a louder sound than bare feet. Crouching carefully, Shi Li maneuvers around the side of the palace to the front entrance, her eyes fixed on the ticking time of her pocket watch. The moment the king plunges back into the water, she rushes inside. Grabbing a pair of leather boots, she conceals them in a nearby vase, then discreetly retrieves her red dancing shoes, placing them back in their original position. Time slips away, leaving her with only 30 seconds. Shi Li picks up another glass vase within the palace, raising her gaze to search for a focal point of stress on the ceiling. These glass pieces are not a single solid block, but rather a mosaic of facets, each possessing its own structure and pattern. By identifying a point of concentrated stress to strike, she can inflict maximum damage. Much like a smartphone screen, sometimes it survives a fall from the 5th floor unscathed, while at other times it shatters from a mere tumble off the bed. The angle of impact alters the point of stress. Shi Li has already identified a suitable height that requires minimal force to cause destruction. Taking a deep breath, she gathers all her strength and hurls the vase with ferocity. This is her singular opportunity. Failure would mean being caught and ruthlessly torn apart by the enraged king. With a resounding crash, the vase shatters upon contact with the mirrored surface. The ceiling mirrors begin to crack from the point of impact, the fissures spreading like a spider's web, rapidly and chaotically extending outward. Shattered glass rains down upon her. The tremendous noise jolts the king upright from the water. Who dares to invade my palace? His eyes, shrouded in darkness, are hollow and forbidden. In a fit of rage, the king moves with astonishing speed, not even pausing to don his garments, transforming into a blur as he lunges toward Shi Li. Shi Li shields her head and face with her arms, sprinting barefoot across the sea of broken glass. Her soles punctured and bleeding. The pain beneath her feet keeps her alert amidst the occasional murmurs of delirium. The king, hindered by the shards scattered across the ground, cherishes his own flesh and is unwilling to suffer any injury. He turns to search for his shoes, but finds none, as he witnesses the madwoman distance herself. On the verge of escaping with his secret, the king can no longer restrain himself. He hastily grabs the nearby red dancing shoes, slipping them onto his feet in a frantic rush. These shoes, designed for a woman, are too small for him. He had only intended to traverse the glass-strewn path and remove them afterward. Yet, as soon as he forces his toes into the shoes, they seem to come alive, propelling his legs into motion. Is it pain? Is it despair? Dance with abandon. Let your spirit soar. Dance, dance, dance. An irresistible force has taken hold, rendering the king's feet beyond his control. Rising on tiptoes, spinning, lifting his legs, swirling, rising again. He is unable to master his own steps, struggling merely to steer his direction as he chases the rhythm, whirling and leaping along its path. The ballroom. Pei Wangxing's glances toward the entrance have become increasingly frequent. After several delays, the prince has begun to harbor suspicions about her, declining her other suggestions under the pretext of not wanting to miss the first dance, commanding the palace chefs to prepare the ingredients at once. Time has yet to return. Ganzhuiyue is on the verge of being cut open. Pei Wangxing rolls up her sleeves, ready to confront the palace chefs. Before she can charge forward, an unexpected figure bursts into the ballroom. An old man, entirely unclothed, wearing a pair of women's dancing shoes of dubious origin, careens through the crowd. Chapter 67. The Dance Plague? Ah! The young ladies present screamed in unison. The man's dance steps, though clumsy, deliberately imitated the ethereal grace of the female dancers, each movement exuding an uncanny absurdity. Trailing behind him was the tearful Lord Campbell, the court minister, along with the flustered royal guards. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. In the wake of their brief astonishment, the ministers and nobles at the ball recognized the identity of the intruder, His Majesty the King. Upon noticing the ghastly purplish contusions and sutures adorning the king's body, they emitted even more shrill and piercing cries. Only the prince's expression remained ominously dark. He cast a glance at the attendants in the corner, signaling them to encircle the area, ensuring that the kingdom's secrets would not be divulged. Chaos ensued. The king danced his way through the crowd, the onlookers witnessing his every move. Dizzied from spinning, his feet, confined in narrow dancing shoes, bled from blisters. Yet he could not cease, struggling to articulate through gritted teeth, "Find, dance, do not, stop, dead." His intent was for them to identify the voyeur, yet to others, it conveyed an entirely different meaning. The king appeared to be deceased, yet here he was, commanding a royal dance at the court. Although it was the king's dying wish, yet, amidst their hesitation, Lord Campbell, meeting the king's icy gaze, trembled and awkwardly began to dance. Observing this, the others dared not refrain from joining in. Initially, their movements were mere compliance, but gradually, it felt as though their feet possessed a magical autonomy, moving beyond their control. What was happening? Why did their bodies refuse to obey? After a moment of panic, they slowly relinquished their fears, immersing themselves entirely in the joy of dance. Dance, forget everything, dance. The contagion of the red shoes spread wider, extending from ministers and nobles to the cooks, attendants, and Prince Ulysses. A nobleman collided with a court chef. Compared to the burly chef, he appeared as slender as a reed. The man fell to the ground, and before he could rise to continue dancing, the chef had already stepped over him in merry rhythm. One by one, others followed suit. Initially, the man attempted to rise, but soon fell silent. As they danced upon the mingled blood and flesh beneath them, their feet bled, yet they did not cease. In the summer of 1518, a woman in Strasbourg suddenly began to dance, her expression vacant, as if possessed, unable to stop. Soon, others in the city exhibited identical symptoms, and more joined her, dancing day and night. Over 400 individuals danced for more than 2 months, with as many as 15 dying each day, the total death toll reaching 100. This grand ball, marked by a terrifying contagion, came to be known as one of the most bizarre epidemics in history, the dance plague. This is the inspiration behind the red shoes. Subsequently, scholars proposed that this phenomenon was, in fact, a rare instance of mass hysteria, ignited by a woman crushed by poverty and her husband's incomprehension, radiating outwards to a group of impoverished souls burdened by crop failures, rising wheat prices, and disease. They resembled the caged animals in a circus, mechanically shaking their heads and spinning in circles to forget the impending sting of the whip and the anguish of lost freedom. Deprived of the right to live, they yearned for the freedom to dance. Thus, they resolved to abandon all thoughts and dance with abandon amidst the chaos. Shirley stood on a table to rescue Ganjoiwe from the water tank, while Pei Wangxing lifted Ganjoiwe, carefully maneuvering away from the frenzied crowd, preparing to escape the completely unraveled ball. Ball instructions, the second and third rules. Do not refuse the prince's invitation if the prince proposes during the dance. Neither accept nor decline. The infatuated prince will fall deeply in love with the girl who dances the first dance with him, pursuing her to the ends of the earth. The prince's invitation was one that could not be declined. Shirley had to devise a way to prevent the first dance from commencing. "Gan, how have you changed so?" Pei Wangxing's hand brushed against the fishtail, the slick, cold sensation unsettling her. Ganjoiwe remained silent, offering a glance that suggested Pei should understand for herself. Despite carrying a heavy burden, Pei was still faster than Shirley, even managing to translate. "Oh, she says this is part of her plan. She knew we would come to the palace, and she needs to find a clock tower." Shirley was taken aback. "You could discern that?" Pei Wangxing scoffed. "I've fought over 100 times with her. I can see through her scheming even when she is just holding in a secret." After saying that, she glanced down and then looked up with remarkable composure, stating to Shirley, "See, she's cursing me in her heart right now." Shirley replied, "I can certainly see that. Kill them." The prince's dark voice resonated from behind them. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the ballroom, and the palace guards, who had long been on standby, drew their swords and charged toward them. "This way." Shirley decisively turned, with Pei Wangxing closely following as they navigated the intricate corridors and palatial spaces. Suddenly, a tripping sensation caused Shirley to lose her balance, and the eerie murmurs returned to her ears. Fragments of numerous unfolding scenes flashed before her eyes. Beneath the high-hanging moon, the wandering souls in the misty forest staggered to the edge of the small town. In the square, those elevated on the pyre bore pale faces, tears streaming down, their pleas unheard. Beneath their feet, what was piled high? The searing flames licked at their feet, hissing and weaving in the night wind, tormenting their skin and souls. Burning at the stake is an excruciatingly painful death. Surely, in the broadcast, spotted Chun Nai, who suddenly broke free from her restraints, leaped down from the pyre and tackled the leading Bishop John, pressing a shard of glass sharply against his neck. Beside her stood a foreign woman, who had also freed herself from the bonds of rope. With both hands raised, she vigorously waved a torch, deterring the encroaching figures. They were buying themselves precious moments. She lifted her gaze towards a certain direction outside the palace, where, as expected, a faint orange glow began to emerge, steadily intensifying. The purification ritual of Misty Town had commenced. Meanwhile, on the other side of the flames, she discerned a scene of utter darkness and filth. A colossal wall of water nearly level with the sky. A tsunami. Chapter 68. The mermaid Ganjuiwe awoke in the depths of the ocean, lying atop a dilapidated piece of driftwood. With a gaze lost amidst the endless expanse of the sea, she struggled to quell the turmoil within her. A longing for death. She could not swim, having drifted through the night without encountering a single passing vessel. She finally succumbed to despair and raised her middle finger to the sky. Turning her head, she spotted an enigmatic figure gliding towards her. A creature with the upper body of a human and the tail of a fish, approximately 1.5 meters in length, adorned with razor-sharp teeth and protruding crimson gums. It possessed no eyes, only 2 dark hollow sockets. Was this a mermaid? Or rather, a zombie fish? In disbelief, she thought, how could a mere gesture be more effective than a fishhook? Before Ganjuiwe could react, the mermaid lunged at her, viciously tearing a large chunk of flesh from her calf. The pain was minimal, merely a faint tingling sensation. It seemed the mermaid's teeth were laced with some hallucinogenic toxin. As her consciousness began to blur, unable to swim, she found herself trapped in the vast ocean, with no escape from the impending fate of being devoured by the mermaid. Realizing her dire predicament, Ganjuiwe fought to remain conscious, activating her innate skill to immobilize the mermaid for a brief moment. The creature clutched a piece of her flesh in its maw, viscous saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. Summoning her resolve, she seized the opportunity and bit down on the mermaid's throat. To her astonishment, despite the sharpness of its teeth, the mermaid's throat felt decayed and lacked any bony structure. She easily pierced through the mermaid's neck, and as she tore through the flesh, a pungent, foul liquid surged into her mouth. Her stomach churned violently, yet she dared not release her grip, exerting all her strength to rip the mermaid's head from its body, which plummeted into the depths of the sea. Finally, utterly exhausted, she collapsed back onto the driftwood, gasping for breath. After slaying the mermaid, Ganjuiwe noticed peculiar changes occurring within her body. Her legs began to sprout fine scales, gradually merging together to form a fishtail. She had inherited the identity of a mermaid. Along with this transformation, she received the Little Mermaid role-playing code. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that the grotesque mermaid was, in fact, the fairy tale's Little Mermaid. What had caused the Little Mermaid to become such a wretched being? What had transpired in these waters to render them so lifeless? Among the rules she acquired were several stipulations. A mermaid's food consists solely of humans. Mermaids communicate through the vibrations of their swim bladders and marine creatures. Remember, a fish's memory is limited. The song of a mermaid can soothe the fury of the sea. A dense fog perpetually enveloped these waters. Not the typical white mist of the ocean, but a murky yellow-gray, occasionally tinged with shades of crimson and reeking with a pungent odor. Within this fog floated various monstrous corpses, seemingly drawn by some mysterious force, drifting alongside Ganjuiwe. Yet she felt no revulsion. Instead, the floating corpses appeared to her as tempting as tofu soaked in broth. A voice incessantly whispered in her ear, "Consume it, and your hunger shall vanish." Ganjuiwe lunged multiple times toward those bodies, but her remaining rationality and the pain continually dragged her back from the brink of madness. She played the role of the Little Mermaid, yet she remained fundamentally human. As a human, she could not consume her own kind, even in death. Otherwise, she would gradually forget her humanity and transform into a true mermaid. The memory of a fish is fleeting. Ganjue deliberately maintained distance from the floating corpses, swimming further into the depths. Yet the vast ocean left her disoriented and directionless. She noticed that the waters of the misty sea were not the vibrant blue she had imagined. Both day and night, they exhibited an eerie hue. By day, the water took on a grim, murky gray reminiscent of sewage that could not drain away. At night, a layer of an unknown black substance floated on the surface, as dark as an unfathomable abyss. Only when the moonlight graced the waters did the thick fog begin to dissipate. Ganjue observed that the moonlight seemed to beckon her toward a certain direction. Following its glow, she arrived at an inconspicuous rocky outcrop, where she discovered an underwater palace, once the abode of the Little Mermaid. The mermaid's parents and sisters had also succumbed to the pollution. These mere folk, tainted, continued to wander the vicinity of the palace, amidst scattered remnants of human limbs. They slumbered by day, emerging only at night. Seizing the opportunity while they slept, Ganjue stealthily entered the underwater palace. As she passed by the mere folk, she noted that they slept upright, their hollow eye sockets suggesting they could awaken at any moment. Beneath the shell bed of the Little Mermaid, she unearthed her diary, containing new rules and a bubbling vial of potion. Merfolk's sustenance consists of fish, shrimp, and seaweed. Not humans. A mermaid sings but once in her lifetime. That single song is eternal. The bell tower stands in the direction where the sun and moon rise. From the diary, Ganjue learned of the merfolk's symbiosis with the misty sea, yet they had recently fallen victim to a curse. Their once beautiful eyes reduced to mere voids, unable to produce melodious songs, their throats occasionally spewing corrosive black sludge. The Little Mermaid, drawn by curiosity and the allure of the outside world, frequently departed the underwater palace for months, only to return and discover that her home had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. She had become the last awakened mermaid of the misty sea. Thus, the Little Mermaid embarked on a long journey to seek the sea which, dwelling in the depths of the ocean, an ancient giant squid. The sea which imparted a prophecy of the misty sea. The sea is alive. It would, under the witness of the full moon, unleash its boundless wrath upon the land, devouring all guilty beings. The sole remedy lay in locating the bell tower, which had stood since the dawn of this continent, to soothe its fury with a mermaid's song. Yet this also signifies that the last mermaid in existence will vanish from the world, leaving behind only the legends of mermaids. The sea which bestowed upon her a vial of potion. This elixir would allow her fishtail to temporarily transform into human legs. Yet each step would feel as if she were treading upon the edge of blades and through flames. The Little Mermaid yearned to restore the ocean's former tranquility. Chapter 69. The bell tower she drew near to the navigable waters forged by humanity, yearning to glean the fate of the bell tower from their whispers. However, upon being detected by human vessels, she became the target of a relentless pursuit. Ultimately, in a state of hunger and exhaustion, she succumbed to her primal instincts and devoured a sailor who had fallen into the sea, transforming into the form that Ganjue beheld. Thus, she was entrusted with the quest of the Little Mermaid. Ganjue ventured along that maritime route, and as she approached the habitation of humankind, she discerned the faint outlines of land. The structures of those kingdoms lay shrouded in a profound mist, revealing only vague silhouettes of shadowy forms. This evoked within her a recollection of the historical affliction known as the Fog City. Since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, the consumption of coal had surged dramatically, thickening the atmospheric haze above cities. Countless chimneys belched forth ceaseless plumes of smoke, staining the nostrils and lungs of the populace black, claiming the lives of thousands in a plague-like manner. Such was the shroud of fog that enveloped this era. In proximity to the new maritime route, Ganjue encountered Prince Edward of the Shockman Kingdom, who was at sea in search of mermaids. These individuals appeared oblivious to the pollution of the misty sea, continuing to dump wastewater and capture grotesque, decaying fish and shrimp. As the prince's fleet pursued her, Ganjua artfully led them into treacherous reefs, causing their vessel to capsize. With the prince tumbling into the water, she endeavored to drown the prince, only to be halted by an authoritative voice that declared her actions a violation of the original narrative. Nevertheless, she managed to procure a map of the continent from him. The rules indicated that the bell tower lies in the direction of the rising sun and moon, where the kingdom of Augustus was situated. The following day after the shipwreck, Prince Edward dispatched his elite navy to hunt for the mermaid. While evading the fleet, Ganjua overheard fishermen mentioning a ball to be hosted by the Prince of Augustus. With Edward's relentless pursuit and the severe side effects of the potion rendering her temporarily legged, yet unable to enter the palace, Ganjua deliberately swam closer to the shore, allowing fishermen to discover her. She sought to be captured by the brother of one of Prince Ulysses' mistresses. In the original tale, the little mermaid sought the prince and ultimately turned to foam, without specifying which prince. The outcome mattered more than the means. Ganjua embraced her identity as a prime delicacy, displaying her belly in discontent, startling wealthy merchants to the point of nearly kneeling before her, ensuring she was treated to the finest delicacies and escorted to the palace. She would never compromise her worth. The gaze of Shi Li fixated on the immense waves rising in the distance. That direction, the misty sea. Indeed, the misty sea was never tranquil, and the tales surrounding it were no less abundant than those of the misty forest. If the souls of the misty forest had outnumbered the living, the misty sea would likely suffer a similar fate. Even if they accomplished the bell-tolling task, failing to avert the impending tsunami would spell doom for the continent. The waters surged, the dead approached. These two tasks represented the opposing ends of a scale. Removing a weight from one side would not sustain balance. Chun Nai entered the sacred dungeon, where Pei Wangxing was imprisoned in the castle's basement, while Ganjua found herself stranded at sea. This sequence of events could not possibly be mere coincidence. From the very beginning, the harrowing battlefield of fate was guiding them inexorably in this direction. Where do we go now? Pei Wangxing inquired with urgency. The group of guards behind them relentlessly pursued, and the revelers in the ballroom, lost in their merriment, danced and flailed in pursuit as well. Human endurance is ultimately finite, and it appeared that Shi Li's foot was injured, leaving a trail of crimson footprints with each step. If they continued to flee aimlessly, they would surely be caught by the ominous pursuers. Shi Li did not respond immediately. She endeavored to block out the cacophony of disquieting whispers in her mind, contemplating the direction of the clock tower. The old astrologer had once stated that the clock tower existed long before the kingdom was established, enduring the ravages of war. Yet after the kingdom's foundation, the rules explicitly indicated that there was no clock tower within the palace. Why was that? What calamity had transpired in between? What precisely was this so-called clock tower? Why had it existed since the inception of the kingdom? Each time Shi Li attempted to quiet her thoughts, the murmurs in her mind would disrupt her contemplation, eluding her understanding, as if an impenetrable fog separated them. Meanwhile, in other live streams, cheers erupted as chosen ones from numerous countries successfully completed their challenges. Viewers from these nations flocked into the Chinese live stream, some offering encouragement, while others sarcastically predicted their downfall. The latter were met with unrelenting retorts from the Chinese audience. Beep! Shi Li's phone rang. It was once again that young voice, speaking rapidly and clearly. Shi Li, the palace you are currently in is composed of parts from 21 different palaces in reality. Our comparison revealed that the only overlapping area that does not exist in reality is the fountain pool you passed through earlier. The fountain pool? Shi Li felt she was on the cusp of grasping something crucial. Just as she was about to speak, a gust of wind suddenly rushed toward her from behind. Shi Li, watch out! Pei Wangxing shouted. Instinctively, Shi Li reacted, swiftly turning her head to narrowly evade the descending sword. Her phone fell to the ground, and she had no time to retrieve it. She called out to her companion. Head towards the fountain pool. She intended to investigate a detail she had previously overlooked. The two raced to the fountain pool, where the statue of the king stood solemnly, crowned and wielding a scepter that symbolized power. As Shi Li's gaze swept across the scene, it suddenly fixated on a particular detail. The last time she had passed through here, Her attention had been drawn to the king's overly formal attire, and she had failed to notice the intricacies of the scepter. Now, upon closer inspection, she observed that although the scepter was adorned with jewels and gleamed with golden light, its design comprised a vertical line and 3 horizontal lines, resembling a pyramidal triple cross. This was the Pope's cross. Indeed, it represented the staff of divine authority. It is inconceivable that Augustus IX would wield the papal staff. This peculiarity is the most striking aspect of the sculpture. The bell tower, divine authority, royal power. Suddenly, Shirley came to a realization. Pejia, Ganjia, stop them for me. With this declaration, she dashed forward, leaping over the platform and plunging into the fountain pool. Using both hands and feet, she scrambled up the statue. Her feet, wet and slippery, made it difficult to maintain her balance. Shirley pressed the soles of her feet against the protruding parts of the statue, the shards of glass embedded into its surface, providing her the grip needed to ascend. I shall fight you to the end. Outside the fountain pool, Pei Wangxing embraced Ganjoyue, gathering momentum before colliding with the 2 foremost court guards. Seizing the opportunity, Ganjoyue knocked off one guard's helmet, grasped his hair, and delivered a flurry of slaps that echoed through the air. A throng of guards and dancing zombies pursued closely behind. Shirley stood atop the king's statue, stretching her arms with all her might until she finally wrenched the cruciform staff free. Clutching it tightly, she swung it forcefully at the laurel wreath crowning the statue's head. At that moment, 16 jets of water erupted simultaneously around the fountain, intertwining to form a crown-like cage. With a resounding crack, the opulent crown and the sacred cross on the staff fractured, shattering into countless pieces. The imposing statue of Augustus IX emitted a thunderous roar, gradually sinking and disintegrating into a fine powder. Just then, a fierce wind swept through, raising a cloud of dust. Shirley, losing her support, fell into the water below. From the ruins emerged an ancient, unadorned bell tower, rising higher and higher, piercing the clouds. This was the bell tower, suppressed beneath the weight of royal and divine authority. Only by shattering them simultaneously could it reappear. Chapter 70. The bell that cannot toll. The bell tower loomed ahead, its cylindrical structure built of massive stones, reminiscent from a distance of the Roman column of victory. Along the steep exterior of the tower, a spiraling stone staircase ascended, composed of slightly protruding stones, hollow and devoid of railings. Over the years, the stones had weathered and eroded, revealing conspicuous gaps along their edges. Pei Wangxing swallowed hard, her fear of heights overwhelming her. Shirley emerged from the pool, drenched, and noticing Pei Wangxing's immobility, she gestured toward a distant direction. Look, your strength has arrived. Following Shi Li's indication, Pei Wangxing beheld an immense, terrifying wall of water surging towards them. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Wangxing dashed forward, prioritizing her escape from the impending tsunami over the mere chance of misstepping and falling to her death. Since the appearance of the bell tower, the dance plague had lost its potency. Kings, princes, and noble ministers had ceased their movements, standing still with their heads tilted upwards, fixated on the silent tower, resembling lifeless statues. The lights within the palace had inexplicably extinguished, leaving only the moon's faint glow to illuminate the surroundings, casting an eerie atmosphere. It was not until she saw Shi Li and others sprinting toward the bell tower that the onlookers seemed to spring to life, rushing toward them with a speed several times greater than before. Prince Ulysses had contorted his head at an unimaginable angle, his bones creaking ominously, on the brink of breaking. Pei Wangxing ascended the steps with agility, narrowly evading a grasping hand. Her lightweight dress facilitated her ascent. Upon reaching the tower, the nobles and guards hesitated, appearing to harbor an intense fear of the structure. Pei Wangxing adjusted her position, closely following Shi Li while clutching Ganjiyu, daring not to glance down or look back. Suddenly, a stone beneath her feet shifted, causing her to teeter precariously to the left. Quick as a flash, Ganjiyu grasped her neck, using her weight to pull her back to safety, preventing a fall. However, one of Pei Wangxing's shoes slipped off in the process. Prince Ulysses picked up the embroidered shoe, marveling at its exquisite and unique craftsmanship, noting its diminutive size. His eyes darkened with obsession as he murmured, "Do not think of leaving the palace. I shall keep you with me forever." A cold breeze swept through, making the prince shiver as if someone had breathed softly against his neck. Initially, Shirley struggled with the staircase, but gradually found her rhythm, her speed increasing significantly. Seeing that they had ascended halfway, the prince issued a chilling command. "Seize them. I shall bestow nobility upon whoever captures her." The once dazed nobles and guards erupted into a frenzy. They pushed and shoved each other as they climbed upward, only to quickly tumble down like dumplings due to the heavy armor and high-heeled leather boots. The first group to fall was struck by those who followed, and in an instant, a pool of blood spread across the ground. Yet those who landed atop the fallen rose again, continuing their relentless ascent. Some stood on the next level of steps, attempting to reach for their feet, and Pei Wangxing narrowly escaped being grasped by hands clawing at her ankles below. It was utter madness. The orange glow intensified, the flames no longer confined to a few pyres in the square, but instead seemed to engulf the entire town, as if the very forest itself were ablaze. Countless whispers echoed in her mind. She perceived Chun Nai, overwhelmed by the assault of hundreds of townsfolk and clergy. Faltering under the relentless pressure, she was forced to the ground and brutally tied back to the pyre. Fiery flames licked at her feet, those similarly bound to the pyres. Both men and women had initially wept and protested, struggling in anger, but now bowed their heads, hair obscuring their gaze, rendering their focus indiscernible. The souls wandering the forest and wasteland surged into the town, accompanied by the blood-soaked earth that crawled like a river up the city walls, infiltrating the alleys and corners. Among them were many charred, humanoid monstrosities, leaving trails of black ash in their wake. The townspeople in the square screamed in terror and fled in all directions. These monsters did not approach the pyres. Instead, they pursued other townsfolk, pouncing upon them to tear and devour. Their throats emitted a gurgling sound, as if incessantly murmuring, "I am hungry, so very hungry." The Sabbath, a day of rest in the realm of faith, was meant for laying down one's labor, gathering with family and friends, and reveling in joyful moments. Yet those tortured souls, forever denied spiritual solace, could only quench their inner void and thirst for slaughter with blood. The clergy attempted to repel the creatures with torches, only to attract their gaze, resulting in one being decapitated by the advancing monstrosity. The torches fell to the ground, igniting nearby buildings. In another direction of the kingdom, colossal waves drew nearer, threatening to obscure half the sky. The apocalypse was nigh, and a new cataclysm would soon unfold upon this land. The luminous full moon hung high above the bell tower, tainted with murky hues on one side and blood red on the other. A foul stench wafted from the distance, the air thickening, while the acrid scent of rust filled Shirley's nostrils. This dreamscape teetered on the brink of collapse. Shirley inhaled deeply and continued her ascent. Beneath her feet lay shards of embedded glass, each step leaving faint bloodstains upon the stones. This pain and cognitive pollution seemed negligible compared to the incessant whispers. Shrouded in an impenetrable mist, this sensation vexed her. "What do you wish to convey? Why can't you cry out?" Shirley arrived first at the bell tower, deftly vaulting over the railing to slip inside, closely followed by Pei Wangxing. The tower was adorned with colossal clock faces on all four sides, allowing the passage of time to be visible from any direction. Yet, the time depicted remained frozen. The hands halted at the stroke of midnight, before the immense bronze bell, which was so corroded its original hue was unrecognizable. Shirley noted the layer of grime that attested to its weathered existence. Beside the bell hung a thick rope. Shirley grasped the rope and pulled downwards, but it yielded no movement. Doubting her own strength, she called to her companion. "Pei, come and lend a hand. Quickly, please." With determination, Pei Wangxing hoisted Ganzhouwei using both her hands and shoulders, expending all her breath to elevate her to the pinnacle of the bell tower. There, on a circular platform less than a square meter in size, once stood a statue, now conspicuously absent. Pei approached, her face glistening with sweat. Together, they grasped the pulling rope, yet remained unyielding. Furrowing her brow, Shirley pondered. Is this not the bell's pull rope? As she surveyed her surroundings, she found no sign of the wooden striker. Pei Wangxing attempted a running leap to strike the bell. Upon impact, her shoulder felt as if it might shatter. Yet the great bell remained immovable. Ouch, that hurts! Can this thing even be rung? After exhausting various methods, Shirley found her thoughts wandering into doubt. She crawled beneath the bell, searching for a mechanism to trigger its chime, only to discover ancient cuneiform inscriptions on the inner wall, too obscure for her understanding. In a conference room in Huagua, an elderly expert recognized them at a glance and murmured, "Judgment, justice, fate." Chapter 71, For Whom the Bell Tolls. End. Shirley emerged from beneath the bell, her eyes meeting Pei Wangxing's, who was poised to hang herself with the rope. Both were bewildered, grappling with the enigma before them. Had she miscalculated? Could it be that the chosen ones were also barred from ringing the bell? Or was there an essential step they had overlooked? Surely, they could not perish just before the final hurdle of their quest. At that moment, Gan Zhaoyue sat alone at the pinnacle of the bell tower, her hands propped on the surface, her tail swaying gently like suspended legs. She gazed silently below, where the waves had engulfed the kingdoms of Xiaomin and others, drowning countless homes and lands. A solitary round moon hung high in the night sky, tantalizingly close. The darkness felt vast and empty, devoid of an audience. As she contemplated the moon, her thoughts gradually drifted away. Though she lacked the memories of a little mermaid, she seemed to glimpse the misty sea of your through the moon that had witnessed the passage of time. That ocean was azure and tranquil, the sky for the beings of the deep. It felt as if some force compelled her to part her lips slowly. Meanwhile, a pair of pale hands rested on the surface. The prince, relentless, seized Pei Wangxing's ankle. His strength was overwhelming, the white glove soon saturated with blood. The prince slowly raised his head, revealing a sinister grin, malice flickering in his eyes as he prepared to drag her into the abyss. Pain pierced through her ankle, and Pei Wangxing clutched the railing with all her might, her feet betraying her as they inched toward the edge. Shirley rushed over, thrusting a pocket watch into Pei Wangxing's hand. She grasped her hand and pressed the watch's button. With a gentle click, Pei Wangxing's body became unselectable. No! The prince grasped at nothing, losing his support as he plummeted from the rooftop, vanishing into the inky night. In the midst of this turmoil, the human skin book fell to the ground. Shirley bent to retrieve it, but noticed the blood upon it becoming increasingly saturated, as if it were to soak the entire surface. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she hurried to the copper bell, rolled up the human skin book, and bound it with the rope. This time, to her astonishment, the book, which should have floated effortlessly, was being slowly pulled downward by the tether, lower and lower. Boom! Shirley felt a subtle tremor in the bell tower. Indeed, the power to toll this copper bell did not rest with the king or the craftsman, nor with the rope or the clapper, nor with the chosen ones. It lay within the names inscribed upon the human skin book, each bearing bloodied fingerprints, voices that could not be uttered, a weight that could not be measured. The authority and the church had momentarily obscured the bell tower, yet it had never truly vanished. For whom does the bell toll? The copper bell reverberated, yet its sound was not the resounding clang Shirley had envisioned. Instead, it was remarkably prolonged, like raindrops striking the heart. It was as though a colossal hand had swept aside the dense fog. The mists that had shrouded her began to dissipate, and at last, Shirley could discern the murmurs and cries that had surrounded her for days. We tremble. We are immortal. We shall not perish. Amidst the hissing flames, those voices grow ever louder. We die of fear. War does not arise because of us. Life is birthed from beneath our loins. We are not tame lambs. We shall not descend into hell under the judgment of others. We are the witches who cannot be burned. The flames caress their faces, their garments and hair consumed by fire, leaving only pure, primal nudity. Pain distorts their features, their skin charred and blackened, their expressions savage as wild beasts frolicking across the wasteland. They laugh softly, their voices crescendoing. We are the witches you cannot burn. We are the witches you cannot burn. In the square, since that tolling of the bell, Chun Nai knew her companions had succeeded. The crackling flames continued to burn beneath her feet, yet Chun Nai felt no pain. She had become a witness beyond the realm of dreams. She beheld Amelia, the male midwife, the madman, countless unfamiliar faces, all simultaneously raising their heads towards the distant royal city, the clock tower's direction. Following that chime, the rope swayed gently in the night breeze. The book of human skin fell to the ground, reopening itself, and the bell tolled on. Dong, dong, dong. With each ancient and just chime, the name and fingerprint upon the human skin book gradually faded. Hypatia, not guilty. Giordano Bruno, not guilty. Michael Servetus, not guilty. Secco Diascoli, not guilty. Secco Diascoli, not guilty. Natasha, not guilty. Amelia, not guilty. This was the verdict they had not heard while alive. And the outcome of the trial was not guilty. Amelia turned her head, a glimmer of moisture flickering in her slate-blue eyes. She smiled at Chun Nai. Thank you. A gentle breeze swept through, the figures upon the stake collapsing like heaps of sand, whisked away by the wind to an unknown destination. Yet Chun Nai observed. The pitch-black night sky was adorned with stars, encircling the moon, twinkling in and out. The moon had yet to descend, while the sun slowly ascended from afar, a warm, illusory orange hue, as if from another world. What does the bell signify? The old era shall inevitably pass, making way for the new. That ethereal and sacred celestial melody emanated from a distant place, the song of mermaids resonating with all living things. The rising colossal waves nearly enveloped the entire firmament, only to be gently soothed by the melody, the tsunami subsiding. The mermaids possess the upper bodies of humans and the tails of fish. They are born to communicate between humanity and the beings of the ocean. When the last mermaid vanishes and humans can no longer converse with the sea, the unrestrained humanity shall face its true demise. Ding dong. Congratulations to the Chinese girl group Monster Recycling Station for successfully completing the filming of their debut music video, which is currently in the process of being finalized. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars. Congratulations on achieving 5-star Horror Tales and a flawless SSS level completion. The debut music video has been titled, Which? Chapter 72, National Fortune Rewards. The National Fortune Rewards are now being distributed. It has been detected that the average life expectancy of the citizens of Huagua is merely 78, 3 years, with only 15 of the population in a state of good health. Reward 1. Increase the lifespan of all citizens by 5 years. Enhance the physical constitution of the entire population by 10. It is anticipated that 35 of Huagua's citizens will achieve a healthy state. Reward 2. A 20 increase in the resources of potassium salt, chromium, and cobalt ore. Reward 3. A 20 reduction in extreme weather and geological disasters in Huagua over the next decade. 3 consecutive national fortune rewards have been bestowed. It feels akin to an overnight fortune. 5-star ghost stories. Perfect clearance. Is there anyone else? Hey, while I was receiving 4 fluids in the hospital corridor, I suddenly felt lighter and immensely more comfortable. Can I walk now? Don't leave, you've come this far. You've paid, so you might as well endure. Lifespan 5. Thank you, thank you, thank you to Li Shun, Sister Pei, Sister Gon, and Xiao Chun. My grandfather's surgery is tomorrow. I might cry. My roommate is also in tears. His family lives in an earthquake-prone area where an entire village was buried years ago. I searched and found that only 15 of our population is truly healthy, with the remaining 15 suffering from illness and 70 in a subhealthy state. The state of health also encompasses mental well-being. So, are our fragile university students on the brink of extinction? Is this the power of 5-star ghost stories? Issuing 3 rewards at once, each precisely targeting our nation's weaknesses. Countries that have cleared the game abroad are bound to feel a sense of defeat. I wonder how those who altered their nationalities are feeling now. I've already begun to anticipate the MV. Surely, they will show us the complete footage, as we are also part of the audience. Having earnestly watched the live streams of the 4 individuals, it's hard to discern which side is worse. Sister Li faced perilous traps at every turn. Sister Pei was confined in a basement among corpses. Sister Gon was immobilized and seduced by the deceased, unable to speak. If even one person faltered, if any step was missed, a perfect clearance would have been impossible. The success of each combination is never solely reliant on one individual. Yet some fans inevitably overshadow the efforts of others. What merit do I possess to share the same nationality as the sisters? I feel so ashamed. Perhaps I should renounce my humanity and become a dog to my sisters. So devious. As discussions in the live stream continued fervently, Huagua had already transitioned from joy to addressing the uncertainties brought forth by the rewards. The second National Fortune reward, distributed in the National Fortune battlefield, precisely corresponds to resources that are currently scarce and heavily reliant on imports in Huagua. Moreover, in contrast to the mining rewards obtained by other countries during this clearance, the rewards from a National Fortune battlefield are not of the low reserves and poor extraction conditions that Huagua typically possesses, but rather of exceptionally high-quality deposits. Following the first ghost story, Huagua received numerous applications for permanent residency and citizenship, as well as a substantial influx of overseas workers and Chinese expatriates returning home. The first batch of chosen ones nearly faced total annihilation, with only the relative safety found within Huagua's borders, free from the sudden onset of ghostly tales. The smaller the territory, the greater the likelihood of encountering strange tales. Following an investigation by the Security Bureau, it was revealed that certain intellectuals had clandestine contacts with foreign entities. This may be due to discrepancies in their identities, with certain experiences during specific periods failing to align, resulting in their inclusion on a watch list. Numerous cases of individuals carrying infectious viruses and goods were detected by the National Customs. The Internet has also seen the emergence of many novel IDs, actively exposing the scandals of several chosen ones, detailing everything from bullying incidents with former teammates to their private lives and childhoods, all vividly narrated. Posts concerning the chosen ones garnered immense attention. Yet they were swiftly removed and reported by the police via their official social media, stamped with a red mark. Fake. The geopolitical chess game among nations has never been tranquil, especially since the emergence of the chilling National Fortune battlefield. The rewards bestowed by higher dimensional beings can easily alter the fate of a country. As the sun slowly ascended, Ganjoyue's legs, or rather her fishtail, began to gradually dissipate from the bottom upwards. Immersed in the frigid depths of the ocean, the biting cold that penetrated her limbs was dispelled. She felt as though she were a snowman placed atop a roof, slowly melting under the first rays of sunlight. Below her waist, her body transformed into foam. Yet she could not cease her singing, entering a state of relinquishment. What has she been singing for so long? A ballad for the king of love. Can a person survive with only a head? She still had 620 units of her inheritance left to spend. It was all so futile. Chaotic thoughts surged uncontrollably, and Ganjoyue's vision became increasingly blurred, her entire being drifting away, until the settlement voice sounded. The surrounding scene shattered, and Shirley was the first to regain consciousness. She discovered that they were still on the nanny van, still seated as before, as if they had never disembarked. The van was parked on the coastal highway. The driver and the agent in the passenger seat had vanished. The once gray fog shrouding the west coast had mysteriously dissipated. It remained a gloomy day. The sea was a slate blue, devoid of seagulls. Shirley no longer heard the previous roars reminiscent of colossal creatures. Only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Even though the dreamlike mist of the west coast had lifted, the seaside of strange tales was still lifeless and desolate. Abba, 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 I can finally speak. Ganjoyue's voice, bursting with excitement, jolted the three from their sense of unreality. Where did this come from? Pei Wangxing slumped exhaustedly in her seat, but refused to relinquish any opportunity to engage in conversation. Chun Nai hurriedly touched her legs and hands, finding her previously charred skin intact, as if it had merely been a thrilling nightmare. However, she never wished to experience that sensation of being burned alive, with tears, snot, and sweat smeared across her face, ever again. The reward points for clearing this level amounted to 20,000. Each of them received an initial yield of 5,000 points, plus a 20 bonus from the title of Monster Newcomer. Ultimately, 6,000 points landed in the hands of the four. Chapter 73. Artist rewards. The points awarded are rather insignificant for the 5-star horror tales. Shirley harbored some doubts, wondering if the National Fortune battlefield had adopted the exploitative profit-sharing practices of the South Korean entertainment agencies, including CJ Company. These agencies often siphon off the majority of an artist's income, with companies retaining a staggering 70 to 90. After deducting the costs incurred during the trainee period, such as expenses for dormitories, meals, vocal and dance training, as well as promotional costs, album production, and styling during the debut phase, only then would the remaining earnings be shared with the artists. Many successful idol groups only manage to clear their company debts years after their debut, receiving their first settlements only then. Shirley's phone, which had previously fallen to the ground, lay untouched on her lap when she awoke, its screen still illuminated, lingering on the page she had been browsing before being swept into the horror tales. She dialed her manager. The call connected, but there was no answer. As the fog over the west coast began to dissipate, her companions remained hesitant to exit the vehicle. Biting her lower lip in contemplation, Shirley entered the contact information of the MV director that she had discreetly noted down and placed the call. After several rings, the call was answered by an unfamiliar voice. "Hello, is the director available?" Shirley inquired. "Oh, he is not here." Shirley sensed something amiss. The phrases "not here" and "not available" seemed to convey different connotations. Before she could voice her concern, the voice continued. "The director's team encountered an accident on the way. I'm not sure what they were thinking, but they suddenly veered towards the uncharted west coast. The fog was thick and the road conditions poor. Their vehicle plunged off the road into the sea. You are the artist team scheduled for today's shoot, correct? Don't worry, although they have unfortunately passed. Your footage has already been transmitted back to the company, so the release schedule will not be affected." Shirley was struck by a surreal sense of calm, akin to that of a beleaguered worker. Initially, she had been concerned that if the director and manager met, they would discover her meddling, but now, there was no witness to contest her. However, the fact that even the filming crew had met with misfortune on the West Coast indicated that the National Fortune battlefield had shown a degree of leniency towards her and her fellow chosen ones during their second journey. Due to their unexpected intrusion, the difficulty level of the 5-star horror tales had been reduced to a mere 1 star, bearing the title of Monster Newcomers. Shirley and her companions were assigned near the perfect clearance route. Shirley pondered that if everyone entered the same distant spring day, ultimately leading to identical settings and themes for the MV, the result would be a severely homogenized and uninspired song. While this might not affect the chosen ones from other nations, it would likely generate a plethora of mocking posts and negative comments for the monster recycling station. With Siwon not in the vehicle, could he have also met with disaster? With a mix of hope and trepidation, Shirley attempted to call her manager again. After 3 unanswered calls, she resigned herself to the grim reality of his demise. This time, the call connected. "I'm handling some matters. Please wait for 20 minutes. On the phone, the agent spoke rapidly, and Shirley seemed to hear the sound of rushing water, accompanied by gurgling noises and coughing. Shirley expressed surprise. "Brother, you aren't in the sea, are you?" "Sai Vin replied. Sometimes I truly wish I could silence this mouth." He continued. "I'm trying to fish out the other half of the driver. With only 2 hands on the steering wheel, one got swept away by the waves of the West Coast, leaving me with just 1 hand to drive." Although Shirley felt a tinge of regret that the agent did not perish, upon learning of the agent's unfortunate situation, he remained in good spirits. Meanwhile, in the car, Pei Wangxing and the others engaged in light conversation. Perhaps influenced by the thrilling events from the 1999 Entertainment Weekly, they were not granted a chance at the prize wheel this time, but instead received additional rewards corresponding to their identities. Chun Nai's bonus was Amelia's Modern Medicine Beginner. You have gained Amelia's gratitude and learned basic healing techniques. You can perform simple bleeding control and wound treatment and can create 1 low-level bandage daily. The bandages available in the shop could be used 5 times for 100 points, whereas this basic bandage could only be utilized once. Nevertheless, it effectively allowed a daily net gain of 20 points and was a growing talent that could eventually lead to the creation of other medicinal items, such as pollution antidotes. Chun Nai scratched her head. "Now I've truly become a support." Gon Joiware received Mermaid's Voice Beginner. You have received the blessing of the mermaid. Your voice is more likely to gain others' favor, and when activated, there is a certain chance to charm the target, slowing their speed by 20 upon successful charm. She summarized it as a skill with ample growth potential. Pei Wangxing was bestowed with Cinderella's halo, beginner. When you are disheveled and remain still, your presence will diminish by 10. Remember, different bizarre creatures possess unique characteristics. Do not act foolishly in front of highly perceptive entities. Upon seeing this skill, Pei Wangxing was quite taken aback. Once again, disheveled and broke. How can I still be considered an idol? I'm merely a scavenger. Isn't that splendid? Versatile in offense and defense, a scruffy little pup. Just as Gan Zhouyue finished her rhyme, she was promptly subdued in her seat. Among the girls, Pei Wangxing was known for her strength. After each bout of being beaten, Gan Zhouyue would steal her turkey noodle seasoning packets. Now that Pei Wangxing had invested in strength attributes, she was even less able to contend. Shi Li acquired a skill derived from Little Red Riding Hood, clumsy disguise technique, which had transformed into a growth state. Having perfectly completed the challenge, Shi Li could also choose one ability to bring out of the eerie tale. He chose to bring Seed of Desire with him. Seed of Desire thrives by consuming desires. Pei Wangxing had made several wishes upon the Seed of Desire, but had not received any droplets. Only when she presented a cart full of gold and jewels to the Baron, and Shi Li handed a pouch of money to the church's priest, did the growth progress of the Seed of Desire slowly inch upward. As a result, she had yet to gather 10 droplets to this day. Shi Li was profoundly curious about the transformations that the later stages of Seed of Desire might bring, and whether they could truly manifest dreams into reality. Listening to the whispers of the sea breeze, the group recounted the perils they had encountered in their eerie tales. Chun Nai inquisitively leaned her head out from the back seat. So, where exactly lies the remains of the Baron's son? Before Shi Li could respond, Gan Zhouyue, deep in thought, interjected, the absence of bones suggests a possibility. Perhaps the Baron's son did not perish. While the Baroness indeed intended to murder the child, the Baron may have intervened, swapping his son with another corpse before she could act. The grown Baron's son may one day return to the castle to avenge his father. As the struggle for power continues to unfold within the decaying fortress unceasingly. Yet, another possibility exists. The Baron's son might indeed be dead, his remains interred beneath the soil of the back garden. However, this life was bestowed by the Matron of Desire, not a product of ordinary propagation. Could it so easily succumb to human hands? It may have already quietly awakened on some fateful night, lurking in a hidden corner, silently drawing from the pervasive anguish and despair. From a medieval era to the present, it has likely evolved into a monstrosity too dreadful to behold. Perhaps it is intricately linked to the existence behind the battlefield of national destiny. Chapter 74. Rare items. A few individuals gathered together to reflect, exchanging thoughts and experiences. This was not only a means of comprehending each other's recent journeys, but also a subtle way of conveying information to the officials watching the live stream. Perhaps the nation's think tank, through collective insight, might uncover patterns hidden behind these strange tales, thus enabling them to better serve the women involved. They were intertwined with the country behind them. However, an important question loomed before them. Shi Li turned to Pei Wangxing. Sister Pei, do you recall that eerie presence that confined us to the room, instilling fear of venturing outside? That entity claimed to possess information they yearned to know, almost luring us into opening the door, and even mimicked the voice of the headmaid. Shi Li had been under the influence of a taint at that time, leading to potential oversights in judgment. Now, as they revisited the events, a new possibility emerged in her mind. Previously, they had received a cursed letter from magazine, which foretold the tragic demise of any idol who read it within a span of 7 days. Calculating the timeline, it was evident that the 7-day deadline had long passed since receiving the curse and entering the second bizarre tale. Was it conceivable that the malevolent forces had come seeking them? Your words echo a certain familiarity. Pei Wangxing mused, following this line of thought. The tone indeed bore resemblance to that of the cursed letter. The entity persistently slipped overly concerned, even somewhat neurotic, notes through the door crack, continuing its monologue as if they were intimate acquaintances. Yet, The rules stipulated that Cinderella had no other friends. If it were not searching for Cinderella, it could only be in pursuit of them. Ganjiu, overhearing their discussion, joined the analysis. Different eerie entities possess varying abilities. Those stalkers can infiltrate artists' personal and professional realms, with some even masquerading as television station staff, making their appearance in these strange tales unsurprising. Ganjiu and Chun Nai had not encountered such a situation. One was exiled to the boundless sea, while the other found herself imprisoned in a medieval dungeon. The most perilous places often proved to be the safest. These stalkers typically targeted artists with fervor, avoiding contact with others whenever possible. Thus, it was no coincidence that they chose a time when the Baroness family was absent, taking advantage of the castle's minimal defenses to make their move, an act rife with audacity. Shirley had just checked their status panel. Their popularity remained stagnant at 1001. There had been no increase or decrease. The MV shoot was not a real-time popularity boosting event. Stagnant popularity would only rise upon the MV's release. If a stalker had indeed infiltrated the bizarre tale, their attempt had been thwarted, forcing them to leave the filming site prematurely out of fear of exposure. A failure would surely not deter them. They would undoubtedly continue to lurk in the shadows, watching their every move. Idle Survival Guide, Rule 2. The dormitory is not an absolute sanctuary. If one discovers signs of an intruder, it is prudent to promptly secure the doors and windows. But what if the intruder is already hidden within your very room? That individual might have already infiltrated the artist's dormitory, lurking beneath the bed or within the wardrobe, waiting for their return. What are we waiting for? Let us return and deal with it. Pei Wangxing, with her fists clenched in determination, still harbored resentment from the afternoon she was cornered by that person, which cost her a precious, red paper-cut figure. Having just acquired a small fortune, she decided to trade 100 points with Chun Nai and immediately access the store to purchase a strength attribute card. Strength is a valuable asset indeed. This time, while carrying the hefty Ganjoiwe, she had to climb ladders and sprint for her life, entirely reliant on those two strength attribute cards. Pei Wangxing was determined to maximize her strength, transforming herself into a formidable tank. Alas, why was it so exorbitantly priced? Just as she added the fourth card to her cart, she noticed the prices of the attribute cards had suddenly surged. From 100 points per card, it skyrocketed to 200 points, then to 400, and ultimately 800 points. Alarmed, she quickly clicked on the card description, discovering a barely visible note in the bottom right corner. Purchasing more than 5 basic attribute cards will exponentially increase the required points, with no upper limit. Not only had the price of the strength card escalated, but the prices of agility, stamina, and other attribute cards followed suit. Such unscrupulous game merchants, offering unlimited purchases yet inflating prices. Chun Nai appeared wise and experienced. These attribute cards only become pricier the more you buy. As you progress, you will inevitably have to breach the human genetic lock, which will come at a different price altogether. Moreover, the rules are enigmatic. They cannot simply allow you to bulldoze through everything. Why not join me in opening some blind boxes? I have a premonition that today will yield something extraordinary. Her eyes sparkled as she extended a sincere invitation. Ganjoiwe rolled her eyes. Gambling enthusiasts, go away. I'm tired of your tales of fortune. Chun Nai busied herself with exchanging in the store, repeating the cycle of buying and opening blind boxes. A few minutes later, she slammed her phone in frustration, cursed. Terrifying national survival battlefield. Are you secretly tampering with my odds? After smashing 10 blind boxes, she obtained 7 second throw contact lenses, which allowed her to select targets and view their information. While not a particularly useless item, it was worth only 50 points in the store, leaving her with a loss of 350 points in mere moments. Undeterred, Chun Nai continued to open blind boxes. Subsequently, she received a pile of instant coffee and preserved plums. After more than 20 blind boxes, there was no significant result. Suddenly, a flash caught everyone's attention. In Chun Nai's hands appeared a resplendent golden doghouse. Poor little dog, fear not, for you shall have a home. After a long day's work, returning to a cold and empty house, one feels a tinge of loneliness. Perhaps it is time to adopt a companion. Usage: place the doghouse on the ground and set down a can of loyal dog food. The first creature to linger on the doghouse for more than 10 seconds will be your destined little dog. Each day, a can of loyal dog food will enable your puppy to guard your home in your absence. Should an intruder attempt to breach your sanctuary, it will chase them away, leaving behind a token of their presence. Ganjoiwe, having perused the introduction, inhaled deeply. My goodness, you are indeed a deity in the realm of probabilities. Your ability to change faces is swifter than the turning of a page. It is no wonder that Ganjoiwe felt such exhilaration. This was a rare item that had never before appeared in the exchange marketplace. Most items in a marketplace are subject to usage limitations, such as consumables like adhesive bandages, red paper cuttings, and energy potions. The occasional rare item that does surface is priced exorbitantly, often costing thousands or even tens of thousands of points. The loyal dog food can be purchased in the marketplace for a mere 10 points, serving to enhance the affection of canines. Ganjoiwe had previously lamented that her pet's food was superior to her own. Now it seems, are we truly raising a dog, or is this some peculiar polyball? Chapter 75, Shining Star. The rare items that did not appear in the exchange shop could only be obtained through the lottery or blind boxes. Akin to panning for gold in excrement, the odds of acquiring something valuable were predictably slim. With such an item in hand, alongside a fierce little dog, they would no longer fear any malicious paparazzi encroaching upon their dormitory. They had no means to transition back to the real world. Their only option was to transform the artist's dormitory into a genuine safe haven. Otherwise, after a long day of toil, the four masters would return only to be burdened by concerns for their safety, leading to an untimely demise. Chun-Nai felt satisfied. Her spending for the day had come to a halt. Pei Wangxing, though somewhat extravagant, exhibited restraint, purchasing only 3 strength attribute cards before stopping. Shirley turned to her. Sister Pei, can the pocket watch be reimbursed? Of course, Pei Wangxing replied readily, pulling out her phone to transfer the funds. Had it not been for Shirley rushing over to thrust the pocket watch into her hands, she might have plummeted off the building with the prince. It was truly terrifying. She hadn't even performed the first dance and was already in such a frenzy. Who could say what would become of her if she actually danced? Shirley shook her head. No need, you can owe me for now. Chun-Nai, realizing the situation, chimed in. Right? Just wait. When I return, I'll experiment and concoct some band-aids to lend you. Pei Wangxing was taken aback, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. How had she devolved from scavenging to being a debtor? Before long, the manager returned. Saiwen's hair was slightly damp, his suit a shade darker, and with a stern expression. He tossed his 2 soaked hands onto the driver's seat. The 4 fell into silence. Chun-Nai donned her colored contact lenses, her little dog stealthily glancing at the manager. Name, Saiwen. Occupation, top manager at CJ Company. Experience. The level of her contact lenses was too low. It was as if she had seen nothing at all. Undeterred, Chun-Nai thought, after all, it was 50 points. She donned a new pair of contact lenses to investigate the driver's attributes. Name, Ghost Hand. Occupation, current dedicated driver at CJ Company. Former taxi driver. Experience, multiple instances of drunk driving during his career, the last resulting in multiple fatalities, including a pregnant woman, followed by a hit-and-run. After serving time, he was found by the victim's family, who severed his hands and affixed them to the steering wheel, while the rest of his body was disposed of in the trunk. Nevertheless, he still believes that his other body parts remain in the driver's seat. Note, please refrain from bringing any alcoholic items into the vehicle, as this may result in delays or traffic accidents. Alcohol. She quickly nudged her teammates. Everyone immediately thought of the medical kit in the car. They hastily rummaged through it, uncovering a bottle of alcohol amidst a pile of stomach medications and pain relief ointments, and promptly disposed of it out the window. In this world, a moment's inattention could lead to perilous situations. Managers could exploit the rules to harm artists, and the dormitory was always at risk of intrusion by ill-intentioned individuals. One could not afford to relax even for a moment. The manager observed from the rearview mirror, but chose to remain silent. As the mist dissipated, the van made its way towards the dormitory. Shirley engaged in conversation with the manager, suggesting, CO1, our return is imminent. Shall we forego the dormitory for now and head to the company for a rehearsal? This was a perfectly reasonable request, devoid of any grounds for refusal. The van diverted onto another route, heading towards the corporate building. On the large screen in the first-floor lounge, a music show was underway. This was a promotional strategy employed by K-pop artists during their comebacks, where idols returning simultaneously would perform on stage, with weekly evaluations determining the best song, culminating in the presentation of a trophy. Receiving a trophy was viewed as a significant achievement for the idols. Failing to secure one would be considered a relative setback in their return. The camera occasionally panned to the audience, revealing fans donned with eerie smiles, brandishing support light sticks. The artists on stage found their gazes involuntarily drawn to the crowd, inadvertently misstepping as the audience's demeanor shifted to somberness, exposing the black and white memorial images on the reverse of their support boards. Countless pale images of themselves stared back from the screen, rendering the artist momentarily paralyzed on stage. The lights abruptly extinguished, leaving only the sounds reminiscent of a beast's gnawing. After witnessing this gruesome performance, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Shirley nearly lost sight of her intentions. After a moment of reflection, she called out to the retreating manager, "Brother, hasn't it been quite some time since our dormitory was last cleaned?" The manager turned, his expression devoid of emotion, seemingly questioning her next antics. Shirley offered a kind smile. "I recall that the company provides weekly cleaning services for the artists. Could we perhaps arrange for a thorough cleaning? I am allergic to dust and fear it may hinder our subsequent work." CO1 replied, "Go to the front desk to register. Someone will come to clean." The computer at the company's front desk was illuminated, yet it was unattended, displaying only forms for maintenance requests and visitor logs. To this point, they had not encountered any other staff members. Shirley successfully located the cleaning service, registered their address, and specified a comprehensive service that included washing the curtains and main light fixture, as well as cleaning beneath the bed to ensure not a speck of dust remained. In passing, she also discovered a business card from a renovation company at the front desk. Citing minor wall cracks, she requested their visit to reinforce the doors and windows, filling every crevice in the dormitory, including under the beds and sofas, with cement, and disposing of the wardrobe and any large cabinets. She instructed both the cleaning and renovation companies to monitor each other, stating that any suspicious or negligent behavior should be documented with photographs, leading to additional charges. They occupied the practice room for over 3 hours, awaiting notification of the completion of the cleaning before returning to the dormitory. The thorough search and cleaning had transformed the dormitory, rendering it immaculate. No gaps remained beneath the beds, although the surroundings appeared somewhat shabby, lacking aesthetic appeal. Yet, this was preferable to the jarring experience of waking to the sight of a frightening visage. The group rested in the dormitory for 2 days. On the 3rd day, the debut music video, which was released. Almost simultaneously, the popularity index on the attribute panel soared dramatically, akin to a rocket launch, escalating from several thousand to over 10,000, eventually peaking at 110,000 before the momentum slightly eased. The section for representative works transitioned from none to the which. After all, it was their first official music video, and through persistent persuasion, they had managed to obtain it from their manager. The video was still loading. Suddenly, the scene before them transformed, accompanied by a familiar notification sound. The message appeared. Instance name, Shining Star. Instance level, 2 stars. Instance description, you are the shining star of tonight, poised to deliver a spectacular performance for the eager audience. Listen, can you hear it? The applause, the cheers, they're fervently calling your names, and this day will be etched in everyone's memory. Chapter 76. The target. As the soft chime of the system notification faded, Shirley realized she was situated within an unfamiliar, rectangular room. The space was modest, approximately 10 square meters. Habitually, she scanned the surroundings to account for her companions, with the reassurance that everyone was present, including the 2 most likely to stray. She relaxed and began to scrutinize her environment more closely. Against one wall stood a vanity table, adorned with 3 specialized makeup lights. However, one bulb had burnt out, while another flickered erratically. The vanity was surrounded by an array of haphazard stickers. Along the wall was a basic sofa capable of accommodating 3 individuals, accompanied by a small tea table and a simple coat rack. Opposite the tea table, a modest television screen displayed clips from previous performances. Although she had yet to officially debut, Shi Li, having witnessed the industry from the sidelines, instantly recognized this space as a waiting room at a television station, specifically designed for idols to rest during their promotional activities. Typically, such rooms were bustling with activity, often prioritized for established artists and popular groups. Newcomers like them often had to share waiting rooms, separated only by flimsy partitions. Had they really just released their debut song to coincide with a promotional comeback? Shi Li felt an unfamiliar constriction around her neck. She reached up to tug at it, feeling the roughness of the material. Lifting her phone to use as a mirror, she discovered she was wearing a black leather choker, the clasp shaped like two outstretched hands. Observing her teammates, she noted Chun Nai was adorned with a chunky bracelet that jingled with her every movement. Pei Wangxing sported a leg chain, while Gan Zhouyue had a waist chain. Each of them was bedecked in extravagant accessories that exuded a strong stage presence. Moreover, each wore a wristband emblazoned with the small red flag of their nation and their names inscribed upon it. The black and white electronic display on the wristbands showed two values, stamina and mood, both currently maxed out at 100. Pei Wangxing hopped in place, her values unchanged. Just as she was about to speak, the television screen flickered, transforming into a scene with two hosts, microphones in hand, standing on a vibrant stage illuminated by pulsating lights. One male host was adorned with clown makeup, his nose painted bright red, with one corner of his mouth drooping and the other curving upward. Below his eyes, teardrop-shaped designs were painted, blue on the left and red on the right. The female host donned a rabbit mask, one ear flopping down, her lips forming a smile, with her eyes glowing a haunting crimson. The camera panned across the audience, revealing faces twisted with fervor, frantically waving their light sticks. The host spoke with exuberance and enthusiasm. Congratulations to all the artists on a successful comeback. Starting today, you will engage in a month-long promotional campaign right here. Allow me to introduce the esteemed program, Shining Star, a long-standing music show under the aegis of SBM Television. Renowned for its authority and impartiality, it has become a barometer for K-pop music. During the promotional activities for this comeback, the live broadcasting rights will be temporarily assumed by SBM Television, which promises to treat all idols with equal regard, shifting the focus beyond a singular group or artist. A box appears at the bottom of the screen. Standard completion. Successfully conclude the promotional activities. Perfect completion. Secure a Shining Star trophy. The scoring for the Shining Star trophy comprises 4 categories: sales, streaming, fan voting, and broadcast points. The participant with the highest cumulative score across these categories will be crowned the winner for the week. Broadcast points are awarded solely to the idol groups performing on the stage. If a member is absent for any reason, points will be deducted accordingly per individual. Participation in the program can earn additional points. Maximum score, 1,000 points. Streaming scores are determined by the number of listeners and downloads on major music charts, with higher quality songs achieving superior rankings. Maximum score, 2,000 points, with the top-ranked song receiving full points and others decreasing in accordance with a specific algorithm. Sales scores are based on the quantity of albums purchased by fans. Artist groups may enhance album sales through live broadcasts and signing events. Maximum score, 1,000 points, with girl groups generally achieving higher streaming scores and boy groups often having a more devoted fan base resulting in better sales. Fan voting can be increased by artists appropriately fulfilling fan requests. Maximum score, 1,000 points. The two hosts beam with joy, exclaiming in unison, "We wish all artists the best of luck in achieving their desired results." The text is extensive, and some might fear forgetting. Thus, Shi Li raises her phone to capture a photograph for posterity. Just after the photo is taken, the screen abruptly turns black. After several seconds, it flickers back to life, revealing Shi Li and her companions in the waiting room, a small red national flag in the upper right corner. The camera glides past each of their faces before transitioning to the next waiting room, showcasing several faces of Caucasian descent. The displayed flag indicates they're the chosen ones from the land of maple leaves. Next, the screen shifts to the Lighthouse Nation and the Cherry Blossom Country. As the scenes progress, the expressions of the participants evolve from initial surprise to a more serious demeanor. This marks the first gathering of the chosen ones on the battlefield of national fortune. It dawns on everyone that the intent is to incite competition among over 100 groups. The task for standard completion is to successfully conclude the promotional activities. Yet what constitutes a successful conclusion? The criteria for perfect completion stipulate that the group must secure at least one Shining Star trophy. The promotional period lasts a month, essentially 4 weeks. With only one trophy awarded each week, a maximum of 4 groups can triumph. Moreover, the host did not mention any restrictions on consecutive wins. Those countries that have excelled in the earlier segments of the competition may well secure more than 2 trophies, potentially even a 4-time championship, while others may walk away empty-handed. They are acutely aware that each pause of the camera serves to engrave the faces of the chosen ones from each nation into the audience's memory. Over 100 combinations have been thoroughly explored. The small screen is transformed into a new tableau, showcasing the real-time rankings of recently returned artists and idol groups. Shi Li occupies the top position on the list. With a perfect 5-star rating, the quality of their song is undoubtedly exceptional. Not to mention, the music video is sure to captivate many with its grand scale and production, entirely genuine without embellishment. Following them is a group from Korea, appearing only at the 46th spot. The top 100 list is dominated by combinations that previously achieved ordinary success. Those chosen ones who were reselected after a total defeat in the second Ghost story, while participating in this promotional activity, have been unable to break into the top 100, lingering around the 200 mark. The source points they can accumulate will be quite meager. In this light, Shi Li's name stands out rather glaringly. With the top 3 names bolded and enlarged, the first shining and dazzling special effects font. The 4 of them silently lament their predicament. They have now become targets. The host nearly candidly mentions that the live broadcast will not be continuously monitoring them, making it all the easier for some chosen ones to act discreetly. In the ensuing month, they must contend not only with strange dangers, but also with the unpredictable elements posed by their competitors. Initially, everyone might exercise a degree of restraint, but as time progresses, alliances among the chosen ones will form, leading to an increasingly chaotic situation. Chapter 77. Guidelines for the television station from the existing sequels of Eerie Tales. It is evident that the clearance ratings from the previous stories will directly or indirectly influence the subsequent narratives. If Shi Li and her companions are permitted to develop unchecked, the advantage of the Huan nation will only exacerbate, snowballing into an insurmountable lead. The resources available are limited, thus, for the other chosen ones. This presents an opportunity to redistribute the spoils, pulling down the top-ranked competitors, allowing those further back to advance. After all, none can return to the real world, and death could lurk at any moment here. Who would still fear the moral and legal constraints of reality? The imperative is to seize resources and survive. Moreover, with so many individuals from various nations present, who knows who might take action? It could very well be something sinister. The number of eyes watching them is unfathomable, causing Shi Li great distress. Pei Wangxing, feeling a chill from the air conditioning, approached the coat rack to find a garment, only to catch sight of a sharp corner protruding from a pocket. Upon retrieving it, she discovered a set of guidelines. Guidelines for SBM Television Station 1. The reputation of newcomers is of utmost importance. Upon encountering senior artists within the station, please come to a halt and bow at a 90-degree angle as a greeting. 2. During performance intervals, if you encounter staff wearing blue identification badges, feel free to converse with them. However, if you see staff with red badges, refrain from answering any of their inquiries and immediately call for assistance. 3. Certain waiting rooms may contain senior artists. You may bring along albums to greet and promote, but do not linger for more than 10 minutes. 4. Mobile phones in the waiting rooms can be used to arrange the next day's schedule. They are of great importance, so please do not misplace them. The station will not provide reminders of any kind. All artists must maintain a sense of time and avoid tardiness. 5. After each week, as performance activities conclude, remember to exit the waiting room and express gratitude to the PD and all staff members in the hallway. 6. In this industry, interpersonal relationships are crucial. Make an effort to connect with the television station staff and other seasoned artists. 7. You are permitted to purchase food from any vending machine displaying a clown emblem within the station. However, if food does not dispense after 3 attempts, please turn and leave immediately. 8. Fans appreciate versatile artists. Endeavor to showcase your talents in front of them and do not decline their requests. 9. All restrooms within the station are unisex, yet the last stall on each floor is under maintenance. Please do not enter. 10. The recording of Shining Stars occurs every Friday, with each artist allotted 3 rehearsal opportunities daily during non-recording periods. 11. Remember the location of your waiting room, as straying could lead to confusion. 12. The nighttime waiting room is secure. It is advisable to refrain from venturing outside. 12 rules. What? Are we to remain at the television station for an entire month? Ganjiue felt a wave of darkness wash over her, akin to the sensation of being confined like a domesticated animal. This is the longest survival time recorded in any current scenario. Although it appears to be a task of merely 2 stars in difficulty, an entire month can unfold a myriad of events. And who can truly predict what they may encounter? The rules mentioned a mobile phone, yet it eluded them in drawers and on the coffee table. Ultimately, Haruna discovered the device wedged between the cushions of the sofa. It was an older model, seemingly in use for quite some time, with its pink casing now dulled with age. Shirley pressed the power button, but it remained unresponsive. After rummaging through their belongings for a charger, the phone finally powered on after a brief charge. The first application displayed was a travel itinerary app, reminiscent of the course selection system in university. It was Monday, and the app indicated not selectable. They had but one scheduled event for the day, a rehearsal from 3 to 5 in the afternoon. All other time slots remained blank, presumably reserved for their personal exploration. Shirley could only select from the following day onward, with the options provided limited to signing event, rehearsal, and live broadcast. All others such as dinner, radio, and variety show grayed out. It appeared they needed to trigger corresponding events to illuminate those selections. Shirley felt an inexplicable sense of DJVU, as if engaged in a nurturing game akin to Beautiful Girl Dream Factory or Daughter of the Mountain, where they must meticulously fill their death schedule to accrue as many attribute points as possible and achieve a favorable conclusion. However, considering the 2 metrics on their wristbands, each event would deplete corresponding stamina or morale. In nurturing games, one typically controls a single character's actions. Yet here, they must balance the values of 4 individuals to organize their itinerary. A dinner should enhance morale. Haruna tentatively tapped the gray option, drawing from her past gaming experiences. Suddenly, they heard the door to the adjacent practice room creak open. The 4 listened intently as footsteps approached in the corridor, leisurely paced, as if the individual were perusing the nameplates on the doors. The person seemed to be locating the waiting room of the chosen ones. The soundproofing of the waiting room left much to be desired, and the footsteps halted at their door. A polite knock resonated. "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Winston Lawrence from the Lighthouse Nation. How about we unite to claim the Shining Star?" The man outside inquired. The other chosen ones had not vacated their waiting room, and the live broadcast camera conveniently focused on Winston, the first to emerge. Witnessing this, the audience in Huagua urged them not to open the door. Shirley and her companions were unaware that the viewers in Huagua were well informed. Winston Lawrence was a somewhat notorious singer, sentenced to over 20 years in prison for the brutal murder of a fan. He had been serving his time in prison when he was suddenly selected for the harrowing National Destiny battlefield. The previous round in Lighthouse Nation had also concluded successfully. However, the chosen one who had received the identity card was too gravely injured to survive until escaping the eerie tale, and his rewards were subsequently divided among the remaining 3. The assailant was none other than Winston. Viewers in Huagua suspected he had acted with intent, yet without evidence, their suspicions remained unsubstantiated. Now, Winston has successfully cleared the horror tales, and despite his previous songs experiencing a surge in views reaching millions, there remain those who oppose him. However, he has also gained a multitude of fervent fans expressing their adoration on social media. Chapter 78. A visit to the elders. Winston spoke with earnestness, yet the 4 individuals in the room exhibited little reaction. "If you wish to form an alliance, may I inquire about your rank, my lord?" Shirley did not open the door. Her voice effortlessly seeped through the door panel. No alliances will be formed. If you discover new rules for equitable exchange, you must first demonstrate the sincerity that is due. Her words served as a reminder to Winston, who stood outside. The chosen ones from Huagua had achieved perfect evaluations consecutively. Undoubtedly, they possessed advantages that others lacked. It is only the weak who attribute a woman's success solely to luck. Perhaps among them, one had drawn a rare talent. Regrettably, he had not been invited into the first haunting. Regardless, this was merely the first day. When true conflicts of interest arose, there would be ample time to act. A subtle smile graced Winston's lips as he softly chuckled. I shall demonstrate my sincerity. Winston will certainly not disappoint his allies. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of conversation between Winston and his companions reached her ears, inquiring about his next destination. Shirley had only heard the footsteps of a single individual. Following Winston's departure, the sounds of doors opening in other waiting rooms began to resonate. This time, all chosen ones were gathered for the same haunting, and the clues would not be so conveniently placed as before, instilling a sense of urgency in many hearts. The battlefield of national fortune had progressed to the third haunting, and whether among the first batch of chosen ones or the newly summoned, they had all come to grasp one vital lesson. Do not act rashly before understanding the situation. Those who first acquired identity tags were often the ones who perished swiftly. The chosen ones who exited the waiting rooms did so in tacit agreement, opting to traverse together rather than risk solitary endeavors. Occasionally, individuals would knock on their waiting room door, proposing cooperation or alliances, but Shirley dismissed them with the same words. They were in no hurry to exit. Time was not of the essence. Instead, many were now observing their every move. The group meticulously searched the room, inspecting the pockets of clothing beneath the sofa and the coffee table, nearly prying up the floor in their thorough search. Once assured that nothing had been overlooked, they gathered around the coffee table, laying out all the items they possessed. Upon entering the haunting, the exchange market would temporarily close. They had been unexpectedly drawn in, with only the items previously exchanged on their persons. Chu and I had several packets of instant coffee from a blind box that would instantly dispel fatigue, along with plum candy that could alleviate certain negative states, excluding pollution. She also possessed 5 pairs of second-throw contact lenses for viewing eerie information, 1 dog kennel, 5 cans of loyal dog food, and 3 low-level Band-Aids, handcrafted by Chu and I. The scattered items filled the coffee table. Pei Wangxing remarked, I have never fought such a prosperous battle. Shirley's last pocket watch had broken after use, its hands frozen, and she had discarded it on the bedside table. This time, she purchased merely 2 agility attribute cards and 1 blue paper-cut figure. The blue paper-cut figure can temporarily divert the bizarre animosity until it shatters. Priced at double that of the red paper-cut figure, Pei Wangxing possesses 3 attribute cards of power. This enhanced type of attribute card differs from other items, as it binds to the user immediately upon purchase and is non-transferable. Initially, everyone dismissed it until they witnessed the unscrupulous price hike after purchasing 5 cards. It became clear that they had been waiting in the wings. However, a typical chosen one must clear at least 4 1-star dungeons to share the proceeds necessary to acquire a single attribute card, unless everyone selflessly contributes their earnings. The strategy is to concentrate on strengthening one teammate first, allowing the fortunate to uplift the less fortunate. Shirley is an anomaly among the newcomers. Gan Joyue finds Shirley's pocket watch exceptionally useful. She too has exchanged for 1 and has casually purchased 2 red paper-cut figures. This has become their current trump card. The pocket watch, too conspicuous when hung around her neck, is clipped on her belt loop and tucked in her pocket, only to be retrieved when needed. Gan Joyue glances at the time on the pocket watch, straightening her posture slightly as she looks at the other 3, sensing something amiss. Just moments ago, when the host appeared on television, she noted the time on the watch. It was precisely 9 in the morning. The host announced the rules of the song competition, and it felt to her as though only a mere 20 minutes had elapsed since she had been approached by Winston. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the time on the watch had inexorably advanced to 10 o'clock. Items produced in the marketplace are immune to corruption. The only explanation lies in the anomalous flow of time within the realm of urban legends. Here, Time flows at a rate 4 times the normal speed. The expressions on everyone's faces grew grim. A day of 24 hours had swiftly dwindled to merely 6 hours, including the time allocated for sleep. Pei Wangxing ceased her laughter, weeping in despair. What a trap. No wonder the fourth rule states that no time reminders will be provided. The pink phone they had unearthed from the waiting room had not been used in ages, rendering its time completely inaccurate and in need of calibration. Shi Li contemplated that few chosen ones could afford a pocket watch at this moment. Thus, this rule was unlikely to be fatal. After being ensnared once, the chosen ones would surely catch on. Her and I picked up the rules from the coffee table, scrutinizing them closely before pointing out the second rule. This one is incorrect. Upon examining the content of the rules, the group furrowed their brows. During the song competition, if you see staff wearing blue work badges, you may converse with them freely. However, if you encounter staff with red badges, do not respond to any of their inquiries and immediately call the police. This rule could be dissected into 2 parts. Are they forbidden from speaking to staff with blue badges? Or is it that one cannot report to the police when encountering staff with red badges? Please clarify, dear. Her and I was equally uncertain. She could only discern the incorrect rule, leaving the correct one for them to verify on their own. Her talent could only be utilized 3 times within a single urban legend. Shi Li advised her to conserve her abilities for the forthcoming rules. On the table lay 4 albums they had rummaged from a drawer. The cover features the faces of Shi Li and her companions, adorned in red cloaks and evening gowns, with a clock tower faintly visible in the mist behind them. Each album bears their signatures, despite the fact that they never actually signed them. The fate of the deceased nation remains a mystery, having seemingly bypassed numerous stages, directly thrusting them into promotional activities like spinning tops. Pei Wangxing inquires, "What shall we do next?" Without a moment's hesitation, Gan Zhuiwei responds, "Of course, we must pay our respects to our seniors." Rule 3 states, in certain waiting rooms, there are senior artists present. One may bring an album to greet and promote, but do not linger for more than 10 minutes. Currently, all nations are fixated on unearthing clues. Such prolonged survival tales, notorious for their escalating danger, are least perilous on the first day and grow increasingly treacherous as time progresses. The rule regarding greeting seniors appears particularly hazardous, especially with the stipulation of a 10-minute limit. None of the chosen ones wish to be the first to breach this guideline. In a bold twist, they decide to defy convention. The first newcomer to visit with an album is likely to leave a favorable impression. By the time others realize, with over 100 groups, each individual will inevitably be inundated with greetings, resulting in a palpable annoyance. Gan Zhuiwei is determined to maximize benefits since they find themselves in this subordinate position. Her thoughts resonate with those of Shi Li. Shi Li gives a thumbs up, exclaiming in admiration, "Gan Jie, you truly are a product of excellence, destined for greatness, adaptable and resourceful." Well, enough of that. Chapter 79. 4 types of vending machines. A few individuals tidied themselves up and promptly commenced their tasks. The presence of 4 albums indicated the return of 4 seasoned predecessors during the same period. It was not difficult to locate the waiting room, as the largest and quietest ones were readily apparent, unlike their own modest waiting rooms. The door of the seniors' room was adorned with promotional posters and colorful balloons celebrating their comeback. With only 2.5 minutes to spare at quadruple speed, Shi Li approached and knocked on the door. A young man, donned in a sporty headband radiating a summer athletic vibe, opened it. His attire was vibrant, featuring a single earring, and he appeared to be of similar age to them. "Hello, seniors we are." The 4 of them bowed politely before introducing themselves. Shi Li recalled that this senior had not ranked within the top 100 on the charts. Inside the room was his manager, a middle-aged woman who remained seated, engrossed in her phone, seemingly indifferent to their presence. The young man took the albums, glanced at them, and beamed, "I know you. You've been incredibly popular lately. Even at the supermarket, your songs are playing. I've listened to your title track, and was quite impressed by the vocal transitions in Mermaid. Oh, and that song, Kill It. I even contributed to your download count." He exuded a remarkably cheerful demeanor. Shi Li found herself a loss for words, her smile stiffening. Seizing the moment, she expertly interjected, engaging in some pleasantries to regain control of the conversation. "Seniors, as this is our first time performing, Are there any particular points we should be mindful of? She inquired, adopting a cautious tone befitting a novice. The young man pondered earnestly for a moment before responding. The PD of shining star dislikes the color red. It tends to provoke his temper. So be careful. What a coincidence. Chun Nai's South dress featured red square patterns. Shi Li wore a red hat adorned with a small ribbon. Gan Zhuoyue had on a red heart necklace, and Pei Wangxing sported knee-high red boots. Elements of red were indeed present, though not excessive. These details were intentional highlights of their performance attire. Removing them would render the outfits rather uninspired. Gan Zhuoyue's elbow inadvertently brushed against Shi Li's lower back. Gratefully, Shi Li responded, "Thank you, Senior. We won't take up any more of your time." The young man appeared poised to say more, but his manager cleared her throat sharply, causing his smile to wane slightly. As they stepped out of the waiting room, they overheard the woman's scathing reprimand echoing within. Useless. After 6 years, you still can't compete with newcomers. You've only secured one position in 4 years, and you didn't even make it onto the comeback charts this time. The company has wasted so many resources on you. It's only because I still carry you along. The volume of her voice was such that anyone passing by could easily hear her tirade. Chun Nai asked, "Should we go back and change our clothes?" The practice room held 4 sets of performance outfits, each corresponding to the 4 stages, with distinct styles and colors. One set was primarily red and black, leaning towards a darker, more melancholic aesthetic, adorned with an abundance of chains and jewelry. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Li shook her head. "We won't wear them this time. We'll have to wear them eventually. Besides, disliking them isn't necessarily a detriment, as long as our performance meets expectations. The program's PD surely wouldn't dismiss us based on personal preferences." Gan Zhuoyue softly supplemented her unfinished words. "In this circle, being fond of female artists is not necessarily a good thing." The second waiting room. This time, it was not an artist who opened the door, but a staff member. Inside, there was a female artist with light golden hair, seemingly overbleached for an extended period, with evident hair seams subtly revealing her wig. She donned an animal fur coat, her face a mere half the size of an average person's, with slender limbs resembling those of a delicate doll. The artist was engaged in a live stream with her fans. Upon hearing their greetings, she graciously stood up to accept the album, smiling cheerfully. "Oh, it's the new kids debuting." She leaned towards Shi Li and the others, her eyes glued to the phone screen as she addressed the barrage of fan comments. "Gained weight? How could that be? I've actually lost weight recently. It's just the camera that makes me look heavier. What about this color again? You all said I suited lighter hair, so I dyed it back. Pink. I'll give it a try next time." Noticing that the other party was preoccupied with the live stream and disinterested in conversation, Shi Li politely bid farewell as time was running short. The waiting room of the third senior was downstairs. As they walked, they encountered no other chosen ones. SBM television station was indeed vast. Having witnessed the palace in the previous strange tale, Shi Li began to suspect that this was also a conglomerate of one of the 3 major television stations. Each corridor on every floor was long, adorned not only with promotional posters for variety shows and dramas, but also with colorful balloons and streamers. With each segment they traversed, they encountered a vending machine standing quietly. They had already seen 4 different types of vending machines. The most frequently seen was the clown emblem mentioned in the regulations, featuring a red nose, sharply upturned red mouth corners, and red-blue droplets on its face, alongside various small animals and wooden-jointed puppets, all reminiscent of the whimsical style of Toy Story vending machines. The least common type was the 4th. The food and beverages in all 4 vending machines were identical, differing only in the packaging marked with the respective vending machine's logo. Just then, a staff member wearing a blue ID badge passed by. Pei Wangxing had already exchanged all her points with Shi Li and took the initiative to stop the staff member, pointing at the clown emblem on the vending machine. "Excuse me, is this part of a specific event?" Being newcomers, it was only natural for them to be unaware. Pei Wangxing's second skill could alleviate cognitive pollution. Gan Zhuoyue followed closely behind, ready to take control of the situation. The staff member smiled and turned, explaining, "Oh, this? It's from the Halloween event we held previously. It hasn't been taken down yet. Quite eye-catching, isn't it?" Once the staff member departed, everyone turned to her. Pei Wangxing pondered for a moment and shook her head. The first half of the statement is fine. That means only the latter half of the rule must have been tainted. Are we not allowed to report to the staff member with a red ID badge? In the third waiting room, there was a male rapper. With medium-length hair and a slender face, he could certainly be considered handsome among rappers. Despite having slightly dark circles under his eyes, likely in his early 30s. He had made a comeback for some time and was currently ranked second on the charts. The male rapper reclined on the sofa, a coffee table laden with high-calorie indulgences such as fried chicken and hamburgers before him. With a smile, he gestured towards them, saying, "You arrived just in time. Come and join me, for I cannot finish all this alone." However, Shirley graciously declined, presenting her album instead. The rapper removed his plastic gloves, accepted the album with both hands, and scrutinized it for a moment before looking up with a smile. "All right, I shall give a listen. You are the first guest to visit my waiting room recently. I would love to treat you to a meal when time permits." As he spoke, they were on their way to the fourth waiting room. In the distance, Shirley faintly heard the sound of an ambulance siren. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and sprinted down the stairs.